He looked at Hoka and Miko and said, "You two should learn Earth Clone Jutsu later. Once your chakra reserves grow, learn Shadow Clone Jutsu. Both will be very helpful." Miko and Hoka nodded, "Yes, sensei." While the bandits, valuables, and dead bodies were being cleared, they moved towards the hiding merchants and asked them to come out. The merchants sighed in relief and stopped hiding between their goods and rock shields. However, when they came out, they were shocked looking at the condition of the hills and forest around the area. They were also disturbed by the dead bodies and blood around them. Ayatozio walked to Renjiro and requested, "Renjiro-sama, can we please move away from here soon?" Renjiro replied, "We need some time to rest. We will move soon. You guys can get ready to move." Hearing that, all the merchants immediately began to prepare to move. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, "Take your shirt off." Hoka took his shirt off, and Renjiro disinfected the cut on his chest and wrapped it in bandages. Fujin's clones first checked the ninjas from the first wave. They didn't have anything valuable as all their scrolls were destroyed by Fujin's first attack. Next, they checked and sealed all the Geinin and Masato. The Geinins didn't have much. Masato, on the other hand, had a lot of ryo and weapons. Next, they checked the Chunins and Tomio. They all had a decent amount of money and weapons. Tomio also had a scroll that listed some water-style jutsus and another scroll explaining the mission parameters. Fujin's shadow clone quickly skimmed through the water jutsu scroll. However, at the end of it, he was disappointed. "I thought I'd get lucky and get some overpowered jutsu. Unfortunately, these all are rather lame. I can probably get them all from the library." Next, he went through the mission scroll, understanding what exactly their mission was. He was surprised. These guys sent 5 teams of similar size to intercept all 5 squads that were sent from Hidden Leaf Village. Aren't they a little too courageous? Also, how the fuck could they enter into the Land of Fire so easily? And that too without being detected? Fujin sighed at the state of Hidden Leaf Village and Land of Fire. "If all countries have such a weak border force, even I won't have any difficulty in moving around." No wonder the Akatsuki were pretty unobstructed. I thought it was a testimony to their power, but it seems like even a Geinin wouldn't have much of an issue. In around 10 minutes, Fujin and Renjiro were done. Renjiro's clones were also done cleaning up the bandits and dispersed. Renjiro then sorted all the gains and said, "Not bad. We got over 1.6 million ryo, 500 shurikens and 100 kunais." He stored everything in his scroll and said, "I'll divide the weapons equally among us. The money, half will be given to the village, remaining will be divided among us in the same way as we divide the mission rewards." Hoka and Miko didn't care about money, so they just nodded. Fujin didn't care much either, but thought, "Wow. 1.6 million ryo just from one fight? No wonder so many ninjas go rogue." The merchants too heard what Renjiro said. They were shocked. He got so much money just with a few minutes of fighting. "We risk our lives traveling from one country to another, and don't even make half that amount. Not to mention, we have to split it between twice the people." They were very envious, but seeing the state of the forest and hill, they didn't have a single evil thought in them. While resting, Team Renjiro ate a few ration bars. Fujin wondered while eating, since it's so easy to get money, and since there are so many rogue ninjas trying to earn money, should I form an organization similar to Akatsuki, but for the sole purpose of earning money? He kept analyzing the viability, advantages, and disadvantages of the idea he had. Around the same time, Team Renjiro was attacked. All the other 4 teams were attacked as well. The force that attacked the Anbus was the strongest. However, they also got annihilated the quickest. Of the 3 Chunin squads, 1 managed to defeat their enemy. The remaining 2 caused a lot of damage to their enemy and retreated safely. They would later coordinate with Hidden Leaf Village forces placed on the borders of the Land of Fire and exterminate those forces by multiple ambushes. The Waga Arashi family, which sent many of their high-level ninjas and spent a fortune on hiring rogue ninjas, would never imagine that each and every ninja they sent would end up dead. They had another strong force assembled in the Land of Tea to ambush if their initial assault failed. However, after getting no reports from 2 attack forces and getting reports of defeat from the other 3, they cancelled all their plans and disbanded the force they raised. Their plans for dominating the Land of Tea would come to a halt for years. Team Renjiro completed its mission with no further incidents. After reaching Daga Arashi port, Toshio carried the goods into Wasabi property. There, Renjiro and Toshio met with the Wasabi family head. They removed a huge cubical wooden box that was hidden in between the goods. On placing the box on the ground, Renjiro made a hand seal and said, "Release immediately." Multiple seals appeared on the box and began unsealing themselves. Renjiro opened the box. Inside, Wasabi Daiki was sleeping. He opened his eyes as soon as Renjiro opened the box. If Fujin, Miko, and Hoka saw this, they'd be very shocked. Neither of the three ever noticed someone to be hidden inside the goods. Renjiro thought about his discussion with the third Hokage. Hokage office, 16 days ago. Hiruzen looked at Daiki and stated, Daiki, escorting you normally wouldn't be possible with just one squad. So we will be sealing you and transporting you along with other goods of merchants. Daiki thought for a bit and asked, the trip to Dagaarashi port will take more than 2 weeks. So how will I be sealed? Hiruzen answered, we will seal you inside a box. Inside it, we will inscribe seals that'll ensure a fresh supply of air to you. It'll also make you undetectable by any means. Your water and food will be stored inside scrolls, with enough to last a month. As for your excretions, you'll have to do that inside storage scrolls as well. Hearing that, Daiki frowned. He asked, is it necessary to do all this? Can't I just disguise as one of the merchants and join them? Renjiro shook his head, no. Your chakra level is higher than a normal civilian. Any sensor would be able to detect you with ease. If detected, all the enemy forces will attack us only. I can't guarantee your safety if that happens. Daiki sighed and put forth a couple more ideas. But Renjiro stated the flaws in them. Reluctantly, he agreed. Wasabi family mansion, Daiki finally saw sunlight after over 2 weeks. He tried getting up, but his legs trembled. Renjiro grabbed him, got him out of the box, and said, you have barely moved for over 2 weeks. You'll need some time and might need to do some exercises before you can move properly. Daiki sighed on hearing that. The Wasabi family head just laughed and patted his back, don't worry. At least you are alive. He then bowed to Renjiro and said, Renjiro-san, thank you for resolving our issues. With the losses that the Wagaarashi family took, they won't try anything for a few years at least. Renjiro nodded and replied, I can't comment on the internal politics in the land of tea, but you should take this opportunity to suppress them completely. The Wasabi family head nodded. He paid Renjiro for the real mission and invited Renjiro and Toshio to stay as guests in his mansion. They both agreed. The next day, Team Renjiro began returning back to Hidden Leaf Village. They traveled at a very fast speed and returned back to Hidden Leaf Village by midnight. Renjiro dismissed the team and gave them a week's break. Chapter 76, The Chunin Exams. The Hokage office. The next morning, Renjiro met up with Hiruzen to report the mission. After the discussions were done, Hiruzen asked Renjiro, the next Chunin exam will start soon. Do you plan on nominating the Gainins? Renjiro nodded, yes. They are quite strong. Becoming Chunin shouldn't be an issue to them. Their teamwork is good as well. They were able to kill an elite Chunin during the mission with ease, though he was handicapped by the terrain. Hiruzen nodded, yes, that's good progress. He suddenly sighed, I had selected quite a few Gainins and gave them to capable Jounin so that they can be trained quickly. I plan to keep track of all of them, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to follow up on them. Renjiro didn't respond. After all, he was well aware of how busy the Hokage was. Hiruzen asked, can you tell me the current power of the Gainins and their future prospects? Renjiro nodded, sure old man. As I said, all three are very strong. Hoka is still obsessed with Hyuga's gentle fist style. But he has learned quite a few jutsus to help him fight at mid-range. He has learned a few earth and water style jutsus. Once the Hyuga family begins training him seriously, he will have no issue becoming a special Jounin in a few years. Even becoming a Jounin should be doable for him. As for elite Jounin, it's too soon to comment. As for weaknesses, Hoka still prefers taijutsu a lot. So it creates a few vulnerabilities for him. He'll need a few rank B missions to iron out that flaw. He does have a decent amount of chakra reserves. So learning a few rank B jutsus should aid him a lot. Hiruzen nodded and replied, nice. As for the weakness, almost all Hyuga share it. He sighed before continuing, they are obsessed with their gentle fist. Renjiro nodded. Very few Hyuga ninjas choose to learn non-Hyuga jutsus. Hiruzen continued, once he becomes a Chunin, I'll have him join multiple B-rank missions. What about the other two? Renjiro began talking about Miko. Miko is well balanced. She is good at ninjutsu, ganjutsu as well as taijutsu. And like all Uchiha, she is good with shurikens and wires. Just having the Sharingan makes her strong. Like all Uchiha, she has a strong affinity to fire style and can also use earth style jutsus for defense. She shouldn't have any issue becoming a Jounin once her chakra reserves grow. Elite Jounin too might be attainable for her. But I can't comment much on it right now. As for her weaknesses, she doesn't have any in terms of her technique. But she is very impulsive. And she is very arrogant. In the last 8 months, her arrogance has decreased considerably, but it's still there nonetheless. Hiruzen nodded, yes, the Sharingan does boost their confidence a lot. While saying, he sighed internally, the differences between Uchiha and the village are increasing day by day. I hope they calm down and let this old man live in peace. Renjiro continued. Lastly, Fujin. Surprisingly, his growth has been the fastest in his team. He has become a very capable censor. If we consider just that aspect, he is already as good as Jounin rank censors. His chakra reserves are already at the Jounin level. He has learned samurai saber techniques and is very good with wind style. He has also learnt Senju Taijutsu style and has very good chakra control. He can also supercharge wind jutsus with ease. He also learnt earth style jutsus for defense. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose when he heard that Fujin had learned Senju Taijutsu style. This was something he didn't expect. He wondered, does Fujin have Senju or Uzumaki ancestry? Renjiro continued, also, he is very fast, and can perform body flicker and wind instantaneous body jutsu without any seals. In fact, the way he operates is quite similar to our Anbu. I'd recommend you recruit him into Anbu. In fact, I'd recommend you to break the tradition and not wait till he turns 13 to recruit him. Regarding his future prospects, I'm confident that he'll become a Jounin at the very least. Likely even become an elite Jounin. I'd recommend you give him wind vacuum style jutsus when you think he is ready. It will make him much more lethal. As for his weaknesses, he is way too careful. Even during spars. So he has no experience whatsoever in fighting in crunch situations. And while his behavior might not show any arrogance, Fujin is very arrogant. Likely even more than Miko and Hoka. And he probably doesn't even recognize his arrogance. Fortunately, it doesn't affect him during battle. Hiruzen laughed lightly on hearing that. They are geniuses and young. Even you were quite arrogant when you were young? Renjiro just sighed seeing that Hiruzen was teasing him. Hiruzen continued in a slightly more serious tone, I'm surprised that you have such high hopes for him. And the fact that his chakra reserves grew this quickly and about him learning Senju Taijutsu style. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, I'll keep an eye on him once he becomes a Chunin. I'll consider your recommendation to recruit him into Anbu as well. Renjiro nodded. Hiruzen continued, anyways, you have done a great job with the kids. Now ensure that they captivate the daimyos in the exam. Renjiro replied, alright. He discussed some more matters with Hiruzen, before leaving. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko took a week's break, resting and reflecting on their performance. Fujin analyzed his performance and concluded, there isn't anything I'd do differently. The mission kinda went way too well, to be honest. The only issue I could consider is that I didn't fight any Chunin level ninja head-on. But again, there wasn't really any opportunity to do so. And forcing it to happen would have been idiotic. That said, I did have a few good ideas to improve my wind element further and make my fighting style even more lethal. But, I will probably need to learn mystical palm jutsu first. Or have a medical ninja with me. Even that might not be safe enough. I may need to make some protective gear as well. Oh well, I'll try those ideas later. Not finding anything to improve, Fujin just trained by himself for 7 days. In the following week, Renjiro once again put his students through a gruesome training session. Finally, on one fine day, Renjiro assembled the team after training was done. And he handed them 3 forms. The kids took it and observed. They were instantly excited. Renjiro said, I have nominated you all to the Chunin exams. If you are all willing to participate, fill in the forms and give them to me tomorrow. The Gainins immediately said, thank you sensei. Renjiro's face softened. He smiled and dismissed the team. When everyone left, he sighed while smiling, I have grown attached to these kids. I couldn't even tell them that this was their last training session with me as a team. He then looked up at the sky, his smile dying down and a serious and rather grim expression appearing on his face. I hope that their fates are different than their seniors. The next day, all 3 submitted their application to participate in the Chunin exams. The first exam will be a return test, which will be conducted a week later. Renjiro gave the entire week off to the Gainins. The Gainins hence did their own training, while meeting every afternoon, for brainstorming more ideas regarding combination jutsus and teamwork. Chapter 77, The Chunin Exams, First Phase. A week later, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko met in front of the academy building. Fujin looked at them and asked, prepared guys? Both Hoka and Miko smirked and replied, of course. The trio went into the building together. The first phase was held in room 301. Fujin wondered, will someone cast a Ganjutsu on the second floor? However, there was no commotion on the second floor. They entered 301 without any issue. On entering the room, they saw hundreds of other Gainins there. Hoka and Miko were surprised, while Fujin pretty much expected it. As soon as they entered, they got weird looks from everyone. After all, they were the only 10-year and 9-year-old Gainins here. The trio didn't bother looking for anyone as none of their classmates were participating. While some other Hyuga and Uchiha were participating, Hoka and Miko didn't bother looking for anyone. They just grabbed a few empty seats and sat down together. The room was very noisy, as one would expect when hundreds of teenagers and preteens were put in the same room. At the stroke of 9, a bell rang. It rang thrice, quieting the room. At that time, the door of the classroom slowly opened. Everyone's attention was drawn to the door. A sickly man walked into the room. He coughed a few times, as everyone watched with confusion. Even Fujin wondered, who is this guy? At that instant, 6 ninjas wearing Hidden Leaf Village Chunin vests entered the room carrying a lot of papers. The sickly guy coughed again and began saying, "I will be the cough proctor for the first cough phase." Everyone's eyes twitched. The Gainins from Hidden Leaf Village thought, seriously? They couldn't find anyone else? The Gainins from other villages wonder, is Hidden Leaf Village in such a dire state that they can't send someone better to hold the exam? Immediately the room was filled with Gainins whispering or chatting with one another. Some even mocked out loudly. At that time, the sickly guy coughed again and said, "Anyone who makes noise cough will be thrown out cough of the room." As soon as he said that, he released killing intent, targeting each and every Gainin in the room. That immediately quieted everyone. No one underestimated him anymore. The majority were frightened by his aura. Even Fujin, Hoka, and Miko had grim expressions. Fujin wondered, how many did he kill to develop such a killing intent? He continued, "All of you, cough sit one on a cough bench." The entire room rearranged quietly, occupying one seat each. Since he didn't say anything regarding seating arrangements, everyone sat close to their teammates. Once everyone was seated, the Chunins began distributing the papers. They kept the blank side up so that the Gainins couldn't read the questions. The sickly guy announced once more, "Don't touch the papers. Cough at 9:15, you will cough turn the papers over." On saying that, he coughed continuously for a minute. He then looked up and said, "Each paper has 10 cough questions. You have 5 cough minutes to answer all cough questions. To pass, all cough 3 in a squad cough need to score full." That immediately made everyone even tenser. Fujin thought, just 5 minutes? And a 100% score? The only way that would be feasible is if the questions are too easy. He however kept wondering, and so did many others. They all were wondering only one thing, what exactly is this old man up to? Something is off here. The room was completely silent, other than the proctor coughing occasionally. At 9:14, that sickly guy announced once again, "Copying is not allowed." And he began coughing non-stop once more. At 9:15, a bell rang again. Everyone immediately turned over the paper. What Fujin saw left him speechless. It wasn't just Fujin, every single of the 336 Gainins in that room was flabbergasted. Fujin's question paper read, question number 1, 3 into 3 equal to question number 2, 4 minus 2 equal to question number 3, 9 into 2 equal to question number 4, 3 divided by 1 equal to question number 5, 9 into 7 equal to question number 6, 8 divided by 2 equal to question number 7, 1 minus 1 equal to question number 8, 9 into 0 equal to question number 9, 9 plus 9 equal to question number 10, 8 into 4 equal to the shock left everyone stunned for a few seconds. However, soon many began answering their questions. Only a few didn't. Fujin analyzed really hard, what the fuck is this? No way the exam will be this simple. Will he play a trick at the end? Like get us too comfortable and then pull a fast one over us? He thought quickly and concluded, no, something else is off. I am feeling uneasy. He racked his brain hard for a couple of minutes before it finally hit him. I'm feeling uneasy. Actually, it's not just due to this paper. It's my chakra. On realizing this, he finally calmed down and closed his eyes. He observed his chakra, it was flowing very smoothly. He took a deep breath, and suddenly, disrupted his chakra entirely. With his entire chakra disrupted, he opened his eyes and looked at the question paper. Every single number had changed. Fujin immediately began sweating due to how easily he had fallen into Ganjutsu. He lifted his head and looked at the sickly proctor. Surprisingly, there was no sickly man at all. Instead, a tall, healthy, and handsome man with long hair stood. He looked at Fujin, smiled, and nodded. Fujin thought, Kurama Illumai. No wonder. He put his head down, and secretly disrupted his chakra again, to ensure that there wasn't any multi-layer Ganjutsu. He then quickly began answering the questions. Though the numbers changed, the questions were still extremely easy. While writing, he lightly kicked Hoka, who was sitting in front of him, and poured his chakra into him, disrupting his chakra. That broke the Ganjutsu on him. He noticed that the numbers had changed, and all his answers were wrong. He quickly changed them. While Hoka was changing his answers, Fujin turned his head and looked at Miko, who was sitting on his right. Great, she has her Sharingan activated. Miko too had noticed the Genjutsu and broken it. After she was done answering, she checked Fujin and Hoka's chakra with her Sharingan. Seeing that neither was in a Genjutsu, she sighed in relief. Fujin answered all his questions and then wondered, when exactly did he cast his Genjutsu? He looked at Kurama Illumai and noticed that he was still coughing occasionally. Fujin smiled bitterly on understanding, his coughing is causing Genjutsu to happen in this room. Maybe not just coughing, even those bell ringing cast Genjutsu on us. Sound-based Genjutsu, applied in very small amounts to ensure that we don't notice any sudden altercations in our chakra, and since it only changed the question paper that we never saw, we all thought that everything is real. While analyzing, Fujin realized, wait. He actually gave us many clues. His continuous coughing was suspicious. And what was the most suspicious were these questions. If the questions were difficult, I'd have never realized the Genjutsu. Fujin sighed, I didn't expect to learn anything here. But this exam shows that I'm not as careful and on guard as I need to be. If this was a battlefield, I'd be long dead. By 9:20, everyone, irrespective of whether they figured out the Genjutsu or not, was done answering. A few seconds before 9:20, Illumai announced in a steady and commanding tone, everyone, put your pencils down. Anyone who holds the pencil after the bell rings will be disqualified. The steadiness in his voice surprised many. Right after, the bell rang loudly. Only this time, instead of casting Genjutsu, it broke the Genjutsu. As soon as the Genjutsu was broken, the eyes of many Gainans widened. They noticed that the questions changed, meaning that their answers were all wrong. Even the sickly proctor suddenly turned into a healthy guy. Some immediately began creating a ruckus, but Kurama Illumai leaked his killing intent once again. This instantly quieted down the room. Overall, only 31 Gainans managed to write all answers correctly. And only 8 squads had all 3 members answer correctly. Among the remaining 7 Gainans, 1 was sitting far away from his team, while the other 6 recognized the Genjutsu at the last minute and couldn't communicate with their team members in time. Fujin sighed in relief, lucky that Hoka was sitting right ahead of me. Once the results were known, Kurama Illumai smiled and said, in battle, many times the enemy will subtly cast Genjutsu on you. That will result in you making one horrible move that'll put your whole squad in danger. Enemies could also use such methods to pass you misleading information. If you were to fall for it, you might put your entire village at risk. So always be careful and on guard while doing your missions. After all, one wrong move and you could be finished. While saying the last sentence, he released his killing intent once again. He then announced, all those who failed, leave. The ones who passed, wait here. The proctor for the second exam will meet you here at 9:45. On announcing that, he disappeared. All the remaining Gainans disrupted their chakra of reflex. But they couldn't see him anymore. The Gainans who failed left in disappointment. But irrespective of their results, all Gainans learned an important lesson. Chapter 78, The Chunin Exam, Second Phase. While waiting, everyone observed each other. Fujin noticed that there were 3 other teams from Hidden Leaf Village, 1 from Hidden Rain, 1 from Hidden Sand, and 2 from Hidden Mist. He didn't recognize any of those 21 ninjas. He wondered, isn't Hidden Mist Village in the midst of a civil war? Can they still send ninjas to participate in such an event? He wondered for a bit before dismissing it, oh well, doesn't matter. Anyways, the 4th Mizukage won't show up. On remembering the 4th Mizukage, he suddenly had a hilarious thought, I wonder if Naruto's Talk no Jutsu can end Genjutsu, ha ha ha. Or even better, if he used his Talk no Jutsu on someone who is controlled by Genjutsu, will his Talk no Jutsu affect the one who cast the Genjutsu? Seeing Fujin smile, Miko asked, why are you smiling? Fujin shook his head and answered, it's nothing, ignore it. Fujin then tried to sense the chakra levels of the remaining 21 ninjas. Soon he concluded, alright, no one seems abnormal. Only one guy from Hidden Mist Village has a rather large chakra reserve. But even that is less than half of my own. Others are barely at Chunin levels. Everyone tried similarly analyzing their competitors. At 9:45, a smoke bomb exploded in the front part of the room, attracting everyone's attention. The smoke slowly began clearing out. Soon, we heard a very loud bark. When the smoke was cleared, a large dog could be seen. It was looking aggressively at the Gainans. However, none were intimidated. Behind the dog, Tsumin Yuzuka was standing. She observed the room and muttered softly, only 8 teams. I knew it was a terrible idea to make that as a proctor. She looked at all the Gainans and announced loudly, I'm Tsumin Yuzuka, the proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exam. Follow me and Kuromaru. All the Gainans followed her. She led them across Hidden Leaf Village, to Training Ground 44. She announced loudly, The second phase of your exams will be conducted in the 44th training ground. She smirked. This training ground is also known as the Forest of Death. This put the Gainins on alert. At the same time, they also wondered, why is she yelling all the time? She continued, before I explain to you the details and the rules of the second phase, you have to sign these consent forms. A Gainin asked, what are we consenting to? She grinned and replied creepily, your deaths. This unnerved the Gainins. She continued, death is a common occurrence in this training ground. That is why it is called the Forest of Death. You may be killed by the wild beasts in the forests, or your competitors. By signing this form, you state that you are voluntarily participating in this exam, and injuries or death caused in this training ground have nothing to do with Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village won't be held responsible. A Chunin under her then distributed the forms. She said, you have to enter your name, signature, and fingerprint in the form. If you are a scaredy cat, then don't sign. You and your team will be disqualified. Hearing this, some Gainins were excited, while some were worried. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko didn't react. Everyone signed the consent forms without much delay and submitted them. After verifying all the consent forms, Tsume began announcing the details of the exam. I'll now explain the details to you. Every team will be given a scroll. 4 teams will be given a Heaven Scroll, while the remaining teams will be given an Earth Scroll. To qualify for the next round, you will have to reach the center of this forest with both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. So, you will have to seize the scroll that you don't have from other squads. There is a tower at the center of this training ground. You have a 5-day time limit to collect both scrolls and enter the tower. Once you enter the tower, there will be no more fighting. If anyone leaves the training ground or enters the tower without both scrolls, you'll be disqualified. Also, all 3 members of your team need to be alive. Even if just one of your members dies, you will be disqualified. She waited for half a minute for the Gainins to digest the information. Then the questions began flowing. One Hidden Rain Village Gainin was the first to ask, what about the food inside the forest? We can't stay without food for 5 days. Before Tsume could answer, the Hidden Mist Village Gainin, whose chakra level Fujin had noticed to be high, grinned and asked, can we take more than just the 2 scrolls to the tower? This made everyone look at that Gainin. Tsume answered, there are plenty of animals, plants, and bugs in the forest. Find and make your food. She then looked at the Hidden Mist Village Nin. You can collect as many scrolls as you want before entering the tower. So it is possible that less than 4 teams pass. Fujin heard all the instructions and thought, same as canon. No one asked any more questions. Soon the scrolls were being handed secretly. Fujin wondered, we don't get a day's break? He looked at Hoka and said, activate your Byakugan and check the type of scroll all squads get. Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. Miko went to take the scroll. She received a Heaven Scroll. After the scrolls were distributed, Tsume once again yelled, now, a Chunin will guide your team to the gate you will enter from, follow them. 7 Chunins approached 1 squad each. Fujin observed the approaching Chunin. He wondered, is this Ebisu? Ebisu approached their squad and said, you 3. Follow me. He turned around and began walking. The trio followed him. Fujin wondered, I guess he gets promoted sometime in the next 3 to 4 years. Anyways, there are only 8 teams. So it seems like we will be quite far away from each other. He calculated for a moment and sighed, assuming we get placed at an equal distance and cover the entire forest, then the closest one to us will be almost 8 kilometers away. Much farther than we can sense or see. Soon they reached their destination. Ebisu said, the exam will start in 7 minutes, so wait here obediently. He moved away from the trio while keeping an eye on them. Fujin asked softly, do you guys have enough weapons? Both Hoka and Miko nodded. Hoka said, yes, I brought the scroll that sensei makes us carry for C-rank missions. Miko said, same here. Fujin replied, cool, same here. What about ration bars? This time, both of them replied awkwardly. Hoka said, I only have 5. Miko said, just 4 here. Fujin analyzed. I have 25. So 34 between us. It should last us 2 days. So if we complete our exams in 2 days, we won't need to make our food. Both nodded. Miko asked, so which teams have an Earth Scroll? Hoka replied, the Nara Yamanaka Akimeki squad, the Hidden Mist Village squad of the guy who asked whether we can kill, the Hidden Rain Village squad, and the All Hyuga squad got Earth squads. Miko thought for a bit and said, all 4 should be easy to get. Fujin and Hoka nodded. Hoka commented, I don't think any squad is as strong as us. Should we try to collect more scrolls and eliminate other teams? Miko quickly stated, yes, let's do that. It'll be fun. Fujin shook his head and said, no. While we are stronger, If we are careless, we might get injured. If that happens, other teams might get an edge over us. Another issue is that some squads might set up traps and ambushes around the tower. So we should stay in our top condition. Miko complained, "Come on, Fujin. We can do it." Fujin sighed and said, "The last round is usually a tournament between us. If we eliminate everyone, how will we show off our capabilities?" That made Miko give up. Her shoulders dropped comically and she sighed. Alright, they were about to discuss more when they heard the gate opening. Ebisa said, "Your exam has started. Go in." Chapter 79, Target located. Team Renjiro entered the Forest of Death. After going in, Miko asked, "So, where should we go?" Hoka replied, "We moved around 8 kilometers from where we were instructed. And I noticed that the Nara Yamanaka Akimaki squad wasn't approached by any Chunin instructor. So they should enter through the gate there. Let's make a move on them." Fujin replied, "Alright, let's go." On deciding, the three began moving quickly towards the route between the spot where they had a meeting and the tower. While moving, Fujin wondered, Nara Yamanaka Akimaki. The famous Inoshikachu combo. This fight should be interesting. I should be wary of the Yamanaka though. Don't want anyone in my head. They look to be around 14 to 15 years old. So they should have been together for 2 to 3 years. Meaning that their teamwork should be good. Now, how to fight? Other than sparring, in all fights that I have been in, I have fought purely to kill. And killing them would probably not be a good idea. Should I leave the fighting to these two and just provide long-range backup? He looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, the Nara are known for their intelligence. Keep activating your Byakugan occasionally to see if there are any traps." Hoka nodded. Fujin asked them, "Anyways, any thoughts on how to assault them?" Miko and Hoka too were thinking about how to approach this fight. Miko said, "These 3 clans are known for their teamwork. So I can put Genjutsu on one of them, and completely disrupt their teamwork. As long as we can knock one member out, the other 2 will fall easily." Hoka replied, "Yes, but we shouldn't leave ourselves open to the other 2 while knocking one out." He frowned and continued, "Both the Nara clan and Yamanaka clan jutsus are annoying. Especially to a taijutsu master." Fujin and Miko both nodded. Fujin thought for a bit and said, "The Yamanaka clan are known for being censors. So we may not have the surprise element. But I think the best way to start will be with a fire-wind combo jutsu from the range. It should catch them off guard even if they notice us. And if the attack causes them to split, then it'll be easier for us." Hoka nodded and said, "Yeah, if they split up, then I can defeat the Akimaki easily." Miko said, "I can take on the Yamanaka. He won't get a chance to use his jutsus against me." Fujin replied, "Alright, I can take on the Nara from a distance." Hoka asked, "What if they don't split up?" Miko said, "Then we will just have to fight while keeping an eye on shadows and the Yamanaka. Should be easy for you." Fujin might have difficulty though. Fujin replied, "Yeah. I could just stay back and provide you long-range support." Hoka said, "No point in thinking so much, let's go and fight." Miko said, "Yeah, no matter what, we will win easily." After saying that, both smirked and looked ahead. Meanwhile, Fujin had a deadpan expression. Just because you can't think of a good strategy doesn't mean that you shouldn't think of one. While Team Renjiro was moving rapidly, the team they were moving towards was also strategizing. As soon as the exam began, they rushed around 1.5 kilometers from their location. However, instead of taking the straight route to the tower, they moved diagonally into the forest and hid there. They took a lot of care in not leaving any tracks behind. After finding a hiding location, they all hide there. Yamanaka Kaoru said, "Now that we are hidden, what's the plan, Minorai?" On hearing this, Nara Minorai sighed. He looked up at the clouds wondering, why do I have to take the Chunin exams? That too for the 3rd time. Can't I just stay again in? Yamanaka Kaoru saw his teammate looking up at the clouds and said, "Well, other than sighing, do you have any other plans?" Akimaki Utaka said sorrowfully, "Last time we had a day's break in between the 1st and 2nd phase. That's why I didn't pack any lunch. I'm already hungry." Yamanaka Kaoru saw both his teammates ignoring him and acting childish. He immediately got annoyed and yelled, "Enough wailing. Focus on the exam. I don't want to fail the 3rd time." This attracted the attention of his teammates. Nara Minorai sighed, "If I ignore him any longer, he might take over my body and do shameful acts again." He said, "This time, only 8 teams have passed into the 2nd round. So we will likely not see any quick results. All teams are far away from each other. So finding anyone will be tough. We should wait here and set up traps. When someone finds us, we will surprise and defeat them. As there are only 4 Earth Scrolls, they will desperately look for us." Yamanaka Kaoru replied, "That makes sense. However, what if someone passes the exams with an extra Heaven Scroll?" Nara Minorai replied, Then we will just be unlucky. Yamanaka Karu immediately had a deadpan expression. He made a hand seal. Naramind or I immediately spoke, but if the opposite happens, then it'll give us even more opportunities. Yamanaka Karu said, yeah, but that's not something we can control. Naramind or I replied, yeah, but we aren't exactly the strongest squad. Sure, our teamwork is good. But if we have to fight two squads one after another on neutral ground, we will lose badly. Not to mention, two squads have Hyugas. And both had their Byakugan activated when the scrolls were being distributed. So we should expect at least one of them to find us if they need Earth scrolls. The duo kept discussing strategy, while Yutaka kept thinking about how to arrange for food. After some time, Yamanaka Karu suddenly stopped talking. Seeing his expression, Akimaki Yutaka asked, what happened? Yamanaka Karu replied, I just sensed someone sensing us. Get ready. He sat down and began sensing around him too. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anyone. Naramind or I got serious too. He didn't expect to fight someone so quickly. He asked, which squad is it? Yamanaka Karu replied, I can't sense them. That made Naramind or I even more alert. This means that their squad has a better sensor than you. He frowned, but which squad would have a sensor with a range exceeding 500 meters? Chapter 80, Quick Clash. Around 800 meters from their location, Fujin said, found them. That surprised Miko, already? Fujin replied, yeah, but it looks like that Yamanaka is a sensor after all. He noticed it when I sensed them. Hoka immediately activated his Byakugan, yeah, I see them too. Around 800 meters from our location. And yeah, that Yamanaka is trying to sense us too. Fujin said, but I didn't sense anyone sensing me. It looks like we are out of their range. Miko replied, that's good. It means that we have the initiative in our hands. Fujin chuckled and replied, how exactly do you plan on taking advantage from 800 meters away? That made her scowl. She began thinking and soon said, let us just wait here while he is trying to sense us. It'll exhaust him. When he stops, we can move in by flickering quickly. Fujin analyzed and said, and how can you tell when he stops sensing us? She looked at Hoka. Hoka replied, I can't tell that. I can see that he is sitting with a hand seal made. I can tell you when he stops that, but it won't be a surety that he stops sensing us. Hoka kept his Byakugan activated, while Kaoru kept trying to sense them for the next 3 minutes. Naramind or I frowned, something isn't right. He looked at Kaoru and asked, are they still not in range? Kaoru shook his head. Minorai then said, act like you are tired, and stop maintaining that hand seal and get up. But keep your chakra field active. Kaoru didn't reply and followed what his teammate said. Hoka suddenly said, he stopped and got up. Fujin replied, too soon. It looks like they are baiting us. However, Miko got impatient. She said, it doesn't matter, let's go. And she flickered. Both Fujin and Hoka followed her. Fujin said, prepare your jutsu. Miko began supercharging her jutsu. Fujin did as well. At around 400 meters, Fujin said, he sensed us. Miko frowned upon hearing that, and then snorted, it doesn't matter. Let's hit them with a big one. Yamanaka Kaoru said, found them. 400 meters to our south. Naramind or I smirked, fell for it. They must have a Hayu. Kaoru shouted, they are coming here very quickly. And have built a Hu. However, before he could complete it, a massive fire appeared. All three were dumbfounded. The fire was 25 meters wide and 10 meters high. It spread like a wave, and approached them at a rapid speed. Mine or I shouted, Yutaka. Akimeki Yutaka didn't need to be commanded. He immediately slammed his hands on the ground, and a dome appeared, covering all three of them. The fire passed over the dome, heating its outer cover. But it didn't damage it. The attack disabled all traps that they had set up in a short time. Hoka saw them protecting themselves with an earth dome. He made a hand sign and waited for the flames to pass. Kaoru sensed his chakra spiking and said, one of them is preparing another jutsu. Mine or I thought rapidly and said, Yutaka, make a way to exit towards the back of the dome. Be prepared to escape as soon as the fire passes. Yutaka created an exit towards the back side of the dome. They could see a huge fire and immediately felt the heat. However, Hoka also saw the exit being made. Soon, the jutsu died down and flames were carried away by the winds. All the trees in the area were burning and the fire was spreading. As soon as the fire passed through the area, Hoka flickered in front of the dome and slammed his hands on the ground. At the same time, the trio in the dome ran out of it. However, instead of the stone spears forming inside the dome, they formed right on the path they were running in. They immediately jumped. They managed to avoid lethal injuries, however, they were still slashed by the spears in many places. Especially Yutaka, who was slashed at 7 spots and had a bad injury on his foot. They finally managed to jump away from the stone spears. However, their misery wasn't over yet. When they were still in midair, Miku launched Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu on them. Fujin too was in a position to use wind explosion jutsus on them, but he didn't, as that might kill them. They didn't have any opportunity to dodge or defend and were hit head-on by the jutsu and fell to the ground. They were burned. Even worse, their clothes caught fire. Even before they could extinguish the flames, they all felt a kunai placed at the back of their necks. Fujin's wind clone said, "Don't move. Give up your scroll and we will leave." Understanding the severity of the situation, Minorai said, "Give it." Kaoru immediately handed the scroll. Fujin asked, "Is this scroll real?" Minorai replied quickly, "It is." Fujin looked at Hoka and Miko, and they both nodded. Fujin did too, and they all flickered away. Minorai, Kaoru, and Yutaka immediately doused the fire on them and ran away from the area. After moving around 500 meters west, Yutaka slammed his hand on the ground, Earth-style, camp jutsu. He created an underground cave, where they hid and began treating their wounds. Yutaka smiled bitterly and said, "We lost to the youngest squad." Minorai sighed, "They were too swift and brutal. We didn't even have a chance to retaliate." Kaoru was depressed. "This is depressing. We lost to 10-year-old kids this time. I don't think I'll ever become a chunin." Minorai and Yutaka felt bad on seeing him. He was almost in tears. However, they knew that, with their wounds, getting 2 more scrolls would be impossible. They both decided to train seriously for the next 6 months and become chunins. Yutaka said, "Sorry Kaoru. Next time we will train even more and become chunins." Kaoru didn't reply. Elsewhere, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko gathered together 500 meters north of where the fight happened. Fujin said, "Well, this was easy." Miko grinned and said, "Yes, our surprise attack always works." Hoka sighed and said, "I too want to join in on your combo jutsu. It's so devastating." Fujin said, "Sadly earth and water don't mix up well with fire wind. Anyways, now that we have our scroll, let's rush to the tower. It has only been 15 minutes since the exams started. We may become the fastest squad to clear this round." Hearing this, both Miko and Hoka got excited. They both said, "Let's go." The trio ran at a very fast speed towards the tower. Fujin thought, there are only 6 more teams. It's unlikely that someone will go to the tower so soon. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. Chapter 81, Fighting in a Dumb Way. While Fujin's and Minorai's teams had clashed, the other teams still hadn't made contact with anyone. Some teams chose to hide, while some decided to go on a hunt. They would end up trying to track each other for more than half a day before the first clash would happen. Meanwhile, the second team from Hidden Mist Village decided to run straight to the tower and prepare a trap there. En route, they had to fight wild beasts thrice, which slowed their speed. They needed around 30 minutes before the tower was in sight. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko too came across wild beasts twice. One was a 5-meter-tall chimp, while the second was a 3-meter-tall tiger. However, both were cut with ease by Fujin. There were other obstructions too along the way, such as a massive beehive that was poked by Miko. She did end up burning them away, but not before getting stung in the face a couple of times. Hoka and Fujin laughed at her cost. As they were moving along, Fujin wondered, at this rate, we will break the record by a huge difference. So why did this team not make the record in canon? Was only my addition enough to make such a huge difference? Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, it's likely that Renjiro became our Jounin instructor due to my request of being taught samurai saber technique. So whoever became the Jounin instructor of these two most probably didn't train them with the same intensity as Renjiro. Also, without me, the team wouldn't have the fire-wind combo jutsus, which gives us a huge advantage to start with. Oh well, doesn't matter. Fujin's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hoka saying, there's a team ahead 700 meters from us. Fujin frowned and asked, which one? Hoka replied, looks like a Hidden Mist Village squad. Fujin asked, is it that guy who asked that question? Hoka shook his head and said, the other Hidden Mist Village team. Miko said, let's fight. The last one was unsatisfying. Hoka agreed with her, yes, I agree. Fujin said, alright. Their other team seemed very interested in killing. He grinned and said, so we might as well kill this one. They moved ahead quickly. Fujin said, these guys don't seem to have a sensor. They might die just from the surprise attack. Hoka frowned and quickly said, let's not do the surprise attack. I want to fight them. Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, why no sneak attack? It's dumb to not do it when we have the opportunity. Miko said, I too want to fight them head-on. So it's 2 against 1. Hoka smirked and said, yes, we fight head-on. Fujin sighed, these kids. No wonder they didn't create any records. Even if I assume that they were as strong as we are now, They probably just fooled around instead of passing quickly. Seeing Fujin sigh in defeat, they both smirked. The Hidden Mist Village squad was also moving towards the tower. However, at 100 meters from the tower, they were attacked by a huge anaconda. They quickly dodged and threw shurikens at it, but it had no effect. So they tossed a few kunais with explosion tags in its huge mouth and ran away. The anaconda exploded into flesh and blood, littering the nearby area. They sighed in relief. Unfortunately, another calamity was heading their way. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko were now within 100 meters of them. They flickered. Fujin guessed, I guess another team will go down quickly. Renjiro's training made us too strong against Gainins. The 3 Hidden Mist Village Gainins had just put their guard down, when Miko and Hoka suddenly appeared right in front of them and shouted, "Fight me!" The Gainins were very startled. And they moved behind in fear as both of them suddenly yelled. Their misfortune wasn't over though. Fujin had flickered silently behind them, and they were moving towards him with their backs facing him. Fujin sighed internally on seeing that and just slashed his sword in the air. Though Fujin was quiet, they still sensed someone behind them. They turned behind, only to see that ninja swing his sword from about 10 meters away from them. Suddenly, one of them yelled loudly, "Duck!" Hearing her, both of her teammates ducked immediately. Sakayumi, who yelled, immediately ducked. Her 2 teammates were slightly slower. Matsushita Satoru lost around half of his hair, while Kido Kohaku had some skin on her scalp cut off by the slash. Since the distance was too close and because Hoka and Miko were also in the line of attack, Fujin only sent a simple sword slash without any accompanying sharp winds. However, Miko and Hoka didn't know that and immediately flickered in opposite directions. They still remembered the devastation his sword slash had caused. Fujin was very surprised. All 3 dodged? I expected all 3 to die. Fujin noticed Sakayumi's eyes. They were blue and were glowing. He wondered, is there another jutsu? As soon as the sword slash passed over her head, Yumi created a hand sign, water style, water bullet jutsu. Satoru also created a few hand signs, hidden mist jutsu. While the third one opened a scroll, got a huge bandage, and placed it gently but quickly on her scalp. She was freaked out. Fujin was surprised at how quickly they counterattacked. He moved to his left, to dodge 3 water bullets continuously, before sending another flying slash. All 3 moved away. Hoka and Miko attacked as soon as they dodged the slash. Miko launched Phoenix Fire Sage Jutsu on them but was countered by Yumi's water wall. Hoka tried to close into fight, but Kohaku, who recovered surprisingly quickly, threw a kunai with an explosion tag attached to it. Hoka was forced to fall back. Soon, mist began gathering in the area. This made all 3 Hidden Leaf Village Gainins frown. The Hidden Mist Jutsu was known to obstruct both the Sharingan as well as the Byakugan. Fujin moved behind and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu after supercharging it for a couple of seconds. Miko and Hoken noticed Fujin supercharging his jutsu and retreated behind Fujin. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins had no idea. They were hit by a massive Great Breakthrough Jutsu. All the mist was blown away. They were having a hard time holding onto the ground. Yumi barely made a hand seal, water wall jutsu. A water wall began forming, but it kept getting blown apart by the winds. Kohaku and Satoru used a few moments of respite to use defensive jutsus as well. Satoru created another water wall, while Kohaku created a rock shield. However, at that time, both Miko and Hoka also launched their jutsu. Miko spat a huge fireball into Fujin's Great Breakthrough Jutsu, while Hoka used Stone Shuriken Jutsu to attack them from the range. The fire and winds managed to destroy 2 water walls and heated the rock shield, but it held on. However, due to the wild nature of the winds, the fire spread all over and attacked them by moving around the rock shield. However, this wasn't strong enough. Yumi used Water Shield Jutsu in time to protect them. Hoka's Stone Shurikens were blocked by the rock shield. Seeing the opponents manage to defend surprised all 3 of them. Miko grinned and said, "They are strong. This is fun." Hoka and Fujin had slightly different thoughts. Hoka was sad, why is no one fighting with taijutsu? Fujin, on the other hand, wondered, we are just 100 meters from the tower. Should I grab these 2 and flicker? Chapter 82, Bitter Resistance. After the fire and the winds died down, Hoka and Miko flickered close to their opponents. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins noticed, and got ready. Fujin thought, this could be a long fight. Let's end this. He instantly created 12 wind clones, who jumped into battle, while he stayed back, observing the fight. As soon as Miko appeared, Yumi rushed towards her and both began fighting with their kunai. Kohaku used Stone Shuriken Jutsu on Hoka. He dodged and blocked all of them, but was made to retreat once more with another explosion tag. Satoru was about to join the battle as well, however, he saw 12 clones coming and his expression became grim. He quickly made a hand seal and created 3 water clones. He made a few more hand signs, water shuriken jutsu soon, water shurikens flew towards the clones. However, they all dodged with ease. 3 clones moved towards the water clones. The water clones too moved against them. The hidden mist village Gainins were on alert, due to 9 additional clones heading towards them. Satoru's water clones thought that the wind clones wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat and were very confident. However, just before they reached them, all 3 clones suddenly used wind explosion jutsu. The jutsu was performed very quickly. The water clones couldn't defend themselves and were hit. All 3 were dispelled. All the wind clones suddenly flickered and surrounded Kohaku, who was already injured earlier. She was alarmed. So were her 2 teammates. Yumi tried going to help her but was blocked by Miko. Satoru did move to aid her and used water shuriken jutsu on the clones. All but 1 clone immediately launched wind explosion jutsu on her. The last clone used breakthrough jutsu on the incoming water shurikens. Fujin saw from afar and thought, 1 down. However, he was surprised. Kohaku made a hand sign, and disappeared underground. Hoka, who was annoyed by Kohaku, immediately made his move. He slammed his hands on the ground, rock spear jutsu soon, spears began forming underground and targeting Kohaku. However, she dodged them all underground and appeared a few dozen meters away. Her exit spot was close to Yumi. As soon as she appeared, Fujin's clones launched another round of wind explosion jutsu on her. However, she ignored them and slammed her hands on the ground. Stone shurikens were immediately launched on Miko. She moved back to defend herself. Yumi thought, I need to be fast. She rapidly made a hand seal, and a water wall formed in time to protect Kohaku. Fujin, who was observing from a distance, wondered, are they really just Gainins? The clones were about to attack again, when Yumi shouted, retreat. Immediately both Satoru and Kohaku retreated along with Yumi. They retreated towards the tower. Miko and Hoka immediately followed. So did Fujin and his clones. The Hidden Leaf Village Gainins were faster and caught up several times. However, the Mist Gainins always managed to defend. After 4 minutes of chase, the Mist Gainins had a lot of cuts on their bodies due to sharp winds, but none were lethal. The Mist Gainins were very worried. Yumi shouted internally, why are these 10-year-old brats from Hidden Leaf Village so strong? We have no chance of winning whatsoever. Also, why are they so bloodthirsty? All their attacks are aimed to kill or maim us. These bloody Hidden Leaf Village hypocrites. They look down on us for being so bloodthirsty but train their own kids to be relentless killers. But, what should we do? We can't escape forever. She focused chakra in her eyes, and looked around her, praying to find some hope. And she did. She noticed 3 chakra signatures heading rapidly towards them, which were about 400 meters to the north. She recognized them and instantly her spirits were lifted. She shouted, follow me. Both Satoru and Kohaku followed her lead. Fujin frowned, the other Hidden Mist Village team is coming from that direction. If they team up, it'll be very difficult to win. That said, I don't understand one thing. How did that blue-eyed girl sense them? I didn't feel any chakra field. Is it her eyes that were glowing? Fujin created a shadow clone, which followed the wind clones. Miko and Hoka were still relentlessly chasing them. Fujin flickered next to them and shouted, wait, there's another Hidden Mist Village team up ahead. Miko and Hoka became alert. But soon Miko said arrogantly, let's keep attacking. We will beat both of them and knock them out. Hoka too supported her, yes, this is getting exciting, let's do it. Fujin once again had a deadpan expression, these cocky brats. Seeing that Fujin wasn't replying, Miko and Hoka turned and were about to chase. However, Fujin had enough of their antics. Before either Hoka or Miko could flicker, Fujin grabbed their shoulders. They both turned their heads and looked at him. Miko asked, what? Fujin didn't reply and just grinned, wind instantaneous body jutsu before either of them realized what was happening. Fujin dragged them both alongside him with wind instantaneous body jutsu and entered the tower, which was very close to their location. Hoka and Miko were both shocked when Fujin dragged them along with him. They wanted to stop him but couldn't do anything. In an instant, they appeared inside the tower. Both were dumbfounded. Miko then got very angry and shouted, why did you drag us here? It was just getting exciting. Fujin replied in an amused tone, we couldn't defeat those 3. How were you planning to defeat 6? Miko angrily replied, they were just running away like rats. I just needed one look in their eyes, and they would have died. Fujin smirked and replied, forget looking into their eyes, you didn't even manage to land a single wound on them. Miko was about to reply when she realized what Fujin said was true. All her attacks were blocked or dodged. She just snorted and said, I'll remember this Fujin. She walked away from him after saying that. Fujin just shrugged and looked towards Hoka. He bitterly said, I didn't get to fight anyone. Fujin shrugged again and sighed. Why do I have to put up with these two arrogant brats? At least they were in control with Renjiro. Now they just want to fight without using their brains. Chapter 83, exposing a KK Genkai. Around 100 meters away from the tower, the Mist Gainans were still being chased by Fujin's clones. They soon noticed that Hoka and Miko were missing. Yumi wondered, where are they? Are they planning a sneak attack? She focused chakra in her eyes once again and observed. However, she couldn't sense any of them nearby. This made her worry a lot. She tried again and again to sense them, but couldn't see either of them. Unfortunately for her, the tower had all sorts of anti-sensor seals on them. So she couldn't see their chakra signatures inside the tower. She kept her guard the whole time, till their team met the other Hidden Mist Village squad. On seeing them, Yumi immediately shouted, Rentaro. Adas. Rentaro was close friends with Yumi. He nodded and commanded his teammates, clear out those clones. On his commands, all 6 Hidden Mist Village Gainins attacked Fujin's wind clones. Fujin's shadow clone sighed, my wind clones are almost out of chakra. Or I'd have been able to gather their information. When the Hidden Mist Village Gainins began, Yumi shouted, be careful. 2 of his teammates are probably hidden nearby. I can't sense them. That made them stay on guard. The wind clones knew that they didn't have enough chakra. They had already sensed Fujin flicker away with Hoka and Miko. So this was just supposed to check their skills. 6 wind clones suddenly stepped back and dispersed, while the remaining 6 clones attacked them head-on. When the clones and Hidden Mist Village Gainins reached each other, Yumi, Satoru, and Kohaku were prepared for the incoming wind explosion jutsus. But the other 3 Hidden Mist Village Gainins weren't aware. As soon as the clones were around 10 meters away from them, they instantly launched a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Yumi countered with water bullet jutsu. Satoru created a water wall and followed up with water shuriken jutsu. Kohaku used rock shield jutsu and followed up with rock spear jutsu. Rentaro had grabbed his sword and was moving in for attacking with his sword, but he was surprised at how quickly the jutsu was formed and launched. He dropped his sword and made a hand seal. Just before the jutsu hit him, a water wall appeared in front of him. However, it was a very thin layer, and the winds splashed all the water back at him. The water wall did dull the sharpness of the winds. However, one sharp wind still passed through and cut Rentaro's right forearm. He was infuriated. Rentaro's teammates also moved close to Fujin's clones and were hit by wind explosion jutsus. They both received 4 to 5 small cuts. Soon, everyone counterattacked Fujin's clones. The clones didn't have any chakra left. So they just tried dodging and closing in the distance further. By observing each other's locations, all 6 clones got hit at the same time. And right when they were hit, the remaining 6 clones suddenly appeared and surrounded the Hidden Mist Village Gainins and used all their chakra to use breakthrough jutsu. Unfortunately, not much chakra was left to make it lethal. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins immediately gathered together and built defenses around them to protect themselves. After performing the jutsu, all the wind clones dispersed. Only Fujin's shadow clone was left. He looked at the defenses. One side was covered by rock shields, while the other 3 were covered by water walls. Fujin's clone smirked and flickered, it's a shame I don't have a devastating wind jutsu. I'll need to get it soon. The clone flickered right outside the water walls and swung his sword with all his strength. Yumi, who was observing the clone, noticed him flickering towards them. She quickly noticed that Fujin was about to send another sword slash towards them. She shouted, everyone jump. She quickly jumped and suddenly had a thought, huh? Why did I say to jump instead of ducking? To avoid the incoming slash, they could either duck under it or jump above. Usually, ducking is the best choice as you would still have mobility. But for some reason, she instinctively chose to jump. The other 5 Hidden Mist Village Gainins followed her advice and jumped as high as they could. While in the air, both Yumi and Rentaro launched water bullet jutsu at Fujin's location. Fujin's sword slash cut the water wall with ease. The accompanying winds around the slash destroyed the water wall. All 6 Hidden Mist Village ninjas had jumped out of the slash's path. They had jumped high enough that even the winds weren't really lethal. However, the winds still hit them. Yumi and Rentaro's water bullets were stopped by the winds. And the wind caused deep cuts to all of them. On seeing the damage, Yumi was horrified. If we had ducked instead of jumping, we all would have been dead. The damage, though not lethal, scared them. What horrified them was the fact that Fujin sent another such slash their way. Fujin wondered, so, will this kill them, or will they survive once again? Suddenly, Rentaro's chakra exploded. He made a few hand seals quickly and spat out a huge amount of water. At the same time, one of his teammates made hand signs rapidly. The water styled by Rentaro quickly began freezing. The sword slash initially hit the water and easily split it. But soon, the water began freezing. The sword slash hit the ice. It still went through it, cracking the ice. However, it slowed down. It cut through 80% of the ice before it lost power. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins freaked out on seeing that even ice was being cut. They finally sighed in relief and dropped to the ground on seeing the slash being stopped. The winds accompanying the slash were also blocked. Fujin was shocked. Ice KK Genkai? Aren't the bloodline clans being hunted in Hidden Mist Village? Does that mean that these guys came from Mai's faction? He quickly analyzed while keeping an eye on them. Is Mai trying to get some help from Hiruzen? Also, has she begun the rebellion so soon? No, since she has KK Genkais, it makes sense that she would have already begun the resistance. Though it should be a long war before she wins. I don't think Hiruzen would help out though. There's no mention of this in the manga. And Hidden Leaf Village is suffering from less manpower. So joining a war will be stupid. Not to mention, Uchiha and the Hokage faction are in the power struggle. So Hidden Leaf Village shouldn't have any resources to spare. While he was analyzing, the Hidden Mist Village Gainins finally landed back on the ground. Rantaro's face was ugly. He said, I didn't expect Hidden Leaf Village to have such a strong Gainin. Fujin replied, I didn't expect Hidden Mist Village to send an ice KK Genkai ninja. I wonder if any more of you have KK Genkai. While speaking, he looked at Yumi. He continued, nor did I expect you guys to survive despite being in a crunch so many times. You guys are strong too. Yumi asked, do you want a truce? We won't attack you guys during this second phase as long as you won't attack us. That way, we will all have a good chance to proceed to the next round. Otherwise, we will just injure each other. Rantaro frowned on hearing it. Fujin was surprised as well. Not only do they have excellent survival skills, but she is also smart enough to ask for a truce. I wonder if they have already participated in some war. Fujin's analysis was on point. All 6 of them had engaged in multiple clashes with the 4th Mizukage faction. They had real war experience. And a lot of it. Which is why they managed to survive the onslaught. Yumi was someone they were trying to develop into a leader. Fujin smirked and said, my teammates wanted to fight even the 6 of you head-on. So a truce is out of the question. Hearing that, Yumi sighed, I am worried that they will ambush us again and again. Also, where are his 2 teammates? Fujin continued, anyways, I'm out of chakra. See you later. And the clone dispelled himself. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins were shocked to see that they were fighting a shadow clone. Chapter 84, Record and Reward. Yumi quickly analyzed, all 3 of them retreated when Retaro's squad got in range. And they only sent a clone to check us out. But, how did they get away so quickly? My eyes can look at chakras up to 520 meters. Rantaro said, if they escaped, it means that they were afraid of us. Yumi shook her head and said, they have a Hyuga. His range should be greater than mine. I suspect that the guy we were fighting is a sensor too. And all 3 of them are experts at flickering. So they can continuously ambush us for the next 5 days. The worst will be if they ambush us when we are fighting. We will be at a huge disadvantage. The expressions of the Hidden Mist Village Gainins became grim. It was never a good feeling to be hunted. Especially considering how relentless their opponents were. Yumi looked at Rantaro and said, let's team up. Otherwise, we may be attacked one by them. Rantaro unwillingly agreed, alright. But who gets the scroll? Yumi asked, which scroll do you guys have? He replied, Earth Scroll. Yumi said, we have a Heaven Scroll. If we find a Heaven Scroll, you guys take it. If we find an Earth Scroll, we will take it. If we don't manage to get any, then you can take our Heaven Scroll and advance to the 3rd round. On hearing that, Satoru and Kohaku complained. But Yumi said, if Rentaro's squad didn't appear, then we may have died to that Leaf squad. So we owe them one. Rentaro's squad agreed to that condition, and they began treating their wounds. Once healed, they moved together until they found the required scrolls. The entire time they were in the Forest of Death, they were highly alert to any ambushes. But they were never attacked by Fujin's team. After all, they had already passed the exam even before Fujin's clones fought against the 6 of them. Tower. Inside the tower, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka had opened both scrolls. It summoned Adaki Genki. He was quite happy to see Fujin and Hoka. And was shocked at how quickly the exam was cleared. He said, Fujin, Hoka, good to see you two again. Miko as well. I didn't expect you guys would take the Chunin exam so soon. But how did you manage to clear the exam so quickly? It hasn't even been an hour. Miko looked begrudgingly at Fujin and said, we shouldn't have finished it so quickly. Fujin shrugged once again and said, we came across a team that had the scroll we needed and beat them easily. They handed over their scroll quickly and we moved towards the tower. We did fight a Hidden Mist Village team afterwards, but they escaped and we entered the tower. Genki was surprised. He asked, that much in less than an hour? All three nodded as none of them felt it was difficult. Genki sighed seeing how none of them thought it was a challenge. He said, well, congratulations then. The previous record was 5 hours 30 minutes. It was made by Itachi Uchiha. You guys broke his record by a huge difference. That surprised Miko and Hoka. Fujin too acted surprised. Miko quickly exclaimed, we beat Itachi's record? Really? She was super excited. And that too by more than 4.5 hours. Fujin wondered, I never saw her talk about Itachi, but she is so excited about beating his record? Is she trying to compete with him? Poor girl. Fujin chuckled and teased her, if you had listened to me, we would have broken it by over 5 hours. But you still insisted on wasting time. This made her give Fujin the stink eye. She was still annoyed at how he brought her to the tower. She unwillingly admitted, if I knew that the record was held by Itachi, I would have agreed. Fujin chuckled and then suddenly sighed, if we had completed it in half an hour, I don't think anyone would have ever broken our record. Now it's still breakable due to you two. Hoka and Miko both looked at Fujin with deadpan expressions. While Genki was shocked, you guys could have finished it faster. Hoka said, alright. You win. Now stop gloating. Miko snorted and said, if you want to create a record, then fail this exam and give it again next year. Now Fujin had a deadpan look. He replied, you know, the third phase is one-on-one fights. You better hope that you don't face me in the first round. Or you'll end up being defeated by my clones once again. Fujin smirked on saying that. And Miko was very annoyed, you. However, before the argument could get any further, Genki interrupted them, alright, argue later. You have done an excellent job creating the record for the second phase of the exam. Now I'll explain to you the meaning of the writing on the wall behind me. On hearing that, the Gainans gave a closer look at the wall behind Genki. Fujin remembered, oh yeah. I completely forgot about this. Genki then began explaining the same thing Iruka explained to Team 7 after they passed. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko heard it, but none were much interested in it. While Genki was explaining, Fujin received the memories of his shadow clone. His mind wandered, oh, Ice KK Genkai? Also the likelihood of them having participated in actual war. The finals should be fun. That said, she proposed a truce. Meaning that, like my clone, she couldn't sense us inside the tower. So until they pass the second round, they will forever be paranoid of a sneak attack, haha. As Genki was explaining to the Gainans, a Chunin instructor ran to the room where Yuzuka Tsume was. Tsume looked at him and asked, why are you running? He said, Tsume-sama, one team already passed the exam. Tsume was shocked, what? So soon? Even Kiromaru was shocked. The Chunin nodded while still stunned, yes. They entered the tower after only 47 minutes. Tsume was stunned. The record was broken by almost 5 hours. She asked, which team was it? The Chunin replied, it was Senju Renjiro's Gainin team. She thought for a bit and said, I had heard rumors that Renjiro was training his team very hard. It seems that the rumors are true. I guess the beasts from the forests weren't an issue for them at all. Still, to beat Itachi's record is some feat. They can be proud of it. She looked at the Chunin and said, go and give them the instructions for the next 5 days. He nodded and left. Genki was soon done with his boring explanations. His eye twitched when he noticed that none of the 3 Gainans were interested. After he was done, he asked, do any of you have any questions? Miko asked, do we have to wait in the tower for the other teams? Genki nodded and replied, yes. I think they will send someone to explain the details. Hoka didn't have any questions. Fujin thought for a bit and had a thought. He suddenly asked, Sensei, you said we broke the record, right? Genki nodded, yes. Fujin asked, so do we get any rewards? Sweat immediately appeared on Genki's forehead. He recalled the scene of Fujin asking the third Hokage for swords made of chakra metal. He quickly said, no, there's no reward for this. It might help you be promoted to Chunin though. Fujin frowned and muttered lightly, the village is so stingy. Genki heard it and thought, I don't think Lord Third will ever ask you to choose a reward again. Fujin, however, was thinking, at the end of this phase, Hiruzen will visit and give another speech. Should I ask for a reward then? While he was thinking, Genki said, well, that's all from me. I'll see you later. And he disappeared in smoke. Fujin kept analyzing, if he says no then, it'll be embarrassing for him. To say no to promising youngsters who are working hard for their village, will hit his prestige. Though, he is thick-skinned enough to say no even then. As he was thinking, his eyes moved towards Miko. He thought, right. The elders and Uchiha have bad blood. He might give a reward to show that he is rewarding young Uchiha and is impartial to them. He might even hope that this reduces the bad blood a bit. That said, if Genki is also present, should I still ask? He thought and then shook his head, It doesn't matter if he's there or not. The Tao of shamelessness should live on. Especially considering how freaking shameless they are. If he still says no, I will put on a sad face and act depressed. After I become a Chunin, I'll ask for those wind chakra metal swords that he promised me earlier. Miko and Hoken noticed that Fujin was in deep thought. Hoka asked, "What are you thinking about?" Fujin replied, "Oh, nothing important." What do we do now? Chapter 85, Training Rooms. As Fujin asked that question, a Chunin instructor appeared in their room. He said, "Congrats on passing the second exam. You will stay in the tower for the next 5 days until this round is over." Miko complained, 5 days? What will we do here for 5 whole days? Hoka and Fujin too nodded. Making them stay here for 5 whole days was unreasonable. The Chunin replied, "That's the rule. If you leave the tower, you will be disqualified from the exam." Miko pointed at the Chunin and said loudly, "Hey, that's unreasonable." Hoka nodded and said, "Yes, it is." The Chunin dismissed their complaints and said, "There are a lot of facilities in this tower, including mini training rooms. You can access them and train there for the next 5 days." This calmed the Gainans down. Fujin asked, "What about food?" The Chunin replied, "It'll be made. Come to the dining room at 8 a.m., noon, 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. The dining room is on the first floor." He then explained some more details, such as their sleeping arrangements, and then left. The Gainans looked at each other and said, "Let's check out the training rooms." And they left. The training rooms were on the second floor. The floor had most of its area closed off by a wall, forming a circular shape in the center of the floor. Fujin realized, the other side should be a part of that area where preliminaries happened. The rooms were on the outer side of the floor, with a meter-wide circular passage to access them. The Gainans checked out the nameplates on all rooms. There were 2 meditation rooms, 2 rooms for dodging, 1 for taijutsu, 5 for each element, 1 for shuriken practice, and a few more rooms. Hoka said, "I'm entering the taijutsu training room." Miko said, "I'm going for shuriken practice." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "I'm interested in seeing what the meditation room has to offer." Fujin entered the meditation room. The room was mostly empty. A couple of bulbs were on in the room. The walls had multiple candles at certain locations. And there were a few incense sticks placed around the room too. At the center of the room, a mat was placed. Fujin picked up the instruction manual, which was placed in front of the door, and read. It read, "This is a meditation training room. Meditating here will be easier and more effective. For the best effect, follow the following instructions. Light all the candles in the room. Light 1 incense stick from each bundle. Switch off the bulbs. Sit on the mat placed in the center of the room. Kindly leave everything in the same spot when you leave. Before you leave, blow out the candles and cut the burning part of the incense sticks." Fujin lit the candles and the incense sticks. They began producing a very fragrant smell. He turned off the bulbs, sat on the mat, and began meditating. After an hour, he woke up from his meditative state and concluded, "Incredible. Meditating here is almost 5 times more effective than when I meditate at my home or when I did it in the academy." He analyzed a bit and concluded, even though this is good, it still doesn't compare to the gains I get from practicing Senju Taijutsu style. That said, I still meditate a bit daily. So though not significant, it'll still provide me with small boosts if I can get something like this at my home. Now, what to do? He thought for a bit, before coming up with 2 ways. I haven't thought what gift I can ask from Hiruzen. So I could ask him to build such a meditation environment at my home. But, this way isn't a guarantee. I won't get this if he doesn't care about his thick face and says no. The better way would probably be to just create such an environment back home. This place has many seals inscribed, which likely aid in meditation. So it should be made with the help of Fuinjutsu. I should be able to make one too, the only issue is that I don't recognize most of the seals. He thinks for a bit more and decides, I'll draw every seal in this room and record their location. After I become Chunin, our team should be disbanded. So I'll finally have time to learn Fuinjutsu. If all these seals are available in the library, then I will be able to create such a room too. He immediately drew the entire room on a large drawing paper he had stored in one of his many scrolls. He drew all the seals and recorded the distance between each seal in absolute terms and ratio with respect to the size of the room. He grabbed one of the incense sticks that was lying around and took a bit of wax from one of the candles on the walls. After storing everything properly, he wondered, since this tower had such a room, is it safe to say that every clan has such training rooms? If true, it would explain why the chakra reserves of clan kids are usually higher than civilian kids and why they are able to master their clan jutsu so quickly. Looks like it isn't all just talent and guidance. I should check out the other meditation room and see if everything's the same. And I should also check out every training room, and check the feasibility of creating such rooms. While he was thinking about recreating all the training rooms, he chuckled, well, that's kinda pointless. There's no way my small house can have such rooms, haha. While walking over to the other meditation room, he thought, should I buy a new home? Do I even have money to buy a new home? Or would it be better if I make a secret base? He checked the other room and noticed that everything there was exactly the same. He then began walking over to the dodging practice training room. Having a secret base will be very convenient. Hidden Leaf Village also has a lot of empty spaces to make secret bases. But, in a village full of ninjas, is it possible to hide a secret base? I couldn't sense anything inside this tower from the outside. And, if I recall right, there are seals that can block even the Byakugan. So it might be doable, but still very risky. Should I make one outside the village? No one would check the endless forests after all. But I'll need to be able to sneak out and into the village to actually be able to use it. Oh well, let me learn the seals first. I can then worry about how to make it work. The Uchiha massacre should be happening soon too. I could try to sneak in and use their training rooms if they exist after the massacre. Chapter 86, Dodging Practice. Fujin entered the dodging practice training room. He noticed that there were multiple mechanisms around the room to launch shurikens, kunai, and senbon needles. But all were made out of wood. And none were sharp. Fujin grinned, this should be exciting. He read the training manual for this room. It confirmed that all weapons were harmless. Fujin walked to the center of the room. There was a pulling lever with one rod extending out here. To activate the mechanism, first, the lever had to be moved. The degree to which the lever is moved would denote the percentage of mechanisms that would be activated. Once the lever was pulled, a button had to be stepped on to launch the weapons. The manual stated that this can be done only 100 times before the mechanisms needed to be refilled. Fujin wondered, how many storage seals did they inscribe in this room? While wondering, he grinned and pulled the lever to the max. And then stepped on the button. Immediately, all weapons ran down on him. Shurikens rained on him from 7 different locations. He could see 5, while the other 2 locations were behind him. He still heard them being launched and moved to a spot where the shurikens won't hit him. As soon as he moved there, senbon needles rained on him. He managed to dodge most, but 5 still hit him. One after another, for the next 2 minutes, weapons kept attacking him. At the end of 2 minutes, it finally stopped. The entire floor was covered with blunt wooden weapons. Fujin frowned, I was hit many times. I lost count at 136. And I had to block 7 with my hands as they would have hit my eyes. Is it even possible to dodge them all? Or rather, at what level can you dodge them all? Oh well, this time let me try it while using other weapons to block them. He picked up a few kunais and senbons and placed them in his pockets. He kept 3 kunais in each hand. He then created winds, which cleared the floor and pushed all the wooden weapons to the wall. He pulled the lever once again and stepped on the button. He dodged once again, only this time when he couldn't dodge, he used his weapons to either block at the last moment, or throw it at incoming weapons. He was still hit quite a few times. He analyzed, not bad. This time, I was hit only 43 times. Still a lot though. He then grabbed his swords, alright, this time let's check with my preferred weapons. But without flying slashed. Or this room might collapse. He chuckled on imagining the scene where his flying slashes wrecked the training room. This time, he was hit 82 times, with my swords, I couldn't block at range. So all blocking was last minute. Which is why I got hit more times. That said, had I used flying slashes, I might have never been hit. He sheathed his swords and gathered his chakra. Blue chakra could be seen flowing around him. He activated the test once again. The weapons were once again launched at him when wind waves began forming in the room. The winds began spinning around him at a high speed. They deflected all incoming weapons for 2 minutes straight. Fujin grinned, excellent. I guess I can call this wind-style rotation. Though its power isn't really strong. It probably wouldn't work if these weapons were made of metals and were heavier. Though, it makes sense. Basically, I just applied the mechanics from Renki wind jutsus like wind retrieval, projectile control, and wind levitation jutsus. If I can add the spinning shield of wind jutsu to this, and then manage to pour more chakra and make it spin faster while staying together and not harming me, then this can become a good defensive jutsu. Though it won't be an absolute defense. He then looked at the mess around him and thought, well, defending with ninjutsu or weapons is fine. But this training room was made for improving dodging. Let's focus on that for now. Fujin only turned the lever halfway before pressing the button. He kept practicing again and again. He spent the next 4 hours in the dodging room. By the end, all 4 walls had huge stacks of wooden weapons piled. Fujin looked at it and thought, rest in peace the fellow who is supposed to refill these. He left the room and went to the dining room to grab a bite. It's almost 5 p.m. I hope they still give breakfast. After breakfast, he went into the wind element training room while wondering, wind element training in a closed room? I wonder how that works? On entering the room, he saw that the room was rather empty. There was only a meditation mat at the center of the room. He picked up the manual. It read, "This is the training room for wind element. To train, sit on the mat at the center of the room, and meditate." The table on which this manual has been placed has a few boxes. Each box has 9 strips. The strips, from left to right, are made of leaf, alder wood, soft maple wood, hard maple wood, aluminium, copper, steel, titanium, and diamond. The strips, from left to right, get progressively harder. You can test how strong your wind nature is by trying to cut them. Fujin grabbed a box from the table and opened it. The strips were all 1 centimeter in thickness. He picked up the strips one by one and began cutting them with his wind chakra. The leaf, alder wood, soft and hard maple wood strips were cut. On the aluminum strip, Fujin managed to create a 3 mm cut from either side. But couldn't go any deeper. Fujin put the aluminum strip as well as the cut strips back in the box and put it in his scroll. He then walked towards the mat, sat on it, and began meditating. Chapter 87, Shock. While Fujin was meditating, Tsume walked up to the 2nd floor with her ninja dog while muttering, "Since one team came so early, I expected the others to come in soon too. But this is too boring. Proctoring is boring. Luckily there are a lot of training rooms here." The training rooms here were made for the instructors who'd be bored waiting for the Gainans to reach the tower. In a way, these training rooms were their reward or payment. Tsume went into the same dodging practice training room as Fujin had earlier. On opening, she was shocked. Why are the weapons littered all on the ground? She checked some of the mechanisms and noticed that there were no weapons in them. She got out of the room and yelled, "Toshiyuki! Get here!" The shout was loud enough to be heard throughout the tower, except in the training rooms. The Chunin named Toshiyuki, who was in charge of maintaining the training rooms, immediately went to her and asked, "What happened, Tsume-sama?" Her mood got even worse. She yelled at him, "You didn't do your job of cleaning and refilling the training rooms, and you have the courage to ask me what happened?" He was shocked. But he maintained his composure and replied in a neutral tone, "Tsume-sama, I cleaned and refilled all the training rooms last night." However, his face displayed slight anger at being wrongly accused. Tsume noticed it. She asked, "Really? Say that after you check this room." She pointed towards the training room. He entered it and was shocked to see that all 100 attempts were used up. He quickly said, "Ma'am, I refilled the mechanisms here last night. I did it for both the dodging rooms. So someone must have used it all." Tsume calmed down and asked, "Someone used all 100 attempts? Who all have been training here?" He replied, "How can I know that?" She snorted and looked at Kiromaru. Kiromaru said, "Let's check." Both she and Kiromaru began smelling the room. Soon Kiromaru said, "Here," and moved towards the wooden weapons and grabbed a kunai, and handed it to Tsume. Tsume smelled it and realized, "This smells like that civilian brat from Renjiro's squad." Kiromaru also confirmed it, "Yes." She looked at the Chunin and asked, "Were those 3 Gainans told about the training rooms?" The Chunin nodded, "Yes." Takeshi said that they were asking a lot of questions and he told them to spend their time in the training room. She replied, "Oh." She looked at Kiromaru again, who was smelling all the weapons. He looked back at her and replied, "Many weapons have scents, but all belong to the same kid. No one else was here." She said, "So that brat was the only one here? And he used all 100 rounds? It's unbelievable." She looked at Toshiyuki and asked, "Are you aware of what those brats have been doing in the tower?" He shook his head and replied, "No one kept an eye on them. But from what I heard from others, 2 of them came down for lunch and breakfast and returned to training room soon after. And one didn't come for lunch and came an hour late for breakfast. He too immediately returned to the 2nd floor." Tsume was surprised, "Seriously? They are merely 10-year-old brats and have trained all day? No wonder they managed to clear the exam so quickly." She then sighed and complained, "My son, on the other hand, plays all day and never trains. And though my daughter is serious and loves studying, she too would never train so willingly. She too became a Gainen this year, but her sensei didn't even enroll her team for the Chunin exam." Toshiyuki kept listening to her while trying to maintain a straight face. "First, she yells at me wrongly. Then she complains about her kids in front of me. No wonder her husband ran away." Tsume looked at him and said, "You can go. I'll train in the other room." He left as quickly as he could. Tsume walked towards the room while thinking about how she could lecture Kiba to train harder. On entering the training room, Tsume, just like Fujin, turned the lever to 100% and pressed the button. She and Kiromaru both begin dodging. Occasionally, she deflects weapons that were about to hit Kiromaru. After the first attempt, Tsume looked at Kiromaru and said, "I was hit 6 times." Kiromaru replied, "8 times for me." Tsume added, "And I deflect 3 weapons that were about to hit you." Kiromaru said, "We seem to have slacked off." She patted his head and said, "Last time, we were able to dodge everything perfectly once every 11 attempts. Let's try to improve it this time. And since that brat did all 100 attempts, it'll be embarrassing if we can't do it too." Kiromaru barked loudly in response and said, "Let's do it." Both Tsume and Kiromaru trained in that room until they completed all 100 rounds. Till the 22nd round, they didn't manage to dodge all the weapons. There were instances when either Tsume or Kiromaru dodged all, but not in the same round. On the 23rd round, they both managed to dodge all weapons for the first time. In the 100 rounds, they managed to dodge everything perfectly 11 times. Tsume left the training room feeling proud and told Kiromaru, "Let's increase it to 15 times tomorrow." It was 10 p.m. by the time they were done. The Chunins in the tower were very surprised when they didn't see Tsume during the dinner. After hearing the story from Toshiyuki, they realized that she too decided to complete 100 rounds. After entering the dining room, she found that it was empty. She began preparing her dinner and called for a Chunin. When he arrived, she asked, "Any update for today?" He replied, "Nothing of importance. No other teams passed yet. No unusual activities have been reported either in the forest or the tower." Tsume nodded and asked, "What about the ones who passed? What have they been doing?" The Chunin replied, "All 3 came down for dinner." After dinner, Miko Uchiha and Hyuga Hoka explored the tower for a bit before going into their rooms. Suzuki Fujin was seen heading back to the 2nd floor. "We checked a few minutes ago, the wind training room is still occupied." She was surprised once again. However, soon she just sighed and muttered, "Seems like he is a training maniac. Let him keep training." Forest of Death. Not much fighting happened in the Forest of Death. Among the Hidden Mist Village Gainians, Kohaku was very injured, and others too had a lot of cuts. They chose to apply first aid and waited till the wounds closed up and didn't cause any pain. The Narayamanaka Akimaki team also stayed hidden. The Hyuga team found the team from Hidden Sand Village. However, their fight was inconclusive as Hidden Sand Village Gainins kept attacking from the range. They both ended up retreating. The team from Hidden Rain Village clashed with the last Hidden Leaf Village team. They lost but managed to retreat. So except for the Narayamanaka Akimaki team, all others had their scrolls. Chapter 88, Elemental Crystals Wind Training Room. Fujin meditated for an hour, before waking up. He kept sitting on the mat while being very confused. What's this strange feeling that I kept getting the whole time? It's as if my wind affinity is increasing. Or perhaps my wind chakra is becoming more potent. Either way, it should be very good for my wind element. But how? He meditated again, and spread his chakra field throughout the room. Nothing here. His chakra field then expanded into the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room. And he noticed, what's this? It looks like there's a stone with a high amount of wind chakra in it. And it's very dense. It looks like while meditating here, we absorb chakra from it in small amounts. That's why I got that weird feeling. Fujin got off the mat and made a hand seal. Earth military movement jutsu. He entered the floor. On entering the floor, he could see a lot of seals, and inside the seal was a green crystal. Fujin analyzed, probably not a good idea to test these seals. But the crystal has very dense wind chakra. And it looks like it can help make our wind element stronger. Is this chakra metal? Or something else like an ore? Well, let's call it the wind chakra crystal for now. The important question is, can I absorb it faster? And, how can I get more of them? Also, I need to check whether all other elemental training rooms have something similar. He went above the floor and thought, I should have dinner for now. After dinner, I'll check if I can absorb this energy rapidly. I wonder what benefits I'll get from this. Though I should also be careful in case it's harmful to absorb it in excess. He left for dinner. He met Hoka and Miko there. They had a small chat. The Chunins in the tower also introduced themselves and had small talks with the Gainins. After dinner, Fujin returned to the wind training room. He began meditating and tried absorbing as much energy as he could from the wind chakra crystal. While meditating, his entire focus was on the wind chakra crystal and its energy. In the first 6 hours, he didn't have much success. However, sometime after that, he began steadily absorbing energy from the crystal. He lost himself in meditation, completely losing the sense of time. When he opened his eyes, it was already 7 a.m. Fujin analyzed, I didn't have much success initially. But I think I managed to use up 1% of the energy of the crystal in this meditation session. I wonder if this absorption rate is fast or slow. And how often does Hidden Leaf Village switch or recharge this crystal? That aside, unlike what I previously thought, I don't absorb energy from the crystal directly. Rather, it refines my chakra. I have a feeling that I'll have a slightly easier time performing ninjutsus. He frowned, though improvement would likely be very minimal. I'll need to use up more energy from this wind chakra crystal to get a proper idea. I have a feeling that I might need a mountain of such crystals to get a significant boost. That aside, it feels really good to train here. I ended up meditating all night and skipping my sleep, but I don't feel very tired at all. Though I should take a nap tonight. Meditation, though good, can't entirely replace sleep. After analyzing, he got up and left the room. While leaving the floor, he came across Tsume. She was surprised to see Fujin on the second floor. Her eyes twitched and she asked, "Were you training the whole night?" Fujin laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. "No. I was meditating in the wind training room. And I ended up falling asleep there." Tsume's eyes twitched even more. She sighed and said, "It's good to train hard, but don't forget to rest. Or else, the training can be counterproductive." Fujin immediately replied, "Yes ma'am," while thinking, that's the first time I haven't heard her yell. He left, got freshened up, had a huge breakfast, and returned to the wind training room. After knowing that Fujin returned to the wind training room, Tsume realized, he is an orphan. He has probably never experienced such rooms. No wonder he is training in that room. I should report this to the third. He'll be happy to know how hard some kids are training. He spends the next couple of days in the wind training room. Though he went out regularly for food and sleep. As he meditated more in that room, he managed to use up the energy at a faster rate. By the end of the third day, he had used up 18% energy from the crystal. He analyzed, "Good, it is getting faster. I have a feeling that it'll be even faster tomorrow. But, it seems like my analysis was right. While this definitely is good, I'll need a mountain of such crystals to actually get significant boosts. I wonder how many crystals Hidden Leaf Village has? And where they are kept. Another point to consider is how much energy from this crystal was already exhausted before I began training here." On day 4, as he predicted, his efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In around 12 hours, he ended up using up almost half the energy from the crystal. However, on this day, he noticed one crucial point. Fujin realized, "My chakra increased?" "Yeah, I can feel it. Though the increase is very minimal, not even 0.1%, it did go up. Damn, now I really want to find a mountain of such crystals. Where are these found?" He calmed himself down and decided, "Lucky, this crystal's efficiency hasn't reduced. I guess this is due to the seals. But I should stop here. I might be able to completely exhaust this crystal before this round ends. But if my speed of using this energy is higher than normal, then I'll get a lot of unneeded energy. I should check out the other rooms and see if they have similar crystals, and if I can refine my chakra with their energy as well." After dinner, he went to the Earth training room. On entering, he used Earth military movement jutsu and went underground to check. As I thought. A similar crystal with dense Earth chakra is here. But, the amount of chakra seems low. It has only about 15% of the chakra as compared to what the wind chakra crystal had. He thought for a bit and concluded, makes sense I guess. There are barely any ninjas with the wind element in Hidden Leaf Village, while quite a few have the earth element. So this room ended up being used a lot more. He sat on the mat and spent his entire night meditating in that room. He opened his eyes at 6:30 a.m. and sighed, "I thought since I managed to increase the speed of consuming the energy of wind chakra crystal, I'd be able to do the same for the rest. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. I have to start from the beginning. Worst of all, my rate of consuming energy from earth chakra crystal is very low. I think it is just around 5 to 6% of what it was when I started with wind chakra crystal. Does this mean that the speed will depend on my affinity towards each element? It went fast for wind chakra crystal because my affinity is wind. But for earth chakra crystal, my affinity is very low." He analyzed a bit. "Wait, does this mean that I can analyze my affinity to other elements depending on how quickly I can use up the energy of each crystal? Yeah, that should be the case. I should check out the other 3 rooms." After having breakfast, Fujin went to the fire training room. Here he followed all the procedures as usual. However, when he checked the fire chakra crystal, he was shocked. The fire chakra crystal has 25% more energy than the wind chakra crystal. How? Shouldn't Hidden Leaf Village be full of ninjas with fire affinity? Could it be that the previous fire chakra crystal got used up and they replaced it with a new one? After thinking for a bit, he nodded, "Yeah, that should be the case." He began meditating. He got up before lunch and analyzed, "Oh, my fire affinity seems to be decent. At least it's much better than earth. The absorption speed here is at 35% compared to what I could do at the start with wind chakra crystal." After lunch, he went to the water training room. He first checked the amount of energy in the water crystal. It was around 30% of what the wind chakra crystal had. Fujin sat in meditation and meditated till 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., he got up and sweated a bit. I couldn't refine shit. I didn't manage to use up any energy at all. He sighed. Does this mean that I have no talent in the water element at all? A shame. I was hoping to have a good affinity for the water element and to take over Tobirama's jutsus. After taking a small break for eating, he went to the lighting training room thinking, my main affinity is wind. So I don't really have much hope for the lightning element. Oh well, let's test it out. Chapter 89, Second Nature Affinity. The lightning chakra crystal had 80% of the energy that the wind chakra crystal did. Fujin meditated for 4 hours. After waking up, he was surprised. Wow. I never expected to have the highest affinity to lightning after wind. The speed was about 62 to 63% when compared to the wind at the start. To think my top 2 affinities were the 2 most rare elements in Hidden Leaf Village. That said, I wonder if my speed of refining my chakra with the help of this crystal will increase similar to what happened with the wind chakra crystal. He kept sitting there and thinking. After a few minutes, he concluded, lightning is a very strong element. But, how far can I take it? I'm confident that with enough time, I can master Chidori. Though I may not be able to use it while running at high speeds. But the more important question is, can I master lightning armor like Raikage? Also, how should I go about it? He could dodge freaking Amaterasu. So I don't think it's something as simple as just cloaking the body with lightning chakra armor. Also, considering that no one apart from Raikage managed to learn it, it's safe to say that it is very dangerous to learn it. He thought for a bit more, before getting up and sighing, I need to somehow check whether Hidden Leaf Village has any details regarding this. If not, then the only choice will be to sneak into Hidden Cloud and read or steal all their scrolls. Unfortunately, that isn't something I do before I become a rank S ninja myself and have excellent means of escaping. I hope the Uchiha with their Sharingans managed to copy at least some details and passed the information to the village. Would be quite a challenge otherwise. Also, considering some of the crazy plans that I made that day, I should keep my lightning element a secret. In the future, that might help more. But, if I keep it a secret, it'll be hard to get anyone's help. So what to do? He kept thinking hard while walking to the dining room. In the end, he decided, my wind element is quite strong. Lightning won't be able to match it at least until I can learn rank jutsus. So it won't be much help for me in the short term in any case. So let's just hide it. I'll take as much help as the village can give me for my wind element. And my lightning element will be my hidden element, which I'll use when I don't want to expose my identity. I can also use it to catch the enemy by surprise and kill them if there are no witnesses. Fujin entered the dining room while still in deep thought. He grabbed a plate, served himself the food, and sat down at the table while still in his thoughts. After deciding, he was about to think more when he felt, why does it feel like dozens of eyes are staring at me? He looked around him and noticed that the 6 Hidden Mist Village Gainins were sitting opposite him. He noticed that all 6 had dark bags under their eyes. And they all had a lot of injuries too, which were given first aid. The Chunins, who were incredibly bored over these 5 days, were paying close attention. They hoped to get some entertainment. Miko and Hoka wondered if they could get into a fight. Fujin looked at the Mist Gainins and said, hey. When did you guys pass? All the Hidden Mist Village Gainins were incredibly pissed at Fujin. They spent over 4 days on full alert, waiting for an ambush that never came. They barely got any sleep. Even when they slept, they were on high alert. When they arrived at the tower, the Hidden Leaf Village Chunins all gave them weird looks due to those huge dark bags under everyone's eyes. Yumi controlled herself and replied, an hour ago. You? Fujin began eating again and replied without looking, oh, we passed in the first hour itself. Asshole. Fucking bastard. Motherfucker. Fucking asshole. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna beat him up. Every single Hidden Mist Village Gainin cursed him. Of course, they didn't say it out loud as they were surrounded by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. But everyone could notice the killing intent leaking out of them. One Chunin whispered to another, hey, what do you think Fujin did to them that they all want to swallow him whole? The other Chunin replied, who knows? But if looks could kill, Fujin would have died 1,000 deaths by now. Miko and Hoka too wondered, why are they so pissed at Fujin and not at us? After all, we were there as well. Soon they both realized, wait. Fujin still had his clones chasing them. I completely forgot about them. Don't tell me he fought them with his clones. They looked at the Hidden Mist Village Gainins and realized that was indeed the case. Both were incredibly annoyed, this asshole. He didn't let us fight and fought them himself? Both snorted and looked away from Fujin while pouting. Tsume and a few Chunins noticed this. They wondered, Now even his teammates are mad at him? What did he do? Fujin ignored them all as he didn't particularly care. He was wondering how many elemental chakra crystals he should ask from Hiruzen as a reward for coming first. As for what happened in the Forest of Death, the forest became very active from day 2. Though the forest was huge, almost every team had a sensor. So they eventually end up fighting. The ones who had it the worst was the Hidden Rain Village team, as they didn't have any sensor. They kept getting attacked again and again, but they stubbornly managed to hold on to their scrolls. By day 3 ended, except for the Nara Yamanaka Akimeki team, all other teams had fought multiple times. The Hidden Mist Village teams were the unluckiest. Every time they fought, they were on high alert for an ambush. So they could never give their 100%. They still won every fight, but the opponents used to retreat every time. And whenever they tried to give chase, they would be attacked by the wild beasts from the forest, delaying them just enough to lose sight of their enemies. So they were very annoyed. On day 4, 2 scrolls were successfully seized. The Hidden Mist Village team managed to defeat the Hidden Sand Village team and got their Heaven's Scroll. While the Nara Yamanaka Akimeki team, who had healed up, sneak attacked the Hidden Rain Village squad and got their Earth Scroll. On day 5, the Hidden Mist Village Gainins managed to find the Hidden Rain Village squad and fought them once again. They defeated the Hidden Rain Village team, only to discover that they didn't have scrolls. The Hyuga squad noticed this fight and waited till the Hidden Mist Village Gainins put their guard down and attacked. Unfortunately for them, the Hidden Mist Village Gainins were always on guard. They lost and couldn't escape this time. They accepted their loss and handed them the Earth Scroll. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins were instructed not to kill any Gainins if they could avoid killing them. So they didn't kill anyone and just took their scrolls. Now, the Hidden Mist Village Gainins had all the required scrolls and decided to head to the tower. En route, they were ambushed by the last Hidden Leaf Village team. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins were very exhausted and took a beating. But they managed to escape to the tower. The last 2 teams with the scrolls will search for each other all night, but they won't see each other and only end up fighting against teams who don't have any scrolls. On the last day, when only 30 minutes were left for the exam to end, the 4th squad from Hidden Leaf Village noticed that 4 teams were waiting near the tower. The Nara Yamanaka Akimeki lied that they didn't have any scrolls, and managed to convince others to ally. Unfortunately, the last team had fought against the Hyuga and Hidden Sand Village teams in the night and had no chakra to continue. They hid in the forest and gave up on the exam. So, only 3 teams passed the second round. Chapter 90, Matchups at morning 10 a.m. On the last day, Fujin, Hoka, Miko, and the 6 Hidden Mist Village Gainins left the tower and focused outside the tower. They noticed that 4 teams were waiting there. The teams noticed them as well and realized that Naramine Ori was speaking the truth. However, other than Nara's team, the other 3 teams were on alert to prevent one of them from suddenly running to the tower. Unfortunately, the last team never turned up, so they all were disqualified. Since no fight happened, the uninvited audience was disappointed. The Chunins asked those 4 teams to enter the tower, as they all looked exhausted and wounded. Sometime later, the last team also entered the tower. Tsum gathered everyone in the large hall where the preliminaries were usually held. She announced, "The teams who passed stand here. Soon Lord Hokage will arrive, and address you." All 9 Gainin stood in a disciplined manner, while the remaining 15 Gainin stood far away. Fujin looked at them and thought, "I'm surprised that no one died. It seems like Hidden Mist Village nins are here to create a good relationship. So they didn't kill anyone." The Chunin stood around the hall, and some Jounin sensei began appearing. They stood along with their Gainin squads. The 2 Hidden Mist Village Jounins also stood there. Fujin observed both of them, but couldn't recognize either of them. Soon the 3rd Hokage arrived. He was accompanied by 4 Anbu and a few Jounins including Renjiro and Genki. Renjiro smiled and nodded at his squad. He had heard that they broke the records by a huge margin. Fujin observed them. Genki is standing with all the Jounins. Did he get promoted? Or is he here just because his students are here? As for the Anbu, one looks to be Kakashi. I can't identify the rest. As Fujin was observing everyone, Hiruzen stepped in front of them. Tsum announced, "Pay attention you brats. Now, Lord Hokage will explain the details about the 3rd phase of the Chunin exam." Hiruzen stood in front of the kids and got a good look at them. Only 3 Gainins from our village passed. Hidden Mist Village has 6. Looks like the rebel faction really wants to create a good image. Well, I can let them win this one. So their leader will owe us one. Even if they win, considering that they are at war, they won't be able to steal Hidden Leaf Village's missions. After a minute he spoke, "Congrats on passing the second round." He then looked at Fujin, Hoka, and Miko and said, "Congrats to you guys for breaking the record to become the fastest team to pass the second round." On hearing that, the Gainins, who failed, were shocked. After all, they were the youngest team. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins and Jounins also looked at them. Though the Hidden Mist Village Gainins were looking at Fujin while cursing him a few more times. However, Fujin was very excited on hearing that. Marvelous. I didn't think he'd say this. Now I can ask it without any awkwardness. It'll feel natural too. Hiruzen continued, before I explain the third phase, I will explain to you the true reason for these Chunin exams. He explained the details regarding how the exam is a replacement for war and why the Gainins need to give their best, similar to the way he did in the manga. Everyone paid attention. Fujin paid careful attention as well, however for a different reason. He was picking up points he could use later to compel Hiruzen. After Hiruzen was done speaking, Fujin sighed internally, I barely remember any dialogues from Naruto anime or manga now. Other than the important events in every arc, I have sort of forgotten everything. Can't really help it, I guess. After all, I didn't watch Naruto for years even in my previous life. After Hiruzen was done explaining, Inoichi Yamanaka stepped forward and said, I will be the proctor for the third round. I will now explain the details. The third round will be a simple tournament. The tournament will be held after 1 month, in front of many important dignitaries like Kage and daimyos. You will fight against each other alone. Your team won't be able to help you anymore. If you lose any fight, you'll be eliminated, while the winners will get to fight other winners. Hearing this, some of the Gainins got excited to show off their skills. Fujin looked at his teammates. Both were incredibly excited. He wondered, what's so exciting about being made to fight for the entertainment of some rich old people? On Hidden Mist Village's side, Rentaro looked very excited. He looked at Fujin and thought, just wait till you fight me. I'll pay you back 100 times for the 4 sleepless nights you put me through. Inoichi then picked up a box and said, everyone, pick 1 piece of paper each from this box. Everyone picked up 1 folded piece of paper. After picking up the paper, Fujin stood next to Miko. Inoichi said, open it and tell me the numbers on your paper, starting from 1. Sakayumi, 1 Shiro Sora, 2 Hugahoka, 3 Matsushita Satoru, 4 Kido Kohaku, 5 Miko Uchiha, 6 Setsuma Rantaro, 7 Suzuki Fujin, 8 Yuki Shin, 9 Inoichi noted down everyone's names next to numbers and showed a chart showing the matchups. He announced, the matchups are, Sakayumi vs Shiro Sora, Hugahoka vs Matsushita Satoru, and Kido Kohaku vs Miko Uchiha. Since we have 9 members, the number 8 and 9 will have to fight 1 additional time. So, the first match of the tournament will be Suzuki Fujin vs Yuki Shin. And their winner will fight against Setsuma Rentaro. Fujin thought, 1 additional match? Shouldn't be an issue, I guess. That said, why are my matchups so freaking difficult? Ice style in the first round. Then Rentaro, who looks to be the strongest among the Hidden Mist Village Gainins. That will be followed up by Miko. All 3 might be tough fights. However, in the finals, I should be fighting with Hoka. That will be an easy fight if I still have chakra left by then. Others too were thinking about their matchups. Inoichi asked, any doubts? Shiro Sora asked, since this is a tournament, can only 1 person become a Chunin? Fujin looked at him and wondered, like Hiruzen's speeches, is this question also asked every single time? Inoichi shook his head and answered, no, we will promote you to Chunin depending on your performance in the fights. If you perform well, you may be promoted even if you don't win any fights. So there's a chance that every one of you gets promoted. And a chance that none of you do. Any more questions? No one raised any questions. So Fujin raised his hand and said, I have a question for Lord Hokage. Inoichi was surprised. Renjiro raised his eyebrow wondering what his student wanted to ask. While Genki was having a very bad feeling, he isn't going to. Is he? Hiruzen gave a kind smile and said, go ahead and ask Fujin. Fujin looked at Hiruzen smiling and put up a very innocent smile on his face as well. He asked very innocently, Lord Hokage, since my team broke the previous record for the second round by such a huge margin, do we get any rewards? Chapter 91, Don't Underestimate Wild Old Foxes. Sanju Renjiro's eyes twitched. Genki was horrified. Inoichi, Tsume, Illumai, Enbu guards, Jounin senses, and the Chunin instructors were dumbfounded. Any rewards? Since when did Lord Hokage begin giving rewards? The Gainins from Hidden Mist Village began wondering, Gainins from Hidden Leaf Village get rewards for such little things? Hidden Mist Village Gainins looked at Hiruzen with longing in their eyes. Their own Kage hunted them, while the Kage of Hidden Leaf Village rewarded their own Gainins. They thought, the difference between the 2 Kage is like the difference between heaven and hell. While the other Gainins wondered, there's a reward for breaking records? Miko and Hoka too stared at Fujin. Miko frowned, I didn't hear Itachi getting any rewards. Humphrey, I'm an Uchiha, I don't need any rewards. Hiruzen too was dumbfounded. His expression didn't change, but he was left speechless for a minute. Genki yelled in his mind, even Lord Hokage is speechless. Hiruzen began remembering the scene when Fujin asked him for chakra metal swords. His eyebrows twitched. Last time he asked for chakra metal swords. What does he want this time? A house made of chakra metal? Hiruzen didn't know how close he was to guessing the truth. If he did, who knows how he would have reacted. He was about to say no when he saw the frown on Miko, who was standing right next to Fujin. He thought, does she also expect a gift? The relationship between the village and Uchiha has been deteriorating day by day. I could use this opportunity to reward her and mend the ties a bit. If it results in the ties improving, then it'll be very good for Hidden Leaf Village. As Fujin expected, Hiruzen decided to reward them. He was about to reply in the affirmative when he felt a chill running down his spine. Hiruzen was a veteran of all three ninja wars. He had fought a lot on the front lines and spread terror among his enemies. However, this was a feeling he only felt when he was about to step into a trap. His eyes went back to the genin standing next to Miko with an innocent smile and an expectant look on his face. He said, yes. Your team will be rewarded for breaking this record. He smiled kindly and said, you guys will receive your rewards on the day of the tournament in front of everyone. This left everyone dumbfounded once again. Fujin too was left speechless. WTF? He will reward us? Meaning that we can't ask for any particular reward? That's bullshit. Fujin maintained his smiling face and bowed, thank you, Lord Hokage. However, his thoughts were the opposite. Sigh, I underestimated him. Old Fox didn't give me any opportunity to ask for any particular reward. This way he gets to improve his image while giving us something that won't cost him. He looked back up at Hiruzen and thought, monkey summon doesn't suit him. He should switch to the fox. The Chunins and Jounins were completely lost at what was happening. Genki was shocked again. He agreed to reward them. Renjiro and the rest wondered, what is happening here exactly? Itachi, who was one of those four Anbu, thought, I didn't get any reward last year. But on thinking more he realized, is Lord Hokage rewarding so that he could reward Miko Uchiha and thaw the relations between the village and the Uchiha clan? While everyone was confused, Hiruzen looked at an Oichi. He noticed and said, since there are no more doubts, you are dismissed. Use this month to prepare properly for your fights. The Jounin sensei began taking over the Genins. Renjiro approached his students and said, follow me. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko followed him. The group went to their usual training ground. On reaching there, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, what was that? Fujin asked back, that? Renjiro squinted his eyes and said, the reward. Fujin tilted his head and replied, well, we were rewarded for ranking first in the academy. I assume that the same would apply even this time. Lines immediately appeared on Renjiro's head. He thought, I need to educate this brat. He ignored it for now and said, congrats on making it to the third round. Though it shouldn't be a surprise I suppose. We will now decide how to train for the next month. He looked at Miko and Hoka and said, I had a chat with your parents. They said that they want to train you themselves for the next month. They will be taking the entire month off to train you too. Miko and Hoka immediately got excited. Renjiro smiled on seeing their reactions. He said, train hard you too. I would love to see my students as both finalists. You can leave. They both thanked him. Before leaving, Miko looked at Fujin and said, win your 2 matches and fight me. This time I will defeat you. Fujin grinned and said, don't worry. I'll win the whole tournament. She was annoyed at Fujin's confidence, but she grinned in response. Both Hoka and Miko laughed. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, any plans for this month? Fujin shook his head. Renjiro smiled and asked, prepared for a month of deadly training? Fujin grinned and replied, of course. Renjiro asked, before we begin, do you have anything you want to try or any doubts? Fujin thought for a bit and said, I don't have any new ideas to try. I do have a question though. Are you aware of the training rooms on the 2nd floor of the tower inside the Forest of Death? Renjiro thought for a bit and replied, I have never used them. But I did hear about them. What about them? Fujin answered, they have a wind training room, earth training room, and training room for other natures too. I inspected those rooms and noticed that each room has a crystal, which has dense energy belonging to that nature. Can you tell me what those crystals are? Renjiro was surprised at that question. He answered, those are elemental crystals. Known as fire crystal, wind crystal, and so on. They provide some help to increase our affinity to that nature. It's helpful if you meditate in such rooms. Unfortunately, they are very rare and costly. So it isn't that useful. Fujin thought, just increase the affinity? No, I definitely felt a minute increase in my chakra level. So why didn't he feel it? It's either that he isn't telling me the whole thing, or his rate of refining chakra was too slow and he didn't feel anything. After all, it was only when the rate of using its energy increased many folds that I could feel it. Fujin asked, how rare and how costly are they? Renjiro chuckled and replied, only the Hokage and major clans can buy them. That's how rare they are. As for price, every piece of crystal costs millions of ryo. Fujin was shocked. Millions? Renjiro laughed lightly at his student's reaction. However, he soon heard him sighing and muttering. I was planning to ask Lord Hokage for a few thousand wind crystals as the reward. Renjiro was flabbergasted on hearing that. A few thousand? He looked at Fujin and asked, do you think they grow on trees? Fujin looked back and purposefully gave a look, as if asking, they don't? Renjiro's face was full of black lines again. Chapter 92, History Lesson, Elemental Crystals. Fujin asked Renjiro, where and how are those elemental crystals produced? Renjiro sighed and said, you seem to be fixated upon this. Alright, I'll explain everything about it. Elemental crystals are mined from crystal veins. Hundreds of years ago, these lands were full of such veins. Actually, the way the lands were named was based on which types of veins were most abundant in those areas. For instance, the land of fire was abundant in fire crystal veins. The elemental crystals provided huge help to ninjas. So they were mined extensively. Around 100 years ago, all veins began drying up. From what I have heard, the drying of the veins caused conflicts to intensify during that period, as everyone began fighting for it. By the time the 5 great villages came into existence, all the veins had been used up and destroyed. However, even after they were destroyed, the lands still kept having more ninjas with similar affinities. Lord Second did research regarding this and concluded that the environment of Land of Fire is such that the ninjas here have a good affinity to fire manipulation. Same for the other 4 villages as well. As for the crystal veins, only one place still had some low-quality veins. That is the current Land of Iron. In order to prevent another war from happening for them, Lord First temporarily protected it. The daimyos soon reached a deal, and the Land of Iron became a neutral country without any ninjas who could use those crystal veins. Instead, the Land of Iron will mine a limited amount and sell a certain amount of it to each village. So, all the elemental crystals today are received from the Land of Iron. And it is received in very low quantities. Most of those elemental crystals are distributed among the clans. The rest is kept by the Hokage and is used to train the Anbu. Additionally, because their quality and quantity are low, they are only used alongside proper Fuinjutsu seals to be able to use 100% of those crystals. Fujin digested all this information. He analyzed, oh, guess it isn't as useful as I thought then. Without sufficient quantities, they won't be that useful. Fujin asked, does the effect of each crystal depend on our affinity? Renjiro nodded, yes. It works best with your affinity. Did you check all 5 rooms? Fujin nodded. Renjiro replied, good. The chakra paper used to test your affinity only shows your strongest affinity unless you have an elemental KK Genkai. But trying to absorb energy from elemental crystals too can tell you your affinities. What was your absorption rate for other elements compared to wind? Fujin replied, it was around 35% for fire. Around 6% for earth. And 0 for water and lightning. Renjiro appeared disappointed on hearing that. He sighed, seems like you don't have much affinity for other elements. Fujin acted disappointed and asked, what should it have been for me to have their affinity? Renjiro explained, if you have any element at 70% or above, then that can be considered as your secondary affinity. Your wind element affinity is quite strong. So most likely any element above 50% could have been considered a secondary affinity. As for tertiary affinity, it needs to be 30% or above. Your fire element qualifies for this. But I would recommend you to not waste your time on it. After all, it is extremely rare for a squad in Hidden Lee Village to not have someone with fire affinity. Fujin nodded. Renjiro continued, even your earth manipulation. I would suggest you stop it after learning earth wall jutsu. Focus entirely on your wind manipulation. Make it as strong and lethal as you can. Fujin replied, yes sensei. Renjiro said, good. Now, let's get back to your training for the month. Fujin paid attention with some excitement. Training with Renjiro proved to be extremely fruitful. Renjiro chuckled and said, actually, I have nothing more to teach you. I have already taught you all the basics that I could. Rest would require hard work from you to improve further. Fujin gave his sensei a deadpan look. He asked, so what will be training for this month sensei? Renjiro smirked, we will be doing live combat practice. Fujin felt a chill down his spine on looking at his sensei's smirk. Renjiro continued, every time you spar or fight, you hide behind your clones. While that is a good strategy, And I admire the fact that you have managed to pull it off so successfully. You have missed out on an essential fighting experience that you will need in the future. So, for this entire month, we will do live combat drills. You can use your clones, but I will still attack your main body. By the time this month ends, I will let you experience everything that you would have to face during missions. Fujin nervously said, "Alright, sensei." As soon as he said it, Renjiro attacked him with a punch. But Fujin, who was on alert due to Renjiro's smirk, flickered away in the blink of an eye. Renjiro smirked and flickered as well. The evening before the tournament, Fujin laid in the training ground, breathing heavily. If anyone were to see him, they would wonder, how many people beat him up? He was bruised all over and had completely exhausted his chakra. Renjiro walked over to him and said, "Ready for the tournament?" Fujin looked at him while screaming internally, "You know what? Fuck the child activists. Where the fuck are the human rights activists? In my previous life, if anyone leaked even a minute of my combat drills with this monster, the media would all create havoc for weeks. There might even be public protests against him. I didn't even get a break on my birthday. Bastard made me eat punches and kicks instead of cake." Unfortunately, Fujin had neither the energy nor the courage to talk back to Renjiro. Renjiro chuckled, lifted Fujin, and put him on his shoulder. He said, "Well, you can't fight in this state. Let's get you to the hospital to fix you up." Fujin didn't reply or struggle. In the last month, he was carried in this manner to the hospital 11 times. He had received all sorts of weird looks. Any sense of embarrassment was long dead and buried. On reaching the hospital, the medicman healed him as usual and asked him to sleep in the hospital. While going to sleep, Fujin thought, no wonder all adults in this village are so shameless. It seems that they all had their sense of shame beaten out of them. Chapter 93, Gambling. The next morning, Fujin woke up early. He ate a few ration bars and did some light exercises before heading to the stadium where the tournament would be held. When he neared the stadium, he could hear multiple announcements being made over the loudspeaker. There were a lot of stalls outside the stadium. The area was very crowded. Fujin thought, it's almost like a fair. This world barely has any good means of entertainment. So I suppose the Chunin exams are the biggest entertainment for normal people. No wonder it's so crowded and noisy. On entering the stadium, a guard informed him where the participants had to gather. Fujin went there and saw that all the remaining Gainans were already there. He walked towards Miko and Hoka. "Hey." Both greeted him while smirking. Hoka asked, "So, how was your training?" Fujin sighed and was about to answer, but Miko spoke first. "No need to tell. We already know. Everyone was talking about a certain someone being carried to the hospital daily." Both Hoka and Miko began laughing. Fujin gave them a deadpan look. He muttered lightly but loud enough for them both to hear, "At least I was defeated by a Jounin instead of a fellow Gainin teammate." This interrupted their laugh. Hoka replied, "Last time you caught me by surprise. That will never happen again." Miko snorted and said, "Humphrey, I was injured by Hoka and you took advantage. This time you will have to fight more opponents first. I'll send you back to the hospital on Sensei's shoulder." Fujin smirked and was about to reply when Inoyachi called them and asked them to assemble at the center of the ground. Announcements were made to introduce all 9 Gainins to the audience. While the announcements were made, Fujin noticed where Hiruzen was sitting. There were a few Anbu around him. But there wasn't any other Kage. Fujin analyzed. No Gainin from Hidden Sand Village qualified. So no wonder their Kage didn't show up. And while Hidden Mist Village Gainins did qualify, they don't represent the 4th Mizukage. I thought Mai might come, but it looks like either she's busy, or Hiruzen refused to host her publicly before she wins. Next, he checked out the important officials who were sitting with a few daimyos. He didn't notice anyone interesting there. Lastly, he looked at a spot where a lot of familiar faces were. He noticed Hibiki, Genma, and Raido sitting next to each other, with some papers in front of them, and wondered, are they the judges for the tournament? He recalled his discussion with Renjiro earlier. A week ago, in the training ground, Fujin was resting having just fought Renjiro. Renjiro was sitting nearby as well. Fujin asked, "Who decides the Chunin promotions, sensei? Will it be just the proctor for the 3rd round, or do others also have a say?" Renjiro answered, "There will be a panel of judges who will evaluate your performances during the tournament. Their decision is the most critical for getting promoted. The proctors of the 3 phases will also submit reports of their evaluation. Promotions will be based on these evaluations. Their evaluations are sent to the Chunin exam supervisor, who makes the decision and sends it to the Hokage for approval." Fujin asked, "Chunin exam supervisor? Who is that?" Renjiro nodded. "He is the one who makes decisions regarding the Chunin exams. The current Chunin exam supervisor is a retired elite Jounin. He is a few years older than the Sanins." Fujin thought and said, "Okay. But don't the Jounin instructors or anyone else get a say? Renjiro answered, the Jounin instructors can make recommendations. But it is very rare as the Genin's are their own students and it could be seen as favoritism. As for others, there are a few who can make recommendations such as the Jounin commander, Anbu commander, village elders, and clan heads. But again, it's very rare. They get more involved during the Jounin promotions. Fujin nodded, that makes sense. But sensei, you said that we have thousands of Chunins. But don't only a few Genins get promoted every year? While asking, Fujin wondered, it makes no sense for Chunin exams to be the only form of promotion. I wonder what other ways are to be promoted. Renjiro looked deeply at Fujin before answering, as the Hokage said, the Chunin exams are more about showing your skills, talent, and potential to the daimyos and other important people. Promoting the Genins isn't the main focus. If you observed, you would have noticed that all Hidden Leaf Village Genins participating were 15 years or younger. Fujin thought for a bit and said, yeah, I don't remember seeing any older Genin from our village. Renjiro continued, Genins above the age of 15 are promoted when they are deemed capable enough to be promoted without any exam. So there are around 100 Genins promoted every year. Even more during the war. But, Genins who get promoted outside the Chunin exams have a harder time becoming Jounin. Very few manage to become Jounin. Fujin digested the information and nodded while wondering, wasn't Kabuto much older during the Chunin exams? Did Hidden Leaf Village relax the restrictions later? His thoughts were interrupted by Renjiro who said, enough rest, let's continue. Fujin got up and prepared himself for another round of beating. Back to the present, Fujin noticed that Renjiro, Genki, and a few dozen more Jounins and Chunins were sitting behind the judges. Miko and Hoka looked for their parents in the crowd. Apparently, some of their classmates also came to watch the tournament. None of the Genins were paying much attention to the announcements. However, one announcement suddenly attracted their attention. The announcer said, to make this tournament more exciting, the Gado Company has set up a gambling center for the tournament. The odds are, Miko Uchiha, 1.2 Setsuma Rantauro, 1.4 Hyuga Hoka, 1.5 Sakayumi, 1.8 Yuki Shin, 1.8 Suzuki Fujin, 4 Matsushita Satoru, 5 Shiro Sora, 5 Kido Kohaku, 9 Those who are still left to place your bets, you can do so within the next 15 minutes before the matches begin. Fujin was surprised, seriously? Gambling so openly? And Gado Company? His eyes wandered towards Hiruzen and the place where the daimyos were sitting. How much of a cut do these guys get for letting someone like Gado do this? He analyzed the odds. Miko and Hoka come from strong clans. So this ain't a surprise. As for Hidden Mist Village, it looks like they want to advertise their strength. Rantauro and Yuki Shin I can understand, but why are the odds for Yumi so high? Anyways, I have around 800,000 ryo with me. Should I bet all on myself? I'm confident that I am the strongest, but my fights are the toughest too. I'll have to face Yuki and Rantauro who would be fresh. Then Miko, who would only have had one easy fight. For the last, I thought it'd be Hoka, but looks like he may have one tough fight against Yumi. While Fujin was analyzing, Miko couldn't hide her smirk due to having the highest odds. The other Genins looked at her and realized that she would be the strongest opponent. Inoichi said, all announcements are over. Go wait in the waiting room. Fujin, Shin, your matches will begin in 15 minutes. The Genins begin walking towards the waiting room. Fujin after thinking for a bit concluded, while 800,000 ryo is a decent amount of money, it is nowhere enough for me to buy some of the stuff that I want. So better to just gamble. I'll gamble 600,000 ryo. 200,000 ryo is sufficient for my normal needs. And even if I lose, earning that 600,000 back shouldn't be a big deal. That said, the gambling is held by Gado. So he should be very rich. Killing him won't be a good decision, but I should plunder him in the future. Since he operates illegally, I might get some good stuff from him. Not to mention a lot of ryo as well. After deciding, he said softly, I'll meet you guys in the waiting room. He flickered. The Genins wondered where he went. Fujin flickered in the place where the bets were being taken. Surprisingly, the crowd here was very low, so few people. Wait, the announcements implied that many already placed their bets. So only the ones who didn't know yet are placing their bets now. Fujin withdrew 600,000 ryo from his scroll and went ahead. The bookie was surprised at seeing a participant here. He greeted Fujin, hello Fujin-kun. How may I help you? Fujin replied, I want to place bets. He put 600,000 ryo in front of him and said, 600,000 ryo on myself. The bookie sneered internally on hearing that Fujin wanted to bet on himself. This orphan civilian ninja wants to bet on himself? The only reason why his odds weren't the lowest is that he broke the record in the second round thanks to his two teammates. However, he was shocked when he saw 600,000 ryo being placed in front of him. He thought, are the Gainans so rich in Hidden Leaf Village? He immediately took the cash and handed Fujin 6 silver tickets with his name on them. Every silver ticket denoted 100,000 ryo. Fujin checked it and left. After he left, that bookie began laughing. He just donated 600,000 ryo to us. Haha. Fujin entered and waited in the waiting room. This room gave the best view of the ground below. It will help the Gainans observe others properly. After a few minutes, an announcement was made calling Fujin and Shin down. Hoka and Miko said good luck to Fujin, while the Hidden Mist Village Gainans wished Shin good luck. Fujin and Shin jumped down to the ground and walked towards Inoichi. Inoichi asked them both to take positions. Fujin and Shin stood face 5 meters apart. Fujin thought, ice style. This will be a tough fight. Shin thought, this guy is very fast. And his sword is very strong. I shouldn't give him a chance to use his sword at all. Inoichi announced loudly, now the first fight starts. Begin. Chapter 94, the opening fight. As soon as he said it, Shin grabbed his shurikens. However, even before he could throw them, a wind explosion jutsu was coming at him. He immediately ran backwards and to the right, dodging the explosion. Fujin noticed him moving and thought, too slow. He flickered to where Shin was dodging and threw 2 wind explosion spheres at him. Shin was moving towards the wind explosion spheres when he noticed them. He tried dodging again, but the spheres exploded. He avoided most of the winds, but a few still hit him. A few cuts appeared on his left hand and leg. The crowd didn't expect the fight to be so intense from the start. They began cheering loudly. Fujin was planning to keep his attack going, when he noticed that Shin made a few hand signs and his chakra suddenly spiked. Which jutsu? Oh well, let's test him out. Fujin created a big wind explosion jutsu and threw it at him. If Shin was using a jutsu that needed some time to launch, this could defeat him. However, huge ice spikes immediately began appearing around him. Some were big enough to be called spears. Shin yelled, "Ice hell!" Immediately, all ice spikes got launched at a very fast speed. Some pierced through the wind explosion sphere, dispersing it. Shin smirked when he saw the shock on Fujin's face. At the next moment, 4 spikes hit Fujin. Shin was about to celebrate when Fujin dispersed into the winds. He was shocked. Wind clone? When? The reason Fujin made a giant wind explosion sphere was so that he could hide behind it. When Shin couldn't see him, he created a wind clone and escaped underground. Before Shin could figure out when Fujin created a wind clone, he felt something under him. He immediately jumped backwards. Just after he jumped, Fujin's hands popped out of the ground trying to catch his legs. Fujin came out of the ground as Shin landed at some distance. Fujin smiled and said, "That was a strong jutsu. I am impressed." Shin was breathing heavily. This was a rank B jutsu from his clan. It used more than half of his chakra. When Fujin exited the ground, Miko and Hoka suddenly snorted. Yumi became worried. The crowd was shocked at this jutsu. Most hadn't ever seen any ice jutsu. The ice spikes were embedded into the stadium walls. The civilians, and even some ninjas, breathed in relief that the spikes weren't aimed higher. Hiruzen wondered, should I arrange for barriers? Gainins aren't supposed to use B-rank jutsus. Fujin didn't allow Shin to catch his breath, and once again began attacking with wind explosion jutsus from a close distance. Shin dodged desperately while using water wall jutsu to defend himself and attempting to create some distance from Fujin. Such an exchange went on for the next 4 to 5 minutes. Shin had even more wounds and was breathing even more heavily. Finally, he managed to get away from Fujin. He made a few quick hand signs. Fujin too created a few hand signs. 2 wind wolves appeared next to him and charged at Shin. Fujin waited to see what jutsu Shin was about to use. Ice Dragon Jutsu. Soon, an ice dragon started forming in front of Shin. It began to move towards the wind wolves and Fujin. Fujin thought, Ice Dragon? Looks cool. But he looks to be devoid of chakra. Fujin controlled the wolves to move away from the dragon and then attack Shin from opposite directions. Shin ignored them and kept his focus on Fujin. Suddenly, Ice Dragon's speed increased and it rushed towards Fujin. At the same time, Shin dropped to his knees, as he was very exhausted. Fujin made a hand sign, spinning shield of wind as the ice dragon reached Fujin. It opened its jaws, showing its massive fangs. It looked as if it wanted to bite him to death. However, a circular shield, having a radius of 3 meters and a thickness of half a meter formed in front of Fujin. It was formed of wind and spinning at a high speed. The ice dragon clashed with the shield and was stopped. It kept pushing against the wind shield. At the same time, the 2 wind wolves were running towards Shin. Shin thought, just a little bit more, and I'll break his shield. The ice dragon pushed halfway into the shield. The wolves were still around 20 meters from him. The crowds were tense. Shiro said excitedly in the waiting room, Shin will win. The other Hidden Mist Village Gainians, Except Yumi, were happy as well. Hoka and Miko, on the other hand, were just annoyed. Yumi said, "No, he has lost." This shocked the 4 Hidden Mist Village Gainians, who didn't understand what she meant. They looked at Shin and Fujin. When the wolves were around 10 meters from Shin, the ice dragon broke the windshield. Shim smiled. The ice dragon hit Fujin, scoring a direct hit. He was frozen solid. Shin was surprised that Hidden Leaf Village's proctor didn't save him. At that instant, Inoichi appeared in front of Shin, and dispersed the 2 wind wolves who were about to bite him to death. Inoichi looked at Shin and announced, "Winner of this round, Suzuki Fujin. He will advance to the next round." Shin was shocked. So was the crowd. They thought, didn't he win? Shin immediately protested, "Why? Wasn't he hit first? You should have helped him instead of me." Inoichi sighed at his ignorance. He pointed with his thumb where the ice dragon had exploded. Shin followed his thumb to see. He saw a block of ice, but no Fujin inside it. He was shocked. Where is he? As soon as he asked, he heard, "Yo, looking for me?" He quickly turned his head left and saw Fujin standing some distance away, waving his hand. He was dumbfounded. "But how? I saw you get frozen." Fujin just smiled and left without replying. Almost everyone in the audience was confused. Even among the ninjas, a few were clueless. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins didn't understand what was happening either. They looked towards Yumi. She explained, when he was underground, he made a shadow clone. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins were stunned. She continued, the remaining fight was fought by his shadow clone. He stayed hidden underground. The clone was dispelled after it got frozen in ice. And his main body exited the ground when you guys were distracted by Inoichi. The Hidden Mist Village Gainins were left tongue-tied. After some time, Satoru managed to exclaim, "So Shin lost to a mere clone?" Yumi looked at Rentaro and said, "Don't underestimate him. He might not have any KK Genkai, but his chakra is larger than yours. He didn't even lose 10% of his chakra in his fight. And he is tactically sound as well. Be on your guard." Rentaro nodded with a grim expression. The experienced ninjas who were watching this fight were very impressed. Tsume, who was sitting in the stadium with her kids, thought, very good. Even someone like me didn't notice that he was just a clone. Kiba kept bugging her by asking how Fujin won, so she explained it to him. Hana also listened attentively. The judges also analyzed the fight. Ibiki said, impressive. He relied majorly on a rank D jutsu to force his opponent into using 2 rank B jutsus and exhaust his chakra. Genma nodded and said, yes, and his speed and precision are also very good. His opponent was forced into desperation multiple times. Raito added, while his strategy was good, the fact that he can perform the shadow clone jutsu is also impressive. Ibiki replied, yes, and he is also very good at using it. His shadow clone can be very useful for information gathering in missions. Also, he can use jutsus of 2 elements. Raito smiled and said, and he could perform the wind explosion jutsu without any hand seals. Genma said, I think he is ready to be promoted to Chunin. He is strong and good at tactics. All that remains to be seen is how he leads. Raito said, what are your thoughts about his opponent? Though he lost, his ice hell jutsu was very strong. If used in the middle of a battlefield, it will cause a lot of damage. Ibiki had a different opinion. He said, no, he didn't show much control over it and used it in every direction. So it will hit both enemies and allies. Genma said, hard to say. His teammates can take cover in advance. That said, despite his jutsu being strong, he wasted it along with his chakra. I don't think he is ready to be promoted. They kept discussing the fight and the pros and cons of both the Gainians. Hiruzen was also impressed with how easily Fujin won. Good win. He is a promising seedling. However, he suddenly had another thought, if he wins this tournament, will he ask me for another reward? I still owe him 2 rewards. He sighed and thought, I should have made Hamura pay for the rewards for making this suggestion. Chapter 95, A Hyuga Who Doesn't Use Gentle Fist? Fujin walked up the stairs, as many looked at him in awe and confusion. Fujin thought, well, that went well. He pretty much lost it by exhausting his chakra by using 2 rank bijutsus. My clone could have easily dodged the ice dragon too. But seeing how exhausted he was, there was no need to. After all, that blue-eyed girl should have noticed me. So if I won with even my clone still fine, then my opponent would be extremely careful. After entering the waiting room, Fujin sat next to Hoka and Miko. Yumi and Sora were soon called and they went down. Inoichi soon announced, the second battle starts now. Begin. Sora immediately ran behind, while Yumi started with water shuriken jutsu. He created a water wall to block her jutsu while retreating into the woods thinking, I can't fight her in open fields. She is too dangerous. Yumi followed him into the woods. They began fighting in the woods. Sora used the trees as a shield and cover to attack her, but Yumi managed to defend and counterattack every time. They maintained this deadlock for around 10 minutes. Fujin wondered, while he does fight well in the woods, he has no advantage. So why was he so quick in entering the woods? After 10 minutes, Yumi finally managed to land a lethal hit. Her water bullet left a deep cut on Sora's thigh. The wound made it harder for him to move. Yumi looked at him and said, "You are wounded, you can't fight anymore." Sora gritted his teeth. Yumi glared at him and said, "Give up, or it will be very painful for you." Color drained off his face on hearing that. He gave up. Inoichi announced, "Second match winner is Sakayumi." Fujin observed the fight carefully and thought, why was he so afraid? He looked at Hoka and concluded, I wonder how her fight with Hoka will go. Hoka got up. Fujin said, "Good luck, Hoka. Win quickly." Miku also wished him luck. Before Satoru left, Kohaku reminded him once again to not get close to the Hyuga. While the next candidates were arriving on the ground, the judges discussed again. Ibiki commented, both were good. However, Sora seemed to be afraid of her. Raido agreed, yes. And he seemed too impatient to run into the woods. As if he didn't want to fight her in the open at all. Genmi didn't comment and just made some notes. Hoka and Satoru arrived on the ground. Inoichi announced, "The third match starts now. Begin." Satoru immediately moved backwards while making hand signs. Hoka followed and made a few hand signs too. Water Shuriken Jutsu, Stone Shuriken Jutsu both launched their jutsu simultaneously. Fujin and Miko were surprised. Hoka started with ninjutsu? Really? Some water and stone shurikens clashed. The stone shurikens went through the water shurikens, dispersing them, but their momentum decreased. Hoka and Satoru dodged the remaining shurikens. Hoka immediately began closing distance, while Satoru once again moved back while making hand signs. Hoka sighed and made a hand sign too. Miko commented, "It looks like a game of tag." Fujin chuckled. Water jet jutsu, rock shield jutsu. The water jet hit the rock shield but it couldn't damage it. Water just bounced back from the rock. Satoru frowned. He made a few more hand signs. Water clone jutsu. 3 water clones appeared, and they began running towards the rock shield. Satoru wondered, why is he hiding behind the rock instead of chasing me? At that instant, he suddenly felt a pain in his left foot. He immediately jumped and looked down. Multiple rock thorns had appeared under him, almost looking like a bed. 2 of those thorns hit his foot, one of them making him bleed. Suddenly, the rock thorns launched themselves into the air at him. He panicked and immediately made hand signs to create a water wall below him. But a few rock thorns hit him before the water wall was formed. Even after it was formed, a few still made it through and hit him. He slowly fell down out of the way of the rock thorns. On landing, he winced. 8 rock thorns had stabbed him. None were lethal, but they hurt a lot. His water clones were confused about what to do. However, they decided to attack Hoka. However, on reaching, they noticed that Hoka wasn't behind the rock. As soon as Satoru landed, 2 hands popped out of the ground and grabbed his legs. Headhunter jutsu immediately, he was buried underground, while Hoka appeared above the ground. Satoru yelled very loudly. As he was being pulled underground, the thorns on him hit the ground. 3 of those horns couldn't go underground with him, which resulted in huge cuts before they were pushed out of his body. The pain made him lose control over his water clones and they turned into water. Hoka was about to place 2 fingers in front of Satoru's forehead and ask him to quit. However, the yell filled with agony made him stop. Inoichi immediately appeared and helped Satoru out of the ground. He had 3 6-inch-long cuts. 1 on his chest, 1 near his abdomen, and 1 on his back. And there were still 5 more rock thorns embedded in him. Medics quickly rushed to the ground and took him away. Inoichi announced, "Third match winner is Hyuga Hoka." The crowd, which was shocked by Satoru's yells, began cheering once again. Yumi and Kohaku watched with grim faces. They looked at Hoka and thought, he used the rock shield jutsu to block Satoru's line of sight and went underground. From there, he used 2 jutsus to sneak attack and then dealt the final blow. During the second phase, he barely used any ninjutsu. We underestimated him. Fujin analyzed, damn, never expected him to win with ninjutsu. Stone shuriken jutsu, rock shield jutsu, rock thorn bed jutsu, rock thorn launch jutsu and headhunter jutsu. Winning against him might not be that easy anymore. That said, his speed of using jutsu isn't as fast as mine or Miko's. He just used the fact that the opponent was distracted by having to maintain a distance from him. The judges also analyzed. Ibiki said, very good performance. He won very quickly without wasting much chakra. Genma chuckled, how long has it been since we saw a Hyuga fighting without using gentle fist? Raido said, He seems ready to be promoted to Chunin. As for Satoru, he isn't ready. Both Ibiki and Genma nodded. Hoka's parents were proud of their son for winning so quickly. His father said, "Finally I managed to get him to use ninjutsu." Hoka's mother nodded. She knew how difficult it was for him. Miko stood up. Fujin looked at her and said, "Good luck." She nodded and went to the ground. Kohaku followed her while muttering to herself, "Don't look into her eyes." They both reached the center of the ground and faced each other. However, Kohaku never once looked at Miko's face. Inoichi announced, "The fourth match starts now. Begin." Chapter 96, Pay to Win Ninja. Miko immediately activated her Sharingan and threw a few shurikens. However, at the same time, Kohaku threw a kunai with an explosion tag. Both Miko and Kohaku moved backwards rapidly. Miko frowned. She immediately ran around the smoke and ran towards her opponent. Having created distance, Kohaku immediately made a few hand signs. Hidden mist jutsu. As Miko moved forward, she noticed the mist thickening. She immediately made a few hand signs. Fireball jutsu. A fireball headed towards Kohaku, but she used water wall jutsu to block it. The fire ended up evaporating a lot of the water, making the mist even denser. Soon, Kohaku disappeared from her sight. Miko frowned again. Her Sharingan couldn't see through the mist at all. She moved away from the area where the mist was the thickest while thinking, "TCH, I could really use a combination attack here." The mist covered half of the ground, including the woods, while Miko stayed away and thought about her next move. The judges were impressed by this move. Genma remarked, "Impressive." She made all preparations needed to deal with the Sharingan. Miko will have a tough time fighting in the mist. The mist continued expanding. Miko took out a scroll from her waist bag. She opened it and made a hand sign. Dozens of kunai with exploding tags attached began appearing from the scroll. She grabbed each and threw them all in the area where the mist was. Over 100 exploding tags exploded inside the mist, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The two mist jounin were shocked, "So wasteful. Give us those if you are wasting 100 on merely a Chunin exam." Fujin was stunned. Did she just use up over 75,000 ryo? Spoilt brat. Miko's parents got weird looks as well, but they ignored it. The explosions dispersed the mist. While it did create another smoke screen, Miko's Sharingan could see in it. Kido Kohaku couldn't see Miko throwing the explosion tags. She was dumbfounded when one explosion after another began happening inside the mist. 2 tags exploded close to her. One of them caused a few burns to her left forearm as she wasn't fast enough to get away. The explosions also left her ears ringing. Miko immediately moved through the smoke towards her opponent. Kohaku still hadn't recovered from the shock or the pain. On reaching her, she quickly made a few hand signs and used fireball jutsu from around 20 meters in front of her. Kohaku couldn't see or hear Miko, but she felt something coming at her. She immediately made a few hand signs. While making the hand signs, she finally saw the fireball moving rapidly towards her. As soon as the water wall began forming, she moved backwards. The firewall hit the water wall and exploded. The thin film of water wasn't enough to block the explosion. While moving backward, she heard something and looked to her right. A few shurikens were flying at her. After using fireball jutsu, Miko flickered to Kohaku's right side. The only way to dodge the shurikens was to jump, and Kohaku jumped intending to get on the branch of the tree behind her. Due to her jump, she barely managed to dodge the shuriken. However, she saw Miko suddenly clenching her fist and pulling it back. Her eyes widened. Some of the shurikens were tied to metal wire. When Miko pulled her hand back, those shurikens were pulled back. 2 wires wrapped around Kohaku's left leg, stopping her jump and making her fall down suddenly. Kohaku was about to fall on her face. She raised her hands in front of her by reflex, to soften the impact of the fall. However, at the last moment, Miko pulled the wire towards herself. Due to this, Kohaku fell on both her hands and face and was dragged for a meter on the ground. It took her a couple of seconds to get up. Unfortunately, that was enough time for Miko to step on her back and hold a kunai against her throat. She said, "You have lost. Give up." Kohaku unwillingly said, "I surrender." Inoichi announced, "The fourth match winner is Miko Uchiha." The spectators cheered loudly. Miko smirked and left. The Hidden Mist Village Jounins frowned. They had lost all 3 fights against Hidden Leaf Village Gainins. The only winner they had from Hidden Mist Village was Yumi, who fought against another Hidden Mist Village Gainin. One of the Jounin assured the other, "Don't worry. Rantaro and Yumi should win the next matches. Then the Uchiha girl will have to fight them both to win the tournament." The other Jounin nodded. Ibiki sighed, "I thought we would get to see the Hidden Mist assassination technique today." Genma chuckled, "At least she won." Raido nodded, "All of Renjiro's students are strong." The Chunin exam just seems to be a formality for them. Genma noted that Hidden Mist Village Kunoichi is good too. She came up with a good tactic to implement against the Sharingan. Ibiki rebuked him. Unfortunately, she had no response to her counter. While the counter was overwhelming, such incidents often happen during missions. If she gets overwhelmed, then both she and her team will be dead. Neither Raido nor Genma countered him. In the waiting room, Hoka said, "She is as overbearing as usual." Fujin nodded. "The ground is a mess. Should be helpful for your earth jutsus though." Hoka grinned and nodded. Rantaro looked at Fujin and got up. Fujin too stood up. Hoka seriously said, "Be careful, he looks strong." Fujin smirked and replied, "Don't worry, I'll win just as always." While Fujin said it softly, it was loud enough to be heard by everyone in the waiting room. Rantaro immediately lost his cool. He yelled, "Bastard, I'll beat you up." Fujin just smirked and ignored him, thinking, "Kids, so easy to rile up." He jumped down to the ground. Rantaro followed him. Seeing them heading to the ground, Genma commented, "This should be interesting." Among the 9 Gainians, their chakra reserves are the highest. Raido nodded, after hearing Tsume's praises for him. "I wonder how strong he is." After taking their positions, Inoichi announced, "The last quarter-final starts now, begin." Chapter 97, Wind vs. Water. Immediately, Fujin threw a wind explosion jutsu at Rantaro. Rantaro muttered, "So predictable." He threw a kunai with an explosion tag attached. Both Rantaro and Fujin retreated. The explosion tag exploded, dispersing the wind explosion jutsu. While retreating, Rantaro released a massive amount of chakra. He made a few hand signs, water dragon jutsu. He expected Fujin to attack, but there was no attack. He wondered, what is he doing? The water dragon formed while the smoke screen by the explosion dispersed. However, Rantaro could no longer see Fujin. He got worried. Did this bastard escape into the ground? He immediately looked in the waiting room at Yumi. As soon as Yumi noticed him looking at her, she looked at the woods. Rantaro followed her eyes and looked at the woods. He noticed Fujin standing casually on one of the branches. Before the match began, Rantaro had requested Yumi to communicate to him where Fujin was if he hid underground or created a lot of clones. Yumi had agreed. Rantaro scowled. "When did this bastard run over there? It's fucking 100 meters away. I thought I was the one who needed to keep my distance from his sword. So why is he the one creating distance instead?" As soon as Fujin sensed Rantaro building up his chakra, Fujin flickered into the woods behind him. He looked at the water dragon. 10 meters long water dragon. Pretty impressive size for a water dragon jutsu. Looks like he poured 5% of his chakra into it. I kinda hoped he put more due to being riled up. Rantaro controlled the water dragon to fly towards Fujin. Its size began shrinking due to having to move such a long distance. Fujin raised his right hand and began making a giant wind explosion sphere. He smirked. "Oh well, time to rile him even more. Hopefully, he'll use an even bigger jutsu." He threw the giant wind explosion sphere at the water dragon's mouth. It exploded on impact, and the winds generated were enough to neutralize the jutsu. Ibiki smiled on seeing this. Impressive. Neutralizing a rank B jutsu with a rank D jutsu, while disturbing his opponent's mental state. As Ibiki said, Rantaro looked very annoyed. Immediately, a massive chakra could be sensed from him by even ordinary people. Hoka and Miko activated their jutsus to watch Rantaro. Fujin smirked, "Hee hee. Just as I thought." However, unlike what Fujin and most others thought, Rantaro hadn't lost his reasoning. He analyzed, "I practiced the whole month on how to engage you from a distance. Since you have voluntarily created distance, I don't have to worry about your sword." Rantaro made a few hand signs. Water style, raging river flood jutsu. A massive amount of water appeared in front of him, rising to 20 meters in the air. All the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were shocked. Genma commented, "That's a rank A jutsus. Is he just a Gainian?" Fujin was surprised as well. He wondered, who exactly is this guy? Did Kisame have a son? The water moved towards Fujin at a rapid speed. Anyone who saw it would feel like a tsunami is approaching. The wave was around 15 meters in height, and it was wide enough to cover all the trees inside the arena. 4 kunai appeared in Fujin's hands. At the same time, he began building up chakra. He threw the 4 kunai at equal distances from each other. They hit the wave 5 meters from the ground and exploded. The explosions broke the momentum of the wave. But it still kept approaching Fujin. Fujin made a hand sign while pretending that he needed to make a hand sign. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. Fujin supercharged his jutsu with 3% of his maximum chakra. It created massive and incredibly strong winds. They halted the wave and even reversed its flow to an extent. The winds also carried some water into the stands, providing most of the audience with a free cold water bath. Some of the audience got very annoyed and began yelling, while the rest were yelling in excitement about seeing such huge jutsus. Most of the chunins and jounins from Hidden Leaf Village were left tongue-tied at how such a massive jutsu was used and how easily it was defended against. Renjiro smiled on seeing Fujin's performance. Rentaro, who was moving through the water intending to catch Fujin by surprise, suddenly stopped. He was shocked. I expected that the jutsu wouldn't harm him, but I never even considered that he would put a stop to it. The water didn't make it into those trees at all. Rentaro stayed in the water until the winds died down. He was frowning and calculating how to attack further. He had used up over a third of his chakra but didn't manage to even touch his opponent. While thinking, he was on high alert in case Fujin tried any sneak attack. Fujin noticed Rentaro moving ahead through the water. His chakra was very easy to notice. He focused on his location thinking, attacking him with all the water around him will be difficult. But his momentum has been destroyed. Should I attack and build my momentum? Or should I just waste time and wait for his chakra to run out? Fujin thought while he waited for his attack to die down. Perhaps, if it was before he spent the month doing combat drills with Renjiro, Fujin would have chosen the latter without giving it much thought. However, Renjiro had successfully managed to change the way Fujin thought and fought over the month. He couldn't change his careful nature, but Fujin now had learned many ways to attack while still ensuring safety. More importantly, his confidence was built by fighting against an elite jounin for a month. Fujin made a hand sign and began supercharging his jutsu. As soon as the winds began dying down, Fujin flickered. He appeared 10 meters above Rentaro. Water in this area was up to 4 meters above the ground level. Rentaro was in the center of it. Renjiro smiled when he saw Fujin pressing on his attack. As soon as Fujin flickered over his head, Rentaro noticed. He also saw the hand sign Fujin had made. He yelled, "Crap!" Fujin instantly breathed out an even stronger great breakthrough jutsu. Rentaro waved his arms. The water around him gathered on top of him acting as a shield. His thoughts ran as quickly as lightning. I can't dodge this. If I leave the protection of water, I'll be taking the full force of this attack. The winds easily broke into the water. The majority of the water began flying away. Inoichi, who was observing, suddenly got alert. He yelled, "Fujin, hold back." He made hand signs while moving ahead. However, he was too slow. The supercharged great breakthrough jutsu hit Rentaro head-on. He quickly made a hand sign just before the jutsu hit him. The crowd watched in horror as Rentaro was split into many small pieces. Many yelled in terror. Some vomited, while a few even lost consciousness. Fujin's eyes widened as well. Chapter 98, Anticlimactic. Due to using such a powerful jutsu, Fujin flew backwards, in the air, for a few minutes. From this view, he got a perfect view of what was happening. He saw as the wind cut Rentaro into pieces with ease. Fujin's eyes widened before sensing something was wrong. There's no blood. And the wind cut through him a bit too easily. As if there was no solid obstruction at all. Was it a water clone? But when did he make one? The judges and many ninjas were shocked as well. Fujin flickering and using such a strong jutsu so quickly wasn't something a genin should be able to do. In fact, even among chunins, only a few could replicate this. As everyone was thinking, Rentaro's body pieces dissolved into water. Fujin was continuously sensing chakra as he was thinking. He suddenly realized, the chakra was distributed among his body pieces. And now all the chakra is in the water that he dissolved into. What jutsu is this? Fujin created some distance as he was thinking. The crowd calmed down on seeing the body waters transform into water. Suddenly, the water began gathering together, and Rentaro's body began forming. Fujin squinted his eyes and threw an explosion tag attached to a kunai right at the center. He and many ninjas realized, hydrification technique of the Hazuki clan. The Hidden Mist Village jounins breathed in relief on seeing Rentaro use this jutsu in the nick of time. Fujin wondered, isn't this the KK Genkai of the Hazuki clan? How did he get it? Was someone from his family from the Hazuki clan, or is he using a fake family name? Genma noted, first an eyes KK Genkai. Now the hydrification secret jutsu. The Hidden Mist Village genins are strong. Raido agreed and pointed out, yes, but Fujin is very strong too. He forced him into using it. Ibiki observed Rentaro putting his body together and stated, he isn't proficient with this jutsu. The body is reforming too slowly. The Hidden Mist Village genins got excited about seeing Rentaro use this jutsu. Sora said excitedly, in this form Rentaro is invincible. That Hidden Leaf Village genin will lose badly. Miko and Hoka also observed this carefully. Especially Miko, who might have to fight him if Fujin loses. As Rentaro's body was reforming, the explosion tag reached it and exploded, dispersing the water again. However, soon it began reforming once again. Fujin grabbed another kunai with an explosion tag and wondered, isn't his speed too slow? If I recall correctly, Suigetsu was able to liquefy some parts of his body and not be helpless unless a lightning jutsu was used. He threw the kunai, and it dispersed once again. The process was repeated 3 more times. The ninjas, who knew about the hydrification technique and were excited to see it in action, were dumbfounded. Especially the hidden mist village jounins and geinins. They saw one of their strongest secret jutsu be dismantled by cheap explosion tags. Of course, if Rentaro was stronger or had better control over this secret technique, then the hydrification technique wouldn't be neutralized so easily. However, this fact didn't reduce their humiliation. Miko looked at Sora and asked, is this what you call invincible in your village? Sora's face went red with shame. He wanted to rebuke, but no words left his mouth. Fujin threw the 7th explosion tag. At that time, Rantaro's Jounin sensei jumped into the arena. Fujin noticed his chakra and immediately flickered into the woods. The hidden mist village Jounin appeared in front of Rentaro and deflected the kunai. He said, we give up this fight. The ninjas looked at the arena with disappointment. Inoichi announced the result of the match. Ibiki sighed, first hidden mist assassination technique and now hydrification technique. Both were dismantled through explosion tags. What a disappointment. Raito nodded and said, yes. We need to ban the use of explosion tags. Especially in the finals. Genma agreed, while it's true that they are one of the ninja's important tools, this is just disappointing. Fujin and Miko would never think that their fights would result in explosion tags getting banned from the final tournament. Rantaro's body finally managed to reform without any further disturbance. As soon as it reformed, he fell unconscious. His sensei immediately grabbed him, preventing the fall. Soon, his clothes were dyed red with his blood. The medical ninja quickly moved and treated him. Fujin saw and wondered, can someone using hydrification techniques can still be harmed with explosion tags? Or is it just because he is a noob at this technique? The hidden mist village down inside looking at his student, the hydrification technique puts a huge strain on his chakra. Despite his huge chakra, he can only maintain it for a short while. If this had continued, he might have died due to chakra exhaustion. The medics healed Rentaro in the arena, before carrying him away. The wounds on him weren't an issue as they healed easily. The main issue was chakra exhaustion. Fujin left the arena thinking, well, this was anticlimactic. He trapped himself by using a jutsu he couldn't use properly. I was expecting a close fight. Fujin's sentiment was shared by all the jounins and most chunins in the seating area. The end to the fight was just too anticlimactic. Genma looked at Fujin and commented, he is getting promoted to chunin. Ibiki and Raito nodded. Though his opponent gave him a couple of openings, Fujin grabbed them both and took full advantage of them. His performance was very good. While Fujin was walking up the stairs, 2 shady-looking men in black suits blocked his path. Fujin looked at them. One of the men said in a deep voice, you have to lose the next match to Uchiha Miko. Fujin's eyes twitched. He asked, I do? Why? At the same time, he wondered, do these jokers threaten geinins every tournament? He replied, our boss has made huge bets on the Uchiha kid. If you win, he will lose all his money. So you have to give up the fight, or we will make you regret it. Fujin ignored the threat and asked, how much money did your boss bet? The 2 men were shocked by the question. They had done this a few times, but for the first time, they were asked such a question. The second man asked, why do you want to know? Fujin gave him a deadpan look and said, you 2 don't even know what your boss has bet, and still came here to threaten me? Hearing Fujin's tone angered them. But they controlled it as Fujin seemed reasonable. The first man replied, he bet 20 million ryo on the Uchiha girl. Fujin thought for a moment and said, I see. He looked at them and said, give me 4 million ryo and I'll give up the fight. This left them both tongue-tied. Both cursed him. The second man said, asshole. You think a brat like you can take money from us? Fujin replied in a neutral voice, if I win, your boss would lose 20 million ryo. I'm not even asking for half. Do you think your boss will let you go if I win? This pushed them over the line. Both immediately grabbed their kunai and threatened Fujin. If you don't agree, then we will make you incapable of fighting in the tournament. We were ninjas in the land of grass. A brat like you is easy prey for us. Fujin sighed and said, alright, I'll give up the fight. This made them relax. They put their kunais back while smirking and saying, finally you realize your flaw. However, at that instant, winds flew. Both the men had their throats cut. Many cuts appeared on their bodies. They dropped their kunai. They were about to scream when Fujin grabbed their faces and slammed their head on the stairs. They both lost consciousness. Fujin bent down and began checking their clothes while muttering, how do idiots like them exist? Didn't they see my 2 matches? He grabbed both their wallets. There were 80,000 ryo in them. There were also a couple of scrolls on them. He took them all and put them into his own scrolls. Fujin left the stairs and looked around. He noticed an Uchiha police officer and an Anbu in the stand. He thought, so whom to report to? After a few seconds, he decided to report to the Anbu, analyzing, those two attacked me so that Miko would win. While I don't think they would go easy on them for that reason, it is a possibility. If he has Sharingans, then he could make them spill all the beans, and if they tell about how much money they had, it's possible that the Uchiha might ask me about it. As for the Anbu, I doubt they would be so focused on what they had and instead focus more on the act. Even if they do, it'll be a long time. And those thugs would assume that the Anbu confiscated their belongings. Having decided, Fujin flickered in front of him. The Anbu ninja was surprised to see Fujin. Fujin waved his hands and said, "Hello Anbu-san. A couple of former ninjas from the Land of Grass attacked me on the stairs and were injured. Can you check on them and take the necessary actions?" The Anbu ninja was surprised. He asked, "Why did they attack you?" Fujin replied, "Not sure, but they were talking about their boss placing some bets." The Anbu ninja understood and nodded. He said, "Good work. I'll apprehend them." He flickered. He would arrest those two, and send them to the test and instrumentation department to torture them till they confessed who their boss was. Once they confessed, they were tortured even more for their crime. Their boss was arrested as well and all his businesses were seized by Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin, unaware of the tragedy his self-defense caused, went back into the waiting room. There was a half an hour's break before the semi-finals began. Hoka, Fujin and Miko meditated. Yumi was a bit tense. She thought, we started this tournament with 6 Hidden Mist Village ninjas and only 3 from Hidden Leaf Village. Now all 5 from our village except me have lost. Chapter 99, The 4th KK Genkai. After the break, Hoka and Yumi were called down. Both took their stances. Hoka activated his Byakugan, while Yumi's eyes began glowing. Having seen all her comrades getting hit by sneak attacks, she would focus her chakra in her eyes and see chakra in the entire fight. The Hidden Mist Village Jounins watched nervously. If they lost even this fight, then they would have lost all the fights against Hidden Leaf Village. It would be a huge blow to their reputation. Inoichi announced, "The first semi-final starts now, begin." As soon as he announced, Hoka rushed forward while making hand signs. Yumi retreated while making hand signs as well. Stone Shuriken Jutsu Water Wall Jutsu. The stone shurikens were blocked by the water wall. As soon as the stone shuriken jutsu ended, Yumi made a few more hand signs. The water wall transformed into water shurikens and rained at Hoka's position. Hoka made a hand seal and slammed his hands on the ground. Rock Shield Jutsu. The rock shield blocked all the water shurikens heading towards him. While the rock shield was blocking, Hoka went underground to sneak attack Yumi. However, with his Byakugan, he saw that Yumi was staring at his exact position underground. He frowned, "I won't be able to sneak attack her if her eyes keep seeing my chakra." After a moment of hesitation, Hoka decided to attack. He made a few hand signs. Rockthorn Bed Jutsu. Yumi, having seen him underground, was on guard. She quickly moved away. Using Rockthorn Launch Jutsu would be pointless. So Hoka used more Rockthorn Bed Jutsus. He used them 12 times consecutively. And even used Rockthorn Launch Jutsu once to block her retreat. Seeing her dodging without being able to counterattack, Hoka smirked. Great, 2 more and she will be in range. Yumi, while dodging consistently, thought, he is trying to get me closer to his position. He must be planning to use Hyugetai Jutsu on me. Hoka used Rockthorn Bed Jutsu once again, but Yumi dodged in a manner that he didn't predict. He frowned and used 3 more, and finally had Yumi where he wanted. He grinned and came out of the underground. He was just a few meters from her. 8 trigrams, 16 palms at the same time. Yumi made a few quick hand signs. Hoka saw them but still proceeded. He released some chakra from his right palm thinking, I'll block her water jutsu with my right hand and keep attacking her. Unfortunately, his plans were made on the wrong assumption. Having prepared her jutsu, Yumi blew out steam towards Hoka. Steam style, scalding hot steam. Hot steam appeared in front of Hoka and enveloped him. His right palm was protected by chakra. But the rest of his arm, and soon his body came in contact with very hot steam. His entire body was scalded. Even his eyes were hurt. Hoka yelled in pain, causing him to stop his attack. However, he gritted his teeth and fought through the pain to move forward and attack her. However, he saw a kunai with an explosion tag heading towards him. Yumi snorted internally and commented, we may be at war, but you are not the only ones with explosion tags. The steam style once again surprised the audience. Fujin and Miko were surprised too. Fujin wondered, steam style. Is she related to Mai somehow? He looked at Hoka and thought, Hoka will have it tough. With a steam release, she can ensure that Hoka won't be able to fight in close range at all. And he can't sneak attack her thanks to her eyes. So it'll be a long-range ninjutsu fight, and ninjutsu isn't Hoka's strength despite the improvements. Hoka quickly moved sideways and barely escaped the explosion. However, the explosion tossed dust into his burned body, causing him even more pain. As soon as he moved, Yumi appeared next to him and blew more hot steam on him. Hoka flickered backwards while making a hand sign. He slammed his hand on the ground. All the rock thorns in the area get launched. Most are launched in the air, but a few get launched on Yumi. She quickly made hand signs, water armor jutsu. Water armor appeared around her, which blocked all the rock thorns heading towards her. Hoka waited for the jutsu to end, and flickered behind her as soon as the last rock thorn hit her armor. He placed a hand on her water armor and released chakra through his palm. A hole appeared in the armor. He attempted to use gentle fist through that hole, but Yumi just abandoned the water armor and moved in the opposite direction. Hoka followed her, but she once again blew hot steam on him. Having expected it, he moved away. But the steam still burned him more. Both finally moved away from each other, observing their opponent. Yumi stood still. Her breathing was slightly heavy but steady. She was entirely focused on Hoka, keeping an eye for any tricks he might pull. Hoka, on the other hand, was breathing very heavily. His chakra was almost empty due to having used so many jutsus. He had mild burns all over his body, making movement increasingly difficult. Fujin looked at Yumi. She's strong. I underestimated her. Luckily her steam release won't be effective against me. Ibiki commented. Hoka fought well. Unfortunately, his opponent is doing well to keep him away. Genma agreed. His rockthorn trap was good. Forced his opponent who kept running away in close combat. If not for the steam style, he could have won. Raito stated. His opponent is very good too. Be it the previous, or this battle. She is very calm and stable. She will be a reliable team leader. Ibiki and Genma both agreed. Yumi's performance wasn't flashy like Miko, Fujin, Hoka, Rentaro, or Shin, but it was very stable and level-headed. Hoka thought, I have just one more chance. Then I won't have chakra even for gentle fist. He flickered towards Yumi. Yumi responded by releasing steam in front of her. However, Hoka flickered to spot 5 meters in front of Yumi, instead of next to her. Instead of running at her, he made a few hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Stone Spear Jutsu. As soon as Hoka slammed his hands on the ground, Yumi moved backwards. A few stone spears appeared from the ground. However, she had already moved from the range. Hoka used this time to flicker twice. He arrived right next to her, surprising Yumi. He gathered all his remaining chakra in his right hand and attacked her, planning to knock her out in one blow. However, Yumi blocked his forearm, not allowing the attack to hit her. She followed it with a kick to Hoka's stomach, sending him flying back for a dozen meters. Hoka rolled on the ground for a few meters and fell unconscious. The chakra exhaustion and burns meant that he couldn't stay conscious any longer. Inoichi announced, winner of the first semi-final is Sakayumi. Medics quickly came and took Hoka for treatment. The crowd cheered due to how intense this fight was. But the cheering was less as the winner wasn't from Hidden Leaf Village. There were also many sighing in the crowd, as they had bet on Hoka. Yumi walked towards the waiting room while breathing slightly heavily. He was strong. I used up more than half my chakra in the fight. I won't be able to use my steam style a lot in the finals. I hope Miko and Fujin exhaust each other, otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage. Chapter 100, Lightning Explosion Rain Barrage. After Hoka was taken away, Miko and Fujin looked at each other. Miko warned, Fujin, if you keep hiding behind your clones, I'll blow up the whole arena to make you fight me. Fujin chuckled and replied, good luck with that. Miko was annoyed but didn't retort anymore. They both entered the arena and stood opposite each other. Fujin didn't look at Miko's face for obvious reasons. While waiting for Inoichi to announce, Fujin calculated, the half-hour break was good. The last 2 fights cost me around 28% of my chakra. I recovered my chakra up to 80%. As for Miko, though she had only one fight, she did use quite a few fireballs. So even she only has around 80% of chakra left even after the break. As for Yumi, her reserves dropped to less than 40%. So unless my and Miko's fight goes on for hours, she won't recover much. Considering that my maximum reserves are more than double of these two, I should be fine as long as I end this fight with over 30% of my chakra still remaining. As he was calculating, Inoichi announced, the second semi-final starts now, begin. As usual, Fujin began the fight with a wind explosion jutsu thrown at the very instant Inoichi announced the start of the fight. Expecting it, Miko flickered to get out of the way. And then flickered again to attack Fujin. Instead of engaging her, Fujin flickered into the woods. Miko followed him. Fujin kept flickering among the woods to create distance from Miko, while Miko kept following him with her Sharingan. So both just kept flickering. The stadium was very confused and odd. Soon after Inoichi announced the match, they saw Fujin throwing a wind sphere that exploded. And at the same time, both Miko and Fujin disappeared. Rido exclaimed, "So fast." Many Chunins in the audience were having difficulties keeping a track of Fujin and Miko. After flickering a dozen times, Fujin thought, her flickering speed has improved. Not enough to match me though. I guess she can barely keep a track of me due to her Sharingan. Miko frowned, is he planning to exhaust my chakra by making me flicker so many times? Fujin indeed had that thought, should I just keep flickering until she runs out of chakra? I'm better than her at using body flicker, meaning that I need less chakra. And despite having to fight twice, my chakra reserve is still higher than hers. So I should have enough chakra left for the final. That said, I don't think she'll act that dumb. After analyzing, Fujin concluded that Miko won't keep chasing him for long. So instead of giving her the initiative, Fujin decided to change tactics. He smirked, let's try that tactic. I could sense that even Renjiro was annoyed by it. Knowing Miko, she'll be fuming in no time. Haha, he created a wind clone while flickering. The wind clone stayed in his position and prepared 2 wind explosion jutsus. As soon as Miko appeared, he threw them at her. Miko scowled as she dodged. She threw a few shurikens at the clone. The clone noticed wires attached to the shurikens. He smirked and flickered away. Miko scowled even more, this bastard is infuriating me even more. She ignored the clone and flickered towards Fujin. However, this time she was blocked by 4 wind clones. All 4 clones surrounded her and threw wind explosion jutsus on her. She dodged them, but still got a few small cuts. She tried attacking them, but they flickered away as well. She was about to curse Fujin and begin the chase once more when one clone ran diagonally in front of her and tossed another wind explosion jutsu on her. She dodged and made hand signs. Fireball jutsu. However, she looked dumbfounded as her fireball jutsu hit nothing but trees. The clone was long gone. Fujin, who was on the other side of the mini forest, smirked, hee hee, I'll show you how annoying hit-and-run tactics can be. I developed this tactic while fighting Renjiro to get some respite from non-stop beatings. Granted, the principle is based on the guerrilla warfare and hit-and-run tactics by mobile army units from my previous life, but that tactic combined with ninja's speed and accuracy can be so deadly and annoying. For the next couple of minutes, Miko was continuously harassed by Fujin's wind clones. Forget Fujin, she couldn't even chase his wind clones. Nor could she use any big jutsu, as every time she built up her chakra, the clones would interrupt her. And this was achieved with just 7 clones. Fujin observed Miko from a long distance, while constantly disrupting his chakra, in case Miko had learned any non-Sharingan-based Ganjutsu. Miko now had multiple cuts on her body, though none were fatal. Fujin thought, she looks completely annoyed now. I wonder what she will do when her fuse finally short-circuits. Miko, who had enough of Fujin's tricks, yelled, Fujin, fight me like a man. Stop hiding behind your clones and show some guts. Fujin was amused. So were the judges. Ibiki commented, while she is strong enough to be a Chunin, her maturity leaves a lot to be desired. Genma chuckled and replied, true. But the tactic she is facing seems to have deliberately been made to annoy her. Seeing Fujin ignore her pissed Miko even further. She yelled, asshole. I warned you. As she yelled, she took out a scroll. Fujin and his clones got on guard. Her last scroll had more than 100 explosion tags. What does she have now? She opened the scroll and laid it on the ground. She began building up her chakra. At that instant, 2 wind clones appeared. Miko quickly grabbed 2 kunai with explosion tags, I knew it. However, instead of throwing wind explosion jutsu on her, both clones made a hand sign. Great breakthrough jutsu. Miko immediately realized that this was bad. She flickered out of the woods into the open arena. As soon as she was out, she could see her previous position being ravaged by strong winds. She was about to use the scroll when she noticed something. Fujin was building up his chakra. When Fujin saw Miko leaving the forest, he was already building his chakra up. He analyzed, should I hit her with a big one too? No, she'll escape underground and all I'll get is some time. I need to learn stone spear jutsu and learn to hit underground enemies with it from a long distance. He still kept building his chakra up to counter what she was planning. Miko began exerting a lot of chakra. The spectators could see blue chakra flowing around her. A couple of Fujin's clones flickered close to her as well. But they noticed that Miko's scroll had blood on it. Fujin's clones thought, why is there blood on the scroll? Wait, did she put it there when flickering? And, what exactly is in that scroll that she needs to use her blood and so much chakra? Miko ignored Fujin's clones and slammed her right hand on the scroll, sending her chakra into it. Fujin, who was observing from the woods, was shocked. Her chakra dropped by more than half. The clones ignored her actions and launched wind explosion jutsus on her, but she threw the kunais with explosion tags at them to disperse the jutsu. While this exchange took place, Fujin, his clones that were in the woods, the judges, and the spectators were all shocked. There were 250 kunais with explosion tags summoned above the arena. And they all seemed to have electricity flowing through them. Hiruzen's eye twitched, the lighting explosion rain barrage jutsu of Uchiha clan. Do they need to use it in the Chunin exam? Fujin was shocked. What the heck is this? And why do those kunai look like they have been charged with lightning chakra? Miko doesn't have an affinity to lightning nature. Miko quickly made a few hand signs while dodging Fujin's clones. Lightning explosion rain barrage jutsu. Expecting the kunais to rain down on him, Fujin looked up and made a hand sign. Great breakthrough jutsu. This jutsu was supercharged with 10% of his chakra. Very strong winds were generated. At the same time, the kunais began raining down at a very fast speed. Many kunai were knocked off course slightly. But many managed to pierce into the great breakthrough jutsu and maintain their course. Fujin had expected it. So he had already created a hand sign and went underground. As soon as Fujin went underground, 3 wind clones appeared above him. They all made a hand sign. Spinning shield of wind jutsu. A triple-layered defense with spinning shield of wind jutsu appeared above them. Meanwhile, Fujin kept going underground, to a depth of 50 meters. The kunais rained down on the arena. Fujin's wind clones, who were engaging Miko, couldn't dodge and were hit by the explosions. They were dispelled. The remaining 3 clones managed to block a dozen kunais before one managed to pierce through their triple-layered defense and exploded. All 3 were dispelled. However, they had done their job by ensuring that no kunai went underground. The other parts of the arena didn't have any protection. So the kunais kept falling. Since they were charged with lightning, they managed to pierce a few meters into the ground, before exploding. When the barrage had ended, the entire ground of the arena was overturned. Not a single tree remained. Dust covered the entire arena. Chapter 101, Yet Another Win. The civilian spectators were shocked. They looked in fear and awe. Terror can be seen on their faces. The daimyos were shocked too. Their faces were pale on imagining being on the receiving end of this jutsu. Some of the new ninjas were shocked as well. But the ones who had fought in the Third Great Ninja War weren't shocked by the jutsu. However, they were surprised to see a 10-year-old genin be able to do this jutsu. Yumi and a couple of missed genins in the waiting room were shocked. They looked at the arena with horror on their faces. They quickly thanked whichever gods they prayed to for not being on the receiving end of this jutsu. Fujin noticed the destruction and thought, oh, it's not that bad. Those lightning-charged kunais kinda freaked me out. I thought they would pierce deep into the ground, making even the underground unsafe. I suppose someone charged the kunais with lightning style and sealed them up. And Miko only summoned and used them. TSK, the Uchiha clan is crazy rich. Spending over 300,000 ryo on a pointless Chunin exam match. As the attack was over, he left the underground and returned to the surface. Miko was breathing very heavily. The jutsu had dropped her chakra to under 20%. She noticed Fujin leaving the underground and grinned, let's see where you hide now. She flickered under the cover of dust and used fireball jutsu. Fujin sensed her coming and flickered to dodge the jutsu. The crowd, which was still in shock, was again surprised by another explosion sound. Soon, sounds of kunai clashing could be heard in the arena. But due to the dust, they couldn't see what exactly was happening. Only the Sharingan and Byakugan wielders were able to see what was happening. Inoichi was concerned as he couldn't see exactly what was happening. In the arena, after dodging her fireball, Fujin created a shadow clone to confront Miko. His clone took the lead in engaging her, while he provided support. Miko was breathing very heavily due to chakra exhaustion. Fujin's clone sighed and said while clashing with Miko with kunai, you barely have 10% of your chakra left. Just give up. Even if you somehow win, you can't fight in the final. Miko scowled and yelled, as if I'll give up without engaging your main body at all. While she yelled arrogantly, she was hoping, just one look in the eye and I can turn this around. Fujin knew that she was still banking on her Sharingan Ganjutsu. His clone replied, give up trying to cast Sharingan Ganjutsu on me. I'll never fall for it. Not to mention, I still haven't drawn my sword. If I use it, you won't last a second. Miko frowned upon hearing that. The scene of Fujin swinging his sword and slaughtering 2 waves of bandits was still fresh in her mind. However, she concluded, he won't use his sword here. It's too lethal. Otherwise, he would have already used it. She snorted and kept attacking. Fujin and his clone sighed realizing that she didn't take the bluff. Her analysis was on point. Fujin had no way to ensure that she wouldn't die if he used his sword. He then looked at Miko and decided, Oh well, time to get rough. He immediately built his chakra up. Unlike Miko, Fujin still had more than half his chakra. Miko immediately became alert when she saw Fujin build his chakra. She wanted to attack him, but his clone blocked her. Suddenly, after blocking her, Fujin's clone grabbed her right arm. Miko tried to break free, but all her attacks were blocked perfectly by Fujin's clone. At that moment, Fujin appeared behind his clone. Great breakthrough jutsu. Miko's eyes widened as she realized that Fujin was hitting both his clone and her. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to do anything. Fujin's clone was dispelled immediately. The jutsu hit Miko with full force. She was sent flying into the arena's wall. She crashed into the wall and fell unconscious. Fujin's jutsu also cleared the dust off the arena. Unfortunately for the spectators, a lot of dust was sent into the sitting area. Many immediately began coughing and covering their eyes, nose, and mouth. A few ninjas knowing when jutsu stood up and began clearing the dust from the sitting area. While the dust was being cleared, medical ninjas appeared and took Miko away. Inoichi waited for the dust to clear and then announced, "Winner of the second semi-final is Suzuki Fujin." The crowd cheered a bit. The cheering was dulled due to a couple of reasons. For starters, the crowd was very annoyed with the dust storm they just had to suffer. And most of the crowd had placed their bets on Miko. Fujin left the arena and went into the waiting room. As he entered, Yumi looked at him with a complicated expression. She thought, his opponent was so strong, and yet he won with such ease. Even I would have probably lost against the Uchiha girl. Even the fights against Rentaro and Shin would have been challenging for me. Yet, not only did he win all 3 fights, he did it without taking any wounds. And he still has enough chakra to match me at my full strength. She sighed, realizing that the final was a lost cause. Unlike the other Gainans fighting there, she was being raised to become a capable team leader. While she still had her pride, she could analyze and come to proper conclusions as compared to her peers. Just like Yumi, experienced ninjas in the crowd also took note of Fujin. Hiruzen smiled, brilliant. Renjiro wasn't mistaken. And he fought without using his sword or the Senju Taijutsu style. Ignoring those 2 skills and chakra reserves, he isn't much stronger than Miko. But the result he produced due to his tactics is remarkable. If he becomes an elite jounin, Hidden Leaf Village will gain another capable ninja. The judges were impressed as well. Genma commented, despite the destruction, Fujin won with rather ease. He knows when to retreat and attack. His usage of clones is very impressive as well. Raido nodded, in all 3 fights, Fujin has tactically outplayed his opponents. Though Miko is strong as well, she lacks in this department. Ibiki added, yes. But it's likely that a lot of what Miko said was just her trying to make things easier for her. After all, for those with Sharingan, 1 look is enough to decide the battle. Unfortunately for her, Fujin has very good self-control to not respond to any taunting and to not drop his guard even when winning. So despite lightning explosion Bararain Jutsu, she never got any opportunity to suppress Fujin. The judges discussed the fight more. The finals would happen after half an hour. So some of the spectators began cleaning themselves up, crowding the public bathrooms. The break was an opportunity for stall owners to sell their merchandise or food items. Unfortunately, those items now had a lot of dust on them. So quite a lot of merchandise and food was spoiled. Only packaged items or the ones kept in airtight containers were safe. So Miko and Fujin were cursed secretly by all the stall owners. During the break, a few ninjas used earth-style jutsus to fix the ground. Making the Gainans fight in a completely ruined arena would put Hidden Leaf Village in a bad light. More importantly, knowing Fujin's great breakthrough jutsu, they expected him to just launch the soil into the stands. After half an hour, Fujin and Yumi were called down to the arena. Chapter 102, the most epic battle ever. The crowds cheered loudly. The semi-finals were thrilling. They expected even more from the finals. The ninjas, however, didn't expect much. They expected both the Gainans to have less than half chakra. It would be unlikely for Yumi to surprise them anymore, while Fujin hadn't used anything fancy. Renjiro and Hiruzen, who knew Fujin's abilities, knew that there wouldn't be any suspense in this fight. Fujin and Yumi looked at each other. Yumi's eyes were blue and glowing, while Fujin's eyes were as black as the darkest night. Inoichi announced, "The final starts now, begin." Expecting Fujin to start with wind explosion jutsu, Yumi moved backwards while making a few hand signs. However, Fujin didn't start with it. He flickered while making a hand sign. Yumi was surprised. Fujin appeared behind her. Great breakthrough jutsu water wall jutsu. Miko recognized the seal and quickly created her water wall. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, it had no chance against it. The water did reduce its speed, but Yumi was hit by the jutsu. She was hurled backwards flying. While landing, she dug a kunai into the ground to stabilize herself. Just when she had managed to stabilize, a kunai appeared in front of her. Yumi's eyes widened when she noticed the explosion tag attached to the kunai. She immediately jumped to her left. Fujin noticed her dodge and flickered into his jutsu. Yumi didn't expect Fujin to enter into the dangerous winds that he had created. She was distracted by the explosion tag and had her eye off Fujin for a few seconds. Fujin used those few seconds to attack. He suddenly flickered in front of her and attacked her with his kunai. Yumi was taken by surprise. She had no time to perform a jutsu. She raised her kunai to block him while trying to move away. Their kunais clashed. And Fujin's kunai cut through hers with ease. Yumi had expected it and was already moving backwards. However, Fujin took a step forward as well and placed the kunai on her neck. The wind chakra around the kunai created a small cut on her neck. He looked into her eyes and said, "Give up." Unlike Miko, Yumi had no confidence that Fujin wouldn't kill her. The fight had just begun and she was completely dominated. She didn't even have a chance to use any jutsu other than one barely formed water wall jutsu. Fujin noticed that Yumi was thinking hard and pushed his kunai forward slightly. Yumi gritted her teeth and said, "I give up." Fujin stopped flowing chakra through his kunai and withdrew it and walked away. Inoichi was surprised at how quickly the fight ended. It didn't even last a couple of minutes. He announced loudly, "The winner of the Chunin exam is Suzuki Fujin." Ranjiro chuckled at the announcement. The civilian audience was dumbfounded. As soon as Inoichi had announced the start of the fight, a strong wind flew through the arena. Inside the winds, they heard an explosion. And that was it. Even before the winds died down, Inoichi had announced the result. They didn't even get to see any fight. They felt cheated. The ninjas too were surprised at how quickly the fight ended. And how one-sided it was. Genma commented, "Well, that was quick." Ibiki nodded, "Yes. That was quick and efficient. If this was an actual battlefield, he would have killed her with ease." Fujin noticed the crowd's discontent. He thought, "If this was my previous world, I have no doubt that they would have thrown plastic bottles and trash into the arena." Hiruzen sighed, noticing the crowd's discontent. An announcement was made by the announcer, declaring Fujin to be the winner of the final round of the Chunin exam. Soon after, Hiruzen stood up and announced, "Last year, the record for the second phase of the Chunin exam was broken. A squad from Hidden Leaf Village managed to pass it in 5 hours and 30 minutes. However, that record was broken by the Geinin squad consisting of Suzuki Fujin, Miko Uchiha, and Hyuga Hoka. They completed the second exam in just 47 minutes. The crowd was surprised to learn that and cheered loudly. The daimyos also paid attention to this announcement. After all, it signified that the younger generation of Hidden Leaf Village held promise. Hiruzen continued, "As a reward for such an amazing performance, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka will be taught one jutsu each by me." That announcement shocked a lot of the ninjas for multiple reasons. For one, Hiruzen hadn't taught anyone for a long time. Secondly, he was known as the professor. It signified the tremendous amount of knowledge he possessed on jutsu. And lastly, his dominance in the first and second ninja wars earned him the moniker of God of Shinobi. To be taught by him would be a great honor for any ninja. However, unlike the shocked ninjas, Fujin's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. He scoffed, "What a cheapskate. This way he doesn't have to spend anything at all. And he gets to take a break from his boring paperwork under the pretense of teaching us." Fujin bowed as a sign of gratitude. However, while bowing, he realized yet another aspect. Wait. It's not just that. He just announced our achievements. And he announced Tatachi's as well. This wasn't aimed at the crowds, rather was aimed at the daimyos. This way, he will get more money and missions from them. Damn. I thought I'd swindle a good reward from him. Instead, he has exploited us while giving token rewards. Fujin was shocked at how well Hiruzen had played. He got money, better missions, a break from paperwork and improved his reputation without making any efforts at all. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at the shocked and amazed expressions of the crowd. The effect was exactly as he imagined. However, he would never know that the 11-year-old Geinin bowing to him had analyzed all details of his small scheme. Though, even if he did, Hiruzen would not react much and would give the boy to Shikaku to further improve his analyzing skills. A ninja who could see through schemes was always very handy to have. A ninja who could see through schemes and set up counter-schemes to gain the advantage of the schemes cooked up by others is even more valuable. After Hiruzen's speech, an announcement was made, bringing an end to the Chunin exams. The crowd began dispersing. Chapter 103, R.I.P. Gato. After the announcement, the crowd dispersed. Only a few who had bet on Fujin went to the spot where payouts were made. Fujin too flickered to that spot so as to not be stuck in any long lines. Fujin assumed he'd be the first one there, but he was wrong. Another person had flickered there before him. Fujin's eyes twitched. He said, "Hello, sensei." Ranjiro chuckled and replied, "Hello, Fujin. Congrats on winning the tournament. Fujin nodded while thinking, what a teacher. Renjiro asked, would you like to go first? Fujin shook his head and replied, no, you can go first sensei. He thought, let me see how much money you are making. Renjiro chuckled, guessing Fujin's thoughts, and walked to the counter. The bookie looked at the teacher-student duo. At that time, 2 Anbu ninjas flickered in. Renjiro didn't pay attention and placed 30 golden tickets with Fujin's name on them on the table. Fujin's eyes popped out on seeing that. He thought, he's fucking rich. I should ask him for the rewards instead of Hiruzen. Wait, I should ask for my share. The bookie was also frightened. 30 gold tickets meant that he would have to pay out 120 million ryo. He looked at Renjiro, who just maintained a smile. However, the bookie felt as if he was looking at a demon. The bookie thought, the total bets that were placed in the auction was just 110 million ryo. The payout to him alone would put us at a loss of 10 million ryo. He wondered if he could avoid paying the money. But he shook his head thinking, Hidden Leaf Village would skin me alive. They would likely uproot Gato's entire business too. We have no choice. He gritted his teeth and paid Renjiro 120 million ryo. Anyone who held gambling was required to hold 150 million ryo extra in case they incurred a loss. So he could still make the payment. Renjiro smiled and sealed the suitcases containing money in a scroll. Fujin looked at his sensei checking all the money and storing it. He wondered, do all senju love to bet? He sighed and went forward. For some reason, the joy of winning money had diminished a lot. He put forth 6 silver tickets on the table. The bookie smiled bitterly. He now knew that both of them were aware of how strong Fujin was. This decision to host the gamble was a huge mistake. The bookie paid Fujin 2.4 million ryo. Fujin checked and stored them away. By now, a few others had arrived. They were shocked to see that Fujin had bet on himself. Some were impressed by his self-confidence. Renjiro smiled on seeing his student earning some money as well. He put his hand on Fujin's shoulder and said, watch. It will be entertaining. Fujin immediately looked at the 2 Anbu ninjas. One of them went ahead, and placed 20 golden tickets on the table. The bookie's face became blue. He screamed in his mind, almost half the bets were placed on him? Fucking Hidden Leaf Village scums. He began shaking in anger. However, the Anbu showed no reaction. The bookie gritted his teeth and handed him 80 million ryo. Fujin watched with his eyes widened. He looked at the second Anbu and thought, don't tell me. The second Anbu stepped forward and placed another 20 golden tickets on the table. The bookie was shocked at Hidden Leaf Village's shamelessness. Fujin too was dumbfounded, what the fuck? I know Hiruzen is shameless but to this extent? The bookie began thinking, over 70 million ryo were bet on him. Why weren't we informed? What the fuck was the guy who was accepting the bets doing? He immediately began cursing him. Unfortunately for him, that bookie was placed under a subtle ganjutsu by an Anbu, making him forget to report the bets placed. The bookie gritted his teeth and said, I don't have enough money to give you the payouts. The Anbu looked into his eyes and asked, how much time do you need to arrange it? The bookie gritted his teeth even harder and said, we will need 7 days. The Anbu nodded and said, alright. Settle the payments of everyone else first. Then arrange for my payouts. You are not allowed to leave Hidden Leaf Village until you pay me 80 million ryo. The bookie nodded with a pale face. He was well aware of the consequences of trying to run away. The other people began redeeming their tickets. Renjiro said, follow me. Both Fujin and Renjiro began walking towards the room where Hoka and Miko were resting. Renjiro said, what are your thoughts on what happened? Fujin replied in a deadpan tone, the older you get, the greedier you become. Renjiro almost lost his footing on hearing that. Before he could reply, Fujin sighed and muttered, I wonder if Lord Hokage could arrange me a few dozen wind crystals with the money he got from betting on me. After saying that, he stared at Renjiro, reminding him of the money he won as well. Renjiro ignored his words and his stare and asked, anything else you noticed? Fujin replied, did they piss off the Hokage somehow? Renjiro nodded, the Gato company engages in a lot of illegal activities. Many common people have suffered due to them. This act was to give them a blow. And remind them to stay within their boundaries. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded, not bad. Not only was the Gato company made to pay, but Hidden Leaf Village also earned a fortune. That said, looking at this in another way, Gato seized money from common people forcefully and Hidden Leaf Village seized that money from Gato. So indirectly, Hidden Leaf Village seized the money from the common people without the protection of a strong village. The true losers are the common people. In order to compensate for this loss, Gato will steal more from common people, and perhaps sometime in the future, some other huge force will take the money from him. No wonder a scum like him can spread his influence so easily and not lose his life. The strong countries just don't care about it. After all, they too get a good share of his steal. Sigh. No matter which world, the weak and hopeless ones always suffer. Renjiro noticed Fujin suddenly quieting down. He wondered what Fujin was thinking about. Suddenly, Fujin had a thought. He asked, "Sensei, if I had lost, would you guys have just let all the money go to the Gado company?" Renjiro looked at Fujin, who looked back at his sensei. Renjiro didn't answer, but just smirked. Fujin's sweat dropped looking at his smirk. He decided, these guys are the worst schemers. In the future, if I ever had to make a move against Hiruzen or Hidden Leaf Village, I should take care to never ever expose my identity. Who knows which scheme they might cook to make me suffer huge loss. They reached the medical room in the arena in silence and checked up on Miko and Hoka. Miko had a lot of cuts while Hoka had mild burns all over his body. Both also suffered from chakra exhaustion. Though they were healed, the medical nins advised them to stay in the hospital for a couple of days. Renjiro informed them about the reward and neither of them was thrilled by it. Renjiro advised them to rest. Both Fujin and Renjiro left, leaving them with their family. After leaving, Fujin looked at the sky and thought, the Chunin exam finally ended. Soon I'll be a Chunin. 6 years of work to go from a nobody to a Chunin. How long would it take to reach S rank from here? Chapter 104, Promotion. And spending a few hours after the exam ended, an Anbu ninja went underground and entered a base. The base was covered in a lot of seals to prevent detection. It was very dark. The Anbu passed through a few passages, before entering a small house. He knelt and greeted, Denzo-sama. Denzo looked at him and asked, did anything important happen during the exam? The root ninja replied, no Denzo-sama. Only a couple of small matters. Lord Hokage and Senju clan made a move against Gado. They got 210 million ryo from him by betting. This surprised Denzo. While he hadn't paid any attention to Gado, it was surprising that he made such a huge loss while hosting the tournament gamble. He asked, who did the Hiruzen bet on? The root ninja answered, they placed their bets on Suzuki Fujin, an orphan. He defeated a Yuki Geinin who knew ice style, another hidden mist village Geinin who knew the hydrification technique, then the Miko Uchiha, and lastly a steam style user from the Sakai clan. He specializes in wind style and body flicker. And his chakra reserves can be considered to barely be at Jounin level. This surprised Enzo. He wondered, how did we miss such an orphan when recruiting for Root? He asked, how talented is he at wind style? Denzo was curious about it. Ninjas with wind affinity were rare in Hidden Leaf Village. And a good wind style user in Hidden Leaf Village could be counted on fingers. The root ninja answered, he could supercharge Great Breakthrough Jutsu in a couple of seconds. And he could perform all his wind jutsus with just one hand seal. Except for Wind Explosion Jutsu, which he could perform without any hand signs. And the power of his supercharged jutsu would be difficult for anyone under Elite Chunin level to replicate. Denzo was impressed. However, he soon frowned, I heard that Hiruzen will be teaching him a jutsu. So I can't make a move on him before he is taught. And Senju Renjiro could be an annoyance as well. Denzo looked at his subordinate and instructed, after he completes a couple of missions as Chunin, invite him to join the Anbu. Denzo analyzed, Hiruzen waits for a few months for the new Chunins to realize how boring Chunin life is. And then he invites the talented ones into Anbu. So even after a couple of missions, I should be the first one to approach him. The root ninja asked, what if he declines Denzo-sama? Denzo thought a bit and answered, try convincing him verbally. You can tell him that he will get to learn deadly wind jutsus if he joins us. If he is insistent on declining, then return and ignore him. The root ninja nodded and left. Denzo concluded, he had already grown up. So making him loyal to me will be difficult. So no need to spend a lot of effort on him. 3 days after the exam ended, Team Renjiro was called into the Hokage office. They met outside the Hokage building. Miko and Hoka were completely healed. Renjiro led them to the office. All four greeted the Hokage respectfully. Hiruzen smiled and said, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka, all 3 of you have done great in the Chunin exams. All 3 of you have been promoted to Chunin. All the 3 Geinin smiled and thanked him. They had expected it to be the case, so they weren't very surprised. Takao Hatake, a Chunin working in the Hokage office, interrupted them and handed them some papers. He said, these are your evaluations by the judges and proctors. Fujin, the judges and the proctors were impressed by you. Your promotion was unanimous. However, they recommended you to get a strong single target jutsu that can be launched quickly and can break through enemy defenses. Fujin nodded. While supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu alongside Wind Dragon and Gale Wolf Jutsus was a good combo, they lacked the penetrating ability. If he used his sword, he could compensate for this weakness, but even that wasn't sufficient enough. Takao looked at Miko and said, the judges and proctors were impressed with your strength as well. But, a couple of them were reluctant to promote you due to your impulsiveness and hot-headedness. As a Chunin, you have to lead a squad. And the lives of your squad depend upon your decisions. So work on your tactical thinking and have proper control on your emotions. Miko frowned but nodded without saying anything. The brutal training regimes under Renjiro had dulled her arrogance quite a bit. Finally, Takao looked at Hoka and said, "Your first fight impressed the judges a lot. However, they were of the opinion that you still need to improve your ninjutsu skills more. They advised you to take advantage of your squad's ninjutsu skills during missions to force the opponents into close combat. Otherwise, no one would fight a Hyuga at close range." Hoka sighed and nodded. In the entire Chunin exam, he never got to use his gentle fist. All his opponents either ran away or threw explosion tags at him. Takao looked at the 3 newly promoted Chunins and said, "As a reward for earning your promotions through the Chunin exams, you get access to Section B in the library." Fujin wondered, "I wonder what sorts of jutsu are available in the library." Takao then handed them their Chunin vests. Hiruzen said, "Now that you have been promoted to Chunin, you will be responsible to lead Gainins into missions. So Team Renjiro will be disbanded. You will have to lead them for completing C-rank missions. There will be times when you get assigned into teams with other Chunins for B-rank missions. In some cases, you may also be assigned to A-rank missions led by a Jounin. So you will have to be prepared for any type of mission." The 3 Chunins nodded. They were excited at the prospects of taking A-rank missions. Hiruzen asked, "At what time do you begin your training?" Hoka replied, "At 5 a.m., Lord Hokage." It was as Hiruzen expected. He said, "Tomorrow I will meet you guys at your usual training ground at 7 a.m. So be on time and warm up before I come. You are dismissed for now." Hoka and Miko were about to nod and leave, when Fujin said, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at him and said, "Yes, Fujin?" Fujin replied, "I was wondering if you could arrange for samurai swords that assist wind chakra flow for me now." Hiruzen thought, "I recall saying that I will arrange a meeting with someone who can make them. And not arrange them myself." He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll arrange for a swordsmith to meet you in a few days. He'll ask you the measurements of the sword you would be comfortable with. Don't worry about the cost as it'll be paid by me." Fujin wondered, was he really not planning to pay for the sword? Hiruzen, on the other hand, was thinking, the village earned 120 million ryo thanks to him. I can afford to spend a few million on him. Since there was nothing else to discuss, they left the building. Renjiro said, "Let's meet at the training ground." He flickered. The newly promoted Chunins followed him. Chapter 105, B-rank jutsus. As usual, the trio made it a race. Fujin arrived right after Renjiro. Miko and Hoka arrived a couple of seconds later. Renjiro looked at his students for a minute and said, "Congratulations on becoming Chunin so quickly. Very few manage to become Chunins in less than a year after graduating. As the Hokage said, this means that our squad will be disbanded." He smiled and said, "I am proud to have students like you." All 3 kids bowed and said, "Thank you, sensei." The last few months of training under him were very fruitful. They had made massive progress. He continued, "However, we will do one last mission. I'll be taking you guys on a rank A mission." This excited them. Miko asked, "Really, sensei?" Generally, it was very rare for a Chunin to join the rank mission. Only if the lead Jounin wanted a particular Chunin, that they could join one. Renjiro nodded, "The mission will be after your training with Lord Hokage is done. So focus on it. Also, train hard in the future. I believe that all 3 of you can become elite Jounins if you work hard." The kids promised to train hard. The group finally dispersed. Miko and Hoka went home, while Fujin walked towards the library. He wondered, "I wonder which rank B wind jutsus are in the library. From what I remember, all of Denzo's wind vacuum jutsus were at rank B. So will they be in there as well?" Fujin entered the B section of the library and scrolled through the wind jutsus. After checking all jutsus, he sighed, "Well, this was disappointing. Not a single wind vacuum jutsu here. Even Kakazu's pressure damage isn't here. Though infinite breakthrough jutsu should do a similar job. And learning it will be easy as well. That aside, the worst part is that there are only 4 B-rank wind jutsus here. Wind sword, wind torpedo, and tornado trap jutsus. Out of them, tornado trap kinda seems useless. And wind sword looks to be an inferior version of blade of wind jutsu. The effects, however, are much weaker than my sword. Though I should learn it considering that it will be very easy to learn. Only wind torpedo and infinite breakthrough jutsus would be a decent addition." He sighed once again, before checking out the jutsus of remaining elements. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything impactful. He memorized the hand seals for wind sword jutsu, infinite breakthrough jutsu, and wind torpedo jutsu. He left a shadow clone to read the remaining jutsus in more depth and flickered away. He flickered to the Hokage's building and entered a room on the ground floor. A genin was sitting in this room. Fujin asked, "Are any training fields available right now?" The genin in charge nodded and asked, "What are you planning to practice?" Fujin replied, "Wind-style jutsus." The genin looked at a chart and said, "You can take the training ground 23. How long will you need it?" Fujin replied, "Till 9 p.m. The genin entered the data in his book and said, "Alright. I have booked the training ground for you. It will cost you 2,400 ryo. Also, don't start any forest fires in the training ground." Fujin nodded and paid him. He checked the map in the room to see where training ground 23 was and left. Training ground 23 was located in the southwestern parts of Hidden Leaf Village. It was quite far from the residential area. On reaching here, Fujin noticed that the trees here were huge and very sturdy. Fujin checked a few and thought, "I don't think a normal wind jutsu can uproot these trees. Though a supercharged one should break them." Fujin spread out his chakra field to ensure that no one was spying on him. He didn't sense anyone. He made some hand signs. Infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled very strong winds. Immediately, a mini storm formed in the training ground. It died down after a couple of minutes. Fujin analyzed, "Not bad. Unlike the great breakthrough jutsu which focuses just on creating very strong winds, infinite breakthrough jutsu creates a storm." The scroll said that if used in desert conditions, it could cause a sandstorm. Especially if the user is a strong ninja. Similarly, over water, it has the potential to cause a hurricane. The chakra needed for this jutsu is almost twice that needed for the great breakthrough jutsu. Supercharging it should make the storm larger and make it last for a longer time. It'll be a good jutsu to cause huge destruction or to block the enemy and run away. I need to work on performing this jutsu without hand signs as well. Though it shouldn't be very difficult. He walked in front of a tree and made a few hand signs. Wind sword jutsu. Immediately winds formed around him and hit the tree. 4 deep sword cuts appeared on the tree. Fujin analyzed, "Easy. Just as I thought. The chakra requirement is very low as well. I guess the advantage of this jutsu will be being able to use it without slashing my sword. So once I'm able to use it without any hand signs, I could use it to catch opponents off guard, especially if they are too focused on my sword." He moved away from the tree and made a few hand signs again. Wind torpedo jutsu. An invisible torpedo made of wind slowly formed in front of him. It moved towards another tree and hit it. On hitting, it exploded. The tree shook wildly. Its trunk was damaged. But it barely managed to survive. Fujin analyzed, "That was slow. This jutsu is a bit different from my previous wind jutsus, so it makes sense I suppose." Anyways, the surprising part of this jutsu was how quiet it was. Barely any sounds were made and no wind blew from the jutsu until the impact. So if I can improve its speed, it will be a good jutsu to sneak attack with. Still, using this jutsu in a 1v1 fight could be tough. Any good opponent will dodge it. It won't resolve my issue of needing a deadly mid-long range jutsu. Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, "I should practice wind sword and infinite breakthrough for now. I'll make a decision about wind torpedo after learning new jutsus from Hiruzen and Renjiro. Both should have realized my need for such a jutsu. So it wouldn't be a surprise if they do arrange something for me." Fujin trained the 2 jutsus for the next 6 hours until his chakra finally began running out. He sat while resting against a tree with a smile. Hand seals for both jutsus have been reduced to just 1. Soon I'll be able to do them without hand seals. He looked up at the sky and thought, "It's been around 6 hours since I began training. It should be time now." He sat in a meditative position to recover his chakra. After 20 minutes, his shadow clone from the library dispelled itself. Fujin received its memories and chakra. He received details of all rank B jutsus. And he received memories of the hand signs for Earth style, Earth wall jutsu. Fujin was a bit surprised by the information. "Oh, there are 2 ways to perform this jutsu. One is by spitting out mud and using it to form a wall, and hardening it with chakra. And the second one is by slamming hands on the ground and using it to create a wall. The first one will be difficult for me. And I do have the spinning shield of wind anyways. Better to just focus on the second method." He kept meditating for another 40 minutes. After recovering sufficient chakra, he got up and made a few hand signs. He slammed his hands on the ground. Earth wall jutsu. A 5 meters wide, 2.5 meters tall, and 1 foot thick wall rose from the ground. Fujin inspected the wall and concluded, "Not bad. I do need to increase the speed of forming this jutsu, but the defense should be very good. Time to test it." He created a wind clone and left it behind the wall. He went to the other side. Wind explosion jutsu. He threw it on the wall, and apart from a few scratches, no damage happened to the wall. He smiled and tossed a couple of explosion tags. They exploded on the wall, creating a few cracks on the surface. But the wall held on. He created a few hand signs. Wind torpedo jutsu. The torpedo launched itself right where the explosion tags had exploded. It exploded on impact. It created a huge dent in the wall. The dent was around 10 inches deep. Fujin analyzed. So a combination of torpedo jutsu and explosion tags is almost enough to destroy the wall. If I pour more chakra into the wall, then apart from wide-range jutsus and maybe lightning-style jutsus, it should be able to block most other jutsus. He exhaled a normal great breakthrough jutsu. Due to the scale of the jutsu, the winds went over and around the wall and hit his clone, dispelling it. It happened just as Fujin expected. Fujin spent the remaining day practicing until he ran out of chakra and went back home after having dinner. Chapter 106, Flying Thunder God. After reaching home, Fujin laid the Chunin vest he received on his bed and began checking it. The jacket was similar as in the manga. It was green in color. It had 3 scroll pouches on either side of the chest. It also had a neck guard and extra padding over the shoulders. On its back, there was a symbol of Hidden Eddy Village. The material that the vest was made of was very resilient. It could provide minor resistances against fire, lightning, weapons and blunt attacks. Fujin thought, not bad. 6 scrolls plus minor defenses. I wonder if I can inscribe some storage seals on it. Having an easy way to summon hundreds of explosion tags will be handy. Fujin looked at his current clothes and decided, I also need to buy new clothes. The current ones now feel tighter. I'll probably need to keep buying new ones every year for the next few years. Speaking of clothes, Fujin looked around at his house. He had been staying there for almost 7 years. He noticed quite a few cracks on the walls and even the ceiling. He thought, I probably need to change to a new house as well. Practicing wall walking indoors did a number on the walls. Not to mention, it feels much smaller now. I wonder what the property prices are in this world. Fujin decided to look into them later and fell asleep. The next morning, Fujin went to the training ground and began training. He was using the training seal at 60% power. Soon Hoka followed by Miko joined him as well. At 6 a.m., an old man knocked on the door of Hokage's office and entered. Hamura looked at Hiruzen and asked, why did you call me so early in the morning? Hiruzen looked at his friend and answered, I will be training the 3 Gainins from today for a few days. I will leave the official work to you. Hamura's eyes twitched. He was annoyed and asked aggressively, why do I have to do the paperwork? I'm too old for this. Hiruzen smiled and answered, you made a good contribution to the village by suggesting the idea to reward top performers in the academy. So this is your reward. Hamura stared at Hiruzen. Both entered a stare down. After a couple of minutes, Hamura sighed. He had heard about a Gainin asking Hiruzen for a reward during the Chunin exam. So he understood why Hiruzen was targeting him. He replied, alright, but don't take too long. Hiruzen smiled and said, they are just kids. I'll teach them one jutsu and be done in no time. Hamura nodded. Unfortunately for Hamura, both he and Hiruzen overlooked one critical aspect. So he'd be stuck doing paperwork for a much longer time than he bargained for. Hiruzen explained some details to his friend before leaving. He wasn't much worried as Hamura, Kohaku and even Denzo had taken over his paperwork job at times, especially during wars. So they all knew how to handle it properly. At 7, Hiruzen arrived at the training ground and saw the 3 Chunins training hard. He smiled and muttered, they will have a good future if they maintain this dedication. Seeing the Hokage, the kid stopped training and flickered in front of him and wished him good morning. Hiruzen wished them back and praised them for working hard. He asked, so, did you think about which jutsu you want to learn from me? Fujin's eyes sparkled. He was exhilarated and thought, we get to choose? Marvelous. Miko replied, I don't want to learn any jutsu. The Uchiha library has every jutsu. Hokuto shook his head and replied, I also don't want to learn any jutsu. I want to practice taijutsu to master the 32 palms technique. Fujin looked at his teammates with a deadpan expression. Hiruzen laughed. He looked at Miko and said, watch this. Hiruzen flickered around 50 meters away and made a few hand signs and said, fire style, hellfire clap jutsu. Fujin spread his chakra field and observed carefully. Miko and Hoka had activated Sharingan and Byakugan respectively. They noticed a ring of fire forming around Hiruzen. Immediately, the fire spread out in all directions. In less than a second, the fire expanded into a 40 meters radius area around Hiruzen. There were 3 boulders in this area. All were hewn in 2. Wherever the fire passed through, nothing was left on the ground. Even the soil turned black. Although the fire was 10 meters from them, all 3 Chunins felt the crazy heat. In 5 seconds, both Fujin and Hoka flickered backwards. After another 5 seconds, Miko also flickered back. Fujin looked at it and exclaimed, "What crazy heat!" They were still sweating. Hoka nodded. "If I were to be hit by it, perhaps even my bones would be left." Miko was too stunned to say anything. The Uchiha clan prided themselves on their fire jutsus. She had seen how strong her parents and elders were. But she had never felt fire as hot as this. Hiruzen smiled on seeing their stunned faces. He dispersed the jutsu and flickered towards them. He said, "As you heard, this jutsu is called Fire Style, Hellfire Clap Jutsu. It is both defensive and offensive in nature. It was created by me during my younger years." He looked at Miko and asked, "Would you like to learn this jutsu?" Miko obediently nodded. Hiruzen smiled and looked at Hoka. He said, "I know you don't like ninjutsu. So I will teach you something that will aid your taijutsu. Look carefully, this is a secret technique of your clan." Chakra began pouring from the chakra points in Hiruzen's right hand. He pulled his arm back and pushed it forward at great speed. While his arm was moving, a vacuum shell formed in his hand. When he pushed his arm to the max, the shell was fired towards a boulder. The shell hit the boulder in the blink of an eye and created a hole through the entire boulder. It kept going and created a hole in 5 trees behind the boulder. The Gainins were surprised once again. Hoka had seen this technique before. But he was told that he won't be taught it until he becomes a jounin. However, the jutsu that he saw his elders perform was nowhere near as lethal as what Hiruzen did. At most, it created strong winds causing a few leaves to fall off a tree. Hiruzen said, "This jutsu is 8 trigrams, air palm. It was invented by the Hyuga clan to create a mid-range fighting capability. It too can be used both offensively and defensively." Fujin gulped his saliva. "I recall reading that Hiruzen could perform every jutsu in Hidden Leaf Village, including the secret techniques. However, that doesn't do Hiruzen justice. It'd be more appropriate to say that Hiruzen can perform all jutsu in Hidden Leaf Village better than anyone else in Hidden Leaf Village." Hiruzen asked, "Do you want to learn this Hoka?" Hoka immediately nodded. Hiruzen finally looked at Fujin and asked, "Fujin, did you think about any jutsu that you want to learn from me?" Fujin was still surprised by Hiruzen's display. He gathered himself and nodded, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen was slightly surprised. But soon he thought, this kid always knows what he wants. So it isn't surprising that he thought of something. "I wonder what jutsu he wants to learn." Hiruzen asked, "Which jutsu is it, Fujin?" Fujin said with a serious face, "Lord Hokage, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu that the 2nd and 4th Hokage used." Hiruzen, who was happy about how shocked the kids were at his abilities, was now shocked himself. Even Fujin could easily notice how shocked and speechless he was. Miko and Hoka were shocked as well. They too looked at Fujin with stunned expressions. Fujin however maintained his straight face and kept looking into Hiruzen's eyes with a hopeful expression. Chapter 107, Senjutsu. Hiruzen smiled bitterly. He really does make the most of every opportunity. He said, "Unfortunately, you can't learn that right now." Fujin showed a thoughtful face and asked, "Why not?" Hiruzen answered, "To learn Flying Thunder God jutsu, you need 2 things. You need to be a Fuinjutsu master. For that, you need to learn every Fuinjutsu seal from our library and be able to make them with ease. In our village, there are less than 10 Fuinjutsu masters. Secondly, you need to have a talent for space-time ninjutsu. And that talent is very rare. I am only aware of 5 ninjas from Hidden Leaf Village who had talent in it." Fujin thought for a second and asked, "If I become a Fuinjutsu master, can I be allowed to learn it then?" Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Sure. But learning Fuinjutsu is difficult. I would suggest you not waste time on it right now." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen asked, "Do you have anything else you want to learn?" Fujin nodded once again. Hiruzen was surprised. He even thought of something else to ask if his request was denied. Fujin said, "I heard that one of your students, the Toad Sage Jiraiya of the Saiyans, can use Senjutsu. Can you teach me Senjutsu?" Hiruzen was shocked once again. He wondered, am I getting too old to teach the new generation? Where did he even learn about Senjutsu? Miko and Hoka looked at Fujin with confused faces. "What is Senjutsu?" Hiruzen asked, "Where did you learn about Senjutsu?" Fujin replied, "I read it on a scroll in the library." Hiruzen wondered, did he read every scroll and book there? Hiruzen said, "Unfortunately, I can't teach it to you as I don't know it." Fujin acted surprised and exclaimed, "Even you don't know it? Then could you are?" Hiruzen cut Fujin off and said, "Just like the Flying Thunder God, you won't be able to learn Senjutsu either. The basic requirement to learn Senjutsu is having a lot of chakra." He then began exerting his chakra, showing it to Fujin. He said, "You will need more chakra than me to be able to learn Senjutsu." Fujin, Miko, and Hoka were surprised at how much chakra Hiruzen had. It was around 150% higher than Renjiro's. Fujin wondered, even at such an old age he has this much chakra. It is almost 18 times larger than my chakra. Fujin sighed thinking, how long will it take me to reach that level? He said, alright Lord Hokage. Hiruzen had enough of asking Fujin what he wanted to learn. He was afraid of what Fujin might ask next. However, before he spoke, Fujin asked, Lord Hokage, can you teach me wind vacuum jutsus then? Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched. He wondered, did he find out about them in the library as well? Fujin looked at Hiruzen thinking, I knew that I couldn't learn Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. Even if I could, I doubt he would just give me the scrolls or the guidance needed to learn them. Minato probably only got them as he was Jiraiya's student. But if I didn't mention those two and directly mention wind vacuum jutsus, it's likely that he would have rejected me due to how dangerous they are. But now that he has already rejected me twice, it's unlikely that he would reject me once more. The only concern left is whether he'd ask Denzo to teach me. But seeing his air palm jutsu, I'm betting that he knows wind vacuum jutsus as well. Even if he asks Denzo, as long as Denzo doesn't make me join the route, I don't care much about him. After all, he doesn't have Shishui's eye yet. And by the time he gets it, the route will be dissolved. Well, at least officially that is. Hiruzen thought around the same lines as Fujin analyzed, wind vacuum jutsu. It is very lethal. Not something I want to teach to little kids. But I have already rejected him twice. Saying no once again won't look good. Not to mention, it is much safer than Senjutsu and Flying Thunder God. He decided to teach him. Hiruzen nodded, alright. I'll teach you wind vacuum jutsus. He realized what he said. Fujin immediately smiled and bowed down, thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at the 11-year-old kid with disbelief. I promised to teach them one jutsu. He made me promise to teach him all the wind vacuum jutsus. And he even thanked me so quickly. Hiruzen sighed internally and decided, leave it. I'll teach him and get him off my back for now. Though in the future, I need to ensure that I don't promise him any rewards. Unfortunately for Hiruzen, he had already promised Fujin something for the future. While he didn't think that future would ever arrive, Fujin had already sealed those words in his memory. While Fujin didn't have enough chakra to use shadow clones for training ninjutsu, especially when he was mastering rank B jutsus or supercharging jutsus, he had plenty to abuse while learning Fuinjutsu. As soon as he mastered all Fuinjutsu available, he would ask Hiruzen to aid him in learning Flying Thunder God. By then, he would even have built a good reputation in Hidden Leaf Village, so Hiruzen would be more likely to agree. Hiruzen made a couple of shadow clones. Hoka and Miko went with one each while his main body stayed behind with Fujin. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, before I teach you, I need you to promise me something. Fujin asked, what Lord Hokage? Hiruzen replied, the wind vacuum style is very dangerous. Never use these jutsus on a colleague or an ally. In the future, you would likely spar a lot with other ninjas from Hidden Leaf Village. Under no circumstances are you allowed to use wind vacuum style against them. Fujin nodded and answered without hesitation, I agree, Lord Hokage. I don't even use my sword while sparring. Hiruzen nodded. It was the main reason why he agreed. He said, excellent. I will now first explain the theory of the wind vacuum style. Once you understand, we will begin learning it. Fujin nodded and paid attention. Hiruzen's clones also began teaching Miko and Hoka. Miko had the Sharingan, so she very quickly got the basics of the jutsu. But actually performing it was much tougher as it was a knee-rank jutsu. She couldn't form the ring of fire around her. Hoka too got stuck in creating a vacuum shell. Both would need some time to overcome those obstacles. However, once they did, they would advance rapidly. Fujin too had a tough challenge to overcome. Chapter 108, Talent. Hiruzen asked, tell me Fujin, do you know what a vacuum is and its properties? Fujin fell into thought, did the academy ever teach about the vacuum? Probably not, though the library might have some information regarding it. Fujin answered, vacuum basically is a space where nothing exists. Not even air. As for its properties, I don't know for sure. But I have a few guesses. Hiruzen said, that's right. Tell me about your guesses. Fujin replied, since nothing exists in a vacuum, the pressure inside the vacuum should be very low, or perhaps non-existent. So if something came close to the vacuum, it would rapidly be sucked inside the vacuum. Though, in that case, the vacuum will no longer be a vacuum. Hiruzen was impressed by that answer. He nodded, very good Fujin. You are right. That is how the vacuum works. The wind vacuum jutsus are based on the same principle. Fujin paid close attention as Hiruzen explained, wind vacuum jutsus are the same as normal wind jutsus. The only difference is that they have a vacuum core. So, You first have to learn how to create a vacuum core. Observe properly. Hiruzen extended his arm ahead. Wind formed in his hand, similar to a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin observed with all his focus. A wind sphere formed in Hiruzen's hand. But soon, the winds began moving away from the core. Fujin saw a vacuum sphere forming at the center of the wind sphere. It had a radius of 2 centimeters. Hiruzen explained, to create a vacuum, you just have to remove all air from the space where you decide to create the vacuum. Fujin nodded. The basic principles were similar to those on Earth. Only chakra was used instead of technology. Hiruzen dispersed the jutsu. Fujin noticed as winds rushed back into the vacuum core. Hiruzen said, now you try Fujin. Fujin extended his hand forward. A wind sphere immediately formed in his hand. He focused on the center of the sphere and tried moving air away from it. He quickly managed to move the air to one side of the center. However, soon air from other directions entered. Hiruzen observed him carefully. Fujin struggled for a couple of minutes before making progress. He managed to push the air out from the center in all directions. Slowly, a 1 millimeter vacuum sphere was formed. Hiruzen noticed. His eyes widened. Fujin didn't see Hiruzen's expression. His entire focus was on the vacuum core. He kept trying to expand its size. He managed to expand it, but multiple times it collapsed. He kept it. Hiruzen watched with shock on his face. He exclaimed in his mind, what talent! Denzo needed a week before he could make a stable core. The way Fujin is going, he'll manage to do it today itself. After overcoming the shock, Hiruzen analyzed the youth in front of him. This kid was talented in the academy, but didn't show any signs of being special. Apart from his higher chakra, all his progress was just a product of dedication. According to Genki, even his higher chakra was a product of hard training. Even his talent in Winjutsu wasn't that great. Could he be like those ninjas, whose talent in a particular nature shows at a later stage? Hiruzen analyzed more. Yeah, there were a lot of ninjas in Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village whose talent in water or lightning elements showed when working on rank B or higher jutsus. Though the number of similar cases in fire, earth or wind is very low. Hiruzen rated Fujin's talent very high. He expected Fujin to become at least an elite jounin. However, he still underestimated Fujin's talent. After his death, Fujin's talent in wind manipulation would reach a level that the world would label him a calamity. Fujin was unaware of how much of a shock he had given Hiruzen. His entire focus was on the vacuum core. It needed a very high mastery in chakra control and a very high wind affinity. A few times he managed to increase the radius of the vacuum sphere to 5 millimeters before it collapsed. After 10 minutes, he finally managed to create a stable vacuum core of a 1.2 centimeters radius. Hiruzen stared in shock. He sighed in relief thinking, luckily I placed him under Renjiro. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a chunin so early and his talent would have been wasted. Indeed, Fujin was lucky. He had intended to spend all 6 years in the academy and build very strong basics so that his survival chance would be much higher. It was only due to the pressure of his other classmates passing, that he decided to pass early so that he wouldn't attract any unwanted suspicions. If that hadn't been the case, his development would have been stalled by a couple of years. He would have missed the opportunity to gain strength quickly. And would have missed the opportunity to be trained by someone of the same level and dedication as Senju Renjiro. That would have resulted in him not getting any opportunities to learn the Senju Taijutsu style or wind vacuum technique. While he would have eventually learnt those techniques, his progress would have likely been delayed by around 3 to 4 years. Hiruzen looked at the vacuum core and said, very good. Maintain it for 2 minutes. Fujin didn't reply but followed his instructions. He was able to last 2 whole minutes. Hiruzen was impressed again. He said, now encase it with winds and aim it at a tree and try launching it as you do with wind explosion jutsu. Immediately winds began forming around the vacuum core. It took the shape of a sphere. Fujin looked at a tree and threw the vacuum sphere. However, as soon as the wind sphere left his hand, the vacuum core began collapsing. By the time it traveled 1 meter, the vacuum core collapsed and air entered it. The wind sphere itself collapsed and dispersed. Fujin was surprised, what the heck? Hiruzen looked and said, after creating the vacuum core, you maintained it. However, when you launched it, you couldn't maintain it anymore. That's why air around it entered the vacuum core and your jutsu collapsed. Fujin analyzed Hiruzen's words and nodded. He asked, so, how can we maintain it when it is away from us? Hiruzen created another wind sphere with a vacuum core and said, watch the wind movement around the vacuum core carefully. He slowly launched the wind sphere towards a boulder. Fujin observed carefully, incredible. The winds are moving in such a way that air doesn't enter the vacuum core. And, there seems to be a thin chakra layer separating the winds and the vacuum core. The wind sphere hit the boulder. The winds only caused a few scratches. However, when the vacuum core touched the boulder, the part where it touched turned into soil and was absorbed into the vacuum core. The vacuum core continued for a few inches, absorbing everything around it, before disappearing. It left a 6-inch deep and 3-inch wide hole in the boulder. Hiruzen explained, in order to maintain the vacuum core, you need to do two things. First, you need to create a thin film of chakra around the vacuum core to ensure that nothing enters it. And then you need to rotate winds around that film in a way that it doesn't damage the thin chakra film and doesn't allow outside air to hit the chakra film either. When the jutsu hits someone or something, the winds will first damage it and then the vacuum core will hit it. Since the chakra film is thin, it'll break after contact with anything solid or even liquid. As soon as it breaks, the vacuum core will absorb anything it comes in contact with, no matter how tough it is. When it passes through, it'll look like the object is cut into two. But it isn't a simple cut. Fujin nodded. This technique was very lethal. Hiruzen continued, when you cut someone with your sword, only a thin cut forms in their body. As long as that person isn't dead on spot, a good medic can heal them easily. Even cut arms or legs can be reattached. But with wind vacuum jutsus. Hiruzen pointed towards the hole in the boulder and continued, the vacuum core absorbed everything in a 3-inch diameter. Very few medics can heal such a wound. If it hits any organ, such as the stomach or liver, those organs would be ruined on spot. Surviving is almost impossible. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's explanation was just as he observed. He thought, damn. Wind vacuum jutsus will be up. Finally, I'll have a way to hit through the enemy defense. He looked at Hiruzen and said, I understand why you asked me to never use this against a comrade, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded with a smile. He wanted to teach Fujin how dangerous these jutsus are. He said, now that the basic theory has been understood, you will have to try it yourself. Let's begin. Fujin nodded and began creating another vacuum sphere with all his attention. Chapter 109, Wind Vacuum Jutsu. Fujin began practicing. Hiruzen had instructed him to practice with a 1 cm radius vacuum core for now. After creating the vacuum core, he began encasing it with a thin layer of his chakra. It needed delicate chakra control. However, thanks to his Senju Taijutsu style training, his chakra control was good enough. After a few failures, he managed to learn it rather quickly. The next challenge was to form winds around it to add another layer. This time he failed a lot more. If the winds hit the chakra film even a bit, it would collapse. But, soon he managed to create a proper vacuum sphere. In Fujin's right hand, a wind sphere rotated. At the center of this wind sphere was a thin chakra film that encased a 1 cm radius vacuum core. Hiruzen thought, incredible. He got the basic form right in less than 10 minutes. Hiruzen said, now throw this sphere at a tree. Fujin nodded and followed his instruction. The vacuum sphere traveled for 10 meters when it suddenly began collapsing. Fujin observed closely and muttered, the winds hit the chakra film and entered the vacuum core. Hiruzen nodded, that is the case. You have to ensure that the winds don't hit the chakra film even when it is traveling. And you need to make the chakra film sturdier while not increasing its thickness. Fujin nodded and began practicing again. For the next 7 hours, Fujin kept experimenting with the wind flow and tried making the chakra film sturdier. Hiruzen kept watching the whole time. He initially watched Fujin with fondness due to how dedicated and hardworking he was. However, after 7 straight hours, he sighed, I expected him to take a break for breakfast and lunch. Instead, he just grabbed a few ration bars and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even offer them to me. Hiruzen hadn't carried anything to eat. A couple of times, he had even asked Fujin to take a break. However, Fujin replied, just some time, Lord Hokage. I think I have got a handle on this. After replying, he would get lost in practice and not even look at Hiruzen. He did talk with Hiruzen a few times, but it was regarding issues in the training. After getting the answers, he focused on the training once again. Finally, he managed to get a hang of it. He created another vacuum sphere and threw it in the air. It traveled for around 100 meters in the sky before collapsing. Fujin looked at Hiruzen, who nodded and said, good. This is perfect? Now try it on trees or boulders. Fujin nodded and followed his instruction. He created a vacuum sphere and threw it at a tree. It hit the tree and pierced through it, creating a 2-inch wide hole in the tree. He smiled and began creating more vacuum spheres. In the next few minutes, dozens of trees were pierced. However, every vacuum sphere after piercing the tree would collapse. Fujin wondered, this is definitely good, but if it collapses so soon after piercing a tree, it won't be that lethal. Maybe creating a bigger vacuum core might help it go longer. Hiruzen wasn't aware of Fujin's thoughts. He looked at his performance and praised him, great work Fujin. However, let's stop here for today. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and protested, but Lord Hokage, I can still train. Hiruzen shook his head and said, your chakra is almost exhausted. If we train more, then you might not be able to train tomorrow. The next step of training will be just as challenging as today's. So let's stop for today. Fujin reluctantly nodded. Hiruzen instructed, don't practice wind vacuum style in my absence. Preferably, don't use any more jutsus today and meditate to recover your chakra quickly. We will meet tomorrow at 7 a.m. as well. Fujin nodded and thanked Hiruzen for his help. Hiruzen smiled and left thinking, finally I can have some food. Didn't expect him to train continuously for so long. His teammates left after a couple of hours of training. Still, to get the basic version of wind vacuum style down in a third of a day. Fujin is very talented in wind style. He chuckled thinking, I wonder how Denzo would react when he knows that an 11-year-old kid learned in under 8 hours what he needed 9 days to learn. After leaving, Fujin went to the shopping area for ninjas. He entered the same clothing shop as he did almost a year ago. Fujin asked the shopkeeper to make similar clothes for him as the ones he was wearing, but tailored to his current measurements. The shopkeeper took Fujin's measurements and commented, you are doing well, kid. You've gained 4 inches in less than a year. Fujin replied, yes, thank you. The shopkeeper smiled and said, I saw you in the Chunin exams. You were amazing. Congrats on winning the tournament. Fujin nodded. After taking the measurements, the shopkeeper asked, I have one product to show you. Most ninjas buy this from me. Fujin asked, what product? The shopkeeper picked up a box and opened it. He took out something that looked like chainmail armor. Fujin checked it. It felt very sturdy. It would be able to block stray shurikens and kunais as long as they weren't enhanced with chakra flow. It would likely reduce damage from shurikens and kunais thrown directly at him as well. When combined with Chunin vest and shirt, it's likely that normal shurikens would find it difficult to hurt him. Of course, the rest of the body will still be vulnerable. The shopkeeper said, this is a mesh upper bodysuit. It is. Fujin cut him and said, I'd like 2 sets of this as well. The shopkeeper nodded and said, alright, it'll take us around a week to make everything for you. So visit me after a week. Fujin nodded and left. The next day, Fujin once again began warming up while waiting for Hiruzen to show up. Hoka, Miko and Hiruzen all arrived slightly before 7 a.m. The group split up once again, with Hiruzen's main body staying with Fujin. Hiruzen instructed, first, let's check what you have learned so far. Use a couple of vacuum spheres on that boulder. Fujin followed his instructions and tossed a couple of vacuum spheres on the boulder one after another. The first one pierced more than halfway through it, while the second one pierced through it. Hiruzen said, good. What are your thoughts about the wind vacuum style? Fujin thought for a bit and said, it is very strong in terms of piercing capability. But, the vacuum core collapses soon after hitting the first target. So even if this technique pierces through any defense, it won't be able to harm the ninja hiding behind those defenses. He looked at Hiruzen and said, I wonder if increasing the size of the vacuum core will resolve this. Hiruzen replied, good analysis. But no. Once the vacuum core begins absorbing, it'll collapse quickly. Fujin frowned, I don't remember too well, but I think Denzo's vacuum jutsus kept traveling even after piercing rocks. Will that not be the case here? Hiruzen smiled seeing Fujin analyze with a frown. He said, but, there is a way around this to make the wind vacuum jutsu last much longer and hit multiple targets in its path. He extended his right arm towards a tree and said, watch. Fujin observed carefully as a vacuum sphere formed in Hiruzen's palm. His eyebrows furrowed. The vacuum core was different, but he couldn't understand what exactly was different. Hiruzen launched the vacuum sphere. It pierced through the tree, but maintained its form and kept going ahead. Fujin watched with eyes widened as the vacuum sphere pierced through 13 trees before collapsing. He just exclaimed, wow. Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction at seeing Fujin's reaction. Fujin asked, the vacuum core looked different. What did you do? Hiruzen extended his arm ahead and said, observe carefully again. A small vacuum core slowly began forming in Hiruzen's palm. A 1 cm radius vacuum core was formed. A thin film of chakra then encased it. However, instead of forming winds around it, vacuum began forming around the chakra film. While this vacuum was being formed, chakra began extending out of the thin chakra film. The vacuum outside the chakra film encased it entirely, but it was divided into 6 equal parts. Between those 6 parts, chakra flowed. In addition, thin threads of chakra existed even within these 6 vacuum parts. They looked similar to veins. Hiruzen walked towards a nearby tree while saying, follow me and observe what happens when this hits the tree. Fujin followed him. Hiruzen slowly pressed this vacuum core against the tree's trunk. The trunk began disintegrating and getting absorbed in the vacuum. However, after entering the vacuum, It drifted towards the chakra in between the vacuum. After entering the chakra flow, they were thrown out of the vacuum core. Fujin was surprised. He said, the absorbed materials are thrown out. So the vacuum core is maintained. And the central-most vacuum core was never even hit. Hiruzen dispelled the jutsus and nodded. This way, you can maintain the vacuum core for longer. Once you master this, your enemy will have to dodge your jutsu, as blocking them will be near impossible. Fujin nodded and grinned. This looks very lethal. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen smiled and said, now you try creating such a vacuum core. Fujin nodded and got to work. Chapter 110, Bonding with the Hokage. Fujin kept working on creating the complicated vacuum core. He managed to encase the chakra film inside another vacuum layer very quickly. But dividing it into 6 parts was difficult. He kept trying for the next 3 hours without success. Hiruzen looked at Fujin while thinking, I didn't intend to teach this to Fujin. After all, even the normal vacuum core is very lethal. Denzo and I needed months to perfect this. However, he learned the normal wind vacuum style in under a day. I am looking forward to how quickly he can master this. At 10, an Anbu appeared behind Hiruzen. This broke Fujin's concentration and he observed him. The Anbu greeted Hiruzen, Lord Hokage. And he handed him a tiffin box. Fujin, who had just eaten a couple of ration bars, was amused. The Anbu left after Hiruzen took the box and thanked him. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, come join me. As it'd be impolite to turn him down, Fujin joined him. Hiruzen opened the box, and there were a few sandwiches in it. Fujin sat down and picked up one piece. While eating he said softly, I didn't know the Anbu were responsible for this as well. Hiruzen laughed and replied, he is a part of my personal guard. They do everything that I ask them to. Fujin nodded while thinking, well, except for paperwork. Seeing that Fujin wasn't taking any initiative to converse, Hiruzen asked, so Fujin, what do you usually do? Fujin replied while taking a bite, pretty much just train, eat and sleep, Lord Hokage. Before the Chunin exams, Renjiro-sensei would train me all day. Hiruzen knew that. He smiled and said, no need to keep calling me Lord Hokage. You can call me Grandpa. Fujin got a bit worried, what is this old fox planning? He showed an enthusiastic face and said, all right Grandpa. Hiruzen smiled on hearing that. Since he didn't have anything to talk about with Fujin, Hiruzen began telling him old stories from his own experiences. Fujin listened carefully. After all, Hiruzen's record as a ninja was just too good. Very few could say that they were stronger than him. As for his experience, it'd be difficult to find anyone in the ninja world to have a richer experience than him. Perhaps only Anoki could claim to have a similar level of experience. After breakfast, Fujin once again kept trying without any success. They took a similar break around 1 p.m. for lunch. And trained till 4 p.m. The next few days were spent in this manner. Fujin kept improving his vacuum core but didn't reach a satisfactory level. Hiruzen kept monitoring and giving him tips. Over breakfast and lunch, Fujin took initiative to ask for more such stories. He, especially, asked a lot about Hashirama and Tobirama. After Hiruzen ran out of stories to tell about them, Fujin asked about the second Kazekage, third Raikage, Hatake Sakimo, and the Sanins. He initially started asking them in a way to show that he idolized the past Hokages. But as Hiruzen told more, the conversations became about their techniques. How they created them. How Hiruzen or someone else countered them. Of course, Hiruzen noticed the change in the conversation. But he didn't mind. After all, if he were to tell these stories to any other kid, they would get bored and fall asleep. Having a good listener who would ask a lot of questions was something he liked. At one point, Fujin asked Hiruzen, Grandpa, how do you counter the Sharingan in combat? Is avoiding eye contact the only counter? Hiruzen asked, doesn't your teammate have Sharingans? Fujin nodded, yes. And every time I fight her, I maintain my distance and fight her with clones. Unlike Hoka, who I can engage in close combat, I prefer to let my clones do the fighting against Miko. Hiruzen nodded. He had seen their fight. He said, the advantage of Sharingan is that they can cast Genjutsu very quickly. However, even if it is very quick, they still need a fraction of a second to use the Genjutsu. While not looking into their eyes or fighting with clones works, they are quite restrictive. The better way is to sense when they would use Sharingan Genjutsu. And right before they cast it, disrupt your chakra so that you can't be placed under Genjutsu. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, but how can we sense that quickly? Hiruzen replied, you can focus chakra in your eyes. It enhances your vision and can allow you to see chakra. Since you are a sensor, you should be able to see the chakra. It is what Sakayumi was doing in the Chunin exam. Fujin exclaimed, oh, I didn't think that would work. Hiruzen replied, Yes. But it isn't easy. You first need to know how their chakra changes before they cast Genjutsu. And be quick enough to realize it and disrupt your own chakra. However, even this isn't foolproof. There are some Uchiha who are capable of casting very powerful Genjutsu. Even if you detect and disrupt your chakra, you would still be caught in the Genjutsu. Fujin frowned on hearing that. He wondered, is he talking about the Mengekyo or does he mean that even normal Sharingan can be used to cast such a strong Genjutsu? Hiruzen noticed Fujin frowning and said, but there is no need to worry. After all, the Uchiha are a part of Hidden Leaf Village. There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in Hiruzen's tone. The relations between Hidden Leaf Village and Uchiha were deteriorating day by day. Fujin didn't notice that. He sighed internally, yeah, I wish. Even without Iku, the strongest Uchihas are already against Hidden Leaf Village. No, they are against the entire ninja world. Hoka and Miku also kept up their training. Hoka was the first one to learn his technique. It took him 3 days to learn. However, the power of his vacuum palm was quite weak. Hiruzen provided him insights on how to improve the power and their training ended. Miko managed to learn her jutsu on the 5th day. Hiruzen spent another couple of days with her to improve her mastery of the jutsu. He gave her a lot of good advice and proper guidance. After all, Hiruzen was hoping that this act would improve his relationship with the Uchiha. The Uchihas did appreciate the Hokage for teaching his original jutsu to Miko. Unfortunately, with the village turning a deaf ear to their demands, their resentment didn't decrease. Later, Hiruzen would try to remove the surveillance on the Uchiha and move them back into their previous territory. Unfortunately, his plans would be opposed by Denzo and the 2 elders. Losing the 4th Hokage to a Sharingan-controlled Ninetales was a huge blow to the village. With Minato no longer alive, if something similar were to happen, then the other village would probably invade Hidden Leaf Village. The elders wouldn't risk that. So the fate of the Uchiha clan wouldn't change. Chapter 111, There are no wind vacuum jutsus. Unlike Hoka and Miko, Fujin's training continued. It was on the 9th day that he finally managed to create a similar vacuum core as the one Hiruzen had created. Hiruzen checked it and praised Fujin, very good. This is good enough. Now, encase this vacuum core with another thin chakra film, and then create winds around it. Fujin followed his instructions and got it right on his first try. He threw it at a tree. It pierced through it and pierced 8 more trees behind it before collapsing. Fujin grinned, this is great. Thanks Gramps. After 9 days of training, Fujin was now very casual with Hiruzen. Of course, he still kept proper control over what he spoke and didn't antagonize Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded, very impressive Fujin. Fujin looked at Hiruzen and asked, can we learn all the wind vacuum jutsus now? Hiruzen showed a confused face and asked, what do you mean by wind vacuum jutsus? Though Hiruzen had a confused face, he was laughing internally while thinking, this brat has taken a lot of advantages from me. Unfortunately, even if he read the entire library, his knowledge won't compare to mine. Fujin's eyebrows twitched. He asked, aren't there a bunch of wind vacuum jutsus? Hiruzen chuckled and shook his head, there are no wind vacuum jutsus. Wind vacuum is a technique to create a vacuum core inside a wind jutsu. So some wind jutsus can become wind vacuum jutsus by using a vacuum core. For instance, the vacuum sphere is just a modified wind explosion jutsu. Fujin was surprised at this, oh, I didn't think of it that way. Hiruzen was about to ask Fujin to experiment on his own and create his own wind vacuum jutsus, when Fujin looked at him and said, Grandpa, could you guide me in how to add the vacuum core in the Great Breakthrough Jutsu? Hiruzen's face went slightly black at how quickly Fujin requested him. He coughed and said, no. The vacuum core can't be added to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu due to it having such a wide area of attack. Fujin replied, oh. I read that the second Kazekage used a jutsu called Vacuum Bullet Jutsu. The scroll said that it moved at a very high speed and was very hard to dodge. Can you teach me that, Grandpa? He looked at Hiruzen with a hopeful look on his face. While Fujin didn't like Hiruzen's diplomacy, he had nothing but respect for Hiruzen's power and experience. Now that he had a chance to hold his thigh, Fujin would take every advantage he could from Hiruzen. Having interacted with Fujin for so long, Hiruzen understood that Fujin's expressions were fake. He decided, I definitely need to include him in negotiating teams. He is aware that I know that his expression is fake. But he still does them. Hiruzen sighed and agreed. Using wind bullets needed one to create small vacuum cores inside their mouth. While they were mostly harmless, they could result in horrible injuries if something went wrong. Hiruzen sighed thinking, I don't think Hamura will agree to take over paperwork for me again. When will those students of mine return to take my hat? As Hiruzen wished, one student of his would eventually return to take his hat. Though, he would want Hiruzen's head alongside his hat. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, for that, You will first need to learn air bullet jutsu. Fujin replied, oh, can you teach me that jutsu as well? Fujin noticed Hiruzen's face going black. Hiruzen wasn't surprised as he expected Fujin to immediately make this request. However, he couldn't help but wonder, was this boy born with no shame? Hiruzen showed Fujin the hand signs for air bullet jutsu and explained how it worked. Fujin managed to perform it after a couple of tries. He improved his mastery of the jutsu for half an hour. This jutsu was very lethal as well. If used against an army, it'd have a terrifying effect. However, any good defense would easily block it. While practicing, Fujin wondered, why wasn't this jutsu placed in the library? Hiruzen then taught Fujin the modified hand signs for vacuum bullet jutsu. Of course, the hand signs alone won't help to use this jutsu as Fujin first has to learn to create a vacuum core inside his mouth. Hiruzen first showed it to Fujin. The vacuum core for this wasn't a sphere. It was shaped like a bullet, but much thinner. The outer layer was once again fragmented into parts separated by chakra, while the inner core was a proper vacuum. Fujin began practicing. He faced two challenges. The first was that he was creating it inside his mouth rather than his hand. So he couldn't see it and had to work based on just feeling it. Another issue was chakra control. Controlling the chakra was a lot easier when done with the palm. Controlling it inside his mouth was challenging. Hiruzen was aware of this as well. The ideal time to train this would have been after Fujin began using the vacuum sphere very smoothly. However, seeing Fujin's talent, Hiruzen was interested in seeing how quickly Fujin would learn this. Besides, he was happy to not go back to paperwork for a few more days. Fujin trained till he ran out of chakra. This time, instead of dismissing Fujin, Hiruzen said, "Follow me, Fujin." Hiruzen flickered. Fujin followed him. They left the training ground and entered a remote area in Hidden Leaf Village. There was a small house with smoke coming out of a chimney. Hiruzen stopped in front of the house. A few seconds later, Fujin appeared. Fujin asked, "Who lives here, Grandpa?" At that time, Fujin heard a loud noise of metals clashing. Fujin asked, "Is this the blacksmith?" Hiruzen smiled and knocked on the door. The sounds stopped. Soon, a middle-aged man opened the door. He wasn't surprised to see Hiruzen. He bowed and greeted, "Welcome to my home, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen smiled and said, "Hello Momo, how are you doing?" The middle-aged man was Oda Momo. He was a blacksmith living in Hidden Leaf Village. He had a special position in Hidden Leaf Village due to his connections. Oda Momo replied, "I'm doing well, Lord Hokage. Come in." He invited Hiruzen in. Hiruzen and Fujin entered his home. On entering, Fujin saw an old man. He wore a white robe, had a long white beard and long white hair. However, he was quite well built for his age. Hiruzen greeted him, "Fujidano. I trust you have been doing well." Furudani Fuji greeted him back, "I have been doing well, Lord Hokage. It's good to see you once again." Hiruzen and Fuji exchanged some pleasantries. Furudani Fuji was a very reputed blacksmith from the Land of Iron. He was one of the very few blacksmiths alive who could forge chakra metal weapons. Once every year, he would visit Hidden Leaf Village to take orders for new weapons. Momo saw his Hokage and mentor exchange greetings like old friends. He felt very proud. After all, not everyone could boast about having the Hokage visit their home every year. After finishing their small talk, Fuji looked at Fujin and said, "So this is the youngster who wants swords?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, he wants samurai sabers which aid in wind chakra flow." Fuji looked at Fujin for a few moments. He stared at his swords and asked, "Can I see your current progress with chakra flow?" Fujin looked at Hiruzen, who nodded his head. Fujin unsheathed both his swords and flowed his chakra through them. He then changed it to wind nature. Fuji observed for a few seconds before nodding, "Very impressive. Your basics are solid." Fujin politely replied, "Thank you." Fuji got up and asked Fujin to follow him. Momo and Hiruzen also followed. They entered a room with a lot of swords. Fuji looked at Momo and said, "Bring a few swords for Fujin to check." Fujin checked out quite a few swords. Fujin was the most comfortable with a 2-feet-long sword. However, Fuji and Hiruzen recommended longer swords that would fit him properly when he grew up. After all, he was only 11. In the end, they settled on two 2.5 feet long, 1 inch wide, dual-edged swords. Fuji said, "All right. I'll make and bring those swords next year." Fujin was stunned. He said softly, "Next year?" Hiruzen chuckled and said, "He is one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He can only make one trip to Hidden Leaf Village every year." Fuji added, "In addition, adding chakra metal to swords is very complicated. It takes a long time to do it." Fujin nodded disappointedly as he couldn't do anything about it. Hiruzen said, "You can leave, Fujin. I have some official matters to discuss with Mr. Fuji." Fujin nodded and left. After leaving, He sighed thinking, 1 year. So long to make a sword. That said, it shouldn't matter much. My current swords are good enough for the time being. He went to the clothing shop and took his new clothes. On reaching home, he swapped his old clothes for new ones and tried them. The shopkeeper had done a good job. The clothes fit him perfectly. Especially the mesh upper body suit. It was very comfortable. The training continued from the next day. Hiruzen and Fujin talked about even more techniques on strong ninjas. After Fujin ran out of techniques to discuss, he even asked questions about the Great Ninja Wars. He asked what started them, how they could have been avoided, whether any wars will happen in the future and how they could be avoided. This talk surprised Hiruzen. Fujin surprisingly showed maturity way beyond his age. Memories of the maturity Itachi showed surfaced. Fujin had realized that Hiruzen would realize this. He had intentionally shown it. In the future, he would require a lot of S-rank jutsus that Hidden Leaf Village had. Increasing his value in Hiruzen's eyes had a lot of merits. While Fujin did create a personal bond with Hiruzen over the past week, however, Fujin was aware that this bond won't gain him many benefits. After all, Naruto's bond with Hiruzen could be said to be much deeper. However, he didn't receive any benefits from Hiruzen. Other than perhaps getting a strong Jounin sensei. Though, even that decision was likely not an emotional one. These talks made Hiruzen finalize his decision to invite Fujin into the Anbu ranks after a few months. Chapter 112, Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. Fujin trained for a week. During this time, after Hiruzen ended the training, Fujin would go home and create vacuum cores with his palm while keeping his eyes closed. He did it to become more familiar with the process of creating vacuum cores. Finally, Fujin managed to create a stable vacuum core inside his mouth. He created a few hand signs and blew out the vacuum bullet jutsu. Unlike air bullet, where he could blow half a dozen bullets at the same time, he could create just one vacuum bullet at a time. It traveled in a straight line for 40 meters, piercing everything in its path. Fujin smiled and exclaimed, "Damn cool." Hiruzen smiled. This time, Fujin performed just as he expected. Of course, his expectations were much higher. Hiruzen said, "Good work, Fujin. You can improve vacuum bullet jutsu further by creating more vacuum cores so that you can use multiple at the same time. Of course, that won't be easy, so don't push for it so quickly." Fujin nodded. He needed to use this jutsu a few thousand times. His mastery would improve steadily. Hiruzen continued, "Other than vacuum spheres and vacuum bullets, you can create more vacuum jutsus by changing the shape of the vacuum core. But don't experiment with it for now. Try it after a few months." Fujin nodded and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Hiruzen smiled seeing how obedient he was. However, soon he noticed a slight smile forming on Fujin's face. Fujin asked, "Grandpa, since it is only 9 a.m. and there is some time for the training session to end, can you teach me how to concentrate chakra in my eyes?" Hiruzen's eyes twitched. He exclaimed, "The next time we enter into any negotiations, I should send this shameless brat to negotiate." Fujin had analyzed, "While I'm confident in my chakra control, the eye is a delicate organ. I don't want to damage it. It'd be best if Hiruzen guided me." Hiruzen just sighed and agreed. He didn't have anything to do either as Hamura was still doing his job. Hiruzen guided Fujin on how to focus the chakra in his eyes. It needed delicate chakra control but was quite easy for Fujin. After Fujin learned it, he gave them a few tips and dismissed him. He genuinely was worried that Fujin would ask him for more jutsus. Fujin knew that he had asked a lot from Hiruzen in the last couple of weeks. So he left after thanking him. After leaving, Fujin wondered, "So, what do I do now? Should I rent a training field and practice? I haven't heard from Renjiro at all since Hiruzen took over our training." He thought for a bit and left towards the Senju clan compound. He decided, time to redeem that rank A jutsu from Renjiro. Should I ask for anything in particular? I don't really recall any useful rank A jutsus. Blade of Wind is the only one that comes to mind and I don't need it immediately. I guess I'll just ask him to give me something appropriate. Fujin went to the Senju clan compound. However, Renjiro was out on a mission. So Fujin rented a training ground and practiced vacuum spheres and bullets. After dismissing Fujin, Hiruzen went back to his office. Seeing Hiruzen enter, Hamura became very angry. He said in a grumpy tone, "Hiruzen, you finally remembered to come back?" Hiruzen shrugged and replied, "The training ended today." Hamura scoffed and replied, "You are teaching one jutsu for 16 days? At least say something believable." Hiruzen didn't reply. Hamura realized that Hiruzen was serious. He asked, "What exactly were you teaching?" Hiruzen replied, "Well, one of the kids asked me to teach wind vacuum jutsus." Hamura's eyes widened. He asked, "And you taught it?" Hiruzen nodded. Hamura scolded, "Hiruzen. That jutsu is too dangerous in the hands of a 10-11-year-old kid. Hiruzen shook his hand dismissing Hamura's concern. He replied, "Don't worry. That kid is promising. He is mature enough to not use it on a comrade." Hamura asked, "Which kid is it?" Hiruzen replied, "Fujin." Hamura burrowed his eyebrows. He asked, "That orphan? I thought you decided on this reward to pacify the Uchiha." Hiruzen nodded, "I taught her a rank A jutsu. It's a good enough reward. However, I discovered that Fujin is very talented too. He has the potential to be an elite jounin. Since he specializes in wind manipulation, he'd be a very good addition to most of our jounin teams." Hamura was surprised at the high evaluation given by Hiruzen. He nodded and said, "If the village can get another elite jounin, then it's alright. Do you plan to take him into the Anbu?" Hiruzen nodded, "Yes, but when he reaches 13. We broke the tradition for Itachi due to the situation with the Uchiha. There is no need to break it again with Fujin. Besides, we still need to monitor his performance as a chunin." Hamura nodded. Chunin was a crucial phase in differentiating ordinary ninjas from elites. Many ninjas would get tired of training and stop or slow down their training after becoming chunins. After all, not every ninja could motivate themselves to train all their life. Such ninjas seldom managed to improve their rank. Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't waste any more effort on them. After 3 days, Renjiro appeared at the training ground Fujin was training in. Fujin, who had just begun his training, sensed him and stopped. Renjiro flickered next to Fujin. He was about to speak when he noticed a bunch of holes in every tree and boulder around Fujin. He was speechless for a moment. He looked at Fujin and asked, "What did the Hokage teach you?" Fujin smiled and replied, "He taught me the wind vacuum technique." Fujin extended his arm and fired a vacuum sphere. Renjiro watched as it pierced through a dozen trees. He was dumbfounded. He wondered, did he convince that old man to teach him the wind vacuum technique and learned it in under 3 weeks? I knew he was talented at wind manipulation, but to this extent? After the moment of disbelief passed, he felt pride in his student. However, on hearing his student, Renjiro's face immediately became dark. Fujin asked, "Where were you, sensei?" "I wanted to ask you to teach me the rank A jutsu." Renjiro stared at Fujin, who looked back innocently with a smile on his face. He sighed and asked, "Did you think of any jutsu you want?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "I'll trust your judgment, sensei." Renjiro nodded. Rankajutsus were hard to find. Rankajutsu that suited you was even rarer. Fujin did know about a few rankajutsu, but most were from other elements. The remaining were very few. So he couldn't decide on what would be the most useful for him. Renjiro said, "Alright. I have decided to teach you the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu." Fujin thanked him, "Thank you sensei. Can we start learning it now?" Renjiro was just back from an S-rank mission. He had planned to rest, but he agreed. Renjiro said, "This jutsu has no hand signs. All you have to do is create a shadow clone and make it self-destruct using all chakra it has." Fujin replied, "That's convenient sensei." Renjiro nodded and continued, "The advantages are self-explanatory. The limitation is the range. Your clone needs to be very close to the enemy before self-destructing. You will also need to ensure that the enemy doesn't move away quickly on sensing the explosion. As for the disadvantage, since your clone will use all its chakra, you won't be getting any back." Fujin nodded. It was as he expected. Fujin asked, "So how do we make the clone explode, sensei?" Renjiro began explaining the details of the jutsu. Fujin created a couple of shadow clones and asked them to try as Renjiro explained. Fujin observed them carefully. After a few minutes, one of the clones exploded successfully. The explosion sent dust flying. After the dust settled, he noticed a small crater where the clone exploded. It had a radius of 2 meters and a maximum depth of 5 centimeters. Soon, the second clone exploded as well. Fujin received the memories and experiences of both clones. Fujin began creating more shadow clones one by one. After one would self-destruct, Fujin would get his experiences and make another shadow clone to practice the jutsu. Fujin's chakra had increased a lot since the time he received the shadow clone jutsu. It had multiplied many times. He could now create 21 proper shadow clones that could sustain themselves until they used up 2/3 of their chakra. If he just wanted to create shadow clones for the sake of creating them, he could create 65 shadow clones. Of course, these clones won't be able to use a lot of chakra. If he intended to have his shadow clone use rank B jutsus or supercharged jutsus, then he could only make a few. However, since it was just the purpose of learning how to self-destruct, Fujin created 31 by 1. It emptied 80% of his chakra reserves. However, the progress he made was incredible. Chapter 113, Stingy Sensei. After practicing, Fujin's shadow clone needed just 2 seconds to explode after making the decision to self-destruct. The efficiency of using all of the clone's chakra for the explosion also increased. Each explosion now formed a crater of 3 meters radius and 10 centimeters depth. Renjiro said, "That's good enough. Don't exhaust your chakra anymore." Fujin nodded and stopped practicing. Renjiro said, "Shadow clone explosion jutsu is relatively easy to learn. The difficult part of this jutsu is learning shadow clones. So don't expect to learn any other rank A jutsu in a day." Fujin nodded. He thought, yeah, this jutsu was just too easy to learn. Though practicing it will be tougher due to the crazy rate at which it burns chakra. Renjiro said, "Another important aspect is the amount of chakra you pour into your clones. While practicing, you kept the amount of chakra in your shadow clones to the minimum. However, if you create a clone with a lot of chakra, that explosion will be much stronger." Fujin nodded. Renjiro added, "However, don't experiment with it for the time being. We will be leaving for a rank A mission on the day after tomorrow. So no more ninjutsu practice. Your chakra reserves need to be at full." Fujin nodded while thinking, rank A mission. "I wonder if it will be as easy as the previous one." Renjiro said, "I will go and inform Hoka and Miko as well. Meet us outside the Hokage's building at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow." Renjiro was about to flicker, when Fujin said, "Wait, sensei." Renjiro waited and looked at Fujin. Fujin said, "Sensei, is there a wind clone explosion jutsu? Just like shadow clone explosion jutsu?" Renjiro nodded, fully anticipating what Fujin would ask next. Fujin asked, "Could you teach me that jutsu as well, sensei? Or give me the scroll to learn that jutsu from?" Renjiro smiled and replied, "Your reward was just 1 rank A jutsu. If you want that jutsu, then become a jounin immediately." Fujin gave him a deadpan look. It was well known that Hidden Leaf Village was very stingy when it came to promoting chunins to jounins. Even someone like Hitachi, who was strong enough to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, was officially only a chunin when he left the village. So Fujin didn't expect to even be considered for a jounin promotion for a few years. He complained, "Come on. Don't be stingy, sensei. My wind clones are even better than me at wind instantaneous body jutsu. And I can already imagine the destruction they could cause with the combination of wind instantaneous body jutsu and wind clone explosion jutsu." Renjiro chuckled and replied, "It's not me being stingy. As a teacher, it's my job to motivate my students. Wind clone explosion jutsu is my way to motivate you to become a jounin soon. So don't slack off and become a jounin quickly." On saying that, he flickered away, not giving Fujin any chance to argue back. Fujin was dumbfounded seeing his sensei just run away. He grumbled, "Such a lousy excuse. He could have just given it to me and dangled an S-rank jutsu to motivate me. Besides, the principles of the jutsu should be similar to shadow clone explosion jutsu. So I should be able to make this jutsu myself. After all, no hand signs are needed." Renjiro laughed after leaving. He thought, that brat always manages to get his way when asking for new jutsus or techniques. He needs to be given a few setbacks, or else he would just begin knocking on everyone's doors and asking them to give him their jutsus. Still, it was a good tactic that he thought of. A few Hidden Sand Village jounins used it to good effect in the previous war. It was so effective that we had a Hyuga who could use vacuum palm in every group that went to the Hidden Sand Village frontline. Not having much chakra, Fujin left to fill his stomach. He rested for a couple of days. When Fujin was being trained by Renjiro, 4 ninjas, dressed in hidden mist vests, entered the land of fire undetected. All 4 wore masks and had visible injuries on their body. They appeared to be escaping. A few minutes later, another 6 ninjas with similar clothes entered from the same path as those 4 ninjas without alerting anyone. They too had some injuries, but the injuries were lesser. They chased after the first group. After 10 minutes, the 2 groups finally got very close to each other. Matsuzaki Masa, who was in the second group, was a censor. He smirked and said, "Kazuki-senpai, I found them. They are just 700 meters ahead of us." Kazuki smiled and said, "Move quickly. We need to eliminate them and leave. It will be troublesome if Hidden Leaf Village gets involved." His group nodded and moved faster. They were in the enemy territory after all. Mino Masio sensed Masa sensing them. Her expression grew grim. She said, "Chaozama. They sensed us. They are only 700 meters behind us." Sakaichu's expression grew grim. She said, "Let's wait ahead and set up traps. We will create a lot of noise in this war to attract Hidden Leaf Village's attention. Once Hidden Leaf Village and those guys clash, we can escape. It'd be best if Hidden Leaf Village kills them." Her subordinates nodded and began preparing traps. Soon, the 6 Hidden Mist Village ninjas from the Mizukage faction caught up. They were greeted with dozens of shurikens and kunais. However, they managed to dodge and block everything. But, suddenly, 3 kunais with explosion tags appeared near them. They quickly dispersed. Sakaichu flickered in front of one of the enemies and blew hot steam on him. The hidden mist village ninja yelled and retreated. He had burns all over his body. Even some of his clothes had melted. Kazuki and another Jounin quickly made a move to attack Chu. However, she just retreated. Her team members appeared next to her to aid her. A clash happened. After a couple of minutes of a deadlock, Chu and her team suddenly retreated to a spot. Chu made a few hand signs and blew steam in the whole area. Kazuki and his men got together and countered with water-style jutsus. However, after using her steam jutsu, Sakaichu and her squad members retreated rapidly. Before their opponents could react, the entire area was blown up. Kazuki was livid. He yelled, "Those fucking traitors rigged the entire place." Although the forest was blown up, Kazuki and his squad didn't suffer any injury. However, they were faced with 2 issues. Their opponents had once again run out of their sight. And, more importantly, this massive explosion was sure to attract Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. As Kazuki expected, the loud explosion was noticed by a Hidden Leaf Village patrol unit that was 5 kilometers away. They immediately reported to their superior and rushed to inspect the explosion. 2 days later, Fudge appeared outside the Hokage building at 5:55 a.m. Renjiro, Miko and Hoka were already there. Miko was annoyed. She asked with annoyance, "Aren't you excited for a rank A mission? Why couldn't you come early?" Fujin shrugged and said, "Haven't we already completed 1 rank A mission? Besides, I'm early." Miko complained, "By only 5 minutes." Fujin smirked and said, "That's plenty of time to defeat you." This remark angered Miko a lot. She was about to yell back, when Renjiro said, "Enough chit-chat. Time to see the Hokage." Miko looked away from Fujin and walked ahead. Fujin looked at her with a bit of disappointment. It's a shame that steam doesn't blow out of ears on being mad like in anime. The group walked into the Hokage office and greeted Hiruzen. A Chunin was standing in the room with a file. Hiruzen asked the group, "So, are you prepared for a rank A mission?" The kids immediately nodded and replied in affirmative. He chuckled and said, "Good luck. Tatsuya will explain the details." Tatsuya, the Chunin inside the office, stepped forward and said, "The mission assigned to you is a 2-part mission. Both these parts are rank A missions by themselves. 2 groups of ninjas from Hidden Mist clashed inside our country 2 days ago. We sent out a few scout teams to track them, but they couldn't find them. But we believe that they haven't left the Land of Fire yet. The first part of your mission is to find and either eliminate or arrest them." He handed a document from the file to Renjiro while saying, "The clash happened near the eastern shore of our country, about 75 kilometers to the north of the port near the Land of Wave. Blood samples were collected where the clash happened, so they could be injured. However, we don't know who the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are." Renjiro accepted the document with a puzzled look. This wasn't the mission he had decided for his team. Hiruzen said, "There are some border patrol teams in that area. You can cooperate with them. If the mission exceeds the rank, you are allowed to retreat and inform us to send the appropriate backup." Renjiro nodded. He was aware of the protocols. The words Hiruzen spoke were for the kids. The kids also realized it and paid close attention. Tatsuya continued, "The second part of your mission will be inside the Land of Hot Springs. A dozen rogue ninjas have entered it and are creating chaos around the southern town of Negata. According to our information, the rogue ninjas are from Hidden Mist Village. You will cooperate with the local team and eliminate them." Renjiro nodded. This was the mission that he had selected for his students. Hiruzen added, "The second part of the mission depends on your status after completing part 1. If you are injured or unable to continue for reason, you will hand the mission to Akimeki Seiichi and take his spot to monitor the border patrol squads instead." Renjiro nodded. Miko quickly added, "Don't worry, Lord Hokage. We will complete both missions with ease." Hoka and Fujin nodded to back her up. After all, getting rank A missions would provide very critical experiences for them. Renjiro looked at his students and said, "Let's go." The trio nodded and left with him. Chapter 114, Tracking Team. Renjiro left through Hidden Lee Village's gate and rushed towards their destination. They just took one break for lunch and spent the rest of their time running at full speed without using any chakra. At 7 p.m., they reached a patrol outpost. Fujin's eyes twitched on looking at the outpost. He thought, this is an outpost. It's almost a small village on its own. The outpost was big. There was a 2-story building at the center. And there were multiple small houses around it. A wooden fence surrounded the entire outpost. On reaching, they saw a huge man standing before them. He smiled and said, "Renjiro. How have you been?" Renjiro smiled and replied, "I have been well, Seiichi. Meet my students." Akimeki Seiichi looked at the 3 kids behind him and said, I heard that 3 talented Gainins were promoted to Chunins this exam. Congratulations on such a quick promotion. The trio politely thanked him. Renjiro did the instructions. They are Suzuki Fujin, Uchiha Miko, and Hyuga Hoka. He looked at his students and said, "This is Akimeki Seiichi. He was my teammate. He is a Jounin and the head of all the patrol teams patrolling the eastern shores." The trio now looked at him with more respect. The eastern shore of the Land of Fire extended for hundreds of kilometers. Fujin wondered, how did an Akimeki become teammates with a Senju? Renjiro asked, "So Seiichi, what is the latest information on the Hidden Mist Village Nins?" Seiichi replied, "We tracked them a few times, however, they were quick to escape. My guess is that one of the squads entered here to escape from pursuit. However, the other kept pursuing inside the Land of Fire. But, since that squad hasn't approached us, we can only consider them both as enemies." Renjiro nodded. He looked at his students and asked, "Do you want to take a break or find and attack them today?" Miko immediately replied, "We attack today, sensei." Hoka thought for a bit and agreed with her. He wasn't tired. Fujin looked at Seiichi and asked, "Did we clash with those 2 groups?" Seiichi nodded. "We clashed with one group once and the other group 4 times. However, they managed to escape successfully every time with the help of the traps they set. Since they used masks, we couldn't identify them." Fujin asked, "Masks? Are they?" Seiichi interrupted, "No, they didn't act like Hanbu. If they did, this mission would have been an S-rank mission." Fujin nodded and asked, "Were they injured or tired?" Seiichi answered, "Nothing serious. Slight injuries and tiredness that come with spending a few days behind enemy lines." While answering, Seiichi secretly praised Fujin. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, "Let's attack today, sensei. Best to get them before they manage to escape." Renjiro nodded. Miko scoffed, "That's what I said at the very beginning." Fujin ignored her antics. Seiichi said, "All right, you focus on capturing them. I'll ensure that they don't manage to escape. Take in Yuzuka Hotaka with you. He will brief you on the details." Renjiro nodded. Yuzuka Hotaka walked ahead. A ferocious-looking ninja dog followed him. Hotaka was a Chunin in his mid-20s. The group left. After traveling for some time, they arrived outside a village. Hotaka said, "This is Tsumagoi village. They were last spotted around here." Renjiro nodded and looked at his students. Fujin shook his head, "No one in 1 km radius, sensei." Hoka and Miko activated their jutsus. Miko didn't find anything. Hoka looked for a couple of minutes and said, 600 meters to the east, sensei." They immediately moved towards it. On reaching, they noticed a huge tree with a hole in it. The hole was large enough for some people to hide in. Hoka went in and grabbed a few bandages that were stained with blood. He reported, "It looks like they rested here for some time." He gave the bloody bandage to Yuzuka Hotaka and his dog. Miko activated her Sharingan and began observing. After a minute she said, "Found a trail." She immediately began moving along the trail. The group traveled for around 4 kilometers. But Fujin, Hoka and even Hotaka weren't able to pick up on any clues. The group arrived before a small pond. Miko frowned, "Their trail ends here." Hoka checked with his Byakugan and said, "I don't see anyone." Hotaka commented, "We don't smell those ninjas." Fujin frowned and said, "Nothing in my chakra field either." Renjiro smiled and made a hand sign. He said, "You have very good skills for tracking and detecting your enemies. However, I never taught you about Fuinjutsu. Let this be a lesson. Never underestimate those seals. Even if you don't detect anyone, it doesn't mean that you can drop your guard." He slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, rampart of flowing soil jutsu. Renjiro sent a huge amount of chakra into the ground. The entire lake became unstable. Soon, a small pointed rock appeared at the center of the pond. It rose up. Underneath it, a needle mountain was forming. That pointed rock was the peak of that mountain. Renjiro said, "Of course, even if you take every precaution, it doesn't mean that no enemy can track you." While the mountain was rising, Fujin suddenly sensed 6 ninjas. Hoka and Hotaka noticed them too. Soon, 6 ninjas jumped out of the pond to escape. Renjiro saw them. Suddenly the needles from the mountain facing them were launched. 2 of them quickly made hand signs. A water wall followed by an earth wall formed to defend them. Fujin, Miko, and Hoka were about to attack, but Renjiro stopped them. He looked at them. They looked back. Both sides were in a standoff. Fujin observed them carefully. All 6 wore masks. They were probably all in their 20s or 30s. 2 of them had Jounin-level chakra, while the rest had Chunin-level chakra. Renjiro asked, "State your names and your purpose for entering the Land of Fire." Some of the Hidden Mist Village Nins recognized Renjiro and became tense. Renjiro threatened, "Surrender and identify yourself, or He released a very strong killing intent and continued, "Die." Karatachi Kazuki, the leader of the 6 Hidden Mist Village Nins, said, "Senju Renjiro, we just want a safe passage back to Hidden Mist Village. Give us away and we will leave. Otherwise, don't think you will leave unscathed." He was making a compromise. He still wanted to hunt the Hidden Mist Village Nins from the rebel faction. But he didn't think that he would draw out someone as strong as Renjiro. Renjiro ignored his threat and said, "Kill them." As soon as he said it, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka immediately got into the action. Fujin launched a great breakthrough jutsu even before Renjiro had completed his command. Miko immediately made a few hand signs and launched a fireball jutsu into the great breakthrough jutsu less than a second later. Hoka gathered chakra in his palm, planning to use vacuum palm. The Hidden Mist Village Nins didn't expect the kids behind Renjiro to make such a quick and strong move. However, they had spent the last few days on edge. So they were on very high alert. As soon as Fujin made a move, Karatachi Kazuki made a hand sign and a water wall appeared in between them. Due to how fast he did it, Fujin had no time to supercharge the jutsu. So the water wall managed to hold the winds back until 3 more water walls formed. However, soon a raging fire spread through the winds. The Earth Affinity Hidden Mist Village Ninja was about to make an earth wall, when Kazuki shouted, "Disperse." The group immediately dispersed in different directions. As soon as they moved, the ground underneath them turned into deadly spikes and spears. Kazuki saw them and recalled the dozens of Hidden Mist Village ninjas who died from this tactic of Renjiro. Renjiro frowned. He didn't expect his attack to do 0 damage. He created a shadow clone and said, "They have dispersed. Take one opponent and kill. Then help others." Chapter 115, Fight begins. Renjiro flickered towards Kazuki, while his clone flickered towards the other Hidden Mist Village jounin. Fujin, Hoka, and Miku also flickered. Hotaka was left alone. He was shocked at how quickly the team dispersed. He muttered, "They are just kids and they move this quickly." Both he and his dog moved towards the last remaining enemy. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas had just dispersed momentarily. They intended on regrouping immediately. However, 5 of them were immediately engaged by Hidden Lee Village ninjas. That last one was engaged a few seconds later. Kazuki's face was grim. He didn't want to engage Renjiro. Fujin flickered towards the Hidden Mist Village ninja who was the farthest from any other Hidden Mist Village ninja. He grabbed his sword and attacked his enemy. The Hidden Mist Village ninja was Matsuzaki Masa. He was an elite chunin. He noticed Fujin approaching him. He furrowed his eyebrows due to how quickly Fujin attacked him. He grabbed his kunai to block the hit. At the same time, he was moving backwards. After clashing with Hidden Leaf Village ninjas for the last few days, escape became their priority. He might have underestimated Fujin under normal circumstances, but he had just witnessed Fujin blow a rank C jutsu instantly without any hand signs. Fujin flowed his chakra through his sword. Masa immediately noticed it. He immediately moved backwards with no intent to engage Fujin. Fujin was surprised that his opponent was able to sense the chakra flow. He swung his sword from a distance. A sharp flying slash of chakra went towards Musa. Musa was very surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to attack with his sword from the range. He quickly dodged. Fujin followed up with 3 more slashes, but Musa dodged all 3. Each time, he dodged with more precision and lesser movement. Musa smirked and said, "You are too green, brat. I have sparred against all 7 swordsmen of the mist. Your sword is ineffective against me." Though Musa sounded arrogant, in reality, his mood was very grim. He was thinking, "This brat is troublesome. I have to watch out for his great breakthrough jutsu in addition to his sword slashes." Fujin didn't pay much attention to his opponent's words. He made a hand sign, and dozens of wind clones appeared. Musa observed the clones properly and focused on one clone. Fujin frowned, first sensing chakra flow and now looking at that clone. Looks like he is a sensor as well. Of the 12 clones Fujin made, 11 were made with just 0.5% of his chakra, while the last clone had 10% of his chakra. Musa focused on the clone with the largest chakra. 2 of the weaker clones went forward and used wind explosion jutsu on Musa. However, Musa moved behind and made a couple of hand signs. 6 water clones appeared around him. Each contained 5% of his chakra. One of those clones created a water wall to block the winds generated by the jutsu. Fujin muttered, "This will be annoying." He and his clones disappeared into the forest. Musa was surprised that his opponent retreated. He spread his chakra field and noticed that Fujin and his clones were surrounding him from all sides, but not making a move on him. His face became grim. He analyzed, "This brat is smart." He realized that he couldn't beat me and decided to stall for time. Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements might be coming anytime. I need to create a breakthrough so that everyone can escape. Though his analysis was sound, he didn't guess Fujin's thoughts correctly. Fujin didn't intend to waste time. Instead, he wanted to use the circumstances to force his opponent to make a move and give an opening. After all, unlike the Chunin exams, Fujin couldn't depend on his advantage of having a higher chakra reserve. His opponent's chakra was only slightly less than his. Fujin strategized, I don't have much of an advantage in chakra, and in terms of experience, I'm highly disadvantaged. I'll need him to give me an opening, otherwise, it'll be tough to defeat him. Fujin's strategy depended on another important factor. That is, his teammates shouldn't be defeated. Fujin subconsciously didn't consider this aspect much. It was due to his trust in the ability of his teammates and sensei. Musa analyzed the options available to him. There are 3 ways. One is I try to kill this kid. But I have a feeling that it'll be very difficult. Second is that I could try and go away from him and team up with someone. This way we could cooperate more. And the third way will be to send water clones away to aid others while I stop this kid. Musa analyzed for a few seconds and made his decision. Immediately, he and 4 water clones ran towards Fujin. The other 2 water clones ran in the directions where there was only 1 wind clone. Musa's water clones had a lot more chakra than Fujin's wind clones. So he was confident that they would get away. Fujin smiled at seeing his enemy using this tactic. 2 of his wind clones used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear behind the water clones that were escaping and used great breakthrough jutsu on them. The water clones were surprised. They were both dispersed. Fujin's wind clones also dispersed. Fujin smiled, while Musa was grim. Unlike shadow clones, elemental clones don't return the chakra on being dispelled. This minor clash had cost Musa 10% of his chakra, while Fujin lost just 1%. Fujin's other clones flickered as well and used wind explosion jutsu on Musa and his clones. While Fujin moved away from Musa and kept his distance. In the battles happening, other than Renjiro's shadow clone, only Fujin was the hidden leaf village ninja who kept his distance. All others tried fighting at close range. Musa managed to defend against all attacks, however, he couldn't get close to Fujin. He frowned and decided to use the second tactic. However, as soon as he changed his direction, Fujin chased him and his clones once again harassed him. This forced him to stop and confront Fujin, who just retreated back and didn't confront him. The 2 exchanged attacks in this manner a few times. Musa's face became ugly. Fujin's tactic was very annoying. He cursed Fujin loudly and taunted him, but Fujin didn't reply and continued the same tactic. However, despite the high number of exchanges, Musa wasn't injured at all. He never gave any openings for Fujin to exploit. Fujin, who was at a distance waiting to sneak attack, frowned. He thought, are all hidden mist village ninjas so tough to kill? At the same time, others were engaging in a clash as well. The quick attack by Renjiro and his students ensured that the hidden mist village ninjas stayed separated. They had witnessed their teamwork in the short clash and didn't want them to get together. Hoka's opponent was another elite Chunin. His name was Danjiro. Just like most hidden mist village ninjas, he too was an expert at water-style jutsus. As soon as he saw Hoka's Byakugan, he immediately moved away from him and quickly made a few hand signs. Water style, wild water wave jutsu. A huge wave of water appeared and crashed towards Hoka. Seeing the wave, Danjiro thought, I should never get in close combat with him. I still remember how Sensei was killed by Hyuga Hisashi in the Third War. Despite being so strong, he couldn't retaliate at all after having his chakra points closed. Hoka immediately flickered out of the way and flickered once again to come close to Danjiro. Danjiro moved backwards while making more hand signs. Water bullet jutsu. Hoka could have dodged them. However, he wanted to fight head-on. So he gathered chakra in his palm and used vacuum palms to stop his water bullets. Danjiro was surprised to see such a young Hyuga use this jutsu. The vacuum palms and water bullets clashed. Some of the vacuum palms went through the water bullets and moved towards Danjiro. Danjiro immediately dodged. He created more distance from Hoka and engaged in a long-distance battle. Hoka tried getting close many times, but Danjiro managed to keep his distance and used mid-range water jutsus. Hoka could only engage him with earth jutsus and vacuum palms. Chapter 116, The Breakthrough. Miko faced a tricky opponent as well. Her opponent was Ishimaru Hashi, a Chunin with water affinity. On flickering in front of him, Miko immediately launched a fireball jutsu. However, Hashi easily dodged her and used water-style, wild bubble wave jutsu. He spat out a large volume of foam-like bubbles. They rushed towards Miko, who flickered out of the way. The bubbles covered that part of the ground and made it very slippery. Miko tried flickering behind him, however, he once again spat another wild bubble wave jutsu at her, forcing her to dodge. She tried attacking him twice more, just to be countered the same way. She frowned and flickered again and used another fireball jutsu from mid-range. Hashi once again made hand signs and used the same jutsu. On clashing, His jutsu overpowered Miko's and doused the fire. By now, all the ground around him in a 30-meter radius was filled with bubbles. It was very slippery. Miko noticed this as well and frowned. She analyzed, he is trying to make a battlefield more favorable for him. And his chakra is higher than mine, so he can use a lot more ninjutsu than me. I need to end this quickly. Miko kept her distance and attacked with shurikens. Hashi used another bubble jutsus, but this time using way less chakra and producing a very small volume of bubbles. However, they were adequate to block her shurikens. At the same time, they spread out the slippery field even more. Miko kept attacking with shurikens, kunais and explosion tags. At times she even used fire or earth-style jutsus. However, Hashi kept neutralizing her weapons and fire jutsus with bubbles. As for earth jutsus, he used to just slide out of the wave. Miko kept her Sharingan active the whole time to cast a Genjutsu on him. However, Hashi never looked into her eyes. Hashi then used hidden mist jutsu to block any attempts to cast Genjutsu on him. Miko frowned. Her Sharingan couldn't see through the mist. She kept attacking from a range but produced no good result. The stalemate continued in this manner. Inuzuka Hotaka was the only one who was at a disadvantage. He hadn't learned any nature manipulation, while his opponent, Mimasuya Doi, was quite good with his water style. He kept his distance and kept attacking Hotaka with water bullets from a distance. While he hung on, both he and his dog had taken a lot of minor injuries. However, he gritted his teeth and kept fighting. He didn't want to be the one to lose when even kids less than half his age weren't being defeated. Seeing that he couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time, Mimasuya Doi used hidden mist jutsu. This was a common escape tactic among hidden mist village ninjas. They would cover the battlefield with mist and could decide whether to escape or assassinate their enemies. Hotaka used his strong sense of smell to keep a track of his opponent and kept fighting. However, the mist kept spreading throughout the battlefield. Unlike others, Renjiro was overbearing. On flickering, he immediately attacked Kazuki with his full strength. Kazuki barely managed to hang on to his life. He used water jutsus to counter Renjiro's water jutsus and used lightning jutsus to counter his earth jutsus. His entire focus was on stalling Renjiro until one of his subordinates managed to defeat their opponent and allow them to flee. However, it was just a matter of time before he fell to Renjiro if others didn't find a breakthrough. Renjiro's clone, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. He couldn't risk getting hit by anything. So he kept his distance and blocked any attack by his opponent. His opponent, Mimasuya Junji, kept trying to disengage and hit the Chunians, but Renjiro's clone kept blocking him. He tried using hidden mist jutsu, but Renjiro dispersed it every time. In this way, the clash entered a deadlock. Both sides knew that only one ninja would have to claim victory in order to turn the tides. However, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were under more pressure due to them being in Hidden Leaf Village as territory. The stalemate continued until the Hidden Mist jutsu used by Mimasuya Doi spread to other battles. The Hidden Mist Village ninja sighed in relief on seeing it. They would finally be able to escape. However, it wasn't easy. Fujin and Renjiro easily dispersed it and kept up their attack. They gave no chance to their opponents to take advantage of the mist. The breakthrough that both sides were waiting for came in the fight between Miko and Hashi. They kept fighting till Miko noticed that there was another ninja casting hidden mist jutsu as well. She realized, they are planning to use hidden mist jutsu to cover their escape. She gritted her teeth and made a few hand signs. She jumped into the slippery field to confront her opponent. On entering the mist, her leg slipped and she fell down. Hashi heard it and an evil grin appeared on his face. He quickly moved towards her. Today an Uchiha genius will die at my hands. Miko got up while maintaining her hand signs. She analyzed, he should have heard that fall. Now I only have to wait for him to come to me. Hashi silently slid through the ground. He made almost no noise. He moved around Miko to hit her from behind. Despite the hidden mist jutsu, he wouldn't underestimate her Sharingan. Miko didn't sense or hear him at all. However, when Hashi was around 5 meters behind her, she felt that she was about to be hit in the back. Constant spars with Fujin and Renjiro had made her very sensitive to sneak attacks. She immediately used her jutsu. Fire style, Hellfire Clap Jutsu. A ring of fire appeared instantly around Miko. Hashi felt the heat and became alert. He thought, what is this bitch doing? He immediately decided to retreat and attack again later. However, before his legs could move, the fire expanded in all directions. It expanded for 10 meters, catching Hashi. The fire was very hot. Without any defenses, Hashi was burned instantly. He yelled loudly. The fire burnt all his skin and his organs as well. He tried making a hand sign to survive but fell midway. His insides had been cooked and his skin had been burned. The jutsu burned all the grass and even soil in a 10-meter radius. Even the mist there was dispersed. Miko's Sharingan saw as Hashi was burnt alive with no way to resist. His burnt body fell on the burned soil. Miko took deep breaths. The jutsu used up a lot of her chakra. However, she smiled. The breakthrough that everyone was looking for was provided by her to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 117, Sweeping through enemy Chunins. The battle, which was in a stalemate, was disturbed thrice in a short duration. First, mist spread throughout the battlefield. A minute after it spread, a loud yell was heard throughout the battlefield. And a few seconds after that, a heat wave spread through the battlefield. Fujin and his clones were engaged in an intense battle. 17 wind clones were attacking Musa and his 8 water clones. Musa didn't provide any openings. However, Miko's actions disturbed him twice. He heard the loud yell, but he didn't allow himself to be disturbed. However, the heat wave that followed surprised him once again. Though it wasn't an opening, Fujin's clones all attacked at the same moment. 16 wind clones suddenly flickered around Musa and his clones. 14 used wind explosion jutsu, while 2 used great breakthrough jutsu. Musa's water clones immediately defended. The last wind clone was the one having a lot more chakra. He waited for the defenses to be erected and used air bullet jutsu just when the defenses began to collapse. Fujin watched carefully at the situation. His hand was gripping his sword. The wind clone blew 6 air bullets at the same time. Musa hid behind his clones in a hurry. 5 water clones were dispelled. Fujin's remaining wind clones immediately ganged up upon them. Musa was in a tough spot. He made a hand sign. He wanted to use a big jutsu to try and dispel all of Fujin's clones who were so close to him. However, at that instant, he noticed Fujin flickering a few meters to his right. There was no water clone between him and Fujin. Fujin swung his sword from that distance. A flying slash was sent at Musa. However, Musa wasn't intimidated. Fujin had attacked in this way a dozen times but never once managed to hit him. Musa immediately moved slightly so that the flying slash will just barely miss him. While dodging, he thought, since he has decided to attack, I should kill him directly. The flying slash just barely missed him. He began making another hand sign to complete his jutsu. However, numerous cuts suddenly appeared on Musa. Musa was shocked. How? I dodged it. The cuts kept appearing until one deep cut slashed across his neck. His blood spilled out like a fountain. During his final moments, he looked at the young shinobi in front of him. There was no expression on his face. However, in his eyes, Musa could see that everything happened as he planned. Too much blood flowed out of him from the numerous cuts on his body. Musa closed his eyes as Fujin swung his sword once again. The flying slash severed Musa's head from his body. Fujin looked at his fallen enemy and thought, if I had sent wind slashes with my sword from the beginning, I'd have got more advantages. However, he would have dodged them all. However, by making him think that I can only send a normal flying chakra slash like a samurai, I lowered his guard. Of course, I didn't use Senjutai Jutsu, vacuum style or shadow clone explosion jutsu. If this guy was an elite Chunin, then it's safe to say that my current level is barely Jounin. Fujin smiled. Reaching the threshold of Jounin rank at merely 11 years old was a huge achievement. Fujin spread his chakra field and observed. He noticed that Miko was alone and concluded, looks like that heat wave was from the jutsu Hiruzen taught her. He kept sensing and concluded, I and Miko have won. And the guy fighting that Imuzuka is the one releasing the mist. I should finish him. Also, Miko seems to be moving towards Hoka. Having decided his target, Fujin flickered. Though the mist was thick, Fujin could sense both Hotaka and Doi. Fujin made a few hand signs and moved stealthily under the cover of the mist. Doi was attacking Hotaka. He kept moving around him and kept hitting Hotaka with water bullet and water pallet jutsus. Hotaka and his dog were bleeding from a lot of places. Fujin closed the distance until he was around 25 meters from Doi. He used his jutsu. Vacuum bullet jutsu. The air bullet with a vacuum core moved rapidly. Doi didn't hear Fujin until he heard a sound of something moving rapidly. Unfortunately, before he could react, the vacuum bullet pierced through his heart. He fell with his eyes wide open. He never imagined that the mist he set up would be the cause of his death. And even in death, he wouldn't know who killed him. Hotaka, who was struggling, was surprised when he heard a fall. He could smell that the person who fell was Doi. He quickly moved forward and saw a small hole in his chest. He noticed Fujin's silhouette appearing to his left. Fujin looked at him and saw that he was bleeding. He asked, "Are you alright?" Hotaka was embarrassed at Fujin being concerned about him. He thought, "I was so engrossed in the fight that I didn't even notice another smell approaching us." He replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Fujin nodded and said, "Apply first aid to yourself and him. I'll go aid others." Without waiting for his reply, Fujin flickered into the mist. Hotaka sat down on his butt and stroked his dog. He looked at his partner and said, "Well, that was embarrassing." His dog barked in a low voice in reply. Fujin flickered towards Miko and Hoka. Danjiro was in a tough spot. Hoka was a tough opponent by himself. However, he was sneak attacked by Miko's fire style, 4 jutsu. He dodged successfully, but that didn't make his situation any easier. Now, in addition to staying away from a Hyuga, he had to avoid looking into the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Moreover, unlike Hoka, Miko didn't mind a mid-range battle. Though her fire style was restricted by Danjiro's water style, she could still use fire style, 4 jutsu and her earth style, effectively. It became very difficult for Danjiro when combined with Hoka's earth style and vacuum palm. However, he still held on. Unfortunately, his situation would worsen even further. Fujin was watching this battle from behind a tree. On seeing an opening, Fujin made a few hand signs. Vacuum bullet jutsu. Unlike against Doi, Fujin didn't have any missed cover. In addition, Danjiro was fighting 2 enemies and was on a very high alert. He sensed Fujin's jutsu and immediately took evasive maneuvers. However, vacuum bullet was very fast. Though Danjiro dodged, it still grazed past the side of his abdomen, leaving a 1-inch deep scar. It immediately began bleeding. Hoka immediately took advantage of this. He targeted Danjiro's heart with a vacuum palm attack. Miko was a split second slower, but she attacked with shurikens too. Danjiro already had his back against the wall while fighting just Miko and Hoka. Fujin's sneak attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The injury caused by vacuum bullet, though not life-threatening by itself, distracted him. He had to divide his attention to a third hidden enemy. Hoka and Miko used this exact moment to attack. Hoka's attack hit first. Though Danjiro tried moving, it was very late. The attack hit on point and made Danjiro vomit blood. Immediately, Miko's shurikens hit his throat. He fell down, slain in battle. With the enemy finally down, Hoka and Miko looked where Fujin was. Hoka frowned and said, "I could have killed him myself. You two didn't need to help me." Miko smirked and replied, "Be faster next time." Fujin replied, "Do you want to keep fighting this guy or do you want to fight that jounin who Sensei's clone is fighting against?" That immediately attracted their attention. Hoka replied, "Let's go and fight him." Miko was excited too. But she suggested, "We should first kill that enemy who was fighting in Yuzuka Hotaka. Then only the 2 jounins would be left." Fujin replied, "Already took care of him before helping you guys." Miko got mad. She asked angrily, "That means you fought 3 of them?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Do you want to argue about it or fight that jounin?" Miko snorted and answered, "Let's go fight him." Chapter 118, Clash of Rank Bijutsus. The trio immediately began moving. Fujin asked, "Are you guys injured?" Both shook their heads. Neither of them had taken any injury. Hoka smirked and replied, "My opponent never dared to get close to me." Miko answered, "Mine maintained distance and fought defensively as well. He was just stalling for time." Fujin looked at them and said, "That's good. But your chakra level seems very low." Both sighed and nodded. Miko's chakra had dropped to just 20%. Hoka had about 45% chakra left. By comparison, Fujin had 60% chakra remaining. If Renjiro's clone made his enemy waste chakra, then Fujin's chakra level could be higher than his. Fujin said, "You guys don't use chakra much. Hoka, you fight at close distance. Miko, you provide shuriken support. And save your chakra if we decide to use a combination jutsu. I'll provide ninjutsu support. Sensei's clone can provide backup for us." Hoka immediately agreed, "Alright." He got to fight with taijutsu, which was all that mattered to him. Miko also reluctantly agreed. She didn't have much chakra left to perform ninjutsu. And in terms of taijutsu, both Hoka and Fujin were superior to her. The trio soon reached the place where Renjiro's shadow clone and Mimasuya Junji were fighting. They hid in the woods and observed the situation. The entire battlefield was a mess. There were hundreds of earth spears spread throughout the battlefield. The rock spikes and thorns seemed to be countless. Multiple rock shields and earth walls were also on the battlefield. Renjiro's clone and Mimasuya Junji were standing around 100 meters from each other. Junji had one earth wall in front of him and a couple of rock shields to his right and left. Junji was frowning. He analyzed, "In the last 15 minutes, I have tried everything I could do to dispel the clone, but he managed to defend every time. I tried making water and earth clones to help others, but he intercepted them all. Every single clone of mine was caught off guard and dispelled. And his clone doesn't seem to be running short on chakra. Do I have to wait until someone comes to help me?" He looked at Renjiro's clone and sighed, "This is so embarrassing. I hope my lil bro isn't the one who comes to my aid." Anyways, 3 of the enemies were kids. They should be dealt with soon. Renjiro's clone kept a watch thinking, he hasn't made a move for over a minute. Has he given up on creating a breakthrough and is waiting for others? Renjiro's clone analyzed and shrugged, whatever. This deadlock is in my favor. Once my main body wins, we will sweep through the battlefield. The trio of Fujin, Miko and Hoka watched stealthily. Miko frowned, why aren't they fighting? Hoka said, they seem to be in a standoff. I guess both are trying to save Chakra. Fujin also frowned, sneak attacking will be tougher if he isn't fighting. Hoka asked, how will we sneak attack? Fujin replied, there is no good way. Let me try. Fujin made a few hand signs and created a vacuum bullet core in his mouth. Hoka and Miko flickered and moved away from Fujin. Fujin looked at Junji, but there was no movement from him. Not having any other choice, he used his jutsu. Vacuum bullet jutsu. When Fujin fired his vacuum bullet jutsu, despite not sensing anything, Junji became very alert. He instantly moved behind a couple of steps. Unlike his brother and Danjiro, Junji was an elite. He had fought throughout the Third Great Ninja War and was promoted to Jounin due to his achievements. Despite not seeing Fujin's attack, he still dodged it. The vacuum bullet hit the rock shield on his right, penetrated through it, passed a foot away from the front of Junji's chest and then penetrated through another rock shield. Fujin flickered to a different spot while frowning, I need to learn how to make multiple vacuum cores. He'd have been dead if I could have created 4 or 5 vacuum bullets. The attack caught the attention of both Junji and Renjiro. They both looked at where the attack came from. Renjiro smiled. On the other hand, Junji's face was grim. The penetrative power of the attack was too high. He observed where the attack came from, but no one was there. Miko looked at the opponent and said, looks like a sneak attack won't work. Hoka nodded and replied, we will have to attack from the front. Junji thought, such a strong attack. Did Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements arrive so quickly? I need to win quickly or others will be defeated if they have to fight multiple enemies. Junji made a few hand signs. Renjiro's clone smiled and made hand signs as well and slammed his hands on the ground. Water style, exploding water colliding wave jutsu. Earth style, earth dragon blast jutsu. Junji used exploding water colliding wave jutsu on the forest to his right. A huge water wave appeared and crushed down towards the forest. At the same time, the ground began shaking. A large, bronze dragon head appeared out of the ground and roared. Behind the head was its long stone body. It dived down underground once again and moved towards Junji. Miko and Hoka, who were together, watched with grim faces as a huge water wave approached them. They both readied themselves to flicker backwards. Fujin watched as the huge water wave approached him. Knowing that Miko and Hoka won't be able to defend, he made a few hand signs as well. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He blew out intense winds that clashed with the huge water wave. The water wave was stopped. Water began dispersing through the strong winds and rained down harmlessly. Some water still passed through the winds, but it wasn't much and passed through the forest while the trio were on the trees. The clash happened on a wild scale. Both Renjiro and Kazuki noticed it. Renjiro observed and thought, is Fujin teaming up with my clone? Though Renjiro could use wind jutsus as well, he rarely used them in combat. Against a water jutsu, he would always use earth jutsus. Kazuki observed with a grim face, did a strong wind affinity ninja from Hidden Leaf Village arrive to reinforce? Or is it that brat who used the great breakthrough jutsu? What the hell are Junji and others doing? How long do they need to defeat one clone, 3 kids and 1 Inuzuka? Junji watched with a grim face, my jutsu was countered so easily. Sensing the earth dragon approaching him, Junji immediately moved away. However, Renjiro's clone controlled the earth dragon to follow Junji. Miko and Hoka observed the situation with their KK Genkais. Hoka sighed and said, how will I fight in close range if they use such huge jutsus? Fujin concentrated chakra in his eyes to carefully observe the earth dragon chasing Junji. He analyzed, if he defends Renjiro's attack, I might get another shot. Fujin quickly made a few hand signs and prepared another vacuum bullet core. Though Junji was moving rapidly, the earth dragon was faster. Understanding that he can't dodge, he created a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, rocky ground barrier jutsu. The ground under Junji immediately began hardening. In addition, a rock dome appeared around him and surrounded him. The earth dragon clashed with the hard rocky ground and was stopped. Having no way to proceed ahead, it exploded. Junji desperately poured his chakra into the ground to strengthen his defenses. Fujin, who was observing carefully, suddenly noticed an opportunity. He immediately fired his vacuum bullet at Junji. Junji was in a very tough spot. Chapter 119, Desperate Defense. The earth dragon's explosion sent cracks through the hardened rock. But the ground also absorbed the impact of the blast. So the rock dome stayed intact. However, at the next moment, a vacuum bullet hit the rock dome and penetrated it. Junji, who was pouring his chakra into the rock dome, immediately noticed it and moved to his right. He was always on alert for another sneak attack. However, he didn't have much time to move. Though he dodged, the bullet created a deep cut in his upper left arm as it passed. Junji winced, but he had no time to worry about the pain. While dodging the vacuum bullet, he couldn't supply chakra to the rock dome anymore. Renjiro's clone noticed it and slammed his hands on the ground again. Earth style, Earth flow divide jutsu. The ground under the rock dome immediately began splitting apart. Realizing the danger, Junji created an opening in his rock dome and moved out. The ground under the rock dome kept splitting apart. It split for 10 meters when the entire rock dome collapsed inside it. As soon as Junji moved out, a vacuum bullet and an earth spear attacked him. But he managed to dodge them both. Fujin concluded, looks like killing him with a long-range attack is not possible. Fujin and Renjiro's clone weren't the only ones who targeted Junji as soon as he left the dome. Hoka and Miko also got into action. They flickered in front of him. Miko immediately threw a few shurikens, while Hoka ran forward to block his chakra points. Junji immediately dodged the shurikens. Hoka used that opportunity to close the distance between them and attack him. Junji blocked Hoka's attacks while analyzing, how did these brats get here? Did they defeat our Chunins? Or did they get reinforcements who freed them up? I am getting worried about Doi. I need to break free quickly. Junji had his back against the wall. Realizing that he would not be able to break free by staying on defense, he decided to go on the attack. He started with Hoka, who was fighting him. Unfortunately for him, the enemy's attack was too intense. He tried to gain an advantage against Hoka, but Hoka's taijutsu was as good as his. Additionally, he had to keep an eye out for Miko's shurikens, Fujin's vacuum bullets and Renjiro's long-range jutsus. With Hoka fighting in close range, vacuum bullet became too dangerous to use. While it did apply pressure on Junji, Fujin concluded that it won't create much of an effect. So Fujin flickered and joined Miko and Hoka as well. Junji noticed Fujin and thought, so it was him. Looks like there are no reinforcements. But does this mean that all three of them won their fights? His face grew grim as he concluded, we underestimated them. This mission is now a total disaster. Fujin stayed behind Hoka and made a few hand signs. Junji kept a close eye on Fujin. Renjiro's clone observed his students and analyzed, all three of them are here. So all four of the enemy Chunin should be dead. He smiled, I never thought that I would be the slowest to deal with my opponents. My main body seems to still be in a deadlock. Renjiro's clone stayed behind and just observed his students. Just his presence alone created a lot of pressure on Junji. He wanted his students to get the experience of fighting against an experienced jounin. After all, missions tend to go bad frequently. The next time, he wouldn't be around to keep an eye on them. Hoka kept engaging Junji in hand-to-hand combat. Miko used her shurikens to make openings for Hoka, while Fujin used his air bullets to not allow Junji any retreat. Junji's expression was grim, these brats are strong. Three of them together can take me on. And they aren't allowing me any opportunity to use any ninjutsu. And that clone is still staring at me. But with these brats here, he won't use any large-scale ninjutsu. But, I need to save some chakra to deal with the clone and to escape. And I still have to check on Doi. Though a lot of thoughts were running through Junji's mind, they didn't affect his combat. The fight remained in a deadlock for the next 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Junji gave multiple opportunities for Fujin and Miko to jump into close combat. However, all those openings were traps. Neither Fujin nor Miko jumped in and stayed behind Hoka and provided mid-range support. Junji's situation kept getting worse. Though he wasn't seriously injured, he had a lot of close calls. There were a lot of small cuts on his body. It was only a matter of time before one attack hit him fatally. Even more pressing was that his chakra was decreasing. And Renjiro's clone was observing him carefully. Understanding that maintaining the situation would be unfavorable for him, he decided to go on the attack. As Junji decided, a shuriken came flying at him. He tilted his head and avoided it. Right after, Hoka attacked with his gentle fist style. Junji began moving backwards to avoid Hoka. However, 2 air bullets were shot behind him and one was directed at him. Not having any opportunity to use any ninjutsu to defend, Junji had to move forward towards Hoka to avoid the bullets. Hoka aimed his palm at Junji's chest. Junji used his left hand to deflect Hoka's attack by hitting him on his wrist. Junji followed it up with a strong kick with his right leg targeting Hoka's left side. Hoka blocked the kick with his left forearm. However, the force of that kick sent Hoka to his right for a few meters. Junji immediately ignored Hoka and moved towards Fujin and Miko thinking, these kids didn't attack even when I provided openings. So their taijutsu must be weak. Seeing Junji run towards him, Fujin's eyes widened. He shouted, crap. And immediately ran to his left, leaving Miko alone to face him. Seeing one of the 2 kids run away, Junji smirked. He thought, as I thought. They were both hiding behind that Hyuga brat. So they specialize in mid and long-range combat and are bad at taijutsu. I'll kill this girl before that Hyuga brat comes to her help and then kill the one who ran away as well. Miko scoffed internally at Fujin's antics. She threw the shurikens in her hands at Junji and grabbed a kunai. Junji dodged the shurikens and grabbed his own kunai and attacked Miko. Miko blocked his kunai with her own and kicked his abdomen almost at the same time. Junji was shocked. She isn't bad at taijutsu. At that moment, Hoka began running towards him from his rear while Miko attacked from the front. Junji's face grew grim as he grabbed another kunai. He blocked Miko's attacks and was about to look at Hoka when he suddenly felt something on his right. He looked to see that the kid who ran away was attacking him with a sword. Fujin attacked him as if he wanted to cut his body vertically in two. Realizing the danger, he increased the force on the kunai that was blocking Miko and sent her flying backwards. Almost immediately, he raised the kunai in his other hand to block the sword and sent a kick at Hoka who was just behind him. The sword clashed with the kunai and the kick met two outstretched fingers. Junji grunted as he felt Hoka disabling a chakra point in his feet. However, soon his eyes widened as he saw the sword cutting through his kunai and coming down at his head. He pushed his feet on Hoka's fingers and used them to jump away from him so that he could dodge the sword. His body began moving towards Fujin's right. The sword, which was aimed at the center of Junji's head, barely missed it. However, it hit him on the shoulder and severed his right arm. Fujin looked at his opponent in surprise. He used Hoka's attack to propel himself away from my sword swing. It's incredible that he is still alive. Hoka and Miko was surprised as well that Fujin didn't manage to kill him. However, all three instantly attacked him once again. Hoka moved around Fujin's sword to attack Junji. Fujin too moved towards him and swung his sword again at Junji. Junji, who had landed just 2 feet away from Fujin, was in shock. His right arm was severed and his right foot hurt. He looked at Fujin's sword fearfully and moved backwards while grunting in pain. However, Miko was right behind him and stabbed a kunai in his back. Blood came out of Junji's mouth as he stopped himself and swung his left fist behind himself to hit Miko. However, both Hoka and Fujin had reached him. Fujin stabbed his sword into Junji's heart while Hoka jabbed his 2 fingers into Junji's throat. Junji looked at Hoka and Fujin in disbelief. When he entered the land of fire, he never thought that he'd be killed by ninjas 1/3 his age. Masuya Junji, a veteran jounin of the village hidden in the mist, fell in battle. Chapter 120, The Hiding Spot. Seeing Junji breathe his last breath, Fujin withdrew his sword and said, he was tough. Hoka and Miko also withdrew their attacks and nodded. Junji's body fell to the ground. Hoka said, yes. For so long, despite getting attacked so much, he never allowed me to hit any of his chakra points. Miko nodded. She was about to say something when her eyes fell on Fujin. She instantly became annoyed and asked, why do you keep running away and sneak attacking? Fujin shrugged and replied, it's fun. Hoka and Miko's faces immediately became dark. Renjiro's clone flickered in. He looked at his 3 students proudly and praised them, great work. Though he was a bit exhausted after fighting me, you 3 managed to kill a full-fledged jounin. All 3 looked at him. Hoka asked, should we reinforce you, sensei? Before the clone could answer, they heard from behind, no need. Immediately the 3 turned around to see Renjiro. Renjiro finally managed to kill his opponent. He sealed his body and was coming to help his clone when the trio killed Junji. Renjiro's clone dispelled himself. Renjiro received all his memories. He looked at his students and said, good work. Did you store their bodies? His students all shook their heads. Renjiro said, store their bodies and assemble back here within 2 minutes. Fujin, bring Hotaka as well. Also, don't steal their belongings. For missions that particularly state to kill some ninjas, you shouldn't steal their belongings as they may have something that the village needs. Also, their belongings could have traps. The trio nodded and flickered. They went to their own battlefields and sealed the dead bodies in the scrolls. Fujin flickered towards Hotaka and looked at him. Both he and his dog were wrapped in multiple bandages. Hotaka looked at Fujin and asked, is it over? Fujin nodded, all enemies are dead. Hotaka was surprised. He thought, I just asked for formality. They managed to kill a team of 6 ninjas who we couldn't pin down for days in just 30 minutes. While Hotaka was lost in his thoughts, Fujin sealed Doi's body in a scroll. He asked, can you move? Hotaka got up and replied, yes. None of my injuries was serious. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Sensei has asked us to assemble. Follow me. Within a couple of minutes, everyone was assembled where Renjiro was within a couple of minutes. Renjiro had sealed Junji's body. Renjiro looked at everyone and said, report your status. Miko replied, no injury. Chakra around 15%. Hoka said, no injury. Chakra around 25%. Fujin said, no injury. Chakra around 40%. Hotaka wasn't aware of the protocol in Team Renjiro. However, on hearing the three Chunins, he understood and said, minor injuries. Chakra around 35%. Renjiro nodded and said, get ready. We will be attacking the second team from Hidden Mist Village as well. The trio were surprised. Fujin asked, Sensei, wouldn't it be better to rest and recover our chakra first? Both Miko and Hoka agreed with Fujin but didn't say anything. Renjiro answered, normally yes. But our enemies would run away. And we are in the land of fire, so our reinforcements will be coming soon. Unfortunately, we can't wait for them. Without explaining the exact details, Renjiro flickered. His students immediately followed him. Hotaka was dumbfounded once again at how suddenly they disappeared. He immediately followed their scents. Renjiro arrived at the place where the pond that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were hiding in was. Fujin, Miko, and Hoka reached there soon after. Hotaka was the last one to reach. They were standing on the opposite end of the pond. Miko asked, why are we back here, Sensei? Renjiro smiled and asked, when multiple parties are hunting you, what do you think is the best place to hide? The four fell into thought. Hotaka had a few guesses, but he didn't answer as he assumed that the question was meant for Renjiro's students. After a minute, Miko answered, at a place where no one will expect you to. Fujin and Hoka gave her a deadpan expressions. Hoka taunted, good way to state the obvious. Renjiro chuckled and said, well, she isn't wrong. In this scenario, where they were hunted by one stronger squad which was, in turn, being hunted by multiple other squads, the best place to hide is near the first squad that was hunting them. Hearing that, the eyes of all three students widened. They immediately activated their sensory skills. However, they didn't sense anyone nearby. Renjiro continued, it is ingenious. The ones that are hunting them would never imagine them to be so close. And since this is their hiding spot, it would mean that they are confident about hiding here from others. So they would be hidden from everyone. Even in the scenario where the hiding spot of the ones who are hunting them gets exposed. The other party would attack them and not think that there is another squad hiding here. Fujin asked, so, how did you sense them, Sensei? Renjiro chuckled and said, I am very sensitive to earth and water nature. When I used the rampart of flowing soil jutsu, I sensed another underground cave that would be perfect for hiding. And since the patrol teams didn't manage to find them again, it became easy to guess who was hiding there. Renjiro began making hand signs but Fujin said, wait a bit, Sensei. I sense a few chakra signatures to our left. Hoka activated his Byakugan. Renjiro stopped and asked, how many? Fujin answered, 4 Chunin leave. Another 3 are coming here as well. All 7 are at Chunin level. Hoka added, all are from our patrol teams. Renjiro waited. Soon 7 Chunins reached them. On reaching, one of them said, we heard a lot of noise coming from this area. So we came to reinforce you. Renjiro nodded and answered, one of the Hidden Mist Village squads has been dealt with. We will now deal with the other. 3 of you wait here with us. The remaining 4 go and hide. Hotaka, go with them. They nodded. The first patrol team of 4 dispersed in different directions and hid themselves. So did Hotaka. The remaining 3 waited with Renjiro's team wondering what he was up to. Renjiro made a few hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground and said softly, Earth style, 1,000 needles jutsu. A half hour ago, Sakaichu and her squad suddenly felt tremors inside the underground cave they were hiding in. Unlike Kazuki's squad, this squad was relatively younger. Only Chu was in her 30s. The remaining 3 members were in their late teens. Chu looked at her squad members and said, looks like Kazuki and others have been discovered by the Hidden Leaf Village shinobis. Don't try to sense them. Her squad nodded. Mino Masayo, who was a special jounin, asked, Chu-sama, wouldn't it be better if we help those Hidden Leaf Village shinobi? That way, we can eliminate that squad from the Mizukage faction. Terumi Hanzo, a Chunin in this 4-man squad, added, it may even help us create a good relationship with Hidden Leaf Village. With those guys dead and Hidden Leaf Village being friendly, we will be able to return without any obstruction. However, Chu shook her head. She said, we don't know if the Hidden Leaf Village team is strong enough to kill them. If they aren't and Kazuki and others end up escaping, then we will be in a tough spot. That's not even considering that the Hidden Leaf Village shinobis might consider us enemies too and we may end up helping Kazuki escape. We will be in a much tougher spot. Masayo asked softly, but your niece recently fought in the Hidden Leaf Village's Chunin exams. I heard she reached finals as well. Can't we say that to at least enter into talks with Hidden Leaf Village? Chu answered, I had thought about this too. But ultimately, Hidden Leaf Village didn't agree to help us. Even if I say that I am afraid Hidden Leaf Village will ask us to surrender and take us as prisoners. They might let us go later due to what you said, but things won't be under our control. The expressions of everyone grew grim upon hearing Chu. After some time, their last member, who was a Chunin, Kenki Shunji, said, "What if we just take this opportunity to run away?" Chu replied, "If they were able to find Kazuki's squad who were hiding so well, we will be exposed as soon as we leave this hideout. Don't worry so much. I don't think they will find our spot. So we will try to leave silently after a few days." Having no choice, they just waited in the hideout. After the first tremor, nothing else was felt in the hideout, so they assumed that the fighting spot moved. Chapter 121, Sneak Attacks. After half an hour, Chu and Misao suddenly got alert. Hundreds of small needle-like spikes suddenly began forming on the cave walls. Understanding the danger, they both immediately made hand signs. Water Sphere Barrier Jutsu. Water Sphere Barrier Jutsu. Immediately, 2 layers of water dome barrier surrounded them. The outer layer was formed by Chu while the inner layer was formed by Misao. Some water also flowed on the ground inside the dome. Hundreds of rock needles rained on the 2 barriers. Many needles managed to pierce through both barriers. Hanzo and Shunji stepped in front of Chu and Misao and defended with kunais. They managed to deflect most, but a few needles still stabbed all of them. However, none were fatal injuries. Chu and Misao desperately poured more chakra into their jutsus. Hanzo and Shunji too made hand signs. Hanzo slammed his hands on the ground. 4 rock shields appeared around them. Shunji, on the other hand, released a spark that hit Misao's water sphere barrier. Electricity began flowing through it. The electric current slowed down most of the needles that pierced through the first barrier and hit the second barrier, making them harmless. The 4 hidden mist village ninjas were finally relieved for a moment. However, at that very instant, a stone spear silently and quickly rose through the ground under Terumi Hanzo. His attention was focused on the needle rain and didn't notice the spear under him. The spear pierced his lower body, pierced through him, and exited through his head. He yelled in pain, but couldn't move. That startled his 3 teammates, who turned to see him. They were horrified. Their teammate's body was skewered with an earth spear. Chu immediately yelled, "Jump and run to the exit." Both Misao and Shunji jumped along with Chu. Earth spears formed under them as well and began moving towards them rapidly. All 3 kicked at the side of the spear to propel themselves towards the exit. Chu made a few hand signs, water prison jutsu. A water sphere encased all 3 of them as they left the protection of the double-layered water sphere jutsu. As they left the underground, the water sphere kept getting pelted with rock needles. A few pierced through, but their speed was greatly reduced due to the water. They managed to defend themselves with a kunai as they got out. When they left the hideout, Fujin, Hoka, and Miko sensed them. Sensing them rushing out, Fujin made a few hand signs and prepared vacuum bullet jutsu while thinking, 3 people. One has Jounin level chakra. One is Chunin level and the last might be an elite Chunin. Jounins are tough to kill, I'll target the elite Chunin. Soon, Sakaichu led them out of the underground. They appeared around 20 meters from where Renjiro and the rest were standing. As soon as they appeared, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at Misao. Though they were in a lot of peril, Chu's water prison jutsu provided them with a sense of security. So despite expecting an attack as soon as they left, they expected themselves to at least put up a fight. However, right after leaving the underground, a vacuum bullet hit the water prison. It pierced into it with extreme ease and hit Misao's heart accurately. She fell down dead with her eyes wide in disbelief. Chu and Shunji were shocked again. First Hanzo was killed unexpectedly and now Misao. Even worse was the fact that Misao was their only sensor. Leaving the land of fire safely without her aid would be extremely difficult. Without giving them any time to grieve, Miko, Hoka, and the other 3 Chunins moved to attack them. Chu immediately spat out a lot of water, forming a water wall between them. The water wall stopped them. They were about to move around the wall, when Chu yelled loudly, "Stop! We surrender. We don't want to fight against Hidden Leaf Village." Hearing that, the 5 of them stopped. The water wall soon collapsed into the water. Before Renjiro could say anything, Chu spoke, "We were hunted by our Mizukage despite not committing any crime. While escaping, we accidentally entered the land of fire. We have no intention of fighting against you." Renjiro knew about the situation in the land of water. He nodded and asked, "All right. But why didn't you surrender earlier?" Chu answered, "We were afraid of being accused of being from the same group as the ones who were attacking us." Renjiro thought for a bit and said, "Okay. Turn around and raise your arms in the air. We will be arresting you for trespassing into the land of fire. If you're innocent, then Lord Hokage will meet you and make further decisions." Chu felt a bit odd by that command. This was her first time hearing something like this. Chu and Shunji turned around and raised their arms. As soon as they did it, Renjiro made a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. However, even before he slammed his hands, Chu grabbed Shunji and jumped. Immediately thick earth spears appeared below them. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko smirked. Fujin immediately fired another vacuum bullet at Shunji while he was in the air. Miko threw a few shurikens on both while Hoka attacked Chu with vacuum palm. Chu's main attention was on Renjiro and Fujin. As soon as Fujin shot the vacuum bullet, she pulled Shunji out of the way. However, the vacuum bullet was very fast. It sliced through the side of his abdomen and left a deep cut. While pulling Shunji, she herself got pulled towards him. This ensured that the vacuum palm didn't hit her heart. However, it still hit her right lung. She coughed blood while blocking Miko's shurikens. On landing on the ground, she looked viciously at Renjiro and yelled, "Renjiro, you bastard! Why did you attack us?" Renjiro snorted and replied, "Good job hiding your killing intent. Unfortunately, I can see your desire to kill us in your eyes." Renjiro suddenly became angry and shouted, "Do you think you can fool me?" As he shouted, he unleashed his killing intent. Shunji flinched on feeling it. Of course, Renjiro's anger was fake. He only talked so as to provide his students with enough time to prepare for another round of attack. None of his 3 students missed it. Fujin made hand signs for air bullet jutsu and flickered towards Chu and Shunji. Hoka and Miko too flickered. Fujin suddenly appeared to their left and shot 5 air bullets at Shunji and 2 at Chu. At such a close range, Chu couldn't perform ninjutsu in time to defend. While Shunji was still affected by Renjiro's killing intent, Chu immediately moved backwards and dragged Shunji with her. She dodged both bullets, but Shunji couldn't dodge 2 of them. One of them pierced his left thigh and the other pierced his right lung. Not giving them any opportunity to catch their breaths, Hoka appeared behind Chu and took his stance. 8 trigrams, 16 palms he attacked her. At the same time, Miko flickered in front of them and threw multiple shurikens at Shunji in close range. The other 3 Chunins realized that they were being slow and came forward to attack too. Chu looked at Hoka with a grim face. He had already managed to hit her once. If he did again, then she would become an easy kill for Renjiro. She diverted all her attention to him and blocked his palms, not allowing even one to hit her. However, Shunji, who was injured, couldn't resist much. He got hit by multiple shurikens. After blocking Hoka, Chu pushed him behind and looked at Shunji. Unfortunately, what she saw didn't bring her any comfort. 5 shurikens were embedded in his body. Worse, Fujin was just next to him and swinging his sword at his neck. Chu's expression became fierce. She decided, "You want to kill him? Alright, kill him. But I will skin all 3 of you." She made a hand sign. Hoka and Miko were about to press on their attack when they saw Fujin's chakra flowing through his sword. They immediately moved backwards. The 3 Chunins who were running towards them stopped on seeing them retreat. Chu also noticed it. But like the 3 Chunins, she assumed that they were retreating due to her preparing a jutsu. With just one target in front of her, Chu blew hot corrosive steam at both Fujin and Shunji. Boil style, solid fog jutsu at the same time, Fujin's sword reached Shunji's neck and cut off his head. Chu watched with anger in her eyes. She wanted Fujin to scream in pain from that jutsu. However, her eyes widened. After Fujin cut Shunji's head, a flying sword slash formed in the air and rushed towards her. The flying slash was accompanied by winds that dispersed the steam. Chu recognized that it looked like the way samurais attacked. She immediately jumped. However, the distance between them was too small. The slash hit her legs slightly above her knees. Both her legs were severed. The winds around the slash created cuts all over her thighs and abdomen. She watched her severed legs with wide eyes. She couldn't believe how easily she got defeated. Chapter 122, Overkill. Hoka and Miko looked into each other's eyes. Though Fujin severed her legs, Chu was still alive. Their competitive spirits rose and both wanted the killing hit. They immediately moved towards Chu. Miko attacked with shurikens and kunais with explosion tags while Hoka attacked with vacuum palm. Fujin noticed both his teammates and attacked too. He swung his sword vertically, sending a flying slash aiming at splitting her in 2 vertically. Renjiro, who was looking at his students with pride, was suddenly dumbfounded. He thought in his mind, she has already lost her legs. We can capture her and get information from her. Why do you want to kill her so badly? The 8 other Chunins who were looking were also dumbfounded at how aggressive the 3 kids were. Chu also watched with wide eyes. She may have lost her team and her legs, but she didn't want to die. She made a few hand signs quickly. She encased herself within the water prison jutsu. Hoka's attack reached first. It pierced into the water prison. But Chu moved backwards within the water prison and the attack passed harmlessly through the water prison. Miko's attacks hit next. The shurikens were blocked by the water, but the explosion created some disturbances. However, the water prison jutsu still held. Fujin's slash arrived last. It easily cut the water prison in 2. However, Chu moved to one side of the water prison to avoid getting hit. The winds accompanying the slash were also dulled by the water. However, the slash finally dispelled the water prison jutsu. Chu fell on the ground in a bad way. Despite her horrible state, she still got up with the help of her hands. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko were about to make a move when Renjiro flickered right behind her. He hit the back of her head and knocked her unconscious. He looked at his students and said, "If you can take them hostage, in a convenient situation, do that. Don't go for the kill just for being competitive." That immediately made his students feel embarrassed. They didn't reply and moved forward. The 5 Chunins who were hiding also came out as the fight was over. The 7 Chunins who arrived later felt a bit embarrassed as they didn't contribute anything. Most of the work was done by kids less than half their age. Only Hotaka smiled thinking, now they will know how I felt. They all observed Chu. She was lying unconscious on her front side. Her legs were severed. They were bleeding a lot. There were many cuts on her thighs and abdomen. Her clothes were almost non-existent. Renjiro opened the scroll and summoned a seal from it. He put the seal on Chu's back and made a hand sign. The seal immediately spread on her entire body. Fujin looked at it and asked, "Is this chakra suppression seal?" Renjiro nodded and said, "Yes. When she wakes up, she won't be able to access her chakra until Aura Seal Master removes it." Fujin saw Chu's chakra getting sealed while thinking, "I thought only Jiraiya made these for Naruto. I guess he just made an advanced one as normal ones might not work on Jinchurikis." Renjiro looked at the patrol teams and asked, "Are any of you a medical ninja?" A ninja stepped forward and said, "Yes, I can use mystical palm jutsu." Renjiro moved aside and said, "Stop her bleeding." The medical ninja moved forward and used mystical palm jutsu on her wounds. Since there were a lot of cuts on her body, he needed quite some time to heal her. After stopping the bleeding, he bandaged her body. While he was healing her, Miko asked Renjiro, "Sensei, since we aren't injured, we can undertake the next part of the mission too, right?" Hoka and Fujin immediately looked at Renjiro. Renjiro nodded and said, "Yes. We will take a rest tomorrow to recover our chakra. Then we will move towards the land of hot water on the day after tomorrow." Miko grinned on hearing that. Most Chunins never get to go on a rank mission. However, she would have 3 under her belt. Hoka and Fujin smiled as well. Fighting against real ninjas was a lot more fun as compared to bandits. Renjiro looked at his happy students and said, "For now, store their bodies." They nodded and stored the bodies of the 3 dead ninjas. After storing, they handed all the scrolls to Renjiro, who stored them all in one single scroll. After the medical ninja was done healing Chu, Renjiro asked, "How long will she be out?" The medical ninja thought for a bit and replied, "She has lost a lot of blood. She will be out for at least a few hours." Renjiro thought for a bit and said, "All right. Carry her to the command outpost. We will come along with you." He nodded and lifted Chu and put her on his back. The 12 Hidden Lee village ninjas ran back towards the outpost where they met Akimeki Seiichi. On reaching the outpost, Renjiro looked at one of the Chunins and said, "Call Seiichi back here." The Chunin nodded and left. Renjiro looked at the medical ninja who was carrying Chu and said, "Restrain her to a chair. And gag her so that she doesn't try to kill herself by biting her tongue." The medical ninja nodded and entered the outpost. After a few minutes, Seiichi returned to the outpost as well along with 3 other ninjas. Seiichi looked at Renjiro thinking, why are they back so quickly? He looked at Renjiro and asked, "Did you find any of them?" Renjiro nodded and replied, "Yes. Both intruding squads have been dealt with. The one with the 6 members is all dead. And we took the commanding jounin from the 2nd squad as a prisoner. The remaining are dead." Seiichi was shocked on hearing that. An Inuzuka Chunin standing behind him blurted in disbelief, "No way. We have been hunting them for over 2 days and didn't manage to do anything at all. How did you neutralize them in under 2 hours?" Renjiro and his students glared at the Chunin who said that. Realizing his mistake, he quickly said, "Apologies, I didn't mean that." Renjiro ignored him. Seiichi looked at his subordinate and thought, what he said was improper. Except, I was going to say the same thing. I can understand Renjiro annihilating one squad. But how were both neutralized so soon? Renjiro smirked noticing his former teammate's expression. He handed him a scroll and said, "It contains the dead bodies of those 9 ninjas. The last one is restrained inside." Seiichi sighed and took the scroll. He said in a defeated tone, "Even at this age you continue to surprise me." Renjiro laughed and replied, "Well, in this case, it was mostly my students. Anyways, my students are tired. Can you make sleeping arrangements for them?" Seiichi nodded and looked at one of his subordinates. The subordinate immediately made sleeping arrangements for the trio. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko all ate a few ration bars and fell asleep. They had rushed a long distance and fought 2 battles on the same day. Chapter 123, Exploring the Patrol Outpost. While his students went to sleep, Renjiro decided to catch up with his old friend. He and Seiichi chatted for a long while, recalling their old memories and sharing their new ones. After chatting, Renjiro made a report and attached it to a messenger hawk. The hawk flew towards Hidden Leaf Village. After a long sleep, the trio woke up. They freshened up and met up with Renjiro, who was having breakfast with Seiichi. Seiichi looked at them and said, "Come join in." Having learned a lot about them from Renjiro, Seiichi had a much better impression of them. The trio didn't engage in any formalities and joined them. However, on seeing the food on the table, all three had the same thought: how the heck is this a breakfast? The entire table was filled with roasted meat. Fujin grabbed one slice and ate it. His expression immediately changed. Fuck. This is so good. He ignored everyone and began eating rapidly. Hoka and Miko looked at Fujin and grabbed a bite too. They too began eating quickly but paid attention to their manners. Seiichi laughed lightly on seeing them all eat quickly and said, "No need to hurry. The food isn't going to run away." All three nodded. Seiichi smiled on seeing them nod obediently. However, soon he was speechless. All three kids ignored his advice and kept eating at the same speed. Renjiro chuckled at Seiichi's reaction. Fujin meanwhile thought, "Anokimaki saying the food won't run away. As if anyone would believe that." After eating, Fujin asked, "What do we do today, sensei?" Renjiro replied, "Just rest. Take a tour of the patrol outposts and go on patrols if you get bored. It'll be helpful if in the future you get posted for patrol duties. Don't waste your chakra though. We need to leave tomorrow morning." Fujin replied, "Oh, alright sensei." He thought, "I never thought about the ninjas who are out for patrol. I wonder how many ninjas are deployed like this." After thinking a bit, he concluded, probably not a lot considering the vast number of bandits in this country. The job seems boring, though it could be a good way to explore this country. Seiichi called for Hotaka, who arrived soon. He said, "Since you guys fought together yesterday, I'll leave you guys under his care. Hotaka, show them the outpost and how patrol teams work." Hotaka replied, "Sure Seiichi-sama." He looked at the trio and said, "Come with me." Fujin, Miko, and Hoka followed him. As Hotaka showed them around, Hiruzen read the report sent by Renjiro. A worry formed on his face as he analyzed the civil war inside Hidden Mist villages spilling into other countries. There might be more such incidents in the future. I should deploy some Anbu squads along the coastline. He looked at an Anbu ninja hiding in his office. Realizing that the Hokage needed him, he appeared in front of Hiruzen. Hiruzen commanded, "Call Hound and his Anbu squad." The Anbu ninja nodded and flickered. Hotaka led the trio around the patrol outpost. He said, "This is the command outpost for Hidden Leaf Village's eastern borders. This is why it is so big and well maintained. There are many smaller outposts all over the country. But they only have the basic facilities." Fujin thought, "No wonder. This outpost is big. I only expected there to be one house at max." Hotaka showed them around the important locations in the outpost and introduced them to some of his friends. In the end, they climbed on a watchtower. On reaching the top, the trio admired the scenery around them. The houses in the outpost were arranged symmetrically. And it was surrounded by lush green forests. To add to it, the sun had just begun rising. So rays of sunlight traveled right above the trees. Fujin, Miko, and Hoka felt incredible calmness on seeing this sight. Fujin thought, "What a sight. Perhaps, after the whole Kage mess is over, I should tour this world. I wonder what exists in this world apart from the hidden villages." Seeing the three kids lost in the scenery, Hotaka smiled and didn't say anything. After some time, they stopped looking at it. Miko said, "I didn't think we would get to see such a beautiful sight in a patrol outpost." Hoka added, "Yeah, this feels wonderful." Fujin nodded. Hotaka laughed and said, "Such sceneries are the main reason why most here have taken patrolling tasks. Beautiful scenery, freedom from daily worries at home and lax responsibilities are the plus points of this job. Situations like yesterday are rare in peacetime. Usually, we just go on routine patrols without finding any disturbances." Fujin looked at Hotaka and wondered, "So how did so many ninja cross into the land of fire during our last mission? Did the patrol teams just do a terrible job or were some of them bribed? There is another possibility. Did Hidden Leaf Village purposefully let them in so that they could be annihilated without any opportunity to run?" Hoka asked Hotaka, "Can you take us to patrol?" Hoka wanted to know as many of his seniors and elders from the Hyuga clan often undertook patrol missions. Hotaka nodded, "Sure. Let's go." He jumped off the watchtower. Hoka, Miko and Fujin followed him. They left the outpost and entered the forests. And ran on tree branches at moderate speeds. Hotaka said, "I am just taking you on a random patrolling mission. Usually, all patrol teams have set routes that they have to patrol daily. and there are a few teams that patrol randomly to guard against someone who might know our patrol routes and uses that to avoid us. Hoka said, "That's smart. That will make hiding very difficult." Hotaka nodded and added, "In addition, every patrol team has one ninja from a Nuzuka, Hyuga, or a Burin clans. So our range is much larger and any intruder has to consider all aspects if they want to hide from us." The trio nodded. They were aware of the specialities of each clan. Hotaka took them on a 2-hour-long patrol. Fujin and Hoka used their abilities to help Hotaka on the patrol mission. But they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. They returned back to the outpost. Not having anything to do, they spent their remaining day meditating. During lunch and breakfast, they interacted with others in the outpost. In the evening, an Anbu squad entered the outpost. They entered the main building. Renjiro and Seiichi were playing shogi. They both turned to see 4 Anbu ninjas. The leader of the 4 had silver hair and wore a kitsune mask. Both realized who the Anbu captain was. Chapter 124, Interrogation. Kakashi looked at the 2 jounins and stepped forward. He handed them a letter and said, "The Hokage has assigned us the mission to escort the prisoner and carry the dead bodies back to Hidden Leaf Village." Renjiro and Seiichi nodded. Renjiro took out a scroll and handed it to Kakashi and said, "The bodies of the 9 dead ones are in this scroll." Kakashi took the scroll and stored it properly. Seiichi got up and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to the prisoner." Kakashi and his squad followed Seiichi and Renjiro. They entered a small room. At the center of this room was a chair. A woman was sitting in it. Her arms were tied to the arms of the chair. Her legs were missing. A gag was stuffed in her mouth. Her head had dropped down. She was being watched by 2 chunins. One of them was a medical ninja. Renjiro said, "We investigated her a bit. Her name is Chu and she is a jounin from the Sakai clan. She can use the boil style." Seiichi added, "We injected her with anesthesia, but her body is very resistant to it. She wakes up after 2 hours and has to be injected again." Kakashi nodded and said, "That won't be an issue. Can you wake her up?" The medical ninja stepped forward and began waking up. He looked at one of his squad members and said, "Ferret, put her to sleep." After some time, Chu woke up. She looked at Renjiro and the Anbu ninjas. A terrified look appeared in her eyes. Itachi, who was the Anbu with the code name Ferret, stepped in front of her and looked into her eyes. Chu looked at the Anbu in front of her as his eyes turned red. Itachi cast a Ganjutsu on her, making her fall into a deep sleep. Itachi stepped back and said, "It's done. She won't wake up for a day." Kakashi nodded. He looked at Renjiro and said, "We will be taking her. Thank you for completing the mission. There are further orders from Lord Hokage. Her capture shouldn't be talked about. Discuss with everyone who knows that she has been captured and tell them to not talk about it to anyone. If they have already spoken to others or anyone knows about her capture, then chat with them as well and impose a gagging order. Lord Hokage has said that this is very important." Seiichi replied, "My men haven't met with anyone else. But, probably, everyone in the outpost knows about her. I will talk with them and impose a gagging order about this." Kakashi nodded and said, "Thank you." One of Kakashi's Anbu subordinates untied Chu and carried her. Kakashi and his squad took their leave and left for Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin and his teammates would remain ignorant about the terrible fate awaiting the jounin captured by them. They slept peacefully as Chu was carried to Hidden Leaf Village. They woke up early the next morning and assembled with Renjiro. Seiichi got up early as well to bid farewell to them. He said, "See you later, Renjiro. Stop by here while returning to Hidden Leaf Village." Renjiro nodded, "Sure. We could use a good sleep." Seiichi looked at the kids and smiled, "Take care all of you. Come back safely." Miko replied, "Don't worry, we will complete the mission in no time." Fujin nodded and added, "Just make that roasted meat again when we are back." Seiichi's sweat dropped thinking, "These 3 ate half my share yesterday." He smiled and said, "I'll be sure to hunt some wild beasts for you guys." They said goodbyes and left for the land of hot water. While Team Renjiro was headed to the land of hot water, Kakashi and his squad returned to Hidden Leaf Village. They imprisoned her in the T&I department. Ibiki waited with them in the prison. Understanding the importance, Hiruzen himself showed up. Seeing Hiruzen, all 4 Anbu respectfully greeted him, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen nodded and looked at Chu. He looked at Itachi and said, "Wake her up from the Ganjutsu and place her under a new one. I want to interrogate her." At that time, another person entered the prison. He was an old man. His right arm was concealed within and hanging inside his black robe. His right eye was bandaged. Hiruzen looked at him and asked, "Denzo, why are you here?" Denzo looked at Chu and said, "I heard about taking a prisoner from Hidden Mist Village. Continue your interrogation, I will discuss it with you later." Hiruzen nodded and looked at Itachi. Itachi stepped forward and dispelled the Genjutsu. Chu woke up and looked up. However, Itachi put her in another Genjutsu. After she fell into the Genjutsu, Itachi removed the gag stuffed in her mouth. He looked at Hiruzen and said, "You can ask her questions, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at Ibiki and said, "Ask her about why they entered the Land of Fire." Ibiki nodded and asked Chu, "Why did your squad enter the Land of Fire?" Chu answered, "My team was on a mission in the Land of Water. Unfortunately, we were discovered by a squad from Mizukage's faction. They chased us relentlessly. We clashed a few times and were injured. The chase brought us close to the Land of Fire and we entered it hoping to find a good hiding place till they left us. I didn't think they would chase us inside the Land of Fire as well." Ibiki noted what she said. He asked, "What was your mission?" Chu answered, "We got information that the Karatachi family had documents and maps that showed where all the ninjas in the Mizukage faction were deployed. Since the family head of Karatachi was in a battle, we got a mission to steal those documents." The mission parameters surprised everyone in the room. Denzo immediately wanted to get his hands on those documents. Ibiki asked, "Did you complete the mission?" Chu answered, "Yes, we stole the documents successfully." Ibiki asked, "Where are those documents?" Chu answered, "Since we were being chased, we hid them in a secure location in the Land of Water." Ibiki asked, "Will anyone be collecting those documents?" Chu answered, "There is one ninja who checks that spot frequently. By now, it would have been collected and reached the hands of the Sakai clan patriarch." Ibiki asked her where the secure location was and noted it down. Ibiki asked, "Did you see the locations where the forces of the Mizukage faction are located?" Chu answered, "No." After asking, he looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen said, "Ask her about the situation of the Sakai clan, other bloodline clans and the current state of the conflict. Also, ask her about their current hideouts and where the clans are located." Denzo added, "Also ask her if they have hidden some family members in safe locations." Ibiki nodded and began questioning. He ended up questioning Chu for over 3 hours. Hidden Leaf Village got information about the locations of bloodline clans, locations of some of their secret hideouts, the number of ninjas they had, the losses they faced, the losses they inflicted upon the Mizukage faction, skills and weaknesses of their strongest fighters and some other miscellaneous information. While the information she provided wasn't complete, she ended up providing a lot of valuable information to Hidden Leaf Village. The rebel faction of Hidden Mist Village would have never imagined that their mission to steal information from the Mizukage faction would result in their secrets getting exposed to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 125, Horrible Fate. After getting all the information, Chu was restrained again. Hiruzen looked at the Anbu squad and Ibiki and said, "Good work. Don't tell anyone about her being taken as captive to anyone." They nodded and left the prison. While leaving, Itachi's face was grim. Though no one noticed it under his mask. Or rather, no one apart from Hiruzen and Denzo, who observed him carefully. Understanding the disastrous consequences of civil war made him realize the catastrophe that would fall on Hidden Leaf Village if the Uchiha clan were to rebel. It planted a seed to avoid a civil war at all costs inside his heart. As he left, both Hiruzen and Denzo exchanged eye contact. Denzo understood why Hokage had assigned the squad Itachi was in on this mission. They didn't speak about Itachi as no words needed to be spoken. Denzo looked at Hiruzen and said, "She provided a lot of information. We need to cross-check with the information provided by our spies to confirm that there were no traps hidden in the information." Hiruzen nodded and replied, "Send a root ninja who has the information to my office. I will have him cross-check our information with an Anbu ninja." Denzo nodded. He looked at Hiruzen, who seemed to be in thought. Denzo asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hiruzen looked at him and replied, "Do you remember the proposal that we received from the rebel faction before the Chunin exams?" Denzo nodded. Hiruzen continued, "I thought it was weird that the Turumi clan patriarch reached out to us. Now, it seems like it was the idea of Turumi Mai. She has the bloodline of both, Turumi as well as Sakai clans, and is able to use 2KK Genkai. Looks like she will be the next leader in Hidden Mist Village." Denzo replied, "Yes, it was likely her. 2KK Genkai in the same person isn't threatening if they don't train well. But her leadership skills and charisma are good as well. She might become a threat. We should eliminate her." Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "The fourth Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. He will be difficult to defeat. Let them exhaust each other's potential. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't need to involve itself and suffer any losses. After the civil war ends, we will talk with the winner." Denzo wanted to argue, but Hiruzen had made a good point. With the losses Hidden Mist Village had taken due to the civil war, Hidden Mist Village would be in no position to participate in a war for over a decade at least. Hiruzen looked at Denzo and felt something odd. Knowing Denzo, he predicted that he would have started a debate there. He asked, "Why are you here?" It wouldn't be just for the information, right? Denzo looked at Chu and said, I want Sakai Chu. Hiruzen looked at Denzo in confusion. However, in less than a second, his eyes widened. He declined, no. However, this time Denzo would not relent. This was the true reason why he visited the prison. He said, Hiruzen, there are only 2 clans that have KK Genkai in Hidden Leaf Village. And one of them is about to rebel. With the Senju being unable to produce any wood KK Genkai ninja, we need to recruit other KK Genkai into our village. And they have to be loyal to Hidden Leaf Village. If we don't strengthen ourselves, then every time we have a weak moment, an incident similar to the Hyuga incident will keep repeating. Now that our forces are getting stabilized, we need to do everything to make ourselves stronger. Denzo's argument struck a chord in Hiruzen's heart. The Hyuga incident hurt him a lot. The weak state of Hidden Leaf Village had made him indecisive and reluctant. And that cost Hidden Leaf Village an innocent life. Denzo didn't speak anymore. He knew Hiruzen very well. Hiruzen thought for a few minutes and said, if the other villages were to realize, they might attack Hidden Leaf Village together. Denzo scoffed and replied, in every war, we keep getting attacked by all 4 villages. So it doesn't make a difference. Also, I will induct the kids into the route. So they won't be exposed to the world. Even inside Hidden Leaf Village, no one will know their origin. Besides, awakening KK Genkai is difficult. Very few awaken it. If someone awakens, we will expose the first one who awakens and say that he created the KK Genkai by combining fire and water natures. If anyone awakens it after him, we will hide that person inside the root. If Fujin was to hear this conversation, he'd be shocked. After all, he thought that a KK Genkai can only be inherited through the bloodline. Without it, there was no way to be able to use a KK Genkai. After all, even talented ninjas who had mastered all elements like Hiruzen and Kakashi never learned any KK Genkai. Hiruzen sighed. He thought, he has done thorough preparation. I don't think I can win this debate. So, what to do? He thought for a bit and finally looked at Sakai Chu. He sighed, she is already a waste. If we release her, she will hate Hidden Leaf Village with all her heart and use all her influence to make her clan take an anti-Hidden Leaf Village stance. If the bloodline clans win, our relationship will be sour. Looking at Hiruzen, Denzo understood what he was thinking. He said, the way ahead will be to deny meeting the squad from the rebel faction. We will deny knowing their existence. Remove their mentions from the reports. If the bloodline faction wins in Hidden Mist Village and asks us about it, we will feign ignorance and push the blame on the Mizukage faction. Since the squad from the Mizukage faction died at the hands of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, we can even claim that we took revenge for the bloodline faction. So we will be able to use this incident to better our relations. However, for that to happen, she needs to disappear. Hiruzen sighed again and agreed, alright. But ensure that no information about her leaks out. And all the progress has to be reported to me in secret. Denzo nodded. He was about to leave when he had a thought. He stopped and asked, Hiruzen, which team was assigned this mission? They were very thorough. Denzo had rushed here in a hurry. So he wasn't aware which squad had undertaken this mission. Hiruzen answered, it was Senju Renjiro and his students. Denzo's left eye widened. But it returned to normal quickly. He said, they are efficient. I want to induct them into the route. Hiruzen raised his left eyebrow and looked at Denzo. However, he couldn't figure out anything from his poker face. Hiruzen replied, one of his students is a Hyuga. They are not suitable for the route. Another is an Uchiha who is arrogant even by their standards. Good luck convincing her into joining the route. Denzo scoffed in displeasure. However, that was an act. He was interested in the wind user. While speaking, Hiruzen realized that Denzo's target should be Fujin. The others were just spoken as a distraction. Hiruzen continued, the third one is a civilian orphan. He could have been inducted into the route. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's too late. Denzo, who was hopeful about getting Fujin, felt like Hiruzen had played with him. He asked, why is it late? He isn't even a teenager yet. While it's true that the route mostly inducts 5-6 years old kids, we can still recruit older ones. Hiruzen shook his head and said, that boy is too headstrong. He wouldn't agree to have any seal put on him. He won't be a good match for the route. Besides, I already have plans for him. Denzo raised his left eyebrow and asked, what plans? Hiruzen smirked and answered, I will be inducting him into the Anbu and training him to be a negotiator for Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo had a lot of thoughts about what Hiruzen might say. However, this one left him dumbfounded. Chapter 126, Dodged a Bullet. Denzo stared at Hiruzen. After half a minute, he said, Hiruzen, the role of negotiator is for senior members in the village. Experience is important. What do you mean by sending someone who hasn't even entered his teens to represent Hidden Leaf Village during negotiations? Hiruzen chuckled and replied, our current negotiators are either too soft or too strict. While we do find a middle ground, we usually get the short end of the stick. Denzo scoffed and accused, it's your fault for being so soft. Don't accuse the rest of us. Hiruzen shook his head and replied, and your methods are way too harsh. We would be at war all the time if your ideas are followed. And of course, I won't send someone inexperienced to do the final negotiations for us. He will be among the first round of negotiators. And his task will be to annoy them just enough that the negotiations still stay on the table and we will have an advantage when we negotiate later. Denzo was surprised by Hiruzen's words and confidence. He wondered, what exactly did Hiruzen see in that boy? Hiruzen looked at Denzo and thought, on second thought, the prospect of sending Fujin to the route would be hilarious. Denzo tends to make promises while recruiting. If Fujin does enter the route, I wonder how often he will ask Denzo for a new jutsu. Denzo was about to say something, when Hiruzen interrupted, leave it. He is off the table. His talent would be wasted in the route. Seeing Hiruzen being stubborn, Denzo nodded and left. If Fujin was to learn about this conversation, he would sigh in relief and comment, phew. Barely dodged the bullet. That said, even without Hiruzen denying it, Fujin wouldn't have entered the route. While Denzo led the route and was very influential, he couldn't force anyone to join. He resorted to patriotism, offering rewards, blackmailing with closed ones, or lying in order to recruit existing ninjas to the route. However, neither of these four tactics would have worked on Fujin. While leaving, Denzo thought, that didn't go as expected. I didn't expect Hiruzen to be so stubborn about an orphan. Doesn't matter. I was only slightly interested in him due to his potential in wind nature manipulation. There's no point in wasting more effort on him. Denzo left and didn't think about Fujin again. Years later, he would hear about Fujin's exploits in the battlefields. In one such battle, Fujin's fame would explode throughout the ninja world. That battle would make Denzo regret not trying hard enough to recruit him. And the biggest regret would be when he dies by the hands of the orphan he attached no importance to. Team Renjiro ran at full speed for around 7 hours. The borders of the land of hot water were close to where the hideout was. While the hot spring hidden village was quite far away, the town that they were headed to was in the southern part of the land of hot water. Hence, it was much closer to them. After 7 hours, they entered Negata town. On entering, Fujin commented, we entered into another country and then into their second biggest town and still haven't encountered even one ninja. Do they not have ninjas? Or are they too lazy to patrol? Renjiro chuckled and answered, only the 5 big hidden villages maintain frequent patrols. Even among the 5 big villages, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village don't do regular patrols due to the harsh terrain. In smaller villages, only the VIPs have good protection. If common people are in danger, then they issue missions to villages like ours. Fujin thought for a bit. He put up a sad face and said, I see. But in that case, the lives of the common people here are very vulnerable. They have no protection. Any rogue ninja can kill them and run away. If he hides well, then they won't even get justice. Renjiro looked at Fujin for a few seconds. He sighed and replied, unfortunately, that is the world we live in. There is nothing we can do. Fujin showed a sad face and didn't reply. Renjiro thought, though he is greedy, Fujin has a good heart. At the same time, Fujin thought, I don't think I can get any more jutsus from Renjiro. But improving my image even more would be beneficial. It might be of help if I need something from Tsunoda in the future. She is of the same clan after all. Miko and Hoka watched Fujin and Renjiro. They began thinking about the sad state of affairs in the smaller villages as well. They began walking towards the center of the town. Renjiro said, well, no need to be entirely down. Though there isn't much protection, the major towns have a garrison. Perhaps, every town might have a garrison in the future. That would provide a good degree of protection to them. Fujin nodded and said, yeah, that could be a good start. They reached the center of the town. A mansion stood there. On seeing them, a watchman immediately invited them in while his partner ran inside to inform someone. The watchman said, welcome. Takuai-sama has been expecting you. Renjiro nodded and followed him inside the mansion. On entering, a large man appeared in front of them. He was 7 feet 5 inches in height and was very fat. Seeing him, the same thought ran through the minds of Fujin, Miko, and Hoka, did an Akimeki migrate here? He is huge even by their standards. Behind him, 4 more people were standing. Takashita Takuai smiled and said, Senju Renjiro, I have heard a lot about you. Renjiro smiled and replied, Takashita Takuai, I have heard about you too. Takuai said, we were expecting you to arrive a bit sooner. Renjiro replied, we had some troubles too. So we were delayed. Takuai nodded and looked at the kids behind Renjiro. He frowned and thought, the mission didn't mention any strict timelines. so I can't bug him more about it. But the mission focused more on the strength of the ninjas. Renjiro is strong, but why did they send kids? Renjiro looked at him and understood what he was thinking. But he didn't comment. Explaining the strength of the ninjas who undertook the mission wasn't a requirement. Completing the mission was all that mattered. Takuya knew that Renjiro understood his frown. But since he didn't provide any explanation, he decided to drop it while thinking, my own squad should be enough to kill those rogue ninjas. Unfortunately, the daimyo was worried about any losses we might suffer and hence issued a mission to Hidden Leaf Village. If they are weak, they will die. Renjiro asked, what are the details of those rogue ninjas? Also, where are they currently at? Takuya looked at a subordinate. Takashita Shunso stepped forward. He said, until now, we have detected 13 rogue ninjas. We have calculated that there are 2 more. All of them are ninjas from the Land of Water. Among the 13 ninjas, there are 3 jounins and 10 chunins. Their leader is Kubota Mitsuzuka. He is a veteran jounin. The others under his command are experienced too. Some of them are ninjas who were assigned onto him in the Third Great Ninja War. We haven't found their base. But looking at their movements, we have calculated their base to be near the coastline towards the southeast direction. Renjiro analyzed the information and said, good work. We won't have to waste time to find them. Takuya said, Renjiro, while we do know their approximate location, we don't know their exact location. Renjiro replied, don't worry. Leave that to us. We will take a break today. Tomorrow, at 4 a.m., we will leave. Have your team be prepared. Takuya wanted to leave immediately. But he understood that they had traveled a long distance. He nodded and said, all right. Shunso, arrange for their resting area. Shunso led them to the arranged rooms. After he left, Fujin, Miko, and Hoka stared at Renjiro. They wanted answers. Chapter 127, Joint Mission. Renjiro looked at his students' faces and chuckled. Miko was annoyed. She asked, why are they coming with us too? Renjiro answered, it's a joint mission. You didn't expect to take on more than a dozen ninjas with just us 4, did you? A scowl formed on Miko's face. Hoka sighed and said, it would have been fun to fight them ourselves. Fujin said, apart from that big guy who has a lot of chakra, the others don't seem that strong. So we should be getting more opportunities to fight than you think. Hoka smiled and said, that's more like it. Renjiro was speechless at his students once again. He thought, did they just hope that their allies fail in completing the mission just so that they get to fight more? He let out a cough to attract their attention and said, take a rest for the day. You need to be in top condition tomorrow morning. The trio nodded. Fujin asked, Sensei, when you take the rank S missions, do you perform them alone or do you go with a team? Renjiro was surprised by the question. He answered, depends on the mission. For example, in missions like these that include elimination, I have a team. We need members to find them and to ensure that none of them run away. Fujin heard the reply and thought, that makes sense. I guess the solo missions could contain protecting someone secretly or an assassination mission. He looked at Renjiro and asked, Sensei, do you have information regarding Takuya and Mitsuzuka? Renjiro answered, I checked Takuya's information before taking this mission. He is a veteran jounin and was one of the commanders of the village hidden in hot springs in the previous war. But there isn't much of a record of him fighting. His job was to ensure that they don't get caught in between our and Hidden Cloud's villages' clashes. Apart from that, he is known for his earth style and high physical strength. As for Mitsuzuka, he specializes in water style like most Hidden Mist village ninjas. And he is quick on his feet. I fought him a couple of times in the previous war. Renjiro looked at Fujin and chuckled, his fighting style is actually quite similar to yours. Though he knows a few Rankai jutsus, he prefers to indulge in hit-and-run tactics and fights from a long range. Miko and Hoka's faces scowled on hearing that. Both snorted and looked at Fujin. Fujin wondered, oh, I wonder how I would fare against him. Miko and Hoka were about to protest. They didn't want Fujin to fight the enemy leader while they dealt with scrubs. However, Renjiro spoke first. Renjiro's face got serious as he spoke, he will be my target. I am confident that I can win against him, but you 3 need to stay on guard. If he manages to slip a water clone away, he will attack you in the back when you are in midst of battle. So keep your guard up all the time. The 3 recognized the seriousness in Renjiro's voice. They nodded their heads immediately. Renjiro added, just like the last fight, there won't be any weaklings among them. And unlike last time, we won't have the advantage of being in home territory. Also, don't chase them if they manage to escape into the sea. Neither of you 3 is trained in how to fight a battle in the sea. They agreed. The Hidden Mist village ninjas had fought in seas all their life. While they could fight on water, they would be at a disadvantage against Hidden Mist village ninjas. Especially as only Hoka had some affinity to the water element. The trio asked for more information from Renjiro. Renjiro provided the information he knew as well as warned them about several things they should pay attention to. They also decided on some strategies to follow during the mission. After discussing, they spent the rest of the day doing light warm-ups and meditation. While Team Renjiro was discussing, Takuai and his subordinates were discussing as well. While Shunso was showing Team Renjiro the rooms, Takuai's subordinates began expressing their displeasure. Seo Shusaku said, "We asked Hidden Leaf Village for strong reinforcements. Why did they send little brats?" Etsuko Nakamura added, "Yes. These brats could get in our way when we fight. If they let their opponents get away, we could end up getting ambushed. Takuai-sama, we need to consider this joint mission carefully." Takuai heard them. He began analyzing the actions of Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing that he was lost in thoughts, Nakamura called him out again. "Takuai-sama?" Takuai looked at him. He replied, "Let's not jump to conclusions. Hidden Leaf Village has an excellent track record of completing missions. So they might have some plans for sending those kids." His subordinates gave him a weird look. Shusaku said, "Do you really think that those kids will be any useful?" Takuai shrugged his hands. He answered, "If they weren't, why would Hidden Leaf Village send them? And Renjiro wasn't bothered when I looked at them skeptically. Besides, we wanted to complete this mission on our own anyways. So their strength doesn't matter much. In fact, if we perform far better than Hidden Leaf Village's squad, then I can persuade the daimyo to increase funding to build a proper ninja force in our country. If we manage to do that, then we won't have to depend on Hidden Leaf Village." The eyes of his subordinates widened. Shusaku said, "That's a great plan, Takuai-sama." Takuai nodded and said, "So give your all to this mission. As long as we outperform Renjiro's squad, we will be able to get some benefits from the daimyo." They waited for Shunso to return. When he did, they discussed their strategy and tactics for the next day. The next day, at 3:45 a.m., Renjiro's and Takuai's squads gathered in the mansion. Fujin, Hoka, and Miko observed Takuai's squad. In addition to the 4 they saw the day before, there were 3 more Chunin-level ninjas in his squad. Along with their own squad, they now had 12 ninjas. Fujin observed them and thought, as long as we manage to kill a few Hidden Mist Village ninjas in the initial sneak attack, we should outnumber them. So this might be an easy mission as well. Takuai looked at Renjiro and smiled. He asked, "Renjiro, did you guys rest well?" Renjiro nodded and replied, "We did. Are you guys prepared?" Takuai nodded. Renjiro looked at Shunso and asked, "Have you marked the locations on the map?" Shunso nodded and laid a map on the floor. Everyone observed the map carefully. The towns and villages in the land of hot water were marked on the map. And a location was marked on the southeastern coastline. Shunso pointed at the map saying, "This is our current location. According to what we have calculated, their base is around here. Which is around 40 kilometers from our location." Renjiro nodded. He looked at the map once again and then said, "All right, let's move. We will hit them before the sun rises." Some of Takuai's subordinates frowned upon hearing that. Shusaku said, "I have something to say." Renjiro looked at him. Takuai said, "Go ahead." Shusaku said, "Though we have calculated their current location, we still have to be careful about any traps they may have set up. So we need to proceed slowly and carefully. It would be preferable to attack when the sun rises." Renjiro shook his head and replied, "Don't worry about the traps. We will take care of them. Let's move." Without waiting for their reply, Renjiro turned around and began leaving the mansion. His students followed him while secretly laughing. Shusaku was mad at having his suggestion dismissed so lightly. However, Takuai looked at him and shook his head. Soon, they too followed Renjiro. Chapter 128, Pre-Dawn Raid. The entire group exited the town of Nagata stealthily. Even if those rogue Hidden Mist Village ninjas had any spies in the town, they wouldn't notice them leaving. After leaving, they traveled at a fast speed. They covered the initial 30 kilometers very quickly. The Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas, who were looking down on the kids, had solemn faces. They were finding it difficult to keep up with them. It was a big blow to their pride. Renjiro looked at their expressions and chuckled. In his experiences, it was always better for actions to do the talking than explaining with words. They traveled the last 10 kilometers with caution. Hoka and Miko used their jutsus to check for traps and enemies. Fujin didn't use his chakra field. If the enemy had any sensor, then they would sense Fujin's chakra field and give away their surprise factor. Hoka's Byakugan had no such disadvantage. They reached close to 1 kilometer of the calculated spot, when Hoka said, "Stop." Everyone stopped and looked at him. Hoka moved towards the left as others followed him. After traveling about 100 meters, he stopped. Others stopped behind him. The area in front of Hoka was dyed red in blood. Shunso asked, "Did they have a fight here?" Takuai bent down and picked up a long hair from the blood. He observed it and said, unlikely. They were probably just hunting wild animals. Looks like they got a bear. Fujin observed Takuai and thought, he's able to guess an animal just from a hair that is dyed in blood? Miko activated her Sharingan and observed the surroundings. After some time, she said, found a trail. Renjiro said, good work. Take the lead. Also, keep an eye out for traps. Hoka, you keep an eye on traps too. And keep an eye for their base as well. Everyone else, don't make unnecessary noise or movements. Everyone nodded. Takuai commented, it's very handy to have both the Byakugan and Sharingan in the same squad. Renjiro nodded. They proceeded ahead carefully. Miko's Sharingan observed every detail of the surroundings carefully. She picked up the slightest clues. She observed their trail perfectly. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter any traps. As they kept walking, they left the forest and entered the beach. Miko frowned. She said, the trail leads into the sea. Renjiro and Takuai both frowned. If the base of the rogue hidden mist village nins was in the sea, then fighting them would get very tricky. Shunso spoke, I don't think that their base would be out in the sea. The nearest island from here is around 32 kilometers away. Traveling from that base would be very time-consuming. Everyone looked at Shunso as he spoke. Shunso continued, so either their base is nearby or every one of them is a strong jounin who can travel at twice the speeds of a chunin. Takuai immediately shook his head, there's no way that they are all jounins. Hidden Mist Village would be shaken if that many jounins go rogue. Renjiro said, there are two possibilities. One is that they have a temporary base here and a permanent one on an island. Or, they just travel on shallow waters instead of moving through the forest to prevent any trail. Takuai nodded and said, yes. I believe the second one will be the case. They are rogue ninjas after all. They will be afraid of being hunted down. Renjiro nodded. He too believed the same. He said, let's go back to the trees. We will move along the coast while Hoka checks for any possible bases. Takuai agreed as he thought, the Hyuga can look up to 1,000 meters. From the edge of the forest, he will be able to check for hundreds of meters into the sea. If their base is truly not here, then we will have no choice but to set up an ambush and wait for them. The group went back into the forest. Seeing their initial trail, the group decided to go in the same direction. After moving for slightly over a kilometer, Hoka stopped. He said, found them. They are staying inside a cave on a hill about a kilometer ahead. Shunso grinned, they think that they are very smart. Fujin wondered, if they are hiding in a cave, will Renjiro try to kill them all? Hoka said, there are two ninjas guarding the entrance to the cave. Renjiro said, keep moving ahead. I'll kill them both. Fujin, don't attack. Fujin nodded while thinking, my wind vacuum bullet is good for assassinating. But once it hits, it will alert even a sleeping person due to the trail of destruction it leaves. As they moved ahead, Hoka said, other than the two guards, there are 14 more ninjas inside. 3 seem to be at the jounin level. Rest are at the chunin level. They are all sleeping. Renjiro said, don't check on them anymore. Hoka didn't understand. He was about to look away from them when he suddenly noticed one of them getting up suddenly. He said, one of the jounin level ninjas just woke up. Renjiro frowned. He said, some ninjas instinctively feel when someone looks at them. Though they can't sense the Byakugan, they can feel that something is wrong. Keep that in mind. After saying that, he suddenly flickered ahead. Instantly, Hoka, Fujin and Miko also flickered. The hidden hot water village ninjas, who were alongside them, were dumbfounded. Shusaku exclaimed, what the fuck? A scowl formed on Takuai's face. He said, keep up. He made a few hand signs and flickered as well. Others soon followed him. Inside the cave, Kubota Mitsuzuka was sleeping. However, when Hoka observed him, his eyes suddenly opened up. He immediately got up and checked his surroundings. On seeing that no one was around, he thought, what the fuck? I swear that someone was fucking looking at me. Thoughts ran inside his mind at the speed of light. He immediately came to the conclusion, fucking Hyuga. Those cowards should have issued a mission to Hidden Leaf Village. He got up and gathered chakra on his right foot and stamped his foot on the ground. A wave passed through the ground. It was harmless, but everyone inside the cave felt it. All the 13 rogue ninjas woke up. Mitsuzuka flickered towards one of the two jounins. On arriving, he shouted, Fumimaro. Quickly check our surroundings. At the same time, the other rogue ninjas also began arriving at their location. Kubota Mitsuzuka moved very rapidly. However, there was someone who moved even faster. Renjiro flickered thrice in quick succession and reached just around 150 meters from the guards. On reaching here, he noticed that there were a few traps set close to the cave. However, he didn't pay any attention to them. He stepped on the ground and disappeared inside it. A second later, 8 earth spears formed under the 2 unsuspecting guards and pierced them. The guards were shocked. However, even before they could let out a scream, Renjiro appeared from the ground and beheaded them in one smooth action. As soon as he beheaded them, Hoka, Miko and Fujin appeared behind him. While they were running, Hoka noticed the traps. Miko took the lead to avoid them and the other two followed her. On reaching, they noticed the cave. It was a small hill that was as tall as a 3-story building. There was a giant cave mouth at the bottom which split into a few paths. This hill was around 200 meters from the beach. The rogue ninjas chose this spot so that they won't be visible to anyone who scouts for them from the sea, but still be close to the sea if they needed to escape. As soon as they stepped there, they felt a ground wave passing under their feet. Hoka checked the inside of the cave. He frowned and said, "Everyone is up." Renjiro made a hand sign and said, "I figured." Fujin, Hoka and Miko watched their sensei as he built up a massive amount of chakra. Behind Team Renjiro, the hidden hot water village ninjas were following. However, without the Byakugan or the Sharingan, they couldn't identify all the traps. Takuai was the first one to notice the traps. He shouted, "Wait! There are traps ahead." However, they were flickering rapidly. 3 of their ninjas ended up activating traps. Immediately, hundreds of needles rained down on them. Takuai frowned and made a few hand signs. Inside the cave, Fumimaro spread his chakra field. Fujin felt his chakra field as it expanded past the cave. He quickly said, "They sensed us." Fumimaro immediately sensed the huge chakra built up by Renjiro. He yelled, "Crap! They are right outside the cave and are about to attack us." All the former Hidden Mist village nins immediately had grim looks on their faces. Ever since they went rogue, they never had to fight against a proper ninja squad. The Mizukage faction was too busy fighting the rebels. They didn't have the time to pay any attention to them. Renjiro put his palms on the walls of the hill. Earth Style, Mountain Destroyer Jutsu. Chapter 129, Chaos Inside the Hill. Earth Style, Mountain Destroyer Jutsu chakra poured from Renjiro's palms into the hill. The hill began collapsing. In merely 3 seconds, the entire hill collapsed. The rogue Hidden Mist village nins felt the ground under them trembling. In a second, some rocks began falling. Their expressions grew grim. By then, only 11 ninjas had assembled there. 3 still hadn't made it to that room. They understood that they needed to escape. However, escaping to the cave entrance would be very dangerous. Realizing their grim situation, Mitsuzuka made a hand sign. Immediately, a water prison began forming around them. He shouted, "Pour your fucking chakra into this jutsu, everyone." The rogue ninjas wasted no time and immediately began pouring their chakra into Mitsuzuka's water prison jutsu. The water prison became larger and denser as a result of everyone's chakra. Rocks kept falling on it but didn't damage it. However, the first critical time was when the ground under them collapsed. The water prison sphere also fell and maintaining its form became very difficult. Through everyone's desperate efforts, they managed to hold on. The second critical time was when the water prison hit the ground after falling. This time, they didn't manage to maintain the sphere. The impact on the ground coupled with the rocks falling on it broke the jutsu. However, 4 ninjas used water barrier jutsu to provide protection. Outside the hill, while the hill was collapsing, the hidden hot water village ninjas were struggling with the traps. Takuai erected earth walls to protect everyone. The ninjas themselves used kunais to block incoming needles. They managed to withstand the barrage. Takuai breathed in relief when one of them fell to the ground. Shunso immediately moved towards him. He checked him. Others gathered around him. Shunso said, "He is all right. It's just 2 needles that hit his thighs." He removed the needles and observed them. The others got worried thinking that the needles were poisoned. After checking the needles and the fallen ninja, Shunso said, "The needles are coated with some anesthetic medicine. He will probably sleep for some time." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Takuai said, "Shunso, stay here and keep him safe. Others follow me. It looks like they have already begun fighting. We can't be left out." Fujin, Hoka and Miko got the front row seat to watch a small hill collapse. However, they weren't very surprised. By now, they had seen a lot of crazy stunts that Renjiro kept pulling. All 3 immediately focused on the rogue ninjas inside the debris. Fujin spread his chakra field to sense them. There was no more need for maintaining stealth. He made a few hand signs and prepared a wind vacuum bullet. Hoka and Miko got ready as well. Inside the collapsed hill, there was chaos. The 11 who were together managed to avoid critical injuries. However, most of them had minor injuries due to pieces of rocks falling on them. One Chunin had a minor concussion. However, the 3 who weren't along with him suffered. 2 of them specialized in the water element, while the last one specialized in the earth element. All 3 had woken up due to the ground wave produced by Mitsuzuka. However, they were deep in sleep and woke up a few seconds later. By the time they began moving, the hill had already begun collapsing. They didn't understand. Similar thoughts ran through their minds. What the hell happened? We were having the time of our life before we went to sleep. Why is this happening? That too right after we left that shithole. The two water affinity ninjas tried protecting themselves, but they were crushed by the rocks. The earth affinity ninja tried going underground. However, the ground under him itself crumbled. But he still managed to build an earth dome to protect himself just in time. He got buried under the debris but stayed alive. Even before the two sides had met in combat, Renjiro had almost killed a quarter of their numbers. On seeing his efficiency, Fujin had just one thought: need a team my ass. Renjiro made another hand sign and slammed his palms on the ground. Earth style, Thousand Needles Jutsu. On seeing Renjiro perform another jutsu, his students, once again, had the same thought running through their minds. They thought, please leave one for us too, sensei. At the same time, Mitsuzuka made a few hand signs. Water style, Water Shock Bomb. He spat out a jet of water that hit the debris on top of them. On contact, it exploded and sent the debris flying over. It created a hole for them to escape. However, at that very instant, hundreds of earth needles formed in the ground around them and instantly shot at them. All of them noticed it, however at varying speeds. The ones who noticed the needles forming jumped up the hole immediately. 6 of them managed to jump safely out of the range of the needles. 3 got cut by a few needles that just cut across their flesh. 1 had a dozen needles stabbing him, but none were critical. However, the last one was unfortunate. He was the slowest to notice and jump. He got turned into a pincushion and died. He didn't die alone. The last member of the rogue group who wasn't with them also died to the Thousand Needles Jutsu. He had trapped himself inside an earth dome and had no way to get out or defend himself quickly. The number of rogue ninjas dropped to 10. And yet, their misery wasn't over. As soon as they jumped out, they still had to protect themselves from the sneak attacks of the students of the man who made them miserable. The first person to leave the hole was Mitsuzuka. As soon as he left the hole, he saw 3 shurikens targeting him. He quickly deflected them and looked at where the shurikens came from. His eyes landed on Renjiro and widened. He exclaimed, "Motherfucking Senju Renjiro." As soon as the rogue nins left the hole, they were greeted by shurikens thrown by Miko with pinpoint accuracy. Miko targeted the first 2 who left the debris. Both were jounins and they easily blocked her shurikens. Unlike Miko, both Hoka and Fujin could only select one to attack. Hoka felt ambitious. He decided to target a jounin, whereas Fujin decided to be efficient. Hoka ended up choosing Fumimaro as his target. Fumimaro was the third one to leave the debris. Hoka aimed a vacuum palm at his heart. Fumimaro sensed Hoka attacking him. He spat out a water bullet to counter it. It clashed with the vacuum palm and nullified it. Fujin targeted the 5th person to leave the debris. His chakra was higher than an average chunin. Guessing him to be an elite chunin, Fujin chose him. As soon as he appeared, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at his heart. Unlike Fumimaro, Fujin's target didn't have sensory capabilities. Additionally, Fujin's vacuum bullet was many times faster than Hoka's vacuum palm. He didn't even see the attack coming and had his heart pierced. The rogue Hidden Mist Village ninjas finally landed on top of the debris. They watched with grim faces. 7 of them had been killed without them even seeing who their enemy was. At the same time, the Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas also arrived there and landed beside Team Renjiro. Their eyes widened on seeing the scene before them. 2 headless corpses with earth spears piercing through their bodies were next to them. The hill where the rogue ninjas were supposed to be had completely collapsed. And the 9 enemies they saw all had some injuries on them, while the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas didn't even have a scratch on them. Mitsuzuka immediately analyzed the situation and yelled, "Disperse!" He instantly flickered away. The others followed him. Team Renjiro and Takuai immediately gave chase. Renjiro made a shadow clone. He chased Mitsuzuka while his clone chased Fumimaro. Takuai went after the 3rd jounin. Fujin, Miko and Hoka chose a chunin level target. Miko and Hoka looked for the ones who have higher chakra amongst the chunins, while Fujin went after the one who was injured. The remaining Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas were slow. They moved around 1-2 seconds after the others. Usually, Takuai would command them, but he was feeling pressure due to their subpar performance so far. So he moved quickly believing that his subordinates would do their job. They quickly gave chase too. Shuzaka went after a chunin alone. The remaining 4 chased in pairs. Chapter 130, The Interference of the Clones. The 10 Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas chased after 9 rogue ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. Mitsuzuka noticed the enemy splitting up. He made a hand sign. 3 water clones formed around him. They dispersed in different directions. Renjiro noticed them and made a hand sign too. 3 shadow clones appeared. They chased after the water clones. Renjiro didn't mind this. His chakra was much larger than Mitsuzuka's chakra. and he was confident that the water clones won't be able to interfere in the fights with his students. As for the hidden hot water village ninjas, he didn't care much. The first one to catch up to his prey was Fujin. Fujin was the second one to flicker among the group. Only Renjiro was faster than him. In addition, Fujin's opponent was injured. He had a dozen needles stuck in his body. Fujin caught up with him with just 2 flickers. On seeing him, he grabbed his sword and rushed at him. This rogue ninja was Imamura Siataro. He didn't want to fight at close range due to the needles stuck in him. They limited his movements. He made a few hand signs quickly, water style, wild water wave jutsu. A 5-meter tall and 20-meter wide wave of water appeared in front of Fujin. Fujin decided to take it head-on. Chakra flowed through Fujin's sword. He grabbed it with both his hands and swung it with a huge force. A horizontal flying slash of wind chakra was sent. It slashed the wave and moved towards Siataro. The accompanying winds completely dispersed his jutsu. Siataro was shocked. He had never seen a jutsu like this. He quickly jumped up thinking, what jutsu is this? I recall the samurais sending flying slashes, but it was nothing like this. The slash passed from under him. It cut a lot of trees directly behind him. However, he wasn't uninjured. He was hit by the razor-sharp winds. Numerous cuts appeared on his body. Both his eyes were cut as well. He yelled in pain and horror. In the next second, his heart was hit by an air bullet. He fell down dead. After the rogue ninjas escaped, the first ninja died in under 30 seconds. They would have never imagined such a result. Fujin created a shadow clone to seal and store his body. He grabbed the scroll and moved towards other targets. While Fujin was fighting, the others were still chasing. The 3 Jounins successfully escaped into the sea. However, Renjiro and Takuai chased them into the seas. Miko and Hoka managed to intercept their targets before they entered the sea. They began fighting. However, they were restricted as they had to ensure that their opponent didn't escape into the sea. All 3 of the Chunins that hid in hot water villages Chunins chased also entered the sea. They followed them. The fight would have entered a deadlock, if not for 2 variables. The first one was Fujin, who killed his opponent in little time. The second variable was the water clones of Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka had seen Renjiro stand with the 3 kids before the hidden hot water village ninjas arrived. He had speculated that those 3 were his students. His 3 water clones rushed towards Fujin, Hoka, and Miko. Renjiro's shadow clones followed them. Miko's opponent was Nakane Motoki. He was an elite Chunin who specialized in the water element. Miko was faster than him. She and Motoki stepped on the beach at the same time. She threw 2 shurikens at him and another 2 shurikens to cut off his escape route to the sea. Motoki easily blocked the 2 shurikens. He looked at Miko with disdain. However, Miko's eyes turned red. He immediately became very alert. The Sharingan was a nightmare in battle. He was about to escape to the sea when he noticed that the other 2 shurikens had wires attached. Miko controlled those wires to redirect the shurikens at Motoki from the other side. At the same time, she used fireball jutsu. Motoki moved to dodge the 2 shurikens. While moving, he used water wall jutsu to block the fireball. The fireball hit the water wall and steam spread through the region. Motoki immediately made a few hand signs. The mist began gathering in the region. Miko frowned as she noticed the mist getting formed. She was about to make a move when she felt danger. She immediately moved to her right. A water bullet passed through her previous location. If she hadn't moved, it would have hit her heart. Mitsuzuka's water clone beat Renjiro's shadow clone in reaching this battlefield. However, it didn't accomplish anything as Miko dodged it and Motoki couldn't take any advantage of the opening it provided. Spikes formed under the water clone. The water clone quickly moved out of the way. Renjiro's shadow clone had also appeared on this battlefield. Miko observed both with her Sharingans and realized that they were clones. Renjiro's clone made a few hand signs, great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu cleared out all the mist and steam. While the jutsu was harmless, the water clone was vulnerable. He immediately used water wall jutsu to protect himself. Renjiro's clone appeared next to Miko. Miko grinned. She hadn't had the opportunity to fight alongside Renjiro as an equal yet. Neither did Fujin or Hoka. She was sure that she was the first among her teammates. Renjiro said, "While I am still here, we can fight even in water. I'll take care of it." Miko nodded and said, "All right, sensei." The 1v1 turned into 2v2. Both sides would be stuck in a deadlock. The situation with Hoka was similar. He tried dominating with his taijutsu, but his opponent managed to keep his distance. However, Vacuum Palm proved to be a huge challenge for him. They were in a deadlock until Renjiro and Mitsuzuka's clones entered the battlefield. Due to Hoka's Byakugan, no sneak attack was possible. It just turned into a 2v2. In the same way as Hoka and Miko got attacked, the last water clone of Mitsuzuka went towards Fujin. Unfortunately for him, Fujin's fight was already over. He immediately sensed 2 chakra signatures moving towards him. Fujin frowned. One chakra signature belongs to Renjiro. But it is much weaker. Should be a clone. Who is the other guy? Is it a clone too? Or a new enemy? Mitsuzuka's water clone frowned as well. He felt that he was sensed. He thought, his students are so fucking bothersome. All 3 have some sort of sensory abilities. How the fuck should I sneak attack them? The aspect that made Mitsuzuka a terrible enemy was his ability to make perfect sneak attacks. Unfortunately, that ability was almost made useless. He frowned thinking, I made the wrong choice. I should have gone after the fucking hidden hot water village ninjas. Not knowing who was coming, Fujin prepared the air bullet jutsu. Knowing that a sneak attack would be useless, Mitsuzuka's water clone increased his speed to attack Fujin with full power. Renjiro's shadow clone increased his speed as well. Renjiro's clones couldn't catch Mitsuzuka's clones as they moved in a random way to avoid Renjiro's clones. With Mitsuzuka's clone traveling in a straight line, Renjiro's clone was able to close the distance. As soon as he appeared in view, Fujin recognized him. Seeing that it was an enemy, Fujin attacked with the air bullet jutsu. 7 air bullets were shot at and around Mitsuzuka's water clone. Renjiro's shadow clone noticed the attack and moved out of the way. Mitsuzuka's clone also moved out of the way quickly. The jutsu barely missed him. Had it hit, the clone would have been dispelled. Mitsuzuka's clone was confused. He thought, why isn't anyone fighting with him? Did he stop chasing? However, the clone didn't think for long. He immediately made a few hand signs. Water style, waterfall jutsu. A huge column of water crashed down towards Fujin. Fujin was annoyed. I can understand if his main body tried attacking me head-on. But a mere clone wants to take on me in ninjutsu? A huge amount of chakra gathered on Fujin. Renjiro's clone smirked on noticing it. He made a few hand signs. Mitsuzuka's clone's eyes widened on sensing Fujin's huge chakra. Fujin supercharged his jutsu and launched it without making any hand signs. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin's supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit Mitsuzuka's waterfall jutsu. Though the waterfall jutsu was 2 ranks higher, the amount of chakra the water clone had was very limited. After all, Mitsuzuka made it to sneak attack and not to attack head-on. The Great Breakthrough Jutsu tore into the waterfall jutsu and dispersed the water. The water clone immediately used another jutsu, water style, water prison jutsu. The Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit the water prison. It was sent flying, but it held firm. Even so, the water clone had a grim expression. His chakra was almost over. While the Great Breakthrough Jutsu was dying down, an earth spear appeared under the water prison. It pierced through it. The water clone saw the earth spear. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chakra to do anything about it. He avoided it, but the water prison jutsu was dispelled. He looked at the winds of the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and shouted, "Fucking hell." The Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit and dispelled him. Chapter 131, Hoka finally gets to use taijutsu. A few kilometers away from the shores, Mitsuzuka looked behind. Renjiro was still hot on his tail. He thought, one of my clones was dispelled. And so soon too. Sigh, how did we attract this bastard? Fujin looked at Renjiro's clone. He was hiding inside an earth dome. The dome collapsed. Renjiro's clone flickered next to Fujin. He asked, "What's the status?" Fujin replied, "My opponent is dead. How are things with you?" Renjiro's clone answered, "My opponent made a few water clones and sent them to sneak attack you 3. Fujin nodded. He had concluded along the same lines. Renjiro's clone said, "My clones have gone to Hoka and Miko as well. You go help Hoka. I'll help Miko." Fujin nodded and flickered. He had already sensed Hoka. Fujin landed on a tree beside the beach. A frown appeared on his face. These guys are fighting on water. I won't be able to sneak attack. Fujin observed the situation properly. Renjiro's shadow clone was suppressing the water jutsus of Mitsuzuka's water clone and the other rogue ninja. Both the water clone and the rogue ninja maintained a long distance from Hoka. His gentle fist and vacuum palm were too threatening. However, Renjiro's clone and Hoka weren't able to attack effectively either. Fujin thought, I should consider getting a summon that can fight in the water. After all, my water affinity is pretty much non-existent. I'll be in danger if I get trapped underwater. After observing for a minute, Fujin sighed, there is no way to sneak attack. Maybe I should have bugged Hiruzen for a jutsu that can attack over a kilometer away with pinpoint accuracy instantly. Surely he'd have something like that. Even if he doesn't, considering the badass titles he has, he should be able to create a new jutsu like that, right? Fortunately for Hiruzen, he couldn't know Fujin's thoughts. Fujin made a few hand signs. Wind style, vacuum bullet jutsu. A vacuum bullet formed inside Fujin's mouth. Chakra gathered on his feet and Fujin flickered. The fight was happening around 250 meters from the shore. Fujin flickered thrice in quick succession. Mitsuzuka's clone felt Fujin's danger and looked at him. He shouted, "Another ninja is coming. Pay attention, Ru." Weathery paid attention to the new enemy while keeping an eye on the existing ones. Fujin appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. His target was the water clone. The water clone noticed that Fujin had built his chakra and was moving towards him. Immediately, a water wall appeared between them. Fujin grinned and used vacuum bullet jutsu. The water clone's sight was blocked by the water wall. However, sensing danger, he moved towards his left. While moving, he saw something piercing the water wall he erected. He increased his speed. The vacuum bullet barely missed his abdomen. However, Fujin grinned. It was enough. The protective wind around the vacuum core was removed when it hit the water wall. As the vacuum core of the vacuum bullet passed by the side of the water clone's abdomen, it created a strong suction force. This force created a cut on the clone's abdomen as it absorbed some water from the clone. This cut was enough to dispel the clone. The water clone watched with wide eyes as he was being dispelled. He would never imagine that a kid not even in his teens would dispel him. Ru watched with wide eyes. He cursed internally, "What the hell?" Not only did he lead Renjiro's clone here, but he got dispelled by a kid who hasn't even grown any facial hairs yet. What did I do to that foul-mouthed bastard that he would resort to such means to kill me? Ru's complaints were understandable. Unfortunately, that wouldn't stop the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from killing him. With the water clone dispelled, Fujin, Hoka and Renjiro's clone looked at Ru. Ru's hair all stood up. He had seen the capabilities of the clone. He knew that he had no chance of escaping into the water. Hoka took the gentle fist stance. Fujin grabbed his swords. They would be more practical while fighting on water. Ru quickly shouted, "Wait, I surrender. I will give you all the secret information about Hidden Mist Village. Just don't kill me." Hoka and Fujin didn't make any move and waited for Renjiro to decide. However, both were ready to make a move at a moment's notice. Renjiro judged for a moment. On deciding, he said, "All right. Don't resist. If you do, I will kill you." Hoka, close all his chakra points. Understanding his position, Ru didn't resist. Hoka attacked him and closed all his chakra points. Renjiro's clone flickered next to Ru and knocked him unconscious. He put a chakra suppression seal on him. He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, "You two go check on Miko. I will keep an eye on him." They nodded and flickered. Renjiro's clone carried Ru and flickered to the forest and hid among trees. Hoka and Fujin moved towards Miko. Hoka asked, "How did you finish your battle so quickly?" Fujin shrugged and said, "I attacked that injured guy." "Why did you rush after an elite Chunin?" Hoka snorted and said, "I wanted to fight a stronger opponent." Fujin smirked and asked, "Oh, I hope you had fun." Hoka didn't reply to Fujin. However, he was complaining endlessly in his mind, "I only fought him by myself for half a minute. Then the two Jounin clones interfered and dominated the fight. I barely got to fight." On Miko's battlefield, Motoki was stunned when he saw another clone of Renjiro entering the battlefield. Motoki swore endlessly in his mind, "I was winning the fight. I had set up the hidden mist jutsu. I could have easily escaped into the seas. I would have left far away in no time. But Mitsuzuka's clone led Renjiro's clone here. With his methods, I couldn't escape. And now, another one showed up here. Don't fucking help if you are going to make the matters worse." Mitsuzuka's clone's expression was also grim. It understood the significance of Renjiro's clone showing up here. It meant that one of his fellow clones was defeated. And the ninja alongside him was also killed or captured. A huge fight began. The water clone desperately tried to defend himself while trying to create an opportunity to escape for Motoki. Unfortunately, nothing worked. The teamwork of the two clones was flawless. And Miko provided perfect support with her shurikens and the threat of Sharingan Ganjutsu. After a bitter struggle, the water clone finally fell. Just like Ru, Motoki also offered to surrender. As soon as he offered to surrender, Fujin and Hoka arrived. One of Renjiro's clones looked at Hoka. He looked at Motoki and said, "All right, don't resist. If you do, I will kill you." Hoka, close all his chakra points. Hoka was surprised to be asked that again. Fujin grinned and taunted, "Today is your lucky day, Hoka. You get to attack two elite Chunins with your gentle fist. I am so happy for you." Hoka's face immediately went dark. He ignored Fujin and walked ahead while thinking, "I want to fight them head on. This is just lame." He followed the clone's command and closed his chakra points. The clone knocked him out and put a chakra suppression seal on him. Fujin said, "Sensei, even Hoka's opponent surrendered. Your other clone took him back to the shore." One of the clones nodded and said, "I will take care of him." He grabbed Motoki and flickered. Miko had heard Fujin's comment. She grinned and said, "Good job, Hoka." I am glad you finally found opponents to fight with taijutsu. Both she and Fujin began laughing. Hoka's face got even darker. He looked at Miko and said, "Why are you laughing? Even with two of Sensei's clones helping you, you were the slowest of us." That made Miko scowl. She immediately began arguing with Hoka. Fujin silently moved away and stood next to Renjiro's clone. He was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Renjiro's clone was speechless. "We are in the middle of a knee-rank mission. And two of my students are arguing mindlessly. And the third one is the one who instigated the argument and is laughing at it. Was I too lenient with them?" Renjiro's clone let out a cough. That attracted the attention of Miko and Hoka. Realizing what they have been doing, they immediately stop arguing. However, both gave Fujin a few angry stares. Fujin saw them but acted like he didn't see them. He thought, "Oh boy. These two are hilarious as always. It's so hard to suppress my laugh, ha ha ha." Seeing that his students have calmed down, the clone said, "We will leave the enemy Jounins to my main body and Takuai. Let us move and clear out the 3 Chunins that are engaging against Hidden Hot Water Village." They nodded and said, "Alright sensei." Chapter 132, Underwater Battle. While Fujin, Miko and Hoka were dealing with their opponents, the others had begun fighting as well. Renjiro finally managed to stop Mitsuzuka from running. Mitsuzuka looked at Renjiro and shouted, "Why the fuck are you here, Renjiro? I have no interest in fighting you. I'll leave that fucking country of hot springs. That should fulfill your mission parameters, right?" Renjiro smirked. He wasn't unaware of how foul-mouthed Mitsuzuka was. He said, "Unfortunately, you killed too many civilians. The daimyo was very insistent on bringing your head back." A scowl formed on Mitsuzuka's face. He shouted back, "Don't fucking underestimate me, Renjiro. I killed dozens of your fucking subordinates in the last war. If you want to kill me, I'll take a fucking piece of you too." Renjiro didn't reply. There was no point in engaging in more talks. He made a hand sign. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon formed behind Renjiro and moved rapidly towards Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka flickered while making hand signs. Water style, water shock bomb. He released a jet of water that hit the dragon on its head and exploded. Both jutsus were neutralized. Water showered in all directions. Mitsuzuka thought, "Too easy. There should be more." As Mitsuzuka thought, 3 water dragons appeared at the spot where the 2 jutsus had just clashed. The one in the center moved straight at Mitsuzuka. The other 2 water dragons split in opposite directions and attacked Mitsuzuka from his right and left. Mitsuzuka moved backwards while making hand signs. Suddenly, he jumped backwards. A huge head of another water dragon appeared under his feet. The dragon opened its mouth and shot a giant ball of water at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka watched with a grim expression on his face. He continued making hand signs. Water style, giant mirror shield jutsu. Just when the water sphere was about to hit him, a giant mirror of water appeared in front of him. The ball of water hit the mirror and exploded. The mirror collapsed, but the impact didn't pass through it. Behind the mirror, Mitsuzuka had used water prison jutsu to protect himself. Renjiro watched from a distance. A sphere of water surrounded Mitsuzuka, who was about 15 meters in the air. 4 water dragons moved rapidly towards the sphere of water. It looked as if the 4 dragons were competing with each other for food. Mitsuzuka kept making more hand signs. Water wall jutsu. 4 thick water walls appeared around the water prison. Each water wall blocked a water dragon. The water dragons pierced through the water walls and collided with a water prison. They exploded on contact. Mitsuzuka infused a lot of chakra into the water prison jutsu. The explosions traveled through the water prison, but Mitsuzuka wasn't hurt. However, the water prison crumbled. Mitsuzuka and water slowly fell down on the surface of the sea. As he was falling down, his eyes were glued on Renjiro, who was standing steadily. He saw that Renjiro wasn't making any move. However, he felt a strong sense of danger. As soon as he landed on the surface of the sea, a giant claw attacked him. Mitsuzuka immediately flickered out of the way. The giant claw slashed his afterimage into 2. However, Mitsuzuka wasn't unhurt. Though he moved quickly, the claw still left 3 long cuts on his back. Mitsuzuka watched what had attacked him. His eyes widened. It was a gigantic, 25 feet tall, sloth. He muttered in annoyance, "This fucking beast. I still recall reading reports in the Third War of a giant sloth killing and eating my subordinates." Renjiro smirked on seeing Mitsuzuka get injured. He had summoned the sloth under the cover of their first clash. He grabbed a sword and flickered towards Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka noticed Renjiro's movement. The giant sloth also began swimming towards him. Understanding his disadvantageous position, Mitsuzuka dived underwater. Both Renjiro and the sloth followed him. Mitsuzuka dived to a depth of 100 meters. He created 4 water clones. Renjiro saw them and created 4 water clones as well. In an instant, all 8 water clones disappeared. The water clones moved at a very fast speed underwater. One of Mitsuzuka's water clones attacked the sloth. The sloth, though strong and able to hold its breath underwater, was severely restricted by the water. One of Renjiro's water clones went to help him. The other 3 water clones flickered around at great speeds and tried to sneak attack Renjiro. Renjiro's clones stopped their sneak attacks and sneak attacked Mitsuzuka as well. 2 men and 6 clones engaged in a high-paced melee underwater. They used numerous water-style jutsus. While underwater, the power of water jutsus was amplified by a huge degree. The surface of the sea above them became very chaotic due to the impacts happening under it. Mitsuzuka was very well versed in underwater battles. He attacked Renjiro from innovative and unimaginable angles. However, Renjiro was no slouch. He blocked all his attacks. The battle between the remaining 2 clones and the sloth also continued. Renjiro's clone and the sloth kept attacking as well, but Mitsuzuka's clone countered properly and prevented the sloth from interfering in the battle. The 2 remained in a deadlock for a few minutes. To increase the pressure on Renjiro, Mitsuzuka created 3 more clones. Renjiro smirked and created 6 water clones in response. 3 of them went ahead to intercept the 3 new clones of Mitsuzuka. The remaining 3 moved together in a group. Renjiro thought, let's see how you counter this. The group of the 3 water clones attacked a clone of Mitsuzuka who was engaged in combat. It was caught off guard due to being suddenly attacked by 3 more clones. One of Renjiro's water clones sent a flying slash at him and dispelled him. Mitsuzuka's face became grim. He realized the danger that the group of 3 clones posed. He immediately recalled his clones. They stopped fighting and retreated next to him. Renjiro and his clones tried attacking and dispelling them, but they were able to dodge everything and go back safely. Mitsuzuka and his 6 water clones looked at Renjiro and his 10 water clones and his sloth summon. Renjiro immediately pressed on the attack. His 10 water clones dispersed in different directions and assaulted Mitsuzuka from all sides. Mitsuzuka's clones entered into a defensive formation. They desperately defended Renjiro's assault. Mitsuzuka cursed in his mind, these fucking senju and their fucking huge reserves. If I keep fighting, my chakra reserves will dry up. I wanted to take advantage of him chasing me and land a killing blow, but he has been so fucking careful. I need to escape. Or I'll be dead. Worse, I'd be eaten by the fucking beast. Renjiro's clones kept up the assault. Renjiro floated next to his summon and observed, he is in a crunch. If he just makes one misstep, I'll kill him. Either he will need to create more clones or he will need to find a way to escape. After desperately defending for a couple of minutes, Mitsuzuka made his decision. He made a hand sign. 5 more water clones appeared around him. All his water clones immediately moved to attack Renjiro's clones. The last one attacked Renjiro and his summon. Meanwhile, Mitsuzuka turned around and ran away. Renjiro noticed it. It was as he anticipated. He quickly made 2 water clones to intercept the incoming clone. He rode the sloth to chase after Mitsuzuka. The sloth went around the battlefield of the water clones and swam towards where Mitsuzuka had escaped. However, soon it stopped and turned around and attacked a water clone. Renjiro was surprised. He hadn't instructed the sloth to do anything like this. However, his eyes widened as he realized why the sloth had done this. The water clone had a grim face. It was actually Mitsuzuka disguised as a water clone. The one who ran away was actually a clone. Mitsuzuka wanted to lure Renjiro's main body away. Then he could create more clones to block all of Renjiro's clones and run away before Renjiro realized that he was tricked. He immediately began cursing, what the fuck? How the fuck can this beast smell underwater? He immediately fell into a difficult situation. Renjiro and his clones made a hand sign and assaulted Mitsuzuka with dozens of water bullets. Mitsuzuka barely managed to dodge and block them. However, a few cuts appeared on his body. Once the water bullet barrage was over, the sloth moved forward and swung its massive claws at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka immediately moved to dodge it. Renjiro appeared in his path and attacked him with his sword. Mitsuzuka knew about Renjiro's abilities with a sword. He grabbed his kunai and channeled his chakra through it. He blocked Renjiro's sword and used the force of the sword to move away from Renjiro. However, Renjiro's clone intercepted him and attacked him with water dragon jutsu. At the same time, the sloth as well as Renjiro moved forward to attack Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka desperately defended himself. Chapter 133, Mission incomplete. While Renjiro and Mitsuzuka clashed, Renjiro's clone and Takuai also clashed with their opponent. Takuai's opponent was Arihoshi Juichi. They stood face to face on the sea. Juichi taunted, Takuai, we have heard about you. You are a strong earth-style user. But. He smirked and continued, but, we are at sea. How will you fight me here? Takuai wasn't affected by his opponent's attempt at disturbing him. He calmly said, "You ninjas from the Big Five villages need to stop underestimating us." He made a hand sign, "Since I dared to chase you, it means that the result of this battle will only be your death." Takuai opened his mouth wide. He spat out rocks and mud from his mouth. Soon, a small, 5-meter radius island formed in the middle of the sea. Juichi was surprised at Takuai's skill. He thought, "He is very good. No wonder Mitsuzuka asked us to not fight against him on land." Takuai made a few more hand signs. Earth-style, rock dragon jutsu. He spat out a 20-meter-long rock dragon. Juichi was surprised once again. He quickly moved backwards and made a few hand signs. Water-style, water bullet jutsu. He spat a few dozen water bullets at Takuai and the rock dragon. But the rock dragon moved and got in front of Takuai. All the water bullets hit the rock dragon. But, apart from a few scratches, no damage was done. Juichi swallowed his saliva, such strong defense. Takuai smirked on seeing Juichi's reaction. He controlled the rock dragon to move towards Juichi. Juichi instantly dived underwater. Takuai jumped on his dragon and followed him. Inside the water, Takuai again made a few hand signs. The rock dragon opened its mouth and spat multiple mud bullets at Juichi. Juichi was surprised, but he dodged them all. Juichi made a few hand signs while running. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon formed and moved towards Takuai. The rock and water dragons clashed. The rock dragon just moved through the water dragon, completely crushing it. Juichi was dumbfounded. He screamed internally, "What the hell is this thing made of?" This matchup was very unfair for Juichi. The earth element is strong against the water element. Of course, Juichi himself isn't strong enough. Unlike Renjiro and Mitsuzuka, he couldn't make his water dragon explode on contact. So the damage output of his jutsu was quite low. Juichi was very annoyed by the battle so far. He immediately made a few hand signs. Water-style, water clone jutsu. 4 water clones appeared around him. They immediately dispersed and surrounded Takuai. Juichi made more hand signs. Water-style, great current jutsu. A water current formed in front of Juichi. It engulfed Takuai and his rock dragon. They began getting dragged backwards along the water current. Takuai exerted more chakra on his rock dragon to get out of this current. This provided an opening for Juichi's clones. They immediately used water bullet jutsu on Takuai. Each clone shot a dozen bullets. Despite the strong water current around Takuai, each bullet hit its target. Takuai saw the incoming attack and made a hand sign. Earth-style, iron skin jutsu. All 48 water bullets hit him. However, he didn't suffer any damage at all. Juichi and his clones were speechless. Juichi's eyes went red in anger. He screamed in his mind, "You know what, screw you." He made eye contact with his water clones. His water clones moved and made hand signs. Water-style, great current jutsu. All 4 water clones poured all their chakra into the jutsu. They created 4 more water currents. And each of these water currents joined up with the current created by Juichi. It was like tributaries joining up with the main river. As a result, the force of the water current increased exponentially. Takuai tried his best to break out of this water current but to no avail. Both Takuai and his rock dragon were washed away for a couple of kilometers. Juichi watched Takuai getting washed away. He thought, that wouldn't be enough to kill him. But screw him. I don't want to fight that turtle. He created 4 water clones. 1 clone ran towards Takuai. 1 stayed where he was. Juichi and the remaining 2 clones ran in different directions. Takuai was livid at getting washed away in this manner. The strong current also damaged his rock dragon to a certain extent. Its rocky scales had been crushed and there were cracks all through its body. Takuai decided to dump it and moved forward at full speed. A few kilometers from where Takuai and Juichi clashed, another clash took place. Renjiro's clone had caught up with Fumimaro. Renjiro had put around 25% of his chakra in his shadow clone. No words were exchanged between them. They directly attacked each other. Knowing that his opponent was just a clone, Fumimaro began attacking with low power but large-scale water jutsus. Renjiro's clone knew that defeating a Jounin with just a clone would be close to impossible. He stayed on defense. After all, he only needed to stall his opponent until his main body was done with his fight. Unfortunately for Renjiro's clone, he didn't have enough information regarding Fumimaro. While Renjiro's clone kept his distance from Fumimaro, Fumimaro too didn't try to close the distance between them and instead stayed far away. He just used a combination of water bullet, exploding water colliding wave, water dragon and water gun jutsus. Renjiro's clone managed to block everything perfectly with water wall and water prison jutsus. After fighting for 4 minutes, Fumimaro made a hand sign. Hidden mist jutsu. Renjiro's clone frowned as the mist began forming. This jutsu was very good for running away. He immediately made a few hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu immediately dispersed all the mist. However, Fumimaro secretly smirked. While the winds were traveling away from Renjiro's clone due to the great breakthrough jutsu, one small wind traveled across the flow towards Renjiro's clone. Renjiro's clone felt that something was off, but he couldn't understand what. He focused chakra into his eyes. They began glowing. He was surprised. A wind clone was disguised as the wind itself and traveling towards him. Seeing that he was noticed, Fumimaro's wind clone appeared in front of him. He was only 10 meters away from Renjiro's clone. Immediately, a water wall began appearing in front of Renjiro's clone. However, it was too late. Fumimaro's wind clone exploded. The winds sent by the explosion pierced through the thin water wall. Renjiro's clone flickered, but he still got hit. A small cut appeared on his face. He looked at Fumimaro and said, "I underestimated you." And got dispelled into smoke. Fumimaro looked at the spot where Renjiro's clone was. He thought, shadow clones are known to transmit memory. If he defeats Mitsuzuka, he will come after me. He created a few water clones and they all dispersed in different directions. As he left, Fumimaro thought, it was a mistake to come here. I had advised Mitsuzuka to not create any chaos. Unfortunately, he enjoys killing and torturing just as much as swearing. Even if Mitsuzuka survives, I shouldn't go back with him. He will just attract another calamity. But where to go without him? If I stay in the vicinity of Hidden Mist, I will attract those dogs of Mizukage. I can't join the rebel faction either due to how many of them I killed. He thought for a bit, the best place to go would be to a country that doesn't border any of the big 5 countries. Unfortunately, such a country doesn't exist. I guess I will move to the distant land of snow. Perhaps there I could find clues on how to fuse my wind and water elements into the ice element. With no one pursuing him, Fumimaro quickly escaped from the battlefield. Since he ran on water, there wasn't any trail left behind. Renjiro, who was assaulting Mitsuzuka along with his summons and clones, got the memories of his defeated clone. He was surprised. I had heard about him. But there was no intel on his wind nature capabilities. He hid it deep. However, he ignored it and focused on Mitsuzuka. Both Renjiro and Mitsuzuka had returned to the surface of the sea. Mitsuzuka's state was terrible. His clones had all been defeated. There were a lot of small injuries on his body. There were 9 huge claw marks on his body. And his left arm was missing from the elbow. Knowing that his death was imminent, he shouted, "Renjiro! Let me go! Or I'll hunt you even after I become a fucking ghost." Renjiro was surprised by this threat. He thought, well, that's a new one. Mitsuzuka's expression was full of anger. However, he was thinking, damn it. How do I distract him for a moment to get away? Even something crazy like that doesn't make him even blink an eye. Am I going to fucking die here? Mitsuzuka was on his last legs. Renjiro's clones launched a fresh assault. Mitsuzuka dodged desperately. However, after such a long fight, he finally gave an opening to Renjiro. Renjiro immediately flickered behind him and swung his sword at his neck. Mitsuzuka noticed and ducked down as quickly as he could. The sword barely missed him and only cut his hair. Renjiro followed with a kick. Mitsuzuka noticed it as well and tried to move ahead to avoid getting hit. However, it resulted in his ass getting kicked and he was launched up into the air. Unfortunately for Mitsuzuka, Renjiro's kick was a part of the Senju Taijutsu style. His kick was infused with a lot of chakra. Mitsuzuka's entire skeleton was shaken due to that kick. Many organs began bleeding internally. His sits bones were cracked. Seeing him in the air, Renjiro's clones immediately attacked him with water bullet jutsu. Surprisingly, even in this terrible shape, Mitsuzuka made a hand sign with his remaining hand. Water walls rose around him. The water walls were too weak to block the water bullets. However, they managed to divert the direction of the water bullets slightly. Not a single water bullet hit him. Renjiro watched with praise in his eyes. He thought, this is a real jounin. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. Renjiro didn't attack anymore. Mitsuzuka started falling. He was falling straight where the sloth was. The sloth swung its huge claw down at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka noticed it, but he had no way to move out of the way. He grabbed a kunai and raised it to block the beast. However, the sloth didn't even feel the kunai. Its claw hit Mitsuzuka's head and cracked it open. He became the 4th jounin from Hidden Mist Village to fall to Renjiro and his students in the span of 4 days. Chapter 134, The Sea is Vast. Takuai chased rapidly after Juichi. After traveling a bit, he encountered Juichi's clone. He immediately recognized that it was a clone. He wanted to ignore it and move around, but the clone attacked him. After a small clash, Takuai managed to injure the clone and dispel it. After reaching the place where he fought with Juichi, he found another clone. Not seeing Juichi anywhere, Takuai decided to take his anger out on the clone. The water clone saw Takuai and immediately attacked with water bullets. Takuai made a few hand signs. Earth-style, mud wall jutsu. He spat out a mud wall in front of him to block the attack. The mud wall blocked all the water bullets. Takuai made a few more hand signs and slammed his right palm on the mud wall. The mud wall immediately began shooting out mud shurikens at the water clone. However, the clone managed to dodge everything. The speed of the mud shurikens was slower due to the drag inside the water. The two exchanged more attacks. As they kept fighting, Takuai's mood kept getting worse. Though the clone didn't manage to land any hits on him, the fact that he couldn't defeat the clone of a not-so-famous jounin for so long hurt his pride. After a couple of minutes, the clone's chakra was almost exhausted. It stopped attacking and said, "There is no need to fight anymore." Takuai stopped, but his face was ugly. The clone smirked on seeing his expression. He said, "My main body has already escaped far away. You will never be able to catch him. I can tell you that my main body has no intention of returning to the land of hot water. However, if you keep hunting me persistently, I will give up on a peaceful life and go back to the land of hot water occasionally to kill your civilians. Convey this message to your daimyo." Takuai's face was ugly. However, he didn't reply. There was no point in talking with a water clone. After all, the message wouldn't travel to the main body. Seeing his ugly face, the water clone laughed. His body began dispersing. Hearing his laughter finally pushed Takuai off the edge. He moved forward. A mud spear formed in his right hand. It solidified instantly and he threw it at the clone. He thought, at the very least, I will dispel this clone. Juichi's clone smiled and made a hand sign. His water body's shape began deforming. The mud spear passed through its body without harming it. The clone's body transformed into a water blade that slashed at Takuai's face. At such a close distance, Takuai had no time to harden his skin. He immediately tried moving out of the way. The water blade hit his right cheek and left a cut on it. The cut wasn't serious. However, it was a big slap to his face. It was a big blow to his pride. After such a pitiful performance, with what face could he ask the daimyo for more funds? Not wanting to give up like that, he tried searching for Juichi fruitlessly. After killing Mitsuzuka, Renjiro stored his body and left for where Fumimaro and his clone had clashed to check if any trails were available. Meanwhile, Fujin, Miko and Hoka tried to search for others. Renjiro's clone followed them silently. After searching for some time, Hoka finally saw Shizuku fighting against an enemy. Not having any way to sneak attack in the middle of the sea, they decided to attack from the front. They immediately flickered towards them. Shizuku and Saga Shiraku were equally matched against each other. Both had water affinity. They had just clashed with each other and were separated by a few meters when the trio flickered in and attacked without warning. Fujin was the first one to attack. He attacked from a distance with the air bullet jutsu. Hoka followed up with a vacuum palm. Shiraku had just noticed the trio when the attack arrived. He hurriedly made hand signs for water wall jutsu and tried getting out of the way. Fujin's air bullets pierced through the water wall with ease. Many of them hit Shiraku. But none hit him in a critical area. However, he was hurt and bleeding. The pain diverted his attention and he couldn't avoid Hoka's attack. Hoka's attack hit his heart and made him cough blood. Miko didn't do a ranged attack and instead sped up towards him. She flickered in front of Shiraku right after Hoka's attack hit him and slit his throat. Shizuku was dumbfounded. The opponent that he was struggling with was killed so easily by the three kids he doubted. Fujin looked at the stunned Shizuku and asked, "Are you aware of where your fellow ninjas are?" Shizuku shook his head, "No." "But what happened to your opponents?" Miko replied haughtily, "They are dead obviously." Unlike Fujin, Miko took pleasure from Shizuku's stunned face. She was aware that the hidden hot water village ninjas underestimated them. Replying in this way felt satisfying. Fujin sighed and said, "We will have to search for them in the open seas. It's so tedious." Miko and Hoka nodded. While the open seas didn't have any obstacles, it was way too big. Even with the huge range of Hoka's sight and Fujin's chakra field, it was difficult to find them. Miko said, "Let's go look for someone else too." Fujin nodded, "Yeah, let's move." The trio were about to move, when Shizuku asked with an embarrassed expression, "Can I come with you as well?" Fujin looked at Hoka and Miko. Both their faces showed that they didn't want him. He chuckled internally. Fujin answered, "No. We have never worked with you before. So our teamwork will be affected. It'll be better if we search in opposite directions. That would double our chances of finding someone and helping them." Fujin, Miko and Hoka flickered without waiting for Shizuku's reply. Renjiro's clone, who was keeping a watch from afar, chuckled and followed them. Shizuku never sensed Renjiro's clone. Shizuku watched the trio with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, This is the first time I have felt 3 kids looking at me as if I was useless. The kids in my village look up to me. Besides, how can my scouting skills compare to that of a Hyuga? He shook his head and stored the body of the dead rogue ninja and went in the opposite direction. The trio continued searching for around 10 minutes but didn't find anyone. Miko complained, "What the hell? How long are we going to search in these open seas? There is no one here." Hoka nodded. Fujin thought for a bit. He made a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. He used shadow clone jutsu multiple times until he made 6 clones. The clones immediately dispersed in different directions with their chakra field activated. Miko and Hoka noticed that. Hoka said, "That's smart, Fujin." Miko asked in an annoying tone, "Why didn't you use this tactic earlier?" Fujin shrugged his hands and answered, "Experienced ninjas are able to know when they are being sensed. Especially if they are sensors. If they notice my clones, they will just run away. And with us being far away from our clones, the enemy will run away by the time we reach there." Miko understood Fujin's reasoning. She said, "That makes sense." The trio waited at their spot. After a few minutes, one clone dispelled itself. Fujin received his memories. He said, "One of my clones found 2 hidden hot water village ninjas. They are carrying the dead body of the enemy they chased." Hoka sighed, "Well, that's useless for us." Fujin nodded. He created another shadow clone which replaced the one who dispelled. Fujin's clone searched for half an hour without any success. With their chakra dropping low, all dispelled themselves. Fujin received their memories and said, "It's hopeless. They didn't find anyone." He looked back and said, "Not even your main body sensei." Renjiro's clone appeared behind him and said, "It means that they are fighting too far into the sea. Leave it, there is no point in trying to find others anymore. Let's return to the beach and meet up with my other clone." The trio sighed and followed him. After a few minutes, they returned to the beach and met up with the clone of Renjiro who was looking after the 2 captured enemies. The other clone had dispelled himself to send memories to Renjiro. After meeting up, Renjiro's clone that was following his students also dispelled himself. Renjiro, who was a long way into the sea, received the memories of his clone. He thought, "Of the 9 we chased, 5 Chunins and their leader are confirmed dead. Fumimaro escaped. And we don't know the status of the other 2. He sighed, "I guess this will be the extent of completing this mission. It's difficult to kill every one of them. Especially the Jounins." Knowing that the search for Fumimaro was pointless, Renjiro decided to return to the beach. Chapter 137, Learning Sage Mode. Senju Renjiro returned to the beach. He found his clone, students and 5 hidden hot water village Chunins waiting there. Shunso had joined the 3 hidden hot water village Chunins along with their sleeping teammate. They had set up a couple of tents. Renjiro entered the tent of his students. He informed his students of how his fight went and they decided to wait for others to return. Late in the afternoon, Takuai and the remaining 2 Chunins returned to the beach. Renjiro asked, "What's the status of your opponents?" Takuai replied, "Mine managed to run away." The Chunins replied, "Our opponent ran away as well. We tried searching, but couldn't find anyone." Renjiro nodded and said, "From 13 Chunins and 3 Jounins, only 2 Jounins and 1 Chunin are left. And we suffered no casualties. The mission can be considered a success. The ones who escaped will not dare to return here again. And once the news spreads, other rogue ninjas also won't dare to create chaos in the land of hot water." Takuai asked, "Which other Jounin managed to escape?" Renjiro answered, "I killed Mitsuzuka. Fumimaro managed to injure my clone and escaped." Takuai breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Good. As long as Mitsuzuka is dead, this mission can be considered a success." Renjiro nodded and handed him a scroll. He said, "His body is inside it." Takuai accepted the scroll. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Give him the body of the ninja you killed as well." Fujin nodded and handed the scroll to Takuai. Takuai chatted more about the mission. He talked with his subordinates as well to understand everything that took place. With the mission over, Team Renjiro returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Renjiro said, "I'll report the mission's success to Lord Hokage. You guys can leave." Everyone nodded and left. Fujin was considering what his future actions should be while heading home. As he was walking in his thoughts, he saw something in the corner of his eye. He turned his head to the right to see a man with long white hair peeking in through a hole. He looked up to see what the man was peeking into. Fujin's eyes twitched as he read the sign. It read Hidden Leaf Village Hot Springs. The man was peeking into the women's section of the bath. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the man. His chakra was humongous. He sighed as he thought, "Pervy Sage. What an appropriate name. A shame that he won't get that name for a few more years. Still, I wonder what he's doing here. Did he come back to report something to Hiruzen? Or did Hiruzen call him back due to the threat of the coup? His presence could make the Uchihas more cautious. Jiraiya sensed someone looking at him and turned around. He saw an 11-year-old boy staring at him with glowing eyes. He thought, what does this kid want? I hope he doesn't interfere in my research. He was about to continue peeking when the boy's chakra suddenly spiked. He began making hand signs rapidly. Jiraiya panicked, what the hell? Since when did young brats begin having Jounin-level chakra? And why the hell is he making hand signs for the air bullet jutsu? Does he want to destroy the bathhouse? Jiraiya immediately flickered and appeared next to Fujin and grabbed his hands. He asked, calm down kiddo. What are you doing? Fujin looked into his eyes and said, Grandpa said that all perverts must be caught, castrated and tied to a pole to be whipped publicly to death. Jiraiya's eyes twitched. He asked, which crazy old man is your grandpa? Fujin replied, Lord Third. Now let my hands go and accept your punishment. Jiraiya's eyes twitched once again. He complained in his mind, how many young kids is that old man going to fool into calling him grandpa? And since when did he become so righteous? No, this doesn't sound like him at all. He is as perverted as me. Jiraiya let his hands go and said, that old man is my sensei. So stop building your chakra up. Fujin looked back with deadpan eyes and said, his students are the legendary Saiyans, not legendary perverts. Jiraiya laughed, legendary perverts? Ha 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 ha. He looked at Fujin and said, you are lucky that you met Jiraiya the Gallant and not the other two Saiyans. Fujin thought in his mind, no shit. One is a pedo researcher and the other is a drunk Hulk? Fujin looked at Jiraiya with surprise on his face. He said, are you really? Jiraiya smirked and said, that's right. You are looking at the one and only. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the ground. A lot of smoke appeared and from the smoke, a toad appeared. Jiraiya jumped on the toad and moved as if he was dancing. He swirled his hair and head in a manner that he thought was cool. I am the hermit of Mount Mayabaku. The wise and immortal spirit. That's right. It's I, the toad sage, Jiraiya of the legendary Saiyans. A look of awe appeared on Fujin's face. He said, that's cool. But Grant said that even if his students were perverts, he would still chase them down with a stick in his hand. Hearing that, Jiraiya's leg slipped and he fell on the toad. He thought, the first half doesn't sound like the old man at all. But him chasing with a stick totally sounds like him. Jiraiya looked at Fujin and said, what do you want, kid? You are interrupting my research. Fujin said, if you don't want me to tell Grandpa about your perverted acts, then you need to teach me what I want. Jiraiya was amused by Fujin. He asked, oh, and what do you want to learn? An innocent smile formed on Fujin's face. He said, Sage mode. Fujin's reply shocked Jiraiya. His mouth fell open in disbelief as he heard what Fujin wanted. He forgot to swallow, and the resulting coughs rattled through his chest like a storm, leaving him gasping for air. He took deep breaths and said, kid, go bother someone else. I have no time for you. Fujin squinted his eyes and said, you have to, or I will never let you do your research. Jiraiya looked skeptically at Fujin and said, good luck catching me kiddo. He made a hand seal and both he and the toad disappeared into the smoke. Some distance away, Jiraiya appeared. He muttered, what an annoying brat. At that instant, he saw a gorgeous lady walking next to him. His eyes immediately landed on her and a lecherous smile appeared on his face. However, he suddenly heard, stop perving around and teach me, old man. Fujin's voice wasn't soft. Everyone in the street heard him. Everyone began looking at Jiraiya with disgust. Jiraiya turned around to see Fujin standing behind him. His eyes widened. He asked, how did you follow me? A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he said, I have been taught by Gramps. Do you think you can get away so easily? Jiraiya grabbed a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground and said, try following me now. Jiraiya appeared under a tree and said, finally got rid of the boy. However, he heard, you didn't. Jiraiya looked up to see Fujin standing on a branch of that tree. Jiraiya disappeared once again. Fujin followed him. Both appeared in various locations in the village. Fujin tracked down Jiraiya every time. Jiraiya was annoyed, not only does he have a high chakra, but he is also a sensor and can flicker seamlessly. So annoying. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get rid of Fujin, he transformed into a toy bear. Fuji. A few seconds later, Fujin appeared at that location. He looked at the toy bear and frowned. He muttered softly, that old pervert ran away. Shit, Grandpa will be disappointed with me. Jiraiya laughed in his mind as he saw anger and disappointment appear on Fujin's face. However, soon he was terrified. Chakra gathered on Fujin's fist as he punched at the bear with full power. Jiraiya immediately undid the transformation and moved out of the way. The punch hit the ground and left a massive hole in it. Cracks spread in the ground around it. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he saw how dangerous the punch was. What the fuck? Did Tsunade teach him? Fujin looked at Jiraiya and completely ignored the damage he had caused. He said with an innocent smile, "Oh, you are still here. I thought I lost you." Jiraiya complained in his mind, "Shit, this brat is worse than Orochimaru and Tsunade combined." He asked, "Why do you want to learn Sage Mode?" Fujin said, "Well, I asked Grandpa to teach me Sage Mode. But he said that only you know it. So he taught me Wind Vacuum Jutsu instead. So I want to learn Sage Mode from you." Jiraiya watched with a deadpan expression. "You didn't answer my question." "Wait, those sentences aren't even in sync with each other." Jiraiya sighed and said, "I can't teach you Sage Mode either. I was taught by the toads and they won't teach anyone else." Fujin expected such a reply. He quickly said, "That's fine. You can tell me how to learn Sage Mode and monitor me. I'll learn it on my own." A frown formed on Jiraiya's face. He said, "Sage Mode is very risky to learn." However, Fujin was adamant and kept asking him. Finally, Jiraiya gave up and agreed. Both flickered to the training ground. Fujin sat in a meditative position. Jiraiya said, "Try to feel natural energy around you. And absorb it and mix it with your own chakra. Once you manage to do it, I'll tell you the ratios." Fujin nodded and began sensing. However, without any help, he had no success. Jiraiya saw Fujin try unsuccessfully and smirked. "Suzuki Fujin. Sensei told me information about him. Orphan, hardworking, extremely talented with the sword and wind style, and has very high chakra for his age. Unfortunately, it looks like he has allowed himself to be very arrogant. This should make him more humble." Fujin spent 6 hours trying to sense sage chakra without any success. Finally, he sighed and asked Jiraiya, "Could you give me some tips?" Jiraiya said, "I already gave you all." Fujin said, "Can you tell me anything else? Like how do you feel when you absorb natural chakra or anything else that could help me?" Jiraiya thought for a bit and said, "Now that you say, I do feel a tingling sensation in my back whenever I activate Sage Mode." Fujin asked, "Tingling sensation?" Jiraiya turned around and pointed at the center of his back. He said, "Over here. I concentrate my chakra and get a tingling feeling here while activating Sage Mode." Fujin was lost in his thoughts on hearing that, tingling feeling. Tingling feeling. Tingling feeling. It feels like I have forgotten something. Something important. He sat in the meditative position once again and concentrated his energy on his back. Soon, he began feeling a tingling sensation on his back. He kept meditating and sending more chakra there. Jiraiya watched Fujin with curiosity. But soon, his curiosity turned into shock. His mind couldn't form words as he sensed Fujin's chakra skyrocket. Finally, he gathered himself. What the fuck is happening? How can a human have so much chakra? It is exceeding tailed beast chakra levels. No, it has already exceeded them. Even nine-tailed fox doesn't have so much chakra. Fujin chakra kept skyrocketing. Soon, a golden aura appeared around him. He gritted his teeth and focused. The aura caused high-speed winds around Fujin. Even Jiraiya had to move backwards. The winds spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village and every sensor looked towards the training ground where Jiraiya and Fujin were. The chakra was so intense that everyone was scared out of their wits. Suddenly, Fujin yelled loudly. He let out all his energy. The golden aura around him grew. His hair turned golden. He stood up and muttered, "Right, this is what I have forgotten." Soon, lightning began appearing on his body. He said, "It's a good thing that I learned lightning style." As soon as lightning appeared on his body, his energy once again skyrocketed. It increased by more than 10 times. His chakra spread throughout the universe. A long distance away from Earth, there was a settlement in space. This area was ruled by a strong clan. The members of this clan were all very pale and had white eyes. Some of them had a third eye on their forehead. In this clan, an old man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the earth. A serious look could be seen on his face. He was stunned. What energy? This doesn't feel like anyone from my Otsutsuki clan. Who unlocked such a huge power? Fujin looked at Jiraiya and said, "You can increase the length of your hair, right? Can you show me how it's done?" Jiraiya was scared shitless by Fujin's aura. He nodded and made hand signs and increased the length of his hair. Fujin watched carefully and replicated his jutsu without making any hand signs. His hair began growing. They grew up to his waist. And his eyebrows disappeared. He said, "This is the power I want." His chakra grew many folds once again. He looked up in space and could sense every being in the huge space in the territory controlled by Otsutsuki. The leader of the Otsutsuki clan, who was wondering who could have such power, suddenly shivered as he felt Fujin sensing his location. A grin formed on Fujin's face as he said, "I will be the god of this world. No one can stop me." He began laughing like a maniac. Zaha Chapter 135, Concluding the mission, Senju Renjiro returned to the beach. He found his clone, students and 5 hidden hot water village chunins waiting there. Shunso had joined the 3 hidden hot water village chunins along with their sleeping teammate. They had set up a couple of tents. Renjiro entered the tent of his students. Fujin had sensed Renjiro when he arrived close to the beach. All 3 students greeted him. Miko asked, "What's the status of the mission, sensei?" Renjiro's clone dispelled itself to transmit all the memories back to his main body. Renjiro answered, "Their leader Mitsuzuka is dead. The other jounin that my clone chased managed to escape." The trio were surprised. This was the first time they heard someone escaping from Renjiro. Renjiro looked at their expression and shrugged his hands and said, "It was a clone. It's difficult to stop a jounin with just a clone." The trio looked away awkwardly. Their expectations from Renjiro were too high. Fujin asked, "What about the ones who didn't return, sensei?" "We searched for them a lot, but didn't find them." Renjiro answered, "There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they are dead, with their bodies at the bottom of the seafloor or taken away by the enemies. Or the second possibility of them failing their mission and trying to search for the enemy fruitlessly." The trio nodded. They had reached the same conclusion. Renjiro continued, "Let's wait here till the evening. If they are alive, they will return when their chakra drops low." The trio nodded. The tent became silent. They didn't have anything to do but wait. After some time, Fujin said, "I am bored of eating ration bars. You guys wanna hunt fish?" Hoka and Miko immediately agreed. Hoka said, "Definitely." Miko said, "Let's go." All 3 flickered out of the tent, leaving Renjiro alone. Renjiro sighed and muttered, "Oh well. This mission is pretty much over. No harm in having some fun." Before diving into the water, Miko announced, "The one who catches the biggest fish is the winner. The time limit is 10 minutes. She dived into the sea without waiting for the response of her teammates. Hoka and Fujin chuckled and dived into the water as well. Miko activated her Sharingan to watch properly underwater. Hoka activated his Byakugan. He had the advantage in this competition. Fujin spread his chakra field to pick up on signs of fish. They dispersed in different directions. The hidden hot water village ninjas noticed them diving into the sea in a hurry. Shunso wondered, did they find an enemy? He immediately alerted others and they prepared themselves for a fight. The trio searched under the sea. Hoka was the first one to find prey. He saw a big whale shark. He ran towards it quickly. The whale shark noticed something coming towards it and sensed the danger. It immediately charged towards Hoka to tackle and bite him. However, Hoka moved out of the way and hit it with a gentle fist style. A single hit killed the shark. Fujin was the next one to find his target. He found a giant crab. He thought, damn, do crabs in this world become so freaking huge? On second thoughts, there are gigantic toads. So this shouldn't be strange, I guess. The crab noticed Fujin and attacked him with its giant claws. Fujin dodged and gathered chakra on his fist. He punched between its eyes. The punch caused cracks to appear on its shell. Its brain was smashed due to the punch. It died. Fujin lifted the crab and began making his way back. Miko saw quite a few giant fishes. But she wasn't satisfied. When the time began to run out, her eyes laid upon an 8-meter-long bluefin tuna. She immediately went towards it and killed it. She carried it back. Hoka was the first one to return to the coast. Behind him, he dragged a 12-meter-long whale shark. The hidden hot water village ninjas watched with wide eyes. One of them cursed, "Those brats went fishing. We don't know where our teammates are and they are enjoying themselves." Shunso calmed him, "Calm down. They have done more than enough for the mission. No point in getting angry with them." The guy snorted and stayed quiet. Soon, Fujin returned. He walked on the surface of the sea with his right arm stretched up. He was carrying a giant crab on his right hand. He walked next to Hoka's shark and dropped his crab there. Hoka quickly observed and smirked. He claimed, "My shark is 12 meters long. Your crab is only 10 meters in height. I won." Fujin's eyes twitched. He countered, "Look at their sizes. Your shark is only 2 meters wide. My crab is 8 meters wide. So mine is much bigger than yours." Hoka was about to argue when Miko returned. She was carrying an 8-meter-long blue tuna fish. She saw Fujin's crab and Hoka's whale shark and her face became upset. Hoka chuckled, "Well, we know who the loser is." Fujin nodded. Miko's tuna was the shortest and the thinnest among the 3. Miko snorted in displeasure. Hoka asked, "Miko, judge whether Fujin's crab or my shark is bigger." Miko was upset at losing. She turned her head away and snorted, "I don't care which fish is bigger. Why are you arguing like little kids?" Fujin and Hoka gave her deadpan looks. Hearing the commotion, Renjiro left the tent. Hoka looked at him and said, "Sensei, you be the judge. Is my shark or Fujin's crab bigger?" Renjiro's eyes twitched. He thought, why are they being so childish? He looked at Miko, who was looking away from them and had the smallest fish, and realized, looks like it was her idea. Hoka pressed Renjiro, come on sensei. Tell me that my fish is bigger. Renjiro replied, stop being childish and cook the fish you caught. Hoka sighed due to not getting any answer. Fujin chuckled at his antics. The trio decided what fish to eat. After some discussion, they decided to eat the crab, as none of them had eaten a giant crab before. The shark and the tuna were stored in special storage scrolls that helped keep food fresh. Preparing and cooking the crab took quite some time. All four ate it till their stomachs were full. They invited the hidden hot water village ninjas, but they politely refused the invitation. Late in the afternoon, Takuai and the remaining two Chunins returned to the beach. Renjiro asked, what's the status of your opponents? Takuai replied, mine managed to run away. The Chunins replied, our opponent ran away as well. We tried searching, but couldn't find anyone. Renjiro nodded and said, from 13 Chunins and 3 Jounins, only 2 Jounins and 1 Chunin are left. And we suffered no casualties. The mission can be considered a success. The ones who escaped will not dare to return here again. And once the news spreads, other rogue ninjas also won't dare to create chaos in the land of hot water. Takuai asked, which other Jounin managed to escape? Renjiro answered, I killed Mitsuzuka. Fumimaro managed to injure my clone and escaped. Takuai breathed a sigh of relief. He said, good. As long as Mitsuzuka is dead, this mission can be considered a success. Renjiro nodded and handed him a scroll. He said, his body is inside it. Takuai accepted the scroll. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, give him the body of the ninja you killed as well. Fujin nodded and handed the scroll to Takuai. Takuai chatted more about the mission. He talked with his subordinates as well to understand everything that took place. After understanding everything, he walked to Team Renjiro's tent. On entering, he saw the 2 captured rogue ninjas. He said, Renjiro, I want to take over these 2 as well. Renjiro shook his head and said, they surrendered to me. I will take them to Hidden Lee Village and interrogate them properly. Takuai realized why Renjiro was adamant. They could provide Hidden Lee Village with a lot of important information regarding the current state of affairs in Hidden Mist Village. However, he insisted, Renjiro, a lot of innocent civilians were killed by these guys. I can understand your point. However, we have to answer to the citizens of the land of hot water. So allow me to take them back first. Later, we can transport them to the land of fire. Renjiro frowned. He could understand Takuai's point of view, but these 2 could provide Hidden Lee Village with a lot of information. He thought for a bit and concluded, if I stay adamant, I can take these 2 to Hidden Lee Village. Takuai won't stop me and the daimyo won't say anything either. But this was a mission issued by the daimyo. He will be displeased by this action and the goodwill generated by this mission will be lost. Renjiro said, alright. But, you are not allowed to maim or cripple them. I will report about them to Lord Hokage and he will send a team to retrieve them. Pass this message to your daimyo. Takuai sighed in relief. He immediately agreed to Renjiro's conditions. Chapter 136, Holy shit. Takuai smiled and said, the reward for completing the mission should already be handed to Hidden Lee Village. As for the bounties, Lord Daimyo will send them to Hidden Lee Village as soon as he can. Fujin asked, what bounties? Takuai replied, due to the chaos that this group created, Lord Daimyo had put bounties on their heads. Mitsuzuka had a bounty of 20 million ryo. Any Jounin in the rogue group had a bounty of 10 million ryo, while the Chunins had a bounty of 2 million each. He looked at the kids and said, Fujin, you killed 2 Chunins. Miko and Hoka, you 2 killed 1 each. And you 3 helped Shusaku in killing his opponent. So the reward for that kill would be split among you 4. Fujin was stunned, the hell? 4.5 million ryo for such an easy job? Takuai smiled on seeing Fujin's reaction. Hoka and Miko didn't react much. Fujin looked at Renjiro and thought, he killed Mitsuzuka. In addition, he killed the 2 gatekeepers and 4 more Chunins before the fight began. He'll get a freaking 32 million ryo. Renjiro noticed Fujin's gaze but didn't react. Takuai said, I will lead my team to collect the dead bodies from under the debris. Renjiro said, alright. We will take our leave then. Takuai asked, you don't want to rest for a bit in the town? Renjiro answered, no, we had some rest. Besides, the borders of the land of fire are closer to here than the town. Takuai nodded and said, alright. It was good working alongside you. Renjiro smiled and said, it was good working alongside you as well. Takuai left. Renjiro looked at his squad and said, pack up, we are leaving. The trio nodded and immediately packed up the tent. After gathering everything, they left. As they moved through the forest, Fujin asked, Sensei, do rank A missions pay so much? Renjiro replied, "It depends on how critical the mission is for the ones who issue it." This time, the daimyo was under a lot of public pressure. That is why he issued those bounties. Fujin nodded. Miko asked, "Sensei, how difficult are the rank S missions?" Renjiro answered, "Well, imagine having to do this mission with just a squad of 4 ninjas. So if this wasn't a joint mission, it would have been close to a rank S mission. Usually, rank S missions aren't labeled as such due to difficulty. Rather, it is the critical nature of the missions. If it is labeled rank S due to difficulty, then our opponent would be an elite jounin. Someone who could go up equally against me." Miko, Fujin and Hoka paid attention to Renjiro's words. Since this one would probably be their last mission together, they asked Renjiro a lot of questions. Renjiro answered them patiently and resolved their queries. While they were moving, Fujin occasionally activated his chakra field, while Hoka activated his Byakugan. During one such occasion, Fujin sensed something that shocked him. Fujin shouted, "Halt! 2 huge chakras are incoming. One has slightly lower chakra than Sensei, while the other one has more than twice Sensei's chakra." That shocked them. Hoka immediately activated his Byakugan, while Miko activated her Sharingan. Renjiro also became serious. He thought, "My chakra was naturally high due to being a senju. The ones who had chakra equal to or higher than me are usually S-ranked ninjas." Renjiro spoke. Hoka answered, "One is a shinobi from Hidden Clouds Village while the other is from Hidden Waterfall Village. Both are rogue ninja." Suddenly, Hoka stopped speaking. There was a stunned expression on his body. Renjiro asked, "What did you see?" Hoka answered in a shocked voice, "The one with the higher chakra has a different body. It's disgusting." This surprised them. Fujin thought, disgusting body? A few faces appeared in his mind. Around 800 meters from Team Renjiro, 2 ninjas were traveling at a rapid speed. One of them was 5 feet 6 inches tall and very slim. The other one was over 6 feet tall and had a well-built body. The slim one asked, "Are you sure that Cash Cow will be traveling from here?" The tall guy answered, "My sources are never wrong. Now shut up and keep moving." Suddenly, both their eyes widened. The slim guy chuckled and said, "Looks like you were right, freak. Let's go quickly." Both of them sensed Fujin sensing them and moved rapidly towards Team Renjiro. Team Renjiro waited to see who was approaching them so quickly. Fujin had a very bad feeling. In a few seconds, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. Fujin watched as his eyes kept widening. They both wore long black cloaks with red clouds, red interiors, and chin-high collars. Fujin didn't recognize one of them. But the other, he recognized very well. Fujin was scared. No, he was horrified. Only one thought ran through his mind, motherfucking Kakazu? Renjiro looked at them. He didn't recognize Kakazu but recognized the other one. He was surprised. He said, "Kaminari. I heard that you had disappeared from the Land of Lightning. Didn't know that you became a rogue ninja. Looks like Hidden Clouds Village did a good job of hiding your details." A scowl formed on Kaminari's face. He didn't like anyone recalling his days when he was in Hidden Clouds Village. Though Renjiro spoke casually, he was on full alert to start a fight. Fujin looked at Miko and made eye contact. Miko noticed his gaze and understood what he wanted. Meanwhile, Hoka kept observing Kakazu's body. He was very surprised at seeing the 5 hearts inside Kakazu's body. Kakazu said, "Senju Renjiro. I have heard a lot about your war exploits. Today, I will claim the 45 million ryo bounty on your head." Kakazu wasted no time and moved forward to attack. Kaminari joined him. Renjiro grabbed his sword to confront them. However, Miko and Fujin were faster. Miko made hand signs immediately. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. She released a giant ball of fire. At the same time, Fujin launched his supercharged jutsu Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Both jutsus combined. The fireball dispersed and spread out throughout the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Kakazu and Kaminari, who were focused on Renjiro, were surprised. Kakazu had used such a combination several times in the past. He understood its lethality. So did Kaminari. Both flickered behind. Kakazu made a hand sign. An earth dome appeared and covered them both. Renjiro noticed the earth dome and smirked. He made a hand sign and was about to slam his hands on the ground. Miko and Hoka were prepared to go on the assault too. However, Fujin yelled, "Formation 9." As soon as they heard it, their eyes widened. Kakazu and Kaminari were protected by the earth dome. However, soon needles began forming on the inside surface of the dome. Kakazu noticed them and snorted. He made a hand sign and all the needles crumbled into dust and soil. They felt that the combination jutsu had already passed and hence lifted the earth dome. But, instead of a clear battlefield, they were met by a 20 feet tall sloth who attacked them with its giant claws. They both flickered in opposite directions. Realizing that Kakazu would be the bigger threat, he flickered in front of Kakazu and attacked with his swords. Kakazu saw Renjiro and made a hand sign. Earth style, iron skin jutsu. Kakazu's skin blackened. He raised his fist and blocked Renjiro's sword. Chakra flowed through Renjiro's sword. It hit the back of Kakazu's fist. The attack left a small slash on Kakazu's fist. Kakazu was surprised. He said, "It's been a long while since someone could hurt me. I will enjoy killing you." Renjiro and the sloth were about to press on the attack, but they suddenly withdrew backwards. Renjiro looked at Kakazu. It seemed as if there were monsters under his clothes, or perhaps under his skin, that were trying to break out. 4 black monsters appeared around Kakazu. Each had a mask of different color on them. Renjiro, despite all his experience, was stunned. He thought, what the hell is this? And who is this guy? And why was there no mention of such a strong ninja during the previous wars? Kakazu and the 4 monsters attacked Renjiro and his summon with perfect coordination. Renjiro kept his distance from them and tried his best to defend himself. He often resorted to diving into the ground to protect himself. Chapter 137, Fighting Against the Akatsuki. On the other side of the battlefield, Kaminari was confronted by Fujin, Miko and Hoka. Fujin flickered in front of him while making some hand signs. Wind style, air bullet jutsu. Fujin shot a dozen air bullets at him. Lightning sparks appeared on Kaminari's body. His speed increased a lot and he dodged all air bullets easily. Miko and Hoka quickly attacked with shurikens, but Kaminari dodged them as well with ease. Fujin analyzed, there is no lightning armor on him, just sparks. Is this a toned-down version of Raikage's technique? After dodging, Kaminari moved towards the trio. His speed was incredibly fast. Fujin's eyes couldn't follow him. He instantly blew a great breakthrough jutsu in front of him. It didn't matter if he couldn't see his opponent's exact location. He would just attack the whole area. Kaminari saw the incoming attack and quickly moved out of range. He tried attacking from a different direction, but Fujin attacked again with the wide-range great breakthrough jutsu. Kaminari tried attacking from different directions, but Fujin just kept attacking with a great breakthrough jutsu. Kaminari was annoyed, this brat keeps trying to keep me at a distance. Does he think that he has infinite chakra? And that Uchiha girl is staring at me as well. If I try to break through his jutsu head-on, she will fire a fireball into this wind jutsu. Kaminari made a few hand signs. Lightning style, false darkness. Multiple spears of lightning formed and moved towards Fujin's group. Fujin sensed Kaminari building his chakra and made a few hand signs. Seeing the lightning jutsu, Fujin launched his jutsu. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Both jutsus clashed. Fujin observed carefully. He thought, isn't his the same jutsu that Kakazu used later? Did Kakazu take his heart? Fujin's jutsu broke through the lightning spears and moved towards Kaminari. However, Kaminari had already launched another jutsu. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. Kaminari expelled a large stream of fire which moved in a spiral manner. It clashed with Fujin's jutsu. Kaminari smirked as he watched. My false darkness was stronger than his jutsu. However, the wind style has too much of an advantage against lightning. But false darkness reduced the momentum of his jutsu. And now, my blase wave will be assisted by his jutsu. As Kaminari had calculated, his blaze wave entered the infinite breakthrough jutsu and spread throughout it. Fujin thought, damn, he is good. Hoka moved forward and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, earth wall jutsu. A huge wall appeared between them and the flames. He made another hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground again. Earth style, earth dome jutsu. A dome was formed that covered all 3 of them. The fire covered a large area. It flowed over the wall and heated the outside of the dome. Trees were set on fire for hundreds of meters. The jutsu even reached Renjiro and Kakazu's location. Both immediately escaped into the ground. Renjiro's sloth summon had already been injured by Kakazu and it had returned back. After a minute, the fire died down. Renjiro and Kakazu had begun fighting underground. Kaminari quickly moved across the battlefield. He stood on top of the earth wall and noticed the dome below. Fujin noticed his chakra and made a few hand signs. Lightning sparks began appearing on Kaminari's body. He jumped down at the dome. Lightning style, lightning spear jutsu. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hands. He threw it at the dome. It hit the dome and pierced through it. However, right when the tip of the lightning spear appeared inside the dome, Fujin used his jutsu. Wind style, vacuum bullet jutsu. The vacuum bullet hit the lightning spear's tip. It pierced through the entire length of the lightning spear and completely dispersed it. Without slowing down, it targeted Kaminari who was falling down towards the dome. Kaminari's pupils shrank seeing the vacuum bullet. The jutsu was aimed at his face. He quickly moved his head to the side. The vacuum bullet left a cut on his right cheek before hitting his right earlobe. Kaminari shrieked in pain as his right earlobe was pierced and the bottom half of his right ear was blown away. Fujin heard his shriek and followed it up with another vacuum bullet. The vacuum bullet pierced through the earth dome and targeted Kaminari. But Kaminari managed to dodge properly this time. Kaminari thought, fucking hell. Why the fuck does someone so young know the wind vacuum technique? He was mad in rage. Not giving him any time, Hoka placed his hands on the earth dome. The outer surface of the dome transformed into spikes and they immediately launched at Kaminari. Understanding that he was at a disadvantage, he retreated 100 meters backwards. With the dome gone, Fujin, Miko and Hoka looked at Kaminari. His face was ugly and full of rage. Kaminari was very angry. He thought, how many bastards does Hidden Leaf Village raise? That wind brat is already one of the top wind users I have seen. And that Hyuga scum can use earth style as well as any Jounin level ninja from Hidden Stones Village. And they don't even look like they're in their teens. Kaminari made a hand sign. Lightning style, lightning clone jutsu. 2 lightning clones appeared around him. They immediately went on assault. All moved around at a rapid speed. Fujin once again attacked them head-on with a great breakthrough jutsu. However, all 3 moved out of the way. Kaminari attacked the trio from the back, while his clones attacked from left and right. They were so fast that they attacked when Fujin was still releasing the jutsu. Both Hoka and Miko made hand signs and slammed their hands on the ground with perfect coordination. Earth style, topsy-turvy jutsu. The ground in front of the Kaminari and his clones immediately became uneven. Some parts of the ground went up a few inches, while some other parts went down a few inches. The aim of this jutsu was to make the attackers lose their footing and fall down. Kaminari and his clones noticed them and immediately slowed down. The slowdown was enough for Fujin to turn around and launch another great breakthrough jutsu at Kaminari. Hoka and Miko also made hand signs. Water style, water gun jutsu. Fire style, flame bullet jutsu. They both launched jutsus on the clones. Kaminari and his clones had to retreat once again. While Kaminari was retreating, the trio were attacked from the other side. Pikazu's fire mask had been useless against Renjiro. So he sent it to help out Kaminari. It released a huge flame at the trio. Hoka made a hand sign and released water gun jutsu to intercept it. While Miko slammed her hands on the ground and raised an earth wall to protect them. They managed to defend perfectly. Kaminari didn't attack. He had some doubts. He thought, why is their teamwork so good? Even veteran teams might struggle to have such efficient coordination. They have left the attack to that wind user while the other 2 are perfectly complementing him. Kaminari kept feeling that something was off. And while he was analyzing, it finally hit him, wait a minute. Why is that wind user fighting without considering his chakra wastage at all? His chakra has fallen very low now. In just a few more jutsus, he will be dry. Kaminari analyzed, but couldn't figure out the reason why they were acting that way. Pikazu and Renjiro were still stuck in a deadlock. Pikazu had the absolute advantage over Renjiro, but he couldn't deal any injuries to him. Pikazu analyzed, he is good. If it weren't for those 3 kids, he might have been able to escape successfully from me. That said, what is that useless Kaminari doing? I even sent my fire mask to help him. And he still can't kill 3 kids? The fighting continued for a few minutes. Team Renjiro was extremely exhausted. Fujin had one knee on the ground. Miko and Hoka were tired as well. They had spent a huge amount of chakra on ninjutsu. Renjiro was also exhausted. Fighting against an S-rank ninja and the 3 masks took its toll on him. Kaminari observed them and smirked. Finally they ran out of chakra. Now let me see why they fought so recklessly. Pikazu also observed very carefully. During the last few minutes, he had seen endless tactics and tricks from Renjiro. He didn't want to get careless. Fujin looked over at Renjiro. Renjiro was looking at him as well. They both nodded their heads as soon as their eyes met. Hoka and Miko noticed it. Immediately, all 4 flickered in different directions. Pikazu and Kaminari immediately followed Renjiro and Fujin respectively. While Kaminari's clones followed Hoka and Miko. If there was one thing that Team Renjiro prided upon, it was their skill with the body flicker jutsu. Even in an exhausted state, they all managed to flicker multiple times. Unfortunately, their opponents were very strong. All of them were chased down successfully. Chapter 138, Death of a Powerhouse. Team Renjiro ran in different directions at a fast speed. However, they were all very exhausted. Pikazu could match Renjiro's speed. While Kaminari and his clones were faster than Fujin and his teammates. After flickering 8 times, Fujin's chakra finally hit a low. He hid behind a tree and took deep breaths. Using the last bits of his chakra, he made a few hand signs. Kaminari arrived almost immediately after Fujin. He saw the tracks left behind by Fujin and saw where he was hiding. He went around the tree and appeared in front of Fujin. An evil smile appeared on his face. He said, "You brat destroyed half of my right ear. I will make you pay 1,000 times." He expected Fujin to be afraid. However, there was no hint of fear on Fujin's face. He was surprised. Fujin spoke with determination. "Ever since I became a ninja, I have always been determined to give my life for the village. Death doesn't scare me." Kaminari was stunned. But soon, he broke into a huge laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." He looked at Fujin with a cruel look in his eyes and said, "Brat, let me educate you. Death is kind. I will show you how miserable life is. By the time I am done with you, you will be begging for death." Ha ha ha. Immediately a scared look appeared on Fujin's face. Kaminari's evil smirk grew bigger as he extended his arm to grab Fujin's neck. At the same time, Hoka and Miko were also caught by Kaminari's clones. They seemed too exhausted to fight back. Kaminari's clones approached them. Soon after them, Renjiro was also chased down by Kakazu. Kakazu's lightning mask appeared behind Renjiro and pushed him to the ground and pinned him down. Kakazu appeared and said, "Your mastery of water element is very good. I will take your heart and replace my water mask with your heart." Renjiro's eyes widened as he processed this information. Threads appeared from the lightning mask and drilled into Renjiro's chest. However, Renjiro smirked. Kakazu immediately had a bad feeling. Boom. Renjiro exploded under the lightning mask. Kakazu moved away quickly, but his lightning mask wasn't able to. It took the full brunt of the explosion. The mask cracked. Kakazu was stunned. He lost one of his hearts. He watched where Renjiro exploded and thought, "Shadow clone explosion jutsu." But when did he make a shadow clone? Was it when he was escaping? No, I was keeping an eye. He didn't have any chance to make a shadow clone. So when did he do it? Kaminari's lightning clones approached Hoka and Miko. As soon as they reached within range, both Hoka and Miko exploded. The clones couldn't react fast enough and were caught in the explosion. Both were dispelled. Though lightning clones didn't transmit information, the main body could sense when the clones were dispelled. The clones were dispelled when Kaminari's hand was extending towards Fujin. Kaminari realized that both his clones got dispelled and became distracted for a fraction of a second. Fujin noticed it and he exploded as well. Kaminari noticed and immediately moved backwards. However, his right forearm felt the explosion. Its skin was burned. His face became ugly. He thought in rage, when the heck did he create a shadow clone? He didn't have any chakra left to be able to create shadow clones. He looked around the area but found no signs of someone escaping. He moved towards where his other two clones were dispelled. But once again, he couldn't find any signs of Miko or Hoka escaping. After a few minutes of fruitless search, he ran back to where the fighting had happened. Kakazu was inspecting the area. He appeared behind Kakazu. Kakazu immediately noticed the half-blown ear and a burnt right eye. Kaminari also noticed that Kakazu's cloak was destroyed. Kaminari said, "The ones I chased were all clones. There were no tracks that showed someone running away." Kakazu said, "Same here. The Renjiro I chased and escaped turned out to be a shadow clone. Bastard exploded it when I caught him." Kaminari said, "You too? The same happened with that wind user. I am guessing it was the same with the other two as well. But when did they create the clones?" Kakazu replied, "We were probably fighting the clones the whole time. Though they tried to hide their tracks, signs are showing that 4 people escaped from this route. And their clones all escaped in opposite directions of the Land of Fire's border. It looks like they wanted to lure us away and buy some time to escape." Kaminari was surprised. Immediately he became very angry. Blood vessels could be seen on his forehead. He said, "No wonder those two brats were so good with earth release and water release. They were Renjiro's disguised clones." His chakra flared up as he yelled, "Those bastards think that they can make a mockery of us? Kakazu, you check their tracks, and I will bring you to them. Those bastards can't escape from us." Kakazu nodded. Sparks appeared on Kaminari's body. He grabbed Kakazu and moved along the path Kakazu said rapidly. They were taking the shortest route to the Land of Fire. After running at max speed for 5 minutes, they finally saw 4 silhouettes. Kaminari immediately shouted, "Bastards! You think that you can make a mockery of me?" Team Renjiro heard the shout and stopped. They immediately took a battle stance. Kaminari dropped Kakazu and rushed towards them. Kakazu followed him, but thought, something is off. Kaminari was much faster than Kakazu. He reached them in a blink of an eye. Renjiro unsheathed his sword and attacked Kaminari. Kaminari grabbed a kunai and flowed lightning through it and attacked Renjiro. Renjiro blocked his attack. At the instant their weapons clashed, Fujin, Hoka and Miko flickered next to Kaminari to surround him from all sides. Kaminari was surprised by this maneuver. He had a bad feeling. Immediately, all 4 exploded. Kakazu sensed it and stayed behind. Kaminari, however, was completely caught in the explosion. He released lightning from all over his body to form armor, but he wasn't proficient in such an application of lightning. It helped reduce the impact of the explosion, but he was hit nonetheless. After a second, Kaminari jumped out of the dust cloud created by the explosions. His clothes were blasted. Almost all the skin on his body was burned. He was bleeding a lot as well. Pikachu appeared next to him and said, "The trail was left behind by clones. Since this was the shortest route to Hidden Leaf Village, we assumed that they escaped here. To think that they would set up another trap here." Kaminari looked at Kakazu in rage and yelled, "Bastard! You led me into a fucking trap. And then hid behind and watched me getting hit." Kakazu looked at him and said, "I didn't ask you to rush ahead like a moron. It was your stupidity." Kaminari yelled, "Asshole, are you calling me a moron? It was your dumb head that led us into this trap in the first place." Kakazu didn't reply, but Kaminari kept yelling at him. After yelling for a bit, Kaminari turned around and walked away. However, in the next instant, an arm pierced through his right lung. Kaminari looked down in horror. Threads drilled into his body as Kakazu began taking his heart. Kakazu said, "I guess they didn't tell you. My previous partners died because I couldn't stand them and killed them." Kaminari was stunned. A rogue ninja from Hidden Clouds Village, who was on the threshold of reaching S rank, died without anyone seeing. Well, not without anyone seeing, as two pairs of eyes were watching this act. The first pair of eyes belonged to Zetsu. The other belonged to Renjiro's shadow clone. Fujin's clone sensed when Kakazu and Kaminari were chasing after them. He relayed the information to Renjiro's clone, who used the minimum amount of chakra needed to create a shadow clone. The clone moved out of the path and hid underground. After killing Kaminari, Kakazu removed his heart. Threads gathered around that heart and a new lightning mask was formed. Renjiro's clone watched the whole process. Surprisingly, Kakazu didn't feel anyone keeping an eye on him until he was done with the process. After the lightning mask formed, it entered into Kakazu's body. Knowing that any further hunt was meaningless, Kakazu retreated away from the land of fire. Renjiro's clone dispelled itself to transmit the information back. Long away from where Kaminari died, Team Renjiro entered the land of fire. Chapter 139, Formation 9. Flashback. Team Renjiro was about to press on the attack, when Fujin said, "Formation 9. The eyes of Renjiro, Miko and Hoka widened. Formation 9 was a code word for a battle tactic that Renjiro had taught them. It was a tactic used under a specific condition. The condition was that they are facing adversity so strong that they have no chance of victory and a high chance of death. Renjiro's eyes widened, but he completed his jutsu. Fujin made one shadow clone and poured around 70% of his chakra into it. Renjiro made 3 clones and poured 60% chakra into one clone and 5% chakra into each of his remaining 2 clones. The weaker clones used the transformation jutsu to transform into Hoka and Miko, as neither of them knew the shadow clone jutsu. He followed up with the summoning jutsu to summon the sloth. All this was done in under 2 seconds while Kakazu and Kaminari were hiding under the dome. The clones stayed behind while the real ones escaped by flickering continuously. After escaping for a kilometer, Renjiro made 3 more clones while Fujin made another. A couple of clones transformed into Miko and Hoka once again and continued escaping forward. While the real team took a different and longer path and left behind no tracks at all. After splitting, Fujin was breathing hard. He had lost most of his chakra to the clones. Since he planned to end with Shadow Explosion Jutsu, his clones won't return any chakra. After moving for a bit, Miko asked seriously, "Why did you say Formation 9? Who are those guys?" Fujin didn't reply and tapped one of the pockets of his flak jacket. A scroll dropped. Fujin opened it and summoned a bottle. Everyone watched as a bottle of soldier pills appeared in Fujin's hands. Fujin opened and consumed a pill. He looked at Renjiro and asked, "Do you want one as well, sensei?" Renjiro nodded and took a pill. Fujin kept the bottle back and answered, "The masked man is Kakazu? I read his information in the bingo book. He is, or rather was, an S-rank ninja." This information surprised them. Especially Renjiro, who knew the information of all S-rank ninjas. Renjiro asked, "What do you mean by was?" Fujin answered, "According to the information, he was sent by Hidden Waterfall Village to assassinate Lord First Hokage. But he failed and was presumed dead. However, somehow, he managed to make it alive and return to his village. After returning, he revolted against his village and became a rogue ninja. He was never seen again. I guess everyone assumed that he died and hence he isn't put in the shorter bingo books." The explanation shocked them. But soon, they became skeptical. Miko said, "The first Hokage lived a long time ago. How would that guy still be alive if he fought back then?" Miko purposefully stretched a word long while speaking to tease Fujin. Even Renjiro was doubtful of this information. How could someone that old look so young? Fujin shrugged and said, We will get the information when our clones are dispelled. If you have the bigger bingo book, you are free to check. He looked at Miko with a smirk on his face and said, if you want to go back to check with your own eyes, then good luck. I'll be sure to offer flowers to your grave, haha. Renjiro instantly shut him up, don't joke about such things. Anyways, fighting them wasn't a part of our mission. So there is no need to risk our lives against enemies we don't have information about. Fujin looked at Hoka and asked, Hoka, you said his body was disgusting. What did you see? Hoka answered, instead of nerves and blood vessels, his body seems to be made of threads. And he had 5 hearts in his body. Miko was shocked. She asked, 5 hearts? How can something like that be possible? Hoka replied, I have no idea. They both looked at Renjiro. So did Fujin. Renjiro shook his head and said, I have never heard about any such technique. But, if we assume that having just 1 heart would keep him alive, it could mean that he just faked his death against Lord First. Fujin, Miko and Hoka nodded. They all analyzed the information. After some time, Fujin asked, Sensei, who was the other guy? Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, you didn't see him in the bingo book? Fujin answered, the bingo book has way too many names. I probably forgot. I only read the S-ranked ninjas in detail. Renjiro understood. The bingo books had a lot of names. It was impractical to remember everything. He said, the other guy is Kaminari. He was an elite jounin in Hidden Cloud's village. He is strong, and very close to being ranked S. He was deployed against Hidden Mist village in the Third War. So I never fought him before. Fujin was surprised. He thought, Akatsuki recruits ninjas who aren't S-ranked? I guess none of Kakazu's previous partners was S-ranked. That's why they died at his hands. This guy will be killed by him as well. Fujin asked Renjiro, why did he go rogue? Renjiro answered, we don't have much information regarding that. He went missing after the Third War. We speculated that the Third Raikage passed the secrets of his lightning style, chakra mode, to his son and not to him. That is why he couldn't master the lightning style, chakra mode, and hence didn't have any chance at becoming the 4th Raikage. Seeing that he has gone rogue, it looks like this is indeed the case. Fujin was surprised. He thought, oh well, no matter the world, nepotism exists everywhere. Fujin replied, I see. That seems dumb. Renjiro nodded, yeah, it is. Fujin said, did you notice their cloaks, sensei? Renjiro nodded. Fujin said, they are both rogue ninjas. And both are very strong. Seeing that they both wore the same cloak, they probably have some organization behind them. Renjiro agreed, yes. It is disturbing. I'll ask Lord Hokage to look into this. If there are more ninjas at this level in this organization, then they could pose a threat to even Hidden Leaf Village. They moved alongside the longer path for around 10 minutes while discussing more. Miko and Hoka complained about missing out and decided to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu after returning to the village. Team Renjiro flickered numerous times in order to ensure that they can't be chased. Miko and Hoka also consumed a soldier pill each. While moving, Fujin wondered, Renjiro was never mentioned in the original story. Could it be because he was killed by Kakazu? Then again, he is getting old. He could have just retired and stepped aside. And he probably became one of the thousands of nameless ninjas who participated in the Fourth War. Not much point thinking about it. Finally, Renjiro and Fujin received memories of their clones. Sweat immediately formed on Renjiro's face. He said in a shocked voice, you were right, Fujin. Kakazu is strong. Very strong. If we had stayed back, the most probable result would have been our death. Miko and Hoka were shocked. Hoka asked, he is stronger than even you, sensei? Renjiro nodded. He answered, don't overestimate me. There are many who are stronger than me. While killing my clone, Kakazu said something about taking my heart. I guess his longevity secrets have some relation with his multiple hearts. Also, he probably went a bit easier on my clone as he didn't want to damage my heart. If he was serious about killing me, my clone wouldn't have lasted that long. Miko and Hoka were stunned by Renjiro's admission. Fujin wasn't surprised. He was well aware of how strong Kakazu was. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, you did great. If it was known that you managed to injure Kaminari, your reputation would explode. Miko and Hoka looked at Fujin with envy. Knowing their thoughts, Fujin looked at them with an innocent smile on his face and said, I probably burnt his right forearm with the clone explosion too. They immediately snorted and looked away. They both hated looking at Fujin's smug face. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, keep it a secret if you can, sensei. I don't want a bounty so soon. Renjiro nodded. Getting attention wasn't always a good thing. He said, I'll report it to Lord Hokage secretly. Miko, Hoka, don't talk about this to anyone. Both nodded. As a ninja, keeping secrets was critical. The lesser others knew about you, the higher your chances of victory would be. Kaminari was much stronger than Fujin. The reason that Fujin managed to injure him was that he got overconfident and wasn't aware of Fujin's skill with the wind vacuum jutsu. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, using long and wide-range ninjutsu is very useful. Especially when fighting against someone stronger. Renjiro nodded and said, it's especially true for wind element. Facing hidden sand village in the desert is a nightmare. Even more so when a mixed poison with it. But, don't get overconfident. Kaminari didn't go all out as your chakra would eventually run out. If you're outmatched, then this tactic is only good for wasting time. Fujin nodded. He had sensed that Kaminari stalled only because his fighting tactic was unsustainable. Fujin said, I wonder if they will chase or not. Renjiro analyzed and said, probably no. They took 10 minutes to dispel our clones. Tracking would be tougher and they would have to move a lot faster. Fujin nodded. Chasing would be rather pointless now. But, they were both wrong. A bit later, both received the memories of their clones again. Fujin said, that was impulsive. Renjiro nodded, yes, it was. Miko and Hoka asked, what happened, sensei? Renjiro answered, they tracked our clones. Kaminari attacked recklessly. All 4 clones surrounded him and exploded. He should be injured, but his life won't be in danger. I guess he was just annoyed at getting fooled. Miko chuckled, that would teach him a good lesson for chasing after us. Renjiro replied, don't take it too lightly. This time we were saved due to Fujin reading the bingo books. When we return, you and Hoka should read it too. Also, this tactic worked perfectly this time. Next time, it won't work so well. So work hard and become stronger. His students nodded. Though they got away without any injuries, the experience was very scary. After traveling for a bit, they finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Chapter 140, Akatsuki. While they were entering, Renjiro suddenly stopped. His students looked at him. Hoka asked, what happened, sensei? Renjiro replied, Kaminari died. His students were shocked. Miko and Hoka thought, how could someone so strong die suddenly? Fujin recovered from the shock fastest and concluded, looks like Kakazu killed him for his heart. Though Renjiro didn't say anything, he probably managed to destroy one heart with his clone. Most likely the lightning one. Hoka asked, how did he die, sensei? Renjiro answered, looks like they had an argument. When Kaminari turned his back, Kakazu attacked him. His technique does depend on hearts. He stole his heart after killing. Renjiro thought hard. After some time, he said, don't tell anyone about him. I'll make a secret report to Lord Hokage and have him investigate Kakazu. His students nodded. The death or betrayal of an elite jounin during peacetime would always be a huge deal. Such matters are better left to the village to handle. The team kept moving forward at a fast speed. Hoka asked, Sensei, aren't we going to go to the patrol outpost? Renjiro shook his head and answered, no. A lot of things happened during this mission. It's best to report to the village right away. As for Seiichi, I'll talk with him later. Fujin thought, yeah, that would be the best. Though we are inside the Land of Fire, I wouldn't call it safe. Due to eating the soldier pills, they weren't tired. So they continued moving without any breaks until they reached Hidden Leaf Village. Land of Rain, deep within the dense forests of the Land of Rain, a hideout existed. Even Light had difficulty reaching it. The number of people who were aware of its presence can be counted on one hand. A man sat still in this hideout. Suddenly, a figure began appearing from the ground. It appeared right in front of him. The man opened his eyes. His eyes shone with purple colors. Multiple circles can be seen in his eyes. White Zetsu said, Pain. Pain. You won't believe what I saw. The man sitting was the Deva Path of Nagato. Pain looked at White Zetsu, waiting for it to say. But he didn't say anything. Pain asked, what did you see? White Zetsu said excitedly, Kakazu and Kaminari fought against a squad from Hidden Leaf Village. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas managed to run away and injured them. In the end, Kakazu and Kaminari entered into an argument and Kakazu killed him. Nagato was surprised. He asked, which squad of Hidden Leaf Village did they run into? Did the remaining 2 Sanins return? Black Zetsu replied, no. It was Senju Renjiro, an elite jounin from Hidden Leaf Village, and his students. Pain asked, how strong are he and his students? Black Zetsu replied, he has a bounty of 45 million ryo. He is quite strong, but not in S rank. His students just got promoted to Chunins. Nagato was surprised once again. However, soon he was disappointed. He thought, a squad of fresh Chunins led by an elite jounin managed to injure and run away from a couple of Akatsuki members. And they even caused an argument which resulted in one of my members dying. So disappointing. White Zetsu said, it was so surprising. Kaminari just turned his back to Kakazu and got stabbed in the back. Nagato and Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu. Black Zetsu asked, "What do we do now?" Pain answered, "Let Kakazu move alone. Scout a partner for him that he can't kill." White Zetsu said, "Since Hidden Leaf Village ninjas fought with them, Hidden Leaf Village will now have information about us. If they focus on us, it may cause a lot of issues. They have some scary ninjas." Pain replied, "They most likely already know about us. Even if they take any action against us, they are no threat. You don't need to worry about it. Just scout for stronger members." Zetsu nodded and left. White Zeta said, "That was surprising. I thought he'd be upset or angry." Black Zetsu replied, "He is strong. Even without Akatsuki, he could capture all 9-tailed beasts. So he doesn't attach any importance to weaklings who'd die so easily." White Zetsu smiled and said, "Yeah. His eyes are so scary." Zetsu would search for new members for Akatsuki. Unfortunately, Hidan won't complete his ritual for quite a few years. So many more Akatsuki members would die at Kakazu's hands. Hidden Leaf Village. After traveling the whole night, Team Renjiro returned to Hidden Leaf Village early in the morning. En route, Renjiro imparted his vast knowledge to his students to prepare them for their future. After entering Hidden Leaf Village, they went to the Hokage building right away. They walked towards the Hokage's office. The door was closed. Renjiro walked forward to knock on the door. However, an Anbu ninja appeared in front of him. The Anbu ninja said in a serious tone, "Lord Hokage is busy. You will have to wait." Renjiro looked back at him and said, "It's important." The Anbu ninja was surprised. He knew Renjiro. He said, "Lord Hokage is having a meeting with the elders." Renjiro replied, "It's more important. Besides, it's good that the elders are there. They would like to hear my report as well." The Anbu ninja nodded and said, "Wait a few seconds." He knocked on the door. Inside the office, Hiruzen was discussing some matters with Hamura and Kohaku. They stopped as soon as they heard the knock. The Anbu ninja entered and said, "Lord Hokage. Senju Renjiro has returned and has something important to report." Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows. He thought, knowing Renjiro, he wouldn't interrupt for no reason. He said, "All right, send him in." On hearing Hiruzen, Renjiro entered the office. His students followed him. The Anbu ninja left the office and closed the door. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro and asked, "How did the mission go, Renjiro?" Renjiro answered, "The mission went well. There were 16 rogue ninjas who were formerly from Hidden Mist Village. We killed 13. I'll report the details later. What happened while we were returning is important." Hiruzen and the elders paid close attention. Renjiro was one of the very few active elite jounins in Hidden Leaf Village. If he thought something to be important, it would be a serious matter. Renjiro said, "We were attacked by 2 rogue ninjas while we were returning. One of them was Kaminari from Hidden Clouds Village." Hiruzen and the elders immediately became serious. Renjiro continued, "The other was called Kakazu. He is a rogue ninja from Hidden Waterfall Village." Fujin remembered his data from the bingo book. Apparently, he had tried assassinating Lord First. This surprised them. Kohaku immediately said, "That can't be right. Even if it is, that person would be very old and not worth our attention." Renjiro replied, "He is stronger than me. He would easily be categorized as an S-rank ninja. Luckily we escaped while deceiving them with clones. Otherwise, even getting away would have been unlikely." This shocked them. Renjiro's strength was top tier in Hidden Leaf Village. Only 3 in Hidden Leaf Village could claim to be able to kill him without allowing him to escape. Hiruzen asked, "Even you wouldn't have been able to get away?" Renjiro nodded. He said, "Even more worrisome is that they were wearing the same uniform. Both wore black cloaks with red clouds on them." Hiruzen's eyes widened. Renjiro noticed it. Hiruzen said, "Akatsuki." After a pause, he continued, "It's where my treacherous student joined after betraying us." Renjiro was shocked. He asked, "Even Orochimaru is there? What do we know about this organization?" Hiruzen replied, "Not much. Jiraiya tracked Orochimaru and they entered into a fight. He got this information from Orochimaru. We did some searching. Apparently, it is a mercenary organization. Hidden Stones Village and smaller countries around it often employ them. We don't know much about them. Their leader is a mystery. So is their total number of members. Other than Orochimaru, we had heard just about Juzo joining them. And now we know about Kaminari and Kakazu joining them as well." Renjiro analyzed and replied, "That's not much information." Hiruzen nodded. They discussed a bit about Akatsuki and what steps they should take. Renjiro proceeded to provide them with all the details of the encounter. Fujin, Hoka and Miko paid attention and observed how Renjiro interacted with the leaders and provided the information. They noticed that Renjiro made no mention of Fujin's battle achievements against Kaminari. After half an hour of discussion, Hiruzen handed Team Renjiro the mission rewards. Hiruzen looked at the newly promoted Chunins who just had to undergo such a frightening encounter. He thought, sigh, I don't want such young kids to encounter such dangers. But since they survived, this incident will make them stronger. Should I reward them with something to motivate them more? As the thought crossed his mind, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Fujin. He immediately decided, no, there is no need to. Team Renjiro was dismissed. They left the Hokage's building. Chapter 141, Farewells. Renjiro looked at his students and said, come, let's go out to eat. His students followed him. Miko asked, which restaurants are open at this time of the day, sensei? Renjiro replied, the ramen shop should be open. Follow quickly. It's my treat. He flickered. His students immediately began the race. They arrived at the shop and ordered their ramen. Renjiro asked, what have you planned for the future? Miko replied, I will join the Hidden Leaf Village police force. Hoka said, my father will arrange for me to join a squad. So I will be doing more missions. Fujin answered, I am not sure. I haven't thought about it. I guess I will spend some time mastering the wind vacuum jutsu. Renjiro thought and said, Miko, I know all Uchiha joined the police force. However, there aren't many opportunities to fight in the police force. I would recommend you to go on a few missions. It will provide you with more experience that will be helpful in becoming a jounin. Miko nodded and said, yes sensei. If the police force isn't a challenge, then I'll take difficult missions as well. Renjiro smiled. He looked at Hoka and said, Hoka, don't forget to train ninjutsu as well. Hoka nodded and said with reluctance, yes sensei. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, training is good. But don't forget to do missions as well. In a battlefield, your skills will grow at a much faster pace than in a training field. Fujin nodded and said, yes sensei. Tuki served ramen. They began eating. While eating, Renjiro said, Chunin is an important phase. Your leadership skills will be developed at this rank. And you will be able to undertake a variety of missions and cooperate with a large number of fellow Chunins. When undertaking missions, do a few missions with Chunins you have never worked with. It will help you understand the skills of a lot more ninjas. And you could also find techniques or jutsus that suit you perfectly. So keep your mind open and observe everyone properly. He took a pause and said with a serious tone, of course, the most important thing is that you take care of your life. Don't take unnecessary risks and complete the missions in the most efficient ways. Don't try to get interesting fights when you can finish your enemy off with lesser efforts. All three nodded seriously. Until now, they could play around as they had Renjiro looking after their backs. But that won't be the case anymore. Renjiro said, there is another thing that I want you to know. Fujin, do you recall our conversation about Kekkei Genkai? Fujin thought for a bit and said, yes sensei. Miko asked, what did you discuss? Renjiro replied, we didn't discuss much. He looked at Fujin and said, last time, I didn't tell you some details as you were still training. The truth is, that other than inheriting a Kekkei Genkai from a bloodline, you can also create a Kekkei Genkai by fusing two natures. Miko and Hoka were surprised to learn this. Fujin was shocked. He thought, what the hell? Kekkei Genkai can be created? By people who don't have any relations to that bloodline. Miko asked, how can Kekkei Genkai be created, sensei? Renjiro said, let's take the example of Scorch style. It is a Kekkei Genkai that forms from the fire and wind natures. If a ninja has mastered these two natures and can fuse the two natures perfectly, then that ninja will be able to use Scorch release. Miko quickly asked in an excited tone, does this mean that I can have two Kekkei Genkai? Renjiro nodded and said, if you can fuse two elements perfectly, then yes. He paused for a few seconds to let his students absorb this information. He continued, however, it is almost impossible to do this. Very few are known to attain a Kekkei Genkai through this method. I didn't tell you about this earlier because I didn't want you to waste your time on this. Even someone as talented and strong as Lord Hokage couldn't manage to do this. Fujin thought, oh. Even Hiruzen can't do it. But, he said that very few could do this. Who were they? And how did they manage to fuse them? Miko asked, how to fuse two elements, sensei? Renjiro smiled and answered, I don't know. I never managed to do it. The basic requirement is that you should have a complete mastery of two natures. Only then can you attempt to fuse them. No one from Hidden Leaf Village ever managed to do this. Lord Second and Third spent quite a few years trying this but they never succeeded. One of the Sanins, Orochimaru, also tried without any success. But, we researched this a lot and concluded that managing to fuse two natures needs a lot of luck and maybe some sort of epiphany. While talent is also a factor, it isn't enough to achieve this. This information decreased the hopes of Fujin and Miko. Hoka wasn't concerned about this. Fujin thought, an epiphany. I guess that is the only explanation that can explain the likes of Kakashi, Hiruzen and Orochimaru not achieving this. Still, this is definitely worth a try. Though I need to decide which elements to try. After analyzing, Fujin asked, Sensei, is this method only valid for elemental Kekkai Genkai? Can Kekkai Genkai such as Sharingan, Byakugan or Shikatsumiyaku also be created? Miko and Hoka were surprised by this question. They both looked at Fujin as he had just mentioned their Kekkai Genkai. Renjiro answered, no. At least, there has been no record of those 3 Kekkai Genkai appearing outside their bloodlines. Fujin was disappointed. He sighed internally thinking, just when I thought I had an easier way to climb to the top. I am not sure how much aid an elemental Kekkai Genkai will provide me. But something like Sharingan or Shikatsumiyaku would have buffed me up a lot. Renjiro said, anyways, don't bother trying to fuse 2 natures anytime soon. None of you has even mastered 1 nature manipulation to a sufficient degree. Fusing would need 2 natures at a similar level as my earth and water natures. I told you just so that you guys would be aware. So that if one of you gets lucky and has that epiphany in the future, you won't miss out on a good fortune. The trio nodded. Fujin thought, my wind element is still not at that level? Guess there really is no need to consider this anytime soon. The group finished their ramen and left the shop. Renjiro looked at his students and said, I am glad that Lord Hokage assigned me as your sensei. You have become fine ninjas. All 3 respectfully bowed and said in unison, thank you for teaching and training us sensei. Renjiro looked with an emotional look and said, leave. Take some rest. He flickered away. Fujin, Hoka and Miko saw Renjiro flickering. Hoka said in a sad voice, I'll miss training under him. We got so strong in a year. Fujin nodded, yes. We were lucky to have him as our sensei. From what I have heard, other senseis don't put this much effort into their students. Miko nodded and said, yes. Even my parents were very respectful of him. The trio looked at each other. Fujin said, I guess it means that we won't see each other often either. Hoka and Miko nodded. Hoka said, well, we could take missions together once in a while. Miko nodded, yes, that will be fun. She looked at Hoka and smirked, maybe you would learn something that could help you join my and Fujin's combo attack. Hoka's shoulders dropped. Though he had developed a lot of combination jutsus with Fujin and Miko, none came close to Fujin and Miko's wind and fire combination. Fujin said, I heard that Jiraiya of the Sanins uses oil jutsu to strengthen his fire jutsus. I am not sure if that is a part of water style. But if it is, then you can check that. That way both oil and wind would amplify Miko's fire jutsu. Both Hoka and Miko were surprised by the suggestion. Hoka said, I had never thought of oil. Miko said, me neither. Fire, wind and oil combination seems very strong. Great idea Fujin. Hoka asked, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Fujin shrugged and answered, I just had that thought. Besides, did you really want to learn more ninjutsu while our training was on? Hoka immediately became embarrassed. He replied, sorry, good point. The 3 exchanged glances. They didn't have any more words. Hoka said, let's leave guys. Good luck. Next time we meet, let's have a battle royale again. Hoka and Miko grinned. Fujin replied, sure. Hopefully the next time you 2 will last longer. Fujin began laughing. Miko and Hoka angrily looked at Fujin, but he had flickered away. Only his laugh could still be heard. Miko said, that jerk is still as annoying as ever. Hoka sighed and said, yes. He was so quiet in the academy. I didn't think he'd have this side as well. Miko said, anyways, see you later Hoka. Hoka nodded and replied, see you as well. They both left towards their home. Team Ranjiro, which was assembled a year ago and completed 7 rank D, 41 rank C and 3 rank A missions, was finally disbanded. Chapter 142, Plans for the Future. Fujin went straight to his home after leaving. While moving, he thought, what a crazy mission. Never thought I'd run into Kakazu so early. I'm not ready to face Akatsuki. It's doubtful that I'd be anytime soon. Sigh, this world is so dangerous. I need to increase the intensity of my training. And I need better ways of escaping. I am not sure if wind instantaneous body jutsu would be sufficient. After reaching his house, Fujin jumped into his bed. He was mentally exhausted from the encounter and physically exhausted due to running non-stop for hundreds of kilometers. He fell asleep. He slept till late afternoon. After waking up, he thought, so what to do now? He thought for a bit and said, I will have to calculate a lot. Let me fill my stomach first. He went out for lunch and returned in the evening. Before returning, he went to the Hokage's building and booked the training ground 23 for himself for the next few months. After returning home, he grabbed a book and a pen and sat on his bed. He sat in a meditative pose and began analyzing. After a while, he opened his eyes. He concluded, Hidden Leaf Village is notoriously famous for being very strict with jounin promotions. It's safe to say that I won't become a jounin for at least 3 years. Likely more. So I won't get any access to any A rank Winjutsus for a long time. And I already have learned the good B rank Winjutsus. So once I master those B rank Winjutsus, I can work on diversifying my skill set. Problem is that there are way too many things that I want to learn. Right now, the most important thing is mastering air bullet jutsu and vacuum bullet jutsus. I need to be able to perform them without any hand signs. I also need to learn to shoot multiple vacuum bullets. But, from what Hiruzen said, I'll need quite some time before I'll be able to do it. He said that it will come naturally to me after performing a crazy number of vacuum bullet jutsus. But, he didn't say how many times I'd need to practice it. I will make a decision on this after learning to use it without any hand signs. Next, I'll need to learn the B rank Winjutsus and perform them without hand signs as well. The next 2 important aspects are learning the lightning element and learning Fuinjutsu. I am not sure how easy or difficult the lightning element will be. Especially since I have to keep it a secret. As for Fuinjutsu, that should be easy. I can spam shadow clones for learning Fuinjutsu. But I won't be able to practice it alongside ninjutsu training. The best time to learn Fuinjutsu will be when I am learning lightning manipulation. But, it will have to stop when I start learning lightning jutsus. I'll make the decision when the time comes. After lightning and Fuinjutsu, I will try those ideas I have for wind jutsus. But, I am afraid that some of those applications of wind chakra could injure me if I don't control it perfectly. So I will need to learn mystical palm before it. My chakra control is very good, so learning mystical palm shouldn't be an issue. Right now, the skills that I am happy with are the Senju Taijutsu style and Samurai Saber Jutsu. My Taijutsu and swordsmanship are both excellent. Especially when paired with long-range wind jutsus. I would like to raise my Senju Taijutsu to Tsunada's way of fighting. But, it won't be easy. I had been trying it while training with Renjiro without a hint of success. Also, before I try to learn more ninjutsus, I have to sort out my current jutsus. I have learned quite a lot of jutsus. But I don't use a few of them. First, I have to decide which jutsus I want to keep using. Then I will have to perfect them. That leaves just Ganjutsu. I haven't focused on Ganjutsu much. My focus has been more on ninjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu. I guess I should learn that Ganjutsu Dobirama had created to fight against the Uchiha. But for the rest, it's probably best to not even try. After all, no matter how skillful I may become, it's impossible to match the Sharingan in Ganjutsu. I might as well just focus on countering Ganjutsu. I would also like to learn Juinjutsu, but I guess that will follow after Fuinjutsu. So that can wait. I guess that's all for now. The only idea left is... Fujin extended his right forearm forward. He tightened his palm. Chakra appeared on his palm. It rotated at a high speed and began taking the form of a sphere. It was slightly unstable initially, but soon it maintained a proper sphere shape. Fujin thought, I haven't practiced Rasengan at all for over a year. I could barely form it before I graduated. Now, I need to master this jutsu properly. From the time I graduated, my chakra reserves and control have improved many folds. So mastering Rasengan shouldn't be taxing now. I need to be able to use it in combat situations. He went back to his bed and began writing down all the jutsus that he had learned so far. Transformation Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Rasengan Jutsu, Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu, Wind Style, Jutsu, Gale Jutsu Jutsu, Wind Clone Jutsu, Wind Levitation Jutsu, Projectile Control Jutsu, Wind Retrieving Jutsu, Gale Surge Jutsu, Breakthrough Jutsu, Dust Cloud Jutsu, Wind Explosion Jutsu, Propelling Winds Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Wind Sword Jutsu, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu, Wind Torpedo Jutsu, Air Bullet Jutsu, Vacuum Sphere Jutsu, Vacuum Bullet Jutsu, Earth Style Jutsu, Rock Shield Jutsu, Earth Military Movement Jutsu, Mud Moat Jutsu, Earth Style Camp Jutsu, Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Earth Holding Jutsu, Earth Wall Jutsu, Ganjutsu, Double Vision Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu. Fujin saw the list and had just one thought, when the fuck did I learn 37 jutsus? He sighed and exclaimed, no wonder I felt the need to sort my jutsus. Sigh, this is so much work. He began analyzing all his jutsus and their utility. After what seemed like an epoch, Fujin was finally done. He concluded his thoughts: among 36 jutsus, only 3 jutsus are completely useless for me. Clone jutsu, wind torpedo jutsu and earth holding jutsu. Wind clones are a much better option as compared to clone jutsu. As for wind torpedo jutsu, vacuum bullet jutsu does a much better job. As for earth holding jutsu, it is too slow to be useful for anything. There are also some redundancies. Breakthrough, great breakthrough, and infinite breakthrough jutsus are just advanced forms of each other. In fact, aspects of both jutsus are covered in the infinite breakthrough jutsu. So, once I master the infinite breakthrough, I'll be able to increase its power by supercharging or decrease its power to great breakthrough or even breakthrough by just controlling my chakra. It is the same with rock shield and earth wall jutsus, and with earth military movement and earth instantaneous body jutsus. Then, there are some very basic jutsus. Gale, wind retrieving, projectile control, wind levitation jutsu, propelling winds jutsu and dust cloud jutsus. Though these jutsus seem good, they don't work in a fast-paced battle. But, I have already mastered them. And I have a cool idea for them. So I'll set them aside for now. Next are utility jutsus. These can provide some uses. Gale jutsu can be used to cover up footprints and smell. Earth-style camp jutsu can be used to make a hideout. Mud moat jutsu can be used to set up traps. These jutsus are handy, but I don't need to master them as I won't use them in battle. Now, for the important part. That is combat. I will divide jutsus into 4 parts: offense, defense, movement and support. For defense, I have earth wall jutsu and spinning shield of wind jutsu. Both are good and mastered. And I have some ideas to improve the spinning shield of wind jutsu. And, I always have the option of escaping underground. This should be sufficient. For movement, I have substitution jutsu, body flicker jutsu, wind instantaneous body jutsu and earth instantaneous body jutsu. All 4 have been mastered. I wonder if there would be any lightning jutsu that promotes speed in the library. Anyways, this is good for now. The only ways that I know to improve this substantially are learning the lightning chakra mode or flying thunder god. For support, I have shadow clone and wind clone jutsus. Both are good. Especially when combined with shadow clone explosion jutsu. I also want to transform wind dragon jutsu and gale wind wolf jutsu into support. Otherwise, they aren't very effective. Lastly, offense. I guess I can further divide offense into close range, mid-range and long range. For close range offense. Well, that's a surprise. I only have Rasengan. Makes sense, I suppose. My sword is plenty. And my taijutsu is good as well. I guess I can improve this further by learning elemental Rasengan and maybe a jutsu like Chidori. For mid-range offense, I have wind explosion jutsu, wind sword jutsu, infinite breakthrough jutsu, air bullet jutsu, vacuum bullet jutsu and vacuum sphere jutsu. I should stop using wind explosion and air bullet as soon as I can. And instead, use vacuum sphere and vacuum bullet. Only with sufficient practice will I be able to reach a stage where vacuum jutsus feel as natural as those jutsus. I guess Kanjutsu would come under mid-range offense as well. I need to try using these 2 jutsus during missions against enemy Chunins and see how effective they are. Though, in the long run, they won't be very effective. Lastly, long-range offense. All my support jutsus double up as long-range offense. Infinite breakthrough and vacuum bullet jutsus also double up as long-range jutsus. Especially vacuum bullet, which has a fearsome penetrating power. Alright, this is it. That covers all my jutsus. I can form a battle system. Senju taijutsu style and swordsmanship for close range. Vacuum bullet, wind sword, vacuum sphere, and infinite breakthrough for mid and long range attacks. Earth wall and spinning shield of wind for defense. Wind and shadow clones for support. Body flicker and substitution for dodging. Wind and earth instantaneous body jutsus for escaping. And my chakra field to sense or scout enemies. The only aspects that are missing are healing and maybe sealing. Once I learn mystical palm jutsu and a good seal, I should be a complete ninja who covers all aspects. Once this is done, I will pick one aspect and just focus on it till I reach among the top tier ninjas in that aspect. Fujin's face became very determined. The determination to become strong could be seen in his eyes. Fujin once again looked at the jutsus he had written and sighed, to think that just analyzing my current skills will get so complicated. That too when I have just focused on only one element. What a mess will this become if I master a few more elements and learn more jutsus. Fujin took one final look at the book. Suddenly, chakra appeared in his hands and covered the book. The book was shredded into tiny pieces. Fujin used wind levitation jutsu to keep the small pieces afloat. He collected them and burned everything, leaving no signs of it. With the jutsus analyzed, Fujin began thinking about Renjiro's words, so elements can be fused to create a KK Genkai, huh? While I had thought, I really didn't think it'd be possible. But, should I try to create one? Fujin began thinking. After a while, he concluded, an elemental KK Genkai is very helpful in distinguishing from other normal ninjas. If I were to master an elemental KK Genkai at this very moment, I'll become strong enough to confront veteran jounins by myself. I might not win, but fighting equally and retreating would be very easy. But, beyond this, an elemental KK Genkai isn't much help. At max, I can expect to reach the elite jounin level. But considering that it'll be a few years till I master 2 elements, I should already be close to that level. So an elemental KK Genkai wouldn't be that useful. Another question is that if I decide to create one, which KK Genkai should I create? My top 2 elements are wind and lightning. That gives swift style. My third element is fire. I am not sure what fire and lightning do together. Fire and wind together should give scorch style. Scorch style is relatively good. The only known user was at S rank. So getting it could be a good help to reach that level. As for swift style, their bloodline was wiped out during the warring period. Though a few swift style users pop up, none have been famous. And there is barely any information in the library. That said, swift style is a bit unidimensional. All it does is increase speed. And I am already very fast. The main question will be, does swift style amplify my max speed? Or would it just help me reach some default speed and be useless if I already exceed that speed? If it's the latter, then it'll be a waste. But if it's the former, then it can be insanely good. If in the future I get my hands on the Raikage's lightning chakra mode technique and combine it with swift style and my own speed and they all stack up, I'll easily be the fastest ninja ever. And there is no need to even think about how overpowered that speed would make me. Especially if I even add the flying thunder god to the mix. Suddenly, Fujin stopped thinking. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, I am dreaming needlessly. I don't know whether I'd manage to learn even one of those 3 skills, let alone all 3. Not to mention, I have no whatsoever expertise in fire or lightning elements. I haven't learned even a single jutsu of those 2 elements. And Renjiro said that even my wind nature hasn't reached that level. So it's pointless to think or dream about this right now. After concluding his thoughts, Fujin decided, I'll rest for today. Tomorrow morning, my solo training begins. Chapter 143, New Routine and Advanced Fuinjutsu. Fujin woke up at 4:30 a.m. After freshening up, he turned up his training seal's power to 60% and left for the training ground he had booked. He began the physical training that Renjiro used to put them under. He trained hard till 9 a.m. After a short break to rest and eat, he began practicing the air bullet jutsu. His aim was to reduce its required hand signs to 0. He trained for a couple of hours, before taking a break for lunch. He trained another couple of hours after lunch, till his chakra started to drop low. He sighed, so stupid. I didn't consider the fact that I will run out of chakra. Especially while practicing B-rank jutsus. Anyways, what to do? I could increase my stamina by consuming soldier pills. But it won't be healthy in the long run. I guess I should just devote time to other activities. When I am close to running out of chakra, I should go to the library and read Fuinjutsu scrolls. Though Ikiraku comes first. And once my chakra has regenerated, I can do something less chakra intensive. So I suppose taijutsu or kenjutsu. Alright, let's do that. I'll practice sword fighting with a shadow clone. Fujin left for Ikiraku. He filled his stomach with a few bowls of ramen and went to the library. He thought, I have completed the Fuinjutsu scrolls from Section Z and D during the academy days. Let's see what the scroll in Section C has. He entered the C section of the library. He searched for a bit and found the scroll he was looking for. He grabbed the scroll and went to a desk and sat down. The title of the scroll was, Intermediate Fuinjutsu Guide. He opened it and began reading it. He read the entire scroll in one go and summarized, so finger carving seal is at intermediate level. And so is the 5 seal barrier. Considering that this barrier stopped a Jinchuriki, a medical ninja surpassed only by Tsunade, an S-rank ninja and a former S-rank ninja, I thought that it would be much higher in rank. Still, it is very complicated. Learning it will be tough. Binding cloth is also here. It was what was used to seal the Edo Tensei. But, the seal tag isn't here. Binding cloth without that sealing tag is kinda useless. And lastly, there are details about making explosion tags. Sigh, there isn't much in this scroll. It was disappointing. I hope that the scroll in the B section has better and more Fuinjutsu. He closed the scroll, put it back where it was and went to the B section. The number of scrolls in the B section was very low. But, when he found what he was looking for, he was surprised. Fujin thought, what the hell? The C section barely had anything related to Fu in Jutsu. And this section has 6 scrolls? He began reading the names of each scroll. They were titled, Advanced Fu in Jutsu Theory Miscellaneous Seals I Miscellaneous Seals 2 Miscellaneous Seals 3 Battlefield Seals Sealing Tags Fujin grabbed the Advanced Fu in Jutsu Theory scroll and began reading. This scroll had a lot of advanced level theories about Fu in Jutsu. It introduced a few more special characters that were needed to make more seals. And it described the information about other scrolls. After reading, Fujin analyzed so many additional theories. But many of them haven't been implemented successfully yet. Anyways, the miscellaneous seal scrolls apparently have a lot of seals to make daily life easier. They were made for the benefit of the common people and to promote safer trade and transport. Looks like it was a project undertaken by Hidden Eddy Village. But left incomplete due to its destruction. The Battlefield Seals scroll has seals that can be used on the battlefield. Though they aren't useful in an actual battle, they can be used for other purposes. And lastly, the Sealing Tag scroll. This is what I am looking forward to the most. Additionally, the scroll also says that if I manage to learn all the seals in these 5 scrolls, I will be considered a seal master. He put back the scroll and grabbed the Sealing Tag scroll and began reading it. His excitement dropped a bit. He analyzed, there are only 3 seals here. The Sealing Tag, which can be used to seal Edo Tensei. It can also be used to stop summons and has quite a few applications. Then there is the Chakra Suppression seal that Renjiro used. And lastly, the Barrier Tag. It can be used to form barriers. Though it needs maintenance. So I can't use this and leave. Anyways, though not plenty, they are good. Kinda wish that the 4 symbol seal or 5 elements seal was here. But looks like they will be in the A section. Or at least I hope so. It would suck if it isn't available in the library at all. He changed the scroll for battlefield seals and began reading. This scroll had a lot of seals. After reading them all, Fujin analyzed, wow. I didn't think this would be so useful. There are seals for all sorts of battlefield applications. Fujin's surprise wasn't unwarranted. The scroll had seals to isolate sound. It even had seals to absorb light and make a place or object very difficult to see. In addition, there were seals to prevent being seen by the Byakugan or the Sharingan or even by sensors. Fujin guessed that these were the seals used by those Hidden Mist village squads who they eliminated inside the Land of Fire. There were a lot more useful seals in the scroll. Fujin was very impressed. He thought, no wonder Hidden Eddy village was eliminated. These seals are very potent. If an entire army learned these seals, they would become a nightmare to face. Especially in the midst of battle. Finally, he began reading the miscellaneous scrolls. While reading, Fujin's eyes lit up. The seals that were in the meditation room in the central tower of the Forest of Death in these scrolls. Even the seals on his training seal were in these scrolls. After reading all 3 scrolls, he concluded, these seals are good too. If the 5 big villages had cooperated and focused on these, then this world might have been a much better place. These seals are very good to develop this world quickly. Anyways, the most useful seals for me would be the ones used in that meditation room. In addition, there are also storage seals that can store living things safely. These too could be useful. After reading all the scrolls, Fujin put them back and sat in the library. He analyzed, there is a heck of a lot to learn in Fu in Jutsu. Actually, much of the stuff in the B section should have been placed in the C section. But I guess the village wanted to restrict their access to elite chunins and above. I'll need a lot of time to master these. Fortunately, I do have a lot of time. Additionally, I should check all the scrolls in the B section. It would be good if I find any good jutsus. More importantly, I want to see if there are any barrier jutsus. But, I guess they can wait. Let me complete my current plans. He left the library and returned back to the training ground. He made a hand sign and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone appeared in front of him. Fujin summoned a couple of normal swords from his scroll. Both grabbed 1 sword each. They began fighting without exchanging any words. The main focus of the spar was swordsmanship. Neither used chakra flow. After a couple of hours, Fujin and his clone were standing in front of each other. Both were breathing hard. The clone stabbed the sword into the ground and said, "My chakra is exhausted." It dispelled. Fujin received all his memories and experiences. Fujin thought, this is good. Getting experience from both sides provides me with both perspectives. He sealed the sword back and left for yakiniku. He needed a lot of meat to keep up with his planned routine. From the next day onwards, Fujin settled into this routine. In the morning, he would do physical training. That would be followed up by practicing and trying to master the air bullet jutsu. Once he ran low on chakra, He would either go to the library and read the seals or meditate. And he would end his training with Kenjutsu practice. Chapter 144, New House. On the 7th day of this routine, when Fujin returned back to his home, he noticed an envelope attached to his door. Fujin thought, that's new. He ripped it off and began reading. He thought, oh, this is a notice to call me to the mission office in the Hokage's office tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Did the hot water daimyo send the bounty rewards? The next morning, Fujin began training once again. He ended his morning training an hour earlier and went to the Hokage building. On reaching, he saw Hoka and Miko. He went up to them. Hoka asked, hey Fujin, how have you been doing? Fujin replied, well, I got back to training. What about you guys? Miko gave Fujin the stink eye and said, back to training already? You need to get a hobby, Fujin. Fujin smirked and replied, training is a hobby. Miko scoffed at his reply. Fujin looked at her and said in his mind, unlike you, I have more than a year to live. Hoka said, stop arguing. Let's go inside. The trio went inside. Fujin was thinking, Naruto and Sasuke should be 7 years old when the academy starts. So I guess the Uchiha massacre will happen in the next 12 months. My transmigration shouldn't have affected the politics around this incident. The only thing that could be considered is Hiruzen teaching Miko. But, I don't think it'll have much of an impact. They reached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Takao Hatake opened the door and looked at them and said, the bandit exterminators? Just 3 words instantly annoyed the trio. All their faces became dark. He said, come in. The trio entered the office with dark faces. Hiruzen stopped doing paperwork and looked at them. He wondered, why do they look like they have come here to give me money instead of coming here to take money? Takao opened a drawer and grabbed 3 packets. He handed one to each one of them. Hiruzen said, you guys did a great job in the land of hot water. The joint commander of the mission, Takuai, and their daimyo praised your work a lot. He looked at the package in their hands and said, these are the bounty rewards that daimyo has sent for you. Fujin, yours has 4.5 million ryo. Miko and Hoka, your packets have 2.5 million ryo each. Fujin saw his packet and thought, rank commissions give a shitload of money. Hiruzen's eyes didn't miss Fujin looking at his packet. He thought, this brat is very greedy. I have to ensure that he doesn't pick up any bad habits. He asked, what are you 3 planning to do with the money? Miko answered, nothing. My mom will take it all and put it in the bank. I can have access to it when I am older. Hoka said, same here. Though I'll be asking my dad to get me more tools to improve my strength. Hiruzen looked at Fujin, what about you Fujin? Fujin thought for a bit and said, I'll probably buy a new house. The one that the academy assigned me is too small and kinda old. Hiruzen was surprised. He never thought that Fujin would consider housing. Most orphans would live in their assigned houses for a long time. They would usually move out only when they get married. Hoka and Miko were surprised as well. Hoka said, that's good. Good luck Fujin. Miko added, yes, good luck Fujin. Invite us when it's ready. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen said, good. Takao, arrange for a proper contractor to meet up with Fujin. Good luck Fujin. Fujin nodded and thanked him. They left the office. Takao followed Fujin. He said, Fujin, follow me. Miko and Hoka said goodbyes and left for their respective homes. Fujin followed Takao. He led Fujin to a huge shop. It was quite close to the Hokage building. Fujin observed the shop. Many workers were working here. And all seemed busy. He entered and said, Old man Mage. An old man looked at the entrance. He was around 60 years old. All his hair was white, but his back was still upright. Seeing Takao, he walked towards him. Takao began walking towards him. Fujin followed. Ag said, Takao. To what do I owe the pleasure? Does Lord Hokage require my services? Takao shook his head. He said, this young man is planning to buy a house. Lord Hokage sees a lot of promise in him. So he asked me to recommend you to this young man. Ag took a good look at Fujin. He suddenly realized and said, Fujin-kun. I remember watching you in the Chunin exams. No wonder Lord Hokage values your talent. Fujin thought, wow, I didn't think I'd be recognized. Does that make me a minor celebrity? Haha, the old man continued, I actually lost some money in the betting. But seeing promising young men like you was worth it. Ha ha ha, he began laughing loudly. Fujin watched him with a deadpan look. Takao looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, old man Eiji here is one of the best architects in Hidden Leaf Village. He has built many houses and usually has a few on sale too. He will give you the best deals. So choose the house you like. Fujin nodded. Takao left. Eiji watched his back as he left. Though Takao spoke only a few simple sentences, which any outsider might think were casual, There were a lot of hidden messages in them. Even Fujin didn't notice any. When he said that Hokage found Fujin promising, it meant that Fujin was someone with a bright future. Ag shouldn't try to be underhanded with him or take advantage of his younger age. When Takao told Fujin that Ag would give him the best deals, it was actually a message for Ag to give Fujin the best deal he could and only make minimal profits. Ag obviously picked up on them. This wasn't the first time he had interacted with Takao. While he was impressed with Fujin's dominance in the Chunin exams, he was more impressed with the fact that he made Takao speak for him. Usually, Ag would give the job of showing houses to one of his employees. But since Takao brought Fujin, he decided to attend to him. He looked at Fujin and asked with a smile on his face, "So Fujin-kun, have you decided on what type of house you want?" Fujin thought for a bit and answered, "I haven't decided much. The only requirements I have are that it'd be big and spacious." Ag looked at Fujin for a second and thought, that is pretty much like saying nothing. Fujin looked at him and asked, "Can you show me some houses first?" He said, "Sure. Can you tell me what your budget is?" Fujin replied, "That will depend on the house." Ag was speechless by the reply. He sighed and thought, this will be a long day. He didn't know how right he was. He nodded and said, "All right. Follow me." He began walking outside. All the prime area in Hidden Leaf Village was already sold and occupied. So no place near the Hokage's buildings was for sale. They walked a few blocks away. After walking a bit, they reached a place where 5 houses had just been built. Ag said, "In this area, I have just constructed these 5 houses. Check if you like any of them." Fujin observed the houses. From the outside, all looked great. All were built on an area of around 1,200 square feet. And all houses had a spacious living room on the ground floor along with a kitchen and a bathroom. On the upper floor, there were multiple master bedrooms. Fujin thought, not bad. The houses are good. Well, at least much better than my current one. But, none of them has a basement. I could try to build a basement using the camp jutsu, but I am not sure that it won't harm the foundation of the house. Also, the houses are kinda close to each other. Though they are separated by a fence, I'd like it if the houses were farther apart. Ag stayed outside and watched Fujin. He just kept flickering from one house to another. He chuckled, kids. So enthusiastic about everything. Though this one would not be in his budget. Unless of course Lord Hokage is paying for it. After a few minutes, Fujin left the house. He looked to be in thought. Ag asked, "Did you like the houses, Fujin-kun?" Fujin looked at him smiling. He answered, "Yes, they are well built. But, do you have any houses that are not close to other houses? Also, it'd be great if they have basements." Ag didn't expect that reply. He thought, these are a few of my best houses. But he doesn't look impressed at all. Chapter 145, Picky Youngster. He said, "Why do you want your house to not be close to other houses?" Fujin tilted his head and said, "I did say I want them to be spacious, right?" Ag was surprised again. He thought, what do you plan on doing with so much space? He said, "These are my houses with large empty spaces around them. I do have a few with even larger space. But they don't have any basements. As for the ones with basements, they don't have a large space around them." Fujin thought and said, "Can you show them to me?" Ag nodded and said, "Sure, follow me." They began walking to the next house. While walking, Fujin asked, "How much were those houses for Mr. Ag?" Ag replied, "I can sell one of those houses to you for 2.2 million ryo." He thought, they can go for over 3 million ryo. But due to Takao's words, I can sell them for just above my bottom line. Fujin was surprised. He thought, so an elemental crystal is worth more than one house? Renjiro wasn't kidding about their rarity. Ag took Fujin to look at a lot of houses. The one Fujin liked the most was a 2-story house built in a 1,500 square foot area. The land around the house was unoccupied. But it didn't have a basement. And the roads around the houses were quite busy. Since the house was in a good area, it was very pricey too. After seeing all of the houses, Fujin asked, "Do you construct new houses as well?" Ag was tired from taking Fujin on a tour. He answered, "Yes, I do." Fujin asked, "So, can you make a new house for me with a new design?" Ag's eyes twitched. After hours of touring, he wants me to build a new house? He said, "Building a new house takes time. And you will have to buy the land first." Fujin looked at him with a confused look and asked, "Don't you have contacts with any sellers of land? How did you build all these houses?" Ag didn't reply. He didn't want to argue against Fujin. It just felt like hitting his head on a wall. He sighed and said, "Yes. But buying land suddenly is very expensive. Especially if you want it in a good area. Only the land at the outskirts of the village would be cheaply available." Fujin thought a bit and said, "Being on the outskirts of the village doesn't matter. It'll be best if it's closer to the training grounds. AG said, okay. I'll contact a friend of mine. Meet me back at the shop after a couple of hours. Fujin nodded. He said, thank you for taking the time to show me the houses. AG's dissatisfaction with Fujin decreased. He watched Fujin as he left and sighed, he is an orphan. No wonder he was speaking so formally and without much emotion. I guess that he is still an innocent kid. But, why are his demands for a house so strict? He sighed and went to contact his old friend who usually sold him the land. Fujin had lunch and went to AG's shop in the afternoon. On entering the shop, he spotted another old guy next to AG. When Fujin arrived, they showed him a map of Hidden Leaf Village that showed the plots he had for sale. There were 5 that were suitable for Fujin. However, 3 of them were close to the residential areas of the Uchiha, Hyuga and Ibarame clans. Fujin didn't consider those. One of the plots caught his eye though. It was a 2,500 square meters plot. It was about 100 meters away from the civilian residential area. No clan was close to this place. And training ground 23 was very close to here. Fujin visited the plot along with the 2 old men and decided to buy it. AG was shocked again. Today was not a good day for his heart. He asked, you want to buy the whole plot and not just a small part of it to build your house? His friend looked at him with a frown on his face. He was stopping his business. Fujin said, oh, we can buy a small part of it as well. What's its cost? AG's friend replied, that area is very far from the center of the village. So the prices are cheap. I can sell a 1,000 square feet area plot for 100,000 ryo. But, if you buy the entire plot, I can sell it to you for 2 million ryo. Fujin thought, not bad, that's much better. Though still quite expensive. Anyways, I don't have any big expenses lined up. He looked at AG and asked, how much will constructing a house cost? AG answered, it depends on how big a house you want. A house like the ones I showed you first will cost around 500,000 ryo to construct. Fujin replied, great. He looked at his friend and said, I'll buy the entire plot then. Can you go any cheaper, old man? AG and his friend only had one thought, how rich is this kid? Fujin bargained over the price for a bit. In the end, he bought the whole plot for 1.6 million ryo. They did all the paperwork for the land transfer. Fujin then discussed the design of the house with AG. AG showed some of his plans. In the end, Fujin decided on a great-looking design, built on an area of 4,000 square feet at the center of the plot, with 3 stories and 2 basement floors. They began discussing the price and the time needed to construct the house. AG had seen Fujin bargain earlier. He said, don't bother discussing the price of construction with me. I'll quote you the lowest price. Constructing this house will cost you 1.8 million ryo and it will take around 7-8 months to be entirely built. Fujin frowned, 7-8 months? That long? AG sighed and replied, do you think making a house is easy, kid? My men will first have to dig a deep hole to lay down a proper foundation. The digging itself will take 2-3 months. And your house will be very big. So we will need time to make it properly. Fujin thought, that's reasonable. He asked, I have one question, old man. Will you be digging the entire ground, or do you have to leave some pillars for support? AG was surprised by that question. He didn't expect to hear it from Fujin. He replied, we will be digging the entire ground. Pillars made from the ground aren't very sturdy. Fujin said, okay, I can get the digging done quickly then. AG asked, do you have an affinity for earth nature manipulation? Fujin was surprised. He thought, I didn't expect a civilian to know about nature manipulation. Makes sense though. There should have been other ninjas who did the same. He nodded, yes. AG replied, that's great. Alright then. Once you have completed digging, I will reduce the construction cost depending on how much work is done. Fujin nodded and asked, another question. Will this house be able to withstand any attacks? AG replied, only very weaker ones. If you want, I can invite a seal master to inscribe seals on your house to make it more sturdy. But even then, it won't be able to stop something very powerful. But, we are in Hidden Leaf Village. Such attacks won't happen on us anyways. Fujin looked at him thinking, yeah, there will be 2 deadly attacks on us within a decade. The house is certain to be destroyed by pain. I'd just prefer it to survive sound and sand invasion. Fujin said, alright. You can invite the seal master then. AG replied, inviting a seal master will increase the costs. Fujin asked, how much? AG answered, I will have to talk with him. You can expect an additional 500,000 to 1 million ryo cost. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, fucking million ryo for just inscribing some seals? If money could be used to get stronger, I'd have stopped going for missions and worked as a seal master all the time. Fujin said, alright. AG replied, I will need a week to test this ground and decide on a plan to proceed. So come to my shop after a week. Once I have marked everything, you can dig the hole." Fujin nodded and left. While leaving he thought, "I didn't think that I would blow up almost the entire bounty rewards on the house. I could have saved money on the seal master. But I haven't ever professionally worked as a seal master other than selling storage scrolls. And, putting seals on the house once it is done won't be as effective as applying them while constructing it. Let's forget it, I am not short on money. So it's fine. I will have to inspect the seals later though. I doubt a professional would try anything funny, but it is always better to be vigilant." Fuinjutsu has a lot of applications. Chapter 146, First Mission as the Team Leader. The next day, Fujin returned to his training routine. A few days later, Fujin was breathing heavily. However, there was a big smile on his face. The trees in front of him were riddled with holes. He exclaimed, "Finally! I can perform vacuum bullets without using hand signs." In 11 days of training, Fujin had mastered the air bullet jutsu. The hand signs for the vacuum bullet jutsu were the same as the air bullet jutsu. He was able to perform it without hand signs a minute after mastering the air bullet jutsu. He practiced the vacuum bullet jutsu till he was comfortable and then began practicing the infinite breakthrough jutsu. On the appointed day, he met up with Ag. Ag had marked his entire plot. Ag showed him the markings and told him where and how deep to dig. Ag and his employees cleared the area and watched with anticipation. They were looking forward to Fujin's display. In the past, they had seen some amazing feats. Unfortunately, they would be disappointed. They stood for a couple of hours to see Fujin use Earth Camp Jutsu a few hundred times to dig up the hole. In fact, most got bored and left with disappointment. Fujin checked his work and left the hole. He walked towards Ag only to see a dumbfounded expression on his face. He asked, "What's the matter?" Ag sighed and replied, "Nothing." Fujin said, "Please check if everything is alright." Ag complained in his heart, "How can there be any mistakes when you work so slowly?" He said, "It's alright. It'll decrease your construction cost by 400,000 ryo. I also talked with a seal master. We decided on 600,000 ryo cost. Is that alright?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Can I watch when he inscribes the seals?" Ag said, "Sure. It's your house after all. I'll send a worker to your house to give you the message." Fujin thanked him and left back for training. The next afternoon, Fujin was practicing the infinite breakthrough jutsu. He had already learned how to use it without any hand signs. Its similarity with the great breakthrough jutsu allowed Fujin to master it quickly. He was now practicing supercharging this jutsu quickly. However, he suddenly stopped practicing and looked in a direction. He thought, someone entered the training ground? Who? The chakra signature is very low. So either he is weak or good at hiding his chakra level. The person Fujin sensed was moving towards him. Fujin stopped practicing and waited to see who it was. After a little while, a young man in his early 20s appeared. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Hey, you are Fujin, right?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Yes." "Who are you?" He answered, "I am Endo Tadao. I came here to call you to the mission center." "You are called there." Fujin thought, "Are they finally assigning me a mission? Is he a messenger or someone who works there?" He replied, "Alright, I will be there." Tadao looked at Fujin. He seemed to have no intention to leave. He said, "Can you leave now? They have called you immediately." Fujin sighed and said, "Alright." Tadao expected Fujin to follow him back. However, Fujin just disappeared. He was shocked, "What the hell? I just blinked my eyes and he disappeared." He immediately looked around himself but didn't find anyone. However, he saw the destruction Fujin had caused in that training ground. He muttered, "He really left like that." Shichiro wasn't lying about his skill and strength. He turned around and began running back to the Hokage building. Fujin flickered to the Hokage building. He entered the building and walked into the mission center. On entering, he saw a few Chunins who were working there. In addition, there were a few more ninjas. Looking at Fujin, one of the Chunin officers stood up and called him. Fujin recognized him. He was the one who assigned most of the bandit hunting missions to Team Renjiro. Fujin walked towards him while noticing two other ninjas standing in front of his desk. Shichiro said, "Fujin-kun, long time no see." Fujin nodded. He hadn't taken a mission from this room since the mission to the Land of Tea. Shichiro asked, "Where is Tadao?" Fujin replied, "The messenger? Not sure. I came here after he asked me to." Shichiro was dumbfounded. He sighed and said, "He isn't the messenger. He will be your teammate for the next mission." Fujin thought, "Really? He seemed weak. Was he hiding his strength?" Shichiro introduced the two ninjas next to him. "He is Kimiyama Yasuoka and he is Obekani. Along with Endo Tadao, they will be in your team." You will be the leader of this team for this mission. Fujin's eyebrows twitched. He thought, both their chakra levels are weak as well. Don't tell me. Shichiro took a document and handed it to Fujin. Fujin read the title and his face immediately became dark. Shichiro said, your mission is to eliminate this new bandit group. They have been creating a lot of trouble. Fujin looked at him and handed him the document back. He said, I don't want it. Call me when you have any rank B mission for me. Yasuoka and Kani burned in embarrassment. A kid half their age was refusing to do a mission they couldn't undertake without supervision. Shichiro sighed and said, Fujin, you have just become a chunin. Even if you are assigned a rank B mission, you won't be selected as the team leader. That role will be taken by the more experienced chunins. You will have to undertake rank C missions to build up your leadership skills. Only once you lead in a large number of rank C missions, will you be able to lead rank B missions. Fujin observed Shichiro. He sensed that he wasn't lying. But he also sensed that what he said was complete bullshit. The reason that he was giving him this mission was just so he could get a laugh from Fujin's reaction. Fujin was sure that he would give Hoka and Miko bandit elimination missions as well. Fujin was about to leave, but Shichiro stopped him and began giving a number of reasons to take this mission. Wanting to get him off his back, Fujin finally agreed. However, he said, this is the last time I am taking a rank C mission. The next time you assign me a bandit elimination mission, I'll forge evidence that you are their ringleader. Shichiro smiled and handed him the document back. Dadao finally returned to the mission center. He was breathing heavily. Fujin looked at his 3 new subordinates and asked, when do you guys want to leave for the mission? Yasuoka answered, we are ready to leave anytime. Fujin said, alright. Let's meet at the village gate in a couple of hours. Fujin left to have his lunch. Dadao, Yasuoka and Kani saw him leave. Tadao asked, are we getting too old? Kani refused, no way. I am not even married yet. Yasuoka sighed at his teammate's antics. He said, well, at least he is strong. Though he seems to be very arrogant. He didn't put us in his eyes at all. Shichiro chuckled and patted his back. He said, don't worry. He is very reasonable and balanced. And he is very strong. From what I heard, he is even stronger than me. And he has a reputation for being the bandit exterminator. You guys will be fine. Dadao, Yasuoka and Kani sighed. They knew they had been set up by Shichiro. All 4 of them were 22 years old. They were in the same year in the academy and were good friends. Unfortunately, the 3 of them weren't very talented. They never managed to be promoted to chunin and had already given up on it. They stayed together as a team and would only take rank C missions occasionally for the money and to stay in shape. Shichiro was a bit more talented than them. He managed to be promoted to the chunin rank in the 3rd Great Ninja War. But he became weary of risking his life and took a desk job. After a couple of hours, Fujin and the 3 Gainins assembled. Fujin asked, have you prepared the necessary weapons and rations for the mission? All 3 Gainins nodded awkwardly as many were watching when Fujin asked this question. Fujin asked, what are your specialities? Dadao said, I am good at throwing shurikens. I can hit a bullseye every single time. Yasuoka said, I have mastered water nature manipulation. While there was no change in Fujin's expression, he scoffed in his mind, mastered? Why don't you put your name down as a candidate for the 5th Hokage? Kani said, I can observe our surroundings carefully and pick up on clues. Fujin nodded and said, alright, let's go. However, Tadao stopped him, wait Fujin. Can you tell us about your specialities? Fujin stopped and turned around. He answered, I know a bit of wind and earth nature manipulation and am good with clones. After answering he turned around and began leaving. The trio were a bit surprised. They expected the preteen to brag about his prowess. But, he didn't show off at all. They quickly followed him. Chapter 147, a scheme targeting Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin and his squad moved quickly through the forest. Kani took the position at the front while Fujin was in the rear. Occasionally, Fujin used to activate his chakra field and sense his surroundings. Fujin sighed thinking, this is tough without Hoka. I could divide this job with him to reduce my workload. And, his eyes could notice the stuff I missed and vice versa. After some time, Yasuoka asked, Fujin, you became a chunin in the last chunin exam, right? Fujin replied, yes. Yasuoka asked again, who are your sensei and teammates? Yasuoka and his teammates were getting very bored by moving without talking even a bit. And talking among themselves while ignoring Fujin would have been rude. So Yasuoka began talking with Fujin. Fujin didn't have much of an interest in interacting with them. There wasn't much benefit in doing it. But, as they kept on talking, Fujin realized that those guys were fun. So their talks became more cordial. At some point, Fujin asked, how often do you guys do such missions? Dadao answered, it depends on our expenses. Usually, we do 1 or 2 missions per month. Shichiro assigns a Chunin to our team to lead the mission. Fujin asked, and do you always do missions together? Kani nodded, yes. For rank C missions, we are together as a team. But, if someone needs some extra money, then they take some rank D missions solo. Fujin thought, not bad. I guess it is a good method of making money. Well, at least to handle day-to-day needs. Plus with the same team, they should be very familiar with each other and should have solid teamwork. Unfortunately, they are too weak. If they were at least Chunins, their team could have been slightly famous. They continued moving towards their target. While moving, Fujin seriously considered, should I create such a team too? Having teammates with a good bond, teamwork and complementary skills could ease up the missions quite well. But, even if I decide to make such a squad, who should I include? The only ones that come to mind are Miko and Hoka. Perhaps I could even ask Teru and Yori as well. Though I haven't met them for over a year. That said, both Miko and Yori will die soon. So there isn't much point in including them. Also, both Hoka and Teru are quite headstrong. And, neither have the fire element or the Ganjutsu skills that a new Uchiha brings to the table. Fujin thought for a bit before finally giving up, leave it. Such a team works for these guys because they are all equally weak and have no great ambitions. Among the strong, no such teams ever formed. The only squad with an all-S-rank roster that comes to my mind is the Sanins. And, even they broke up. The journey to the reported area took 7 hours. Fujin sighed internally, if I was with my previous squad, we could have reached here in 3 hours. Unfortunately, not only were these guys slow, but they also needed 2 breaks. I guess expecting the same level of fitness and capability as my old squad was a bit too much. Probably only Anbu or Jounin squads will have a higher efficiency than us. Fujin and the Gainins were observing the area. There were clear signs of a fight happening at that place. Yasuoka observed the surroundings and said, there are multiple broken carts here. Looks like the attack had taken place here. Kani snorted in displeasure. Those cocky bandits didn't even bother to hide and cover up their actions. Fujin too wondered about that, that's weird. None of the dozens of bandit camps we cleared had such stupid bandits. It's as if they want to let others know that they created trouble. But why would a bandit group attract unwanted attention? The weirdness of the situation suddenly increased Fujin's alertness to the max. Kani began observing the clues. He said, according to the clues, they are. However, Fujin interrupted him, southwestern direction. About 1,100 meters from here. Move quickly and quietly. The trio were surprised. They never thought that Fujin would be a censor as well. They immediately followed his instructions without any complaints or doubts. They moved over a kilometer in the direction that Fujin pointed before they could see the camp. Kani was very surprised. He said softly, first they left all the clues on the road. And they have a camp out in the open? Sure, it's in the forest, but there is no cover for them at all when someone finds them. Yasuoka and Tadao were confused too. The place had multiple small huts made of bamboo and leaves. They were spread over 100 meters and could probably hold around 60 bandits. There was no natural protection other than the forests. However, Fujin's attention was on something else. Oh! I see. There is one ninja among this bandit group. And he seems to be at the Chunin level. Is he behind this stupidity? Or is he scheming up something? Fujin's eyes moved towards his temporary subordinates as he thought, having subordinates is kinda nice. I'll let them test the waters. If it's just this guy, then I will assassinate him. If he is indeed cooking up some scheme, then they will be good meat shields. I'll stay back and observe what scheme is being cooked here. Sigh, they kinda seem good. Unfortunately, this world is too dangerous. If something were to happen to them, then it's their own fault for being so weak. Fujin steeled his resolve. He said, you guys begin the assault. Move quietly and eliminate as many as you before alerting the whole camp. I'll stay behind and observe in case there is anything fishy. Tadao, Yasuoka and Kani nodded and moved. They weren't aware that there was someone stronger than them among the bandits. Fujin stayed behind and observed them. In the central hut of the camp, a large man was relaxing on a rather comfortable deck chair. 2 slim ladies were around him, one massaging his shoulders and another his thighs. Both had scared looks on their face. The man grinned like a pervert while enjoying the treatment. Some other bandits in the room were looking at them lecherously. The man sitting in the chair was Idain Kii. He was a hot-headed Chunin from Hidden Clouds village. Due to his hot-headedness, he killed a civilian and hence ended up in a prison. Fortunately for him, he was able to get out of prison due to special circumstances. A month ago in the Raikage office, an old man entered the Raikage's office and placed some documents in front of him. He was an elder in Hidden Clouds village. He said, these are some reports that we received from the Land of Fire. Mabui took the reports and began reading. The fourth Raikage frowned. He asked, "Is Hidden Leaf Village up to something?" The old man shook her head and said, "No, this is related to their trade. In the past couple of months, their trade has suddenly boomed. If their trade continues to increase at this rate, then they will earn a lot of money which they can use to train more ninjas." A's frown deepened. He said, "Hidden Leaf Village controls the richest and the most fertile land in this world. If they begin growing rapidly, then their strength can once again surpass us." The old man nodded and said, "Yes. And if that happens, then war will have to be started again to prevent Hidden Leaf Village from getting too strong. Though Minato died and Orochimaru betrayed them, their strength is still quite strong. Some of their younger ninjas are gaining fame quickly. We need to ensure that Hidden Leaf Village's growth is at least slowed so that we don't have to go to another war." Ace immediately became angry. He said, "Just a few years ago we could force them to hand over an elite jounin. And now they are becoming a threat again?" However, the old man calmed him down. "I would advise you not to make such a reckless move again, Lord Fourth. Hidden Leaf Village promoted a lot of Chunins to jounins in this period. More importantly, our spies have reported that Hidden Stones Village is recovering its strength rapidly too. That fence sitter is spending a huge amount of money on raising new ninjas. If Hidden Leaf Village decides to retaliate instead of being desperate for peace, then we could get in a pickle." A calm down slightly. He asked, "What do you suggest then?" The old man said, "According to my sources, Hidden Leaf Village's trade suddenly boomed as their bandits were killed at a rapid pace. So we should increase their bandit groups." A thought for a bit. He looked at Mabui and said, "Mabui, see if we have any useful prisoners. We will release them and let them be rogue ninjas inside the Land of Fire and have them start more bandit groups." Mabui nodded and left to check their data. The old man said, "While Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have the strength to retaliate against us, it'll be better if we don't leave any clues behind." A nodded and said, "Yes, I know that. It'll be annoying if they retaliate with similar measures. Though if they do, I'll smash them all." Chapter 148, Be Careful of Explosions. Yasuoka, Tadao and Kani moved quietly. They began from one edge of the base. They silently entered a hut, killed everyone in it, and moved on to the next hut. They were quite successful and kept killing in this manner. It continued until one of the bandits who was moving towards the hut noticed something entering it very quickly. He quickly moved towards the hut. Tadao, who was killing the ones inside the hut, noticed a bandit coming in. He killed everyone and waited inside the hut to kill the incoming bandit. But, the bandit never entered the hut. Instead, he stopped around 10 meters away from it. Tadao frowned. If he doesn't come in quickly, then the smell of the blood will spread. Tadao lost his patience and ran outside towards the bandit. The bandit noticed and screamed, intrigued. Tadao cut his neck before he could finish. Unfortunately, that yell alerted everyone. However, they weren't worried. They had already killed over half the bandits. All three immediately hid behind the huts. They waited for the bandits to rush out. The scream had made all bandits rush out. Kii was displeased at being disturbed. He left his tent grumpily. As soon as the bandits exited the huts, they were ambushed. Another 10 bandits were killed. Fujin thought, not bad, these guys are neat. Anyways, there don't seem to be any traps here. Is it just a brainless rogue ninja? The remaining bandits were terrified. They prepared themselves for a fight. Kii screamed, Hidden Leaf Village scums. Die. He immediately made a move towards Yasuoka. Yasuoka's eyes widened as he noticed that Kii had chakra. He immediately made hand signs. Water style, fish spit jutsu. Yasuoka spat a jet of water at Kii. However, Kii scoffed, water release? Worthless. He made hand signs as well. Lightning style, lightning bolt jutsu. He extended his finger towards the incoming jet of water. A small bolt of lightning was released through his finger. It hit the jet of the water and traveled through it to Yasuoka. Yasuoka didn't expect it. The lightning hit him and shocked him. Though it didn't injure him critically, it made moving harder. And in combat, this alone was fatal. Kii smirked at seeing the terror on Yasuoka's face. He grabbed a kunai and ran towards Yasuoka. Tadao and Kani noticed it as well and got very worried. They immediately killed the bandits in their path and moved towards Yasuoka. Unfortunately, they were too far away. Yasuoka's life flashed in front of his eyes as he saw Kii approaching him. He barely managed to grab a kunai and raise it, but his movements were very slow. Kii began swinging his kunai at Yasuoka when a vacuum bullet hit his forehead and pierced through it. His body was thrown behind by a couple of meters due to the momentum of the vacuum bullet. Yasuoka, who had almost given up on his life, was stunned. So were Tadao, Kani and the bandits. The bandits immediately began running. Fujin had been sensing continuously but didn't find anyone else. So he decided to make a move. After all, losing a ninja on his first mission as a team leader won't look good. Tadao and Kanei exchanged glances and thought, didn't he say that he only knew a bit of wind nature manipulation? Fujin, who was still alert, suddenly became very serious. He made a hand sign and yelled, "Move back." The trio were surprised. Tadao and Kanei immediately moved backwards. Yasuoka was still struggling. Fujin's wind clone appeared behind him. He grabbed Yasuoka's collar and tossed him behind. At the same time, he extended his other arm towards Kii. A spinning shield of wind appeared in front of the clone. Kii's body suddenly exploded. The explosion burned everything within a radius of 10 meters and sent dust and small pebbles flying for a long distance. The spinning shield of wind was destroyed as well. But no debris flew past it and hence Yasuoka was safe. However, Tadao and Kanei were injured lightly by some pebbles. So were the bandits. Fujin frowned. He created 5 wind clones. 3 stayed around him while the other 2 flickered towards the bandits and killed them all. Fujin thought, what the hell? Did he carry 100 explosion tags to take revenge on the one who kills him? No, why would anyone do that? The more likely case is that someone used him as a booby trap. But who? And for what purpose? Fujin wasn't sure of his analysis, but it was on point. Had sent a few dozen prisoners to the Land of Fire. They were instructed to act as bandits, or else Hidden Cloud's village would come after them again. Every one of these ninjas had seals inscribed on their bodies. Seals that would explode with a huge force after being killed. In order to ensure that they won't surrender, all of them were threatened with terrible consequences to either themselves or their loved ones. A's target was to reintroduce uncertainty for trading caravans in the Land of Fire. And, he would also hit Hidden Leaf Village as ninjas. Most of the prisoners he released could easily kill Gainins. It'd be especially good if they killed younger Gainins. And if they were killed by Chunins or Jounins, then the explosion could have a slight chance to kill them as well. For Hidden Leaf Village, who had just begun recovering, such a loss could be a setback. Unfortunately for A, in this particular instance, his opponent was a ninja who loved his life too much to fall for such a trick. But, if A was to learn of the disappointing performance of Kii, he wouldn't care much. Kii and his bandit group had already killed 3 trading caravans mercilessly. When this news spreads, it'll create panic among the traders and they won't trust the Land of Fire to provide them with complete safety. Even after all the bandits were killed, Fujin didn't sense anyone. So he flickered on the nearest tree to the explosion and said, "Gather here." The trio nodded and began moving towards Fujin. The Gainins now looked at Fujin in a new light. Without him, it was very likely that they might have not returned alive. Fujin created a shadow clone who gathered and stored whatever remained of Kii's body in a scroll. Fujin asked, "How are your injuries?" Yasuoka said, "I am fine. My body was restricted a bit by the electric shock. It has recovered." Tadao said, "I am fine too. Just some scratches from the pebbles." Kanei said, "Same here." Fujin nodded. None of them had any serious wounds. Yasuoka asked, "Fujin, you are a sensor, right? Did you sense that ninja before we attacked?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. I didn't sense any chakra from him. I guess either he knew how to suppress his chakra or had some sort of seal that allowed him to hide his chakra from sensors." Yasuoka's face became grim. If such events happened frequently, then their risk while doing rank C missions would increase exponentially. Both Tadao and Kanei had grim faces too. Fujin understood why their faces were grim but didn't say anything. Fujin's shadow clone had stored the dead body and then gathered all the survivors in the camp. There were 8 young girls. All were very afraid due to their horrible experience and the gore around them. Fujin asked, "Are any of you good with first aid?" Kanei said, "Me." Fujin said, "All right. Apply the necessary first aid to them. We will move away quickly." Kanei applied first aid to them and comforted them a bit. Seeing that they were Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, the girls relaxed slightly. The group moved away a few kilometers before setting up a camp to rest. They rested for the night and began the journey back to Hidden Leaf Village the next day. Since the civilian girls also traveled with them, the journey back took 1.5 days. After returning to Hidden Leaf Village, they handed the girls to the proper authorities and went straight to the mission center. Fujin reported the details of the mission to Shichiro. Shichiro was surprised. He said, "I didn't think that such a new bandit group would have such a strong ninja." He sighed in relief, "I am glad I chose Fujin. Else some of them might have died." Shichiro had seen many of his classmates die. He didn't want to see more dying. He handed a paper to Fujin and said, "Fujin, as the team leader, you have to write the mission report. Please fill in the details in this form and describe how the mission went and any observations you made." Fujin nodded and took the form. Shichiro continued, "Since this mission involved a Chunin level ninja as the enemy, I will upgrade your mission to rank B. Your rewards will also be increased from 50,000 ryo to 500,000 ryo. Hearing that improved the moods of the Gainins. With 10 times the rewards, they could afford to not take a mission for almost a year. They could perform safe rank D missions for some money if they needed it. Fujin took 200,000 ryo and gave the 3 100,000 ryo each. The 4 said farewells and left. Before leaving, Fujin looked at Shichiro and reminded him, "Don't assign me to rank C missions again." Shichiro's eyes twitched. He said, "This was a rank B mission." Fujin replied, "It's not the same. If you assign me another rank C, I'll refuse to take it." Without waiting for his reply, Fujin left. Shichiro muttered, "These kids are so annoying. And how can I even assign him to a rank B mission? Did Renjiro-sama not talk with him?" Chapter 149, 3 months of non-stop training. After returning home, Fujin began writing the report. He finished it before having dinner and meditated for a bit before sleeping. The next day, Fujin submitted the report and got back to training. He began practicing the vacuum bullet jutsu. He had 2 aims. The first was to decrease the amount of time needed to form and shoot the vacuum bullet. The second was to create 2 vacuum bullets at the same time. While Fujin was training, his report, along with a few others, landed on Hiruzen's table. Hiruzen's expression wasn't good. There were quite a few people in his office. And most were waiting for the thoughts of one person. Narashikaku said, "It looks like someone isn't happy with the trade boom that we experienced recently. And seeing the jutsus used, these ninjas are most likely from Hidden Cloud's village. I believe that Hidden Cloud's village is using its prisoners to do this suicidal task. They should be unaware of the seals on their body." Hiruzen nodded. He too had reached the same conclusion. He asked, "What do you suggest we do?" Shikaku said, "It's quite easy. We will analyze the data of bandit groups and see which bandit groups rose abruptly. We will dispatch ambu squads to crush those bandit groups. Jounan squads who are moving out to perform rank A and S missions will also be tasked to clear out such bandit groups if they are near their route." Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right. I'll hand the command of this mission to you, Shikaku. Clear them out." Shikaku thought, "I analyzed the information and strategized so that you could assign them missions. Why are you handing me the command?" Unfortunately, it wouldn't look good if he complained in front of so many people. So he agreed. In the next week, every single of these groups was eliminated by Shikaku with the help of Anbu, Root and Jounans. Though A's goals were successful initially, they didn't affect Hidden Leaf Village much overall. After a week of training, Fujin analyzed, "I managed to improve my control over the vacuum bullet and decrease the time needed to use it considerably. But, I had no success at all in forming the second vacuum bullet. I guess Hiruzen was right." Since he couldn't create another vacuum bullet at the same time, he decided, "Alright. From now on, I'll focus entirely on Fuinjutsu." He created a shadow clone with 10% of his chakra. The clone flickered to the library. Fujin created a bunch of more clones. 4 of them split in 4 different directions and began and activated their chakra field. Fujin sensed the chakra fields and thought, "I would have loved to master Fuinjutsu at home. But, my house doesn't have enough space for my clones. Oh well. It's not like my house can hide me from Byakugan or that perverted crystal ball. Besides, the training ground rarely has any visitors. The only 2 who visited me here so far are Renjiro and Tadao. So it should be safe. Anyways, if someone does see me, I'll just say that my grandpa asked me to learn it to prepare for Flying Thunder God Jutsu, haha. My skill at Fuinjutsu becoming public shouldn't have any effect on me now. Only the surprise element will be lost." While his clone went to the library, Fujin started with the finger-carving seal. It was very easy and he mastered it within a few minutes. He opened a scroll and summoned the items that will be needed to practice and waited while meditating. Library, Fujin's shadow clone entered the B section of the library. He grabbed the Advanced Fuinjutsu Theory and Sealing Tags scroll. He sat down and read how to create the sealing tag. He also checked the new symbols that he would have to learn to create it. After 15 minutes of careful reading, he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared next to him. As soon as the new clone appeared, the new clone dispelled itself. As soon as the clone dispelled himself, Fujin received the memories. Knowing all the information needed to learn the sealing tag, Fujin made a hand sign. He used Shadow Clone Jutsu repeatedly until he created 10 clones. He thought, "This is my first time. So I'll limit myself to 10 clones. If my head is fine, I'll create more." Fujin and the 10 clones began creating the sealing tag individually. The 4 sensor clones kept an eye out for any intruders while the clone in the library began reading information on other seals. Fujin and his 10 clones practiced for half an hour. Fujin dismissed his clones. Memories of the clones rushed into his head causing a small headache. Fujin thought, that wasn't bad. Working on the same thing reduces the impact of sudden memories. I can try with 15 this time. Fujin meditated for a few minutes to properly understand the gains of all 10 clones and combine all information into one. After 5 minutes, he began using shadow clone jutsu again. While making the clones, he thought, I need to get the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Creating them one by one is kinda tedious. That said, how do I ask Hiruzen or Renjiro for a forbidden jutsu? He thought for a bit, but couldn't come up with anything reasonable. He thought, leave it. I'll ask when the opportunity presents itself. Till then, I will consider this as a form of training to master the shadow clone jutsu. I still can't do it without that last hand seal. Fujin continued learning Fu-in jutsu in this manner. Eventually, he increased the number of shadow clones to 20. For 3 whole months, no one disturbed him. In these 3 months, Fujin managed to learn to create the explosion tag, sealing tag, chakra suppression seal, barrier tag, 5 elements tag, cloth binding technique, silence seal, anti-Byakugan seal, anti-Sharingan seal, stealth seal, light absorption seal, training seal, resistance seal, gravity seal and a bunch of other seals. While he didn't learn all the seals, he learned enough to be able to replicate the meditation room from the tower. He also managed to create storage seals that can store living beings and tested them with some rats. While he couldn't be considered a Fu-in jutsu master yet, he was very close. In these 3 months, he also kept increasing the difficulty of his morning physical workout. He had increased the training seal's power to 68%. In addition, he also practiced his ninjutsu once a week. During this period, Mage contacted Fujin twice to view the 2 times when the Fu-in jutsu master that he invited inscribed seals on his house. Fujin observed the process carefully. He didn't recognize the Fu-in jutsu master. But, the Fu-in jutsu master was definitely more skilled than him. However, Fujin recognized all the seals he inscribed. There wasn't any funny business. While Fujin made massive progress, one thought popped up often in his mind, why am I not being called for any missions? I expected that I would be assigned to a few B-rank missions at least. After all, shouldn't Wind Element Ninja be in demand in a village where most have the fire element? However, he never did anything about it. He was very happy with the progress he was making with Fu-in jutsu. Finally, Fujin's training in isolation was disturbed. While he was practicing a seal, a Chunin entered training ground 23. One of Fujin's clones sensed him and dispelled himself. Fujin and his clones received the memories. In a few seconds, all items were packed and stored in the scroll. Fujin kept the scroll back and dispelled his clones. The Chunin didn't realize that he was sensed. In a few seconds, he arrived where Fujin was. Fujin saw him. He looked like in his late teens. The Chunin said, "Hey Fujin, I am Hatake Ryota. You have been assigned to our squad for a mission. Come with me." Fujin nodded and followed him. He dispelled his clones that were sensing. Fujin wondered, why exactly did I not get any mission for 3 months? Did Hiruzen spy on me learning Fu-in jutsu and decide to give me a break? But, that doesn't sound like him at all. Fujin's analysis couldn't have been farther from the truth. 2 days ago in the Hokage office, Hiruzen asked, "Takao, can you tell me the status of Renjiro's students?" Takao answered, "I'll have to check Lord Hokage. I'll let you know later." Hiruzen nodded. A few hours later, Takao entered the Hokage office. Hiruzen saw that he had a rather strange expression. Takao said, "Lord Hokage, I checked the information about Renjiro's students. Hyuga Hoka joined a Chunin squad arranged by his father. He fulfills the typical Hyuga role in a squad. He has led in 7 rank C missions and participated in 3 rank B missions. Uchiha Miko joined the Uchiha police force. In addition, she has led in 3 rank C missions and participated in 5 rank B missions. Both Miko and Hoka have shown great promise." About Fujin. Hiruzen was looking forward the most to Fujin's performance. But he wondered, what exactly did Fujin do for Takao to make such a strange face? Takao said, "Fujin has led in just 1 rank C mission about 2 weeks after that rank A mission. The mission got upgraded to rank B, but he completed the mission without any casualties. But, after that, he took no mission at all." Hiruzen was surprised. He didn't understand Fujin's behavior. He asked, "What has Fujin been doing?" Takao said, "I did some research. He booked training ground 23 for 9 months. He has been visiting it daily and spends most of his time there." Hiruzen said, "I can understand Fujin training. But why didn't he take any missions?" Takao said, "I am not sure." Hiruzen thought for a bit. Suddenly, it hit him. He said, "Wait, don't tell me." Chapter 150, The Importance of Socializing. Takao saw Hiruzen. He wondered, what did Lord Hokage realize for him to be so surprised? Hiruzen thought, no wonder Fujin never did any mission. He never joined a team. From what Genki had said, Fujin stayed alone and never interacted much with others. Renjiro noted the same thing and said that Fujin preferred being and acting alone. So Fujin has no contacts outside his small bubble of friends. And most of those friends are still in their Geinin squad or in the academy. He shouldn't be in touch with any Chunins other than maybe his academy teachers. And since he is an orphan, no one arranged for him to enter a squad. And with both his teammates being from big clans who were arranged in squads by their families, he was left with no one to make a team with. Hiruzen said, "Takao, call Sarutobi Tomatsu to my office." Takao nodded and left the office. Hiruzen sighed. Renjiro didn't teach that kid to socialize. And Fujin didn't even approach anyone about it. If he had visited the mission center a few times and let others know about his wind-style capabilities, lots of teams would have extended an invitation to him. Even if no one invited him, at least he could have improved his leadership skills by clearing out the rank C missions. Instead, he just chose to not do any missions at all. Hiruzen analyzed a few more things. In the end, he decided, I need to keep checking on Fujin's progress every month. While he isn't as talented as Minato or Orochimaru, he is still good. It'll be a waste if he loses interest due to not doing any missions and only training. Back to the present, Ryota led Fujin to Yakiniku. Fujin asked, shouldn't we be going to the mission center? Ryota replied, not really. Meet up with the team first. We will accept the mission officially tomorrow. Fujin wasn't sure what Ryota was up to. But he followed him in. Ryota led him to a table where 3 other people and a dog were sitting. Fujin observed them. One of them was overdressed. Fujin noticed some bugs buzzing around him. Fujin concluded that he was from the Aburame clan. Another was a definite Muzuka. He was in his late teens as well. A huge ferocious-looking dog lay behind him. The dog noticed Fujin's gaze and stared back at him. The last person looked to be in his mid-20s. His face had a large burn mark. There were multiple scars on his arms as well. Of the 4 people in this team, his chakra was the highest. The scar-faced guy looked at Fujin and smiled. He said, so you are Fujin. I have heard a lot of good things about you. Come sit. Fujin sat down and said, I wonder who spoke about me. He chuckled, it was Lord Hokage. Fujin wondered, what is that old fox up to? The scar-faced guy said, let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Sarutobi Tomatsu. I am an elite Chunin and the leader of this group. I specialize in fire style. The other members of the group began introducing themselves. Ryota said, as I said, I'm Hotake Ryota. I am a Chunin. And I specialize in earth style. The man sitting with the dog said, I am in Yuzuka Tadashi. This is my partner Kenda. I am a Chunin too. I am responsible for scouting, tracking and smelling danger. I specialize in taijutsu and I can use a few fire jutsus as well. Kenta barked at Fujin as if to say hello. The last member, who was very quiet, said in a neutral tone, I am a Burame Katsumi. I am a Chunin. I am responsible for scouting, tracking and trapping enemies. I can use some water jutsus. Fujin heard them carefully and remembered their specialities. Tomatsu said, our team lacks explosive power. So we were looking for someone who specialized in wind style. That way, we could use a fire-wind combination jutsu. Unfortunately, ninjas with good control over wind manipulation are very rare in Hidden Leaf Village. That's why, when Lord Hokage recommended you, I agreed. So Fujin, would you like to join our squad? Fujin was a bit surprised. He asked casually, I can refuse? Tomatsu chuckled and said, of course, you can. I can't force you to follow us. Ha ha ha. Fujin nodded and asked, can you tell me how teams work? Like how many missions you do? What are the rules or common practices of your group? I haven't been a part of any team before. So I don't know much about this. Tomatsu answered, you don't need to worry much Fujin. We are very casual. So there are no strict rules as such. The most important thing is to give your all in the mission and maintain good teamwork. Also, never abandon your teammates. If you are found slacking or putting your teammates at risk, then we won't keep you in the team anymore. Of course, the same applies to the rest of us too. Fujin nodded. What Tomatsu said was basic. Tomatsu continued, as for missions, we only do rank B missions. We take them continuously with a few days break between missions depending on how tired we are after the missions. The reward money is equally divided among all team members. When you are a part of the team, all your rank B missions will be with us. You can take up missions with other teams only if we take a long break. I wouldn't recommend wasting time on rank C or D missions, but you can take them on your own on rest days if you want. The only exception would be if Lord Hokage assigns you on a separate mission or if you get invited for a rank A mission. In that case, give preference to those missions. Of course, let us know that you'll be busy on those missions if possible. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, That's very reasonable. Tomatsu asked, so, do you want to be a part of our team, Fujin? Fujin replied, sure. I would like to be a part of your team. He sighed and said, besides, I haven't been assigned any mission for 3 months. So I don't really have any other choices. On hearing Fujin, Ryota, Katsumi and Tadashi had weird expressions. Tomatsu had an idea. He said, Fujin, you are aware that you have to form a team and then go to the mission center to get missions, right? Fujin looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He asked, what do you mean? He said, you get missions only if you go to the mission center with a team. Fujin was surprised. He thought, what the heck? I recall Hiruzen and Tsunade sending messages when they had to assign missions. I thought that job is done by mission center here instead. He asked, are you sure? Tomatsu replied, yes. You will be called only if Lord Hokage has a special mission for you. And usually, only elite jounins get missions assigned that way. Fujin was stunned. He exclaimed internally, fuck. No wonder I never got any missions. Fujin's new squad chuckled at his expression. Tomatsu didn't want Fujin to feel embarrassed on day one. He said, introduce yourself, Fujin. Fujin sighed again and said, I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in ninjutsus. I am also a censor. So I could aid Tadashi-sen and Katsumi-sen a bit. Tomatsu said, good. Also, no need to be formal with us, Fujin. Just use our names. Fujin nodded, alright. At that time, a waiter came in and delivered meat. Tomatsu said, let's celebrate getting a new team member. The group began eating while chatting casually. At one point, Fujin asked, Tomatsu, how do you become an elite chunin? Is there an exam similar to the chunin exam? Tomatsu said, no. There is no exam. You get assigned this rank by doing missions. The missions that you complete are analyzed by the village. When they are satisfied with your performances, they promote you to elite chunin. Fujin was surprised. He asked, on what parameters do they decide? Tomatsu replied, well, the basic requirements are your strength and overall capability. If you have any obvious weakness, you won't be promoted to elite chunin. Once you meet those requirements, they check your mission record. There are no fixed criteria regarding the missions. So I can't comment on what parameters they check here. But, it'd be safe to say that you need to have completed at least 50 rank B missions. Fujin thought and said, oh. Thank you. Tomatsu smiled and said, no worries. There are a couple more things that you should know about elite chunins. Other villages aren't as strict as Hidden Leaf Village while promoting to jounins. So most elite chunins from Hidden Leaf Village can go up against jounins of other villages. So don't expect to be promoted quickly. Also, if you want to be promoted to jounin or special jounin ranks, then you first need to be an elite chunin. Otherwise, you won't be considered for jounin promotions. Fujin nodded. He had expected that. After eating the food, Tomatsu said, I have already accepted a mission. Tomorrow, we will escort a noble from the land of rice back to his country. Meet up at the gate at 11 a.m. And bring enough supplies for a couple of months. Fujin and the others nodded and left. After leaving, Fujin headed back to the training ground. Chapter 151, the first mission with a new squad en route, Fujin thought, so that's why I never got assigned a mission again. Sigh, at least someone should have said something to me. I guess Tomatsu's words indirectly came from Hiruzen. That said, even if I did know this, I don't have connections with any chunins. It's the same issue that I concluded while going on the mission with Yasuoka and the rest. Just going around advertising my ninjutsu capabilities would have been stupid. After all, who knows what squad I'd join up with. I guess the only choices available were to ask Renjiro or Hiruzen to assign me to a team. It's probably what Hiruzen did. That said, not having any connections is kinda an issue. I didn't give much thought to this earlier as this is the world of the strong. As long as I keep working hard and reach the top, everyone would be trying to create a relationship with me. But, reaching such a level will need a lot of time. And I might need aid along the path. At the very least, the help I got from Renjiro was critical. And unlike Hiruzen, it was a selfless act from him. Sigh, I will have to interact more with other ninjas. While I won't ever need as much aid as Renjiro gave me, I will need to have connections in order to make different sorts of teams depending on missions. Still, how do I do that? It's not like I can hang around and drink alongside them, can I? Leave it. No point in acting desperate. I'll just make connections as I get opportunities in the future. Anyways, it's not an issue to not have done any missions in the last 3 months. These months have improved my skill with Fuinjutsu a lot. I have learned all the important seals. In terms of effectiveness, I should be on par with seal masters. I'll probably need a couple more months to learn all the remaining seals. But, I think it'll be better to stop for now. I should practice the seals I have learned for some time. After all, It's very unlikely that Hiruzen would give me the scroll for Flying Thunder God so soon. Fujin trained with his shadow clones to practice his ninjutsu, kenjutsu and taijutsu for a few hours. The next day, Fujin began moving towards Hidden Leaf Village's entrance gate. He thought, Land of Rice. I hope I don't end up encountering Orochimaru. Encountering Kakazu was plenty of excitement for a few years. Fujin gathered with his new squad at the gate. Tomatsu said, our client will arrive here in a few minutes. I'll brief you on the situation. The Land of Rice had been peaceful after the Third Great Ninja War, but, in the last few years, there have been many turbulences in the Land of Rice. Many rogue attacks have been reported. Many nobles are targeted too. Even their daimyo's retinue was targeted once. So, we have to be very careful during this mission. Tadashi, you will be responsible for smelling any possible attackers. Katsumi and Fujin, you two will back him up. Ryota, you will be responsible for keeping our client safe. You will cooperate with his bodyguard. I will be responsible to attack any attackers. Tadashi will assist me and Katsumi will provide long-range support. Fujin, for this mission, only observe us. If you get an opportunity, you can attack. Fujin nodded. The arrangement was reasonable as he would need some time to fit into their team. Tomatsu briefed his team on a few matters until two men arrived at the gate. The younger man was a blonde wearing an expensive robe. The older man dressed as a ninja and had a similar mask to Kakashi. Two swords could be seen on his back. They greeted Tomatsu as they interacted with him on the previous day. After discussing for a bit, they left. The young noble and his protector walked at the center. Tadashi, Kenta and Tomatsu walked in front of them. Fujin walked to their right and Ryota to their left. Katsumi handled the rear. The group took 7 days to reach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice. They didn't encounter any troubles on the way. On reaching the border, the protector said, we have been experiencing a lot of rogue attacks in the last year. We will need to travel another day and a half. Please be on guard and protect us. Tomatsu replied, don't worry. We are always alert. The group continued moving. After a few hours, in Yuzuka Tadashi stopped and said, there are 3 scents at this location. Someone was here not long back. Tomatsu looked at Fujin and blamed Katsumi. Fujin activated his chakra field. Some bugs appeared around Katsumi and spread in the forest. Fujin said, no one in 1 kilometer radius around us. Fujin chakra field could sense up to 1.25 kilometers. But, he decided to report only 1 kilometer. In the future, if someone became aware of Fujin's capabilities and decided to hide just outside his stated range, then they would lose their element of surprise. Tomatsu nodded and looked at Katsumi. After a few minutes, Katsumi said, no one is hiding around us. Tomatsu instructed, have your insects keep a watch. If those guys are planning trouble for us, then they might appear soon. Katsumi nodded and let his bugs fly around the group. The group continued walking for another kilometer. Some distance ahead of the group, 4 ninjas were waiting on a tree. One of them said, boss, that noble called Kobitakama should be traveling on this route soon. But he should be escorted by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Should we attack? Before he could answer, another guy said, let's attack them and even kill Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. That way we will become famous throughout the Land of Rice. The third guy also wanted to attack. So their leader agreed and said, we will attack and kill them all. Hide properly. We will launch a sneak attack and kill them before they even understand what's happening. All 4 dispersed in different directions and got in position. Unknown to them, their small meeting was conducted under the surveillance of a few bugs. Katsumi spoke without giving any signs of tension, don't react. 4 rogue ninjas are planning an ambush ahead. About 1.5 kilometers from here. Tomatsu asked, how strong are they? Katsumi replied, not sure. Guessing at Chunin level. Tomatsu instructed, alright, keep moving this way. When we are close, Katsumi and Tadashi will attack. Ryota and Fujin will defend. Fujin, don't sense them. No one replied to Tomatsu and the group kept moving forward. The noble and his bodyguard were tense but didn't show it. They were already prepared to get attacked. Around 500 meters from the ambush spot, Tadashi said, I can smell them. Katsumi said, my bugs have passed me their location as well. Tomatsu said, good. Attack as soon as you can. The group walked until they were just 100 meters from the ambush spot. Suddenly, Tadashi, Kenta and Katsumi disappeared. They moved stealthily through the forest towards the ones waiting in hiding. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed them. He checked the ambushers and thought, Chunins? At max those guys are Gainins. Only one has Chunin level chakra reserves. Tadashi and his dog were faster. They reached their opponent first. Their opponent didn't see them until the last moment. When he heard something and checked behind him, Tadashi stuck his kunai into his back while Kenta bit his throat. Another attacker was a few meters away from Tadashi. He was shocked at seeing one of them being killed so quickly. He shouted to alert others and grabbed his weapon. However, Tadashi and Kenta suddenly began spinning. Man-beast taijutsu, fang over fang. The ninja hadn't seen such a technique before. Both Tadashi and Kenta hit him. Their claws ripped his throat. Both stopped and looked at their victims and thought they were only genin's. On the other side of the road, Tatsumi watched from a distance as his bugs devoured one of his opponents. The last remaining member of this group was their leader. He was terrified by the screams of his underlings on the other side and the bugs eating one of his men in front of him. He began making hand signs in a panic when Tatsumi said, "Give up. Your death is a certainty." He was humiliated but kept making hand signs. Suddenly, he felt something bite his chest. The tense situation made him ignore the pain, but suddenly his hands and legs trembled. His knees fell to the ground. Tatsumi said, "You shouldn't fight when your clothes are full of my poisonous bugs." The enemy fell to the ground. He could see some bugs crawling out of his shirt. Tomatsu appeared behind Tatsumi and asked, "Is it done?" Tatsumi said, "Yes." Looks like only he was at the Chunin level. Though it's doubtful that someone like him can have a bounty. Tomatsu said, "Even if he doesn't, we can use his head to improve relations with the daimyo slightly. So collect it." Tatsumi nodded and stored his head in a scroll. The group continued their journey. Chapter 152, Boring. As the group proceeded ahead, they were attacked again on 2 occasions. However, in both instances, all enemies were killed without Fujin getting any chance to fight. Fujin wondered, are there so many rogue ninjas in this country? Or is Orochimaru trying to influence the environment here? After all, he shouldn't be able to create a hidden village while the daimyo still exists. Then again, for him to kill off a daimyo in secret shouldn't be much of an issue. Fujin wasn't able to arrive at any conclusion. So he dropped the thought. On the day after, they reached the location and completed the mission. Without waiting, the Hidden Leaf Village team left back for Hidden Leaf Village. As they were running on branches, Tomatsu asked, "So Fujin, how did you feel this mission was?" Fujin answered, "Well, it was kinda boring." Tomatsu laughed at that answer. He said, "Yeah. Most missions are boring. If we have exciting missions all the time, then we won't live for long." Fujin thought, "Yeah. That's true. Still, this is very boring." Ryota said, "Most rank B missions are like these. Our missions get interfered with by rogue genins and chunins. They are very easy to kill off." Tomatsu added, "If the missions involve rogue jounins or ninjas from another major village, then it'll be categorized as rank A or S. Or the Anbu will handle them." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, that makes sense." Tomatsu said, "Don't worry. I'll give you a more active role in future missions." Fujin smiled and thanked him. However, internally he sighed, what's the use of having an active role against such enemies? They will die without even seeing me. It's fine for now, but I will need to find a way to get better missions after I'm done with my training plans. The team returned to Hidden Leaf Village without any issues and divided the rewards equally. They had a group dinner before leaving for home. Tomatsu asked the group to meet again in the mission center after a week. Fujin began meditating after reaching home when he heard a knock on his door. He wondered, who'd come to visit at this time? He opened the door to see a familiar face. That person worked in Age's shop. He said, "Fujin-kun, the work on your house is completed. Age-sama wants to show it to you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Fujin replied, "Oh, that's great. I'll be there." "Thank you." The messenger nodded and left. Fujin thought, kinda convenient that it got completed today. Right after my mission was completed. The next day, Fujin headed to the land he bought after completing his morning workout. When Fujin reached, he saw his new house. Fujin thought, wow. This looks great. The house in front of him was 3 stories high. It was circular in shape and was quite huge. A circular fence was built around the house. The rest of his land still had trees making the surrounding of the house look great. While Fujin was admiring his house, Eiji arrived. He asked, "Are you lost in its beauty?" Fujin chuckled and said, "You have done a great job, old man." Eiji chuckled and handed him a key and said, "I finished constructing it 3 days ago. But it seems like you were out on a mission." Fujin thought, oh. Was that guy checking my old house every night then? He nodded and said, "Yes, I returned yesterday evening." Eiji said, "Let me show you the house from the inside." Fujin took the key and entered the house. The ground floor was huge. After entering the house, there was a circular room on the left. It had a big round table at the center along with multiple sofas between the table and the wall. In addition, this floor had a kitchen and a couple of washrooms. At the center of the floor, there was a circular staircase. The remaining space on this floor was open. Eiji had placed a dining table, a few seats, and a few flower pots in proper positions to add to the aesthetics. After checking the ground floor, Fujin decided to check the floors above. The area of the floors above decreased successively. The first floor had 5 rooms while the second had 3. On top was an open terrace. On both the first and the second floor, 1 room each had proper furniture to be considered a bedroom. The remaining rooms were empty. Fujin saw his house and commented, "Now that's money well spent." That said, I have no use for most of these rooms for now. But it's good to have some extra space in case I need it for some reason in the future. Anyways, I should check the important stuff now. Fujin and Eiji moved down the stairs to the basement. The basement had 2 floors too. If these 2 floors were included as well, then Fujin's house was a 5-story house. The first basement floor had very little space around the staircase. There was a 2 feet wide circular passage around the staircase. On the other side of this circular passage were 8 rooms. Fujin checked the rooms and all were built very well. All the rooms were completely empty other than having a few lights and some wire extensions in case Fujin decided to add some electronics in the rooms. Lastly, they moved to the bottom floor of the basement. In complete contrast to the floor above, this basement floor was completely open. There were only a few pillars on this floor to support the house above, but other than the pillars, nothing existed on this floor. Eiji said, "As you had asked, this floor is completely open. And everything here is extremely sturdy and strengthened even further by the Seal Master." Fujin nodded and built his chakra up. Wind style, breakthrough jutsu. Fujin suddenly exhaled a strong stream of wind from his mouth. The wind moved rapidly and hit all the pillars and the walls. Not a scratch appeared. Eiji, who was standing next to Fujin, was surprised. The high-speed winds crashed into the walls and some part of it was reflected back at them. He found it very difficult to stand steady. He said loudly, "What are you doing?" Fujin chuckled and waved his hand. He used Gale Palm Jutsu to quiet down the winds. He said, "Great work. Though that was one of my weaker jutsus, this room is very sturdy. Thanks again." Eiji grudgingly said, "All right. But don't try to kill me again." Fujin chuckled. Eiji said, "I have made the house according to our plan and even placed furniture as you asked. If you need anything in the future or want furniture for the remaining rooms, you can come to my shop." Fujin nodded. Eiji left the house, leaving Fujin alone in his new house. Fujin saw Eiji out and then checked his house once again. This time, he concentrated chakra in his eyes and inspected everything. After half an hour, he concluded, "All right. I know I am being overly cautious, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong in the house. And all the walls are as sturdy as Eiji promised them to be. Anyways, now that I have my house, I can finally start my plans. But first I need to clean the house." As Fujin thought that, the wind began gathering around him. The wind gently flew through his entire house. It gathered most of the dust and soil and left his house. Then, Fujin created as many shadow clones as he could and they all cooperated to clean the home properly. When his house became very clean, Fujin closed the door and began inscribing seals on his new house. During the last 3 months, Fujin had debated a lot on whether or not to cover his house in seals. After a lot of analysis, he concluded the pros and cons of it. He concluded, if I don't inscribe my new house with seals, then my Fuinjutsu capabilities can stay a secret for long. That's the only plus point. On the flip side, my house could be checked by any passing Hyuga. If my luck is bad or someone decides to spy on me, then my training of lightning style, and other stuff that I plan to keep a secret could be exposed. On the other hand, if I inscribe seals in my house, then my skills at Fuinjutsu will be exposed very easily. I could lie that I had hired a seal master while building the house, but I can't be sure how long that lie would last. Furthermore, others might think that I have something to hide and might get more interested in my house. As for the positives, seals would secure my house and I can do all the shit I want without worrying about the n number of sensory abilities in this world. After analyzing both scenarios, Fujin decided, I'll cover my house in as many seals as I can. I'll eventually have to expose my ability in Fuinjutsu anyways. So might as well do it now. If Hiruzen or Renjiro ask me, I'll tell them that I used the shadow clone trick and instead pass hints to them that I need the multi-shadow clone jutsu. As for the rest, I'll just give some lame excuses. Chapter 153, When a Psycho Becomes a Seal Master. Fujin spent the entire day inscribing seals in his house. He started with the anti-Byakugan, anti-Sharingan and stealth seals. He followed it up by using seals to strengthen the doors, walls and pillars even more and also used seals to increase their resistance to fire, wind, lightning and water. When he was satisfied with the protection that his house provided, he went to the basement and entered one of the rooms. Fujin observed this room and thought, the dimensions of this room are exactly as the meditation room in that tower. Fujin opened the scroll where he had recorded the details of that room. He inscribed all those seals in his room and recreated that room. Fujin thought, great. Now I just have to buy those incense sticks and candles. Then this will be the only room where I meditate? Fujin checked all the seals again to confirm that everything was fine. He left the room and used the finger carving seal to write meditation room on the door. Fujin then went into the room on the opposite side. This one had a lot of holes in the walls. Fujin inspected them properly and thought, I'll need to buy the proper tools to make this similar to the training room for dodging. I'll do that tomorrow. Fujin used his finger carving seal to write the name on the door and moved into another room. This room was completely empty. Even light bulbs weren't present. Fujin inscribed a few seals on the walls to produce light. Once there was sufficient light, Fujin began inscribing gravity seals on the floor. After some time, he analyzed, gravity seals have been inscribed evenly in this room. The gravity in this room is approximately 2.5 times as compared to the outside. Combined with my training seal, this place would be good to practice my taijutsu forms and do weight training. And I can increase the gravity by inscribing more gravity seals on the floor. But, first I should isolate this room properly. The increase in gravity in this room shouldn't affect the rest of the rooms. And it shouldn't damage the structural integrity of the house. It would suck if my new house just collapsed. That aside, in the future, I should experiment with whether I can combine the meditation room and gravity room. I wonder if that would help me meditate and condition my body at the same time. After all, I kinda have been having a feeling that in the future I will need to meditate a lot. Fujin decided to experiment with it later. He currently didn't have the expertise to create such a room as the design for the meditation room was copied and not created by him. Fujin made a hand sign. It deactivated all the gravity seals he had inscribed in the room. Fujin began inscribing anti-gravity and isolation seals around the gravity room. He had to check multiple times. After some time, he was satisfied. The increased gravity in the gravity room was successfully isolated and wouldn't have any effect on the rest of the house. Fujin analyzed, after I buy the tools, I will have these 3 rooms ready for use. As for the other 5 rooms, I haven't decided anything yet. I would have loved to make wind, lightning and fire training rooms. Unfortunately, the elemental crystals aren't accessible to me yet. Even if they were, I am guessing that I would need a lot of them. Oh well, time for the 5 seal barrier. Fujin summoned 5 papers and laid them on the floor. The papers were brown in color and almost looked like the trunk of a tree. He grabbed a brush and made his chakra flow through it. He wrote forbidden on each of the 5 papers. He made a hand seal and all 5 words disappeared. Fujin looked at the papers and thought, Fuinjutsu is strange. Such a simple seal can defend against freaking ass rank jutsus. Unfortunately, the other 4 seals can't be placed inside the house. Otherwise, this seal would be completely broken. Fujin wrote not at home on one of the papers and attached it to his door. The remaining 4 papers, he attached to the trees around the house. After the papers were attached, they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Fujin made a hand seal. The chakra that could be sensed from the papers became suppressed as well. He thought, perfect. Even Byakugan will have a tough time locating them now. Fujin walked to the front of his house. He formed a fist and concentrated chakra. He punched the door with full force. Fujin saw the result and exclaimed, excellent. As he had expected, there wasn't even a dent in the door. He thought, this should keep the home safe during Orochimaru's invasion. I wonder if it can withstand the Shinra Tensei as well. I'm guessing that it won't. Fujin made a hand seal and deactivated the seal. He pulled the paper off and carried it back home. He began making more tags. He created 64 barrier tags. He installed them at appropriate locations inside his house. Once that was done, Fujin thought, barrier tag isn't as strong as the 5 seal barrier. But, it can still take a couple of D-rank jutsus. Any more and it will need to be provided with chakra. But, this is enough for my needs. This will ensure that no one can sneak into my house. And it will also alert me. So barrier tags when I'm at home will be plenty. When I'm not at home, the 5 seal barrier will be up. With the barriers set up, Fujin began wondering whether he could use any more seals to make his house more secure. If someone knowledgeable in Fuinjutsu was to inspect Fujin's house, they would freak out. They would wonder which lunatic inscribed the seals. On top of the seals inscribed by the seal master, while constructing the house, Fujin had inscribed over 1,000 seals in his house. Even the Hokage building didn't have so many seals. Fujin couldn't think of anything else. So he began checking his scrolls. Soon, he found the one he was looking for. He made a hand sign and 2 items appeared in front of him. They were an incense stick and some wax from a candle. Fujin lit both of them on fire and inspected them properly. He thought, I memorize their appearance and smell. Now, which shop sells these things? Fujin left his house, locked the door and put up the not at home sign. He had a meal and then began searching through Hidden Lee Village's stores. Fujin searched various stores that sold ninja weapons and tools without any luck. Finally, he found one. It was a multi-story shop that sold ninja tools and was very close to the Hokage building. Fujin bought a few meditation mats and a lot of those incense sticks and candles. He also bought a lot of training equipment to be placed in the gravity room. While checking the store, he also found the equipment and blunt-witted weapons needed for the dodging room and bought them as well. After that, Fujin bought groceries, utensils and other necessary items for his house. He also took all the items that he needed from his old house, vacated it and completed the formalities and procedures related to it. By the evening, Fujin's new house was set. Fujin exhaled in relief. I forgot how much work it is to change residence. When I left the orphanage, I didn't own anything and barely had any necessities. Anyways, pretty much everything is set. The only remaining task is setting up the equipment and mechanisms in the dodging room. I'll do that tomorrow. For now. Fujin entered the meditation room and began meditating. He opened his eyes after 3 hours of meditation. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, excellent. This room is a total success. Happy with his work, Fujin went to sleep in his new cozy bedroom. The next day, Fujin made a change to his training routine. He cut the morning physical training in the training ground from 4 hours to 3 hours. That last 1 hour, he spent training in the gravity room. He spent the remaining day setting up all the mechanisms in the dodging room. He tested the room a few times and had to make some changes until he was satisfied. Fujin thought, I think I can improve the efficiency of this room even more. Right now, I depend on my eyes and ears to sense incoming weapons and dodge. Once I'm able to dodge all weapons consistently, I will begin attempting it with my eyes closed. When I'm able to do that, I will use the silence seal to eliminate all noise. That should help improve my instincts. Anyways, all the plans that I had are completely implemented. Only one last thing to do. Chapter 154, Party. Fujin left the basement and got on the ground floor. He opened a scroll and summoned a very long cloth. Fujin began inscribing some seals on the cloth. After some time, Fujin made a hand sign. Cloth binding jutsu. The cloth began moving around the staircase. Soon, it covered up the way down to the basement completely. The remaining cloth kept rolling over it to form multiple layers. The staircase and the basement below became completely invisible. Fujin made a hand seal and the cloth began hardening. Fujin walked towards it and stepped on it. He moved around on the cloth and analyzed. Excellent. It looks and feels just like the rest of the floor now. Fujin spread his chakra field and tried to sense the basement. But, he couldn't. He smiled, now even sensors can't sense it. Though I guess someone like Renjiro can still find it. After all, he never said how he found the hiding spots of those hidden Mist Village ninjas. Anyways, it's fine. It's not like I really need to hide anything there. The main purpose of this is just distraction. In the future, if I'm suspected of doing anything fishy, then Hidden Lee Village is sure to check my house. They will waste a lot of effort to check my house and find nothing in here at all, ha ha ha. And, it'll let me know that I'm being suspected and I can preemptively take some precautionary measures. Of course, until then, I can keep improving my seals even more and make the defenses even sturdier. Hee hee, how fun it'd be if I can have half a dozen types of barriers and a few dozen traps in my home. And all that to hide nothing. Fujin laughed at that thought. He calmed down thinking, anyways, now that the house is ready, I should call a few people in. Miko and Hoko had asked me to invite them. And I can invite Renjiro as well. Should I invite others? Who all? I can invite Genki in. Though he would probably not like to be among kids. I should also invite Toru, Yuri and Hana. But probably best to not have them alongside Renjiro. As for my new team, I have just met them. So probably not a good idea to invite them right now. I could mention it after the next mission. So, in what order to invite? Fujin thought for a bit and decided, I'll invite my old team first. Then I can invite Hokage to hang alongside our classmates. Genki I'll call later. Fujin made 3 shadow clones. The first one flickered towards the Senju clan compound. The other 2 waited for a bit and left for Uchiha and Hyuga clan compounds. The clone headed to the Senju clan reached first. Unfortunately, Renjiro was out on a mission. The clone passed a message about his new house and left. He searched for Toru's house and invited him. He chatted for a bit with Toru and dispelled himself. The memories of the clone were transferred to Fujin and other clones. The other clones had reached the respective compounds but didn't enter till they received the memories. Since Renjiro wasn't available, they invited Miko, Hoka, Yuri and Hana. After Fujin received their memories, he thought, that's surprising. All are available for tomorrow. Luckily I bought a lot of snacks, Oh well, let's see how my first time playing host in this world goes. Unfortunately no video games here. I should buy some board games and cards though. Might be handy if I decide to keep interacting in the future. Fujin created a couple of clones. One went to Genki and invited him to visit in the evening. The other clone went to civilian shops and bought some games. The next day, Fujin once again began his day with a new morning workout routine. At 9 a.m., he went out to buy chicken. He made a shadow clone and went to the meditation room. The clone washed the chicken and left it to marinate with salt, turmeric powder, red chili powder, ginger garlic paste and lemon juice. At noon, Fujin's friends began arriving. Senju Teru was the first one to reach. Fujin welcomed him home. Teru said, "Long time no see. I was surprised to see you yesterday." Fujin nodded and said, "Yup. One of the reasons why I thought it'd be fun to get together." Teru asked, "Who else is coming?" Fujin answered, "Hoka, Yori, Hana and Miko." Teru asked, "Who is Miko?" Fujin answered, "She was on the same Geinin team as me and Hoka." Teru and Fujin chatted about their life after leaving the academy till others arrived. They sat in the circular room with the round table. Fujin had already arranged snacks on the table. They chatted while Fujin's clone served them fried chicken. Hana commented, "This is delicious, Fujin. I didn't know you were such a good cook." Teru agreed with her, "Yeah, this is good." Fujin said, "Thanks, I'm glad you guys liked it." Teru looked at Fujin and asked, "So Fujin, how did you manage to buy such a huge house? Aren't they expensive?" Hoka added, "Yes. This house is bigger than my house. And Fujin lives alone here." Fujin answered, "It wasn't very expensive as it is towards the outskirts of the village. Most of the money came from mission rewards." Yori asked, "Mission rewards? I have been doing missions for a year longer than you. I have completed 19 rank B missions and still don't have that kind of money." Fujin chuckled and said, "We did 3 rank A missions with our sensei." Yori was riled up, "What? 3 rank A missions? How? I haven't been to even one." Miko laughed and teased him, "That's right, Yori. And of those 3, we did 2 back-to-back." Teru sighed and said, "You guys lucked out by getting Renjiro-sama as your sensei. He's a badass." Yori snorted and said, "Who cares about that? I bet I can beat all 3 of you by myself." That pissed Miko off. She yelled, "Bastard! What did you say?" Yori replied, "You heard me." Miko activated her Sharingan, stood up and said, "I'll take you on one-on-one right here." Yori also activated his Sharingan, stood up and said, "Try me." "You aren't the only one with Sharingan." Fujin thought, "Oh, he activated his Sharingan too?" Fujin coughed. Miko and Yori looked at him. He said, "I just built this house. If either of you fights, I'm tossing you both out." Both calmed down a bit. They didn't want to ruin a new house. The others chuckled at their reaction. Fujin grinned and said, "Besides, if you want to fight, then I have booked the training ground closest to here. Let's go and check Yori's claim there." He thought, "Why did I even bother buying board games? The best way to build a bond in this world is to fight. Well, other than using talk no jutsu." Teru chuckled and asked, "You booked a training ground? Did you anticipate that Yori would start a fight?" Fujin said, "Not really. I booked a training ground for a few months." Hana was surprised. She asked, "A few months?" Fujin said, "You guys use your clan grounds for training. I don't really have that option." Teru said, "Still. A training ground for a month would cost around 75,000 ryo. That's almost worth 1 rank B mission. Are you sure you aren't secretly loaded, Fujin?" They began moving towards the training ground. Fujin said, "Well, I did win a few million ryo by gambling some time back. So training ground costs aren't really an issue." The group was surprised. Miko furrowed her eyebrows and nagged, "Fujin, you are gambling? Have you been wasting your time and risking your money in gambling after our team was disbanded?" Fujin was surprised. He stared back at Miko. After a few seconds, he commented, "You are taking after your mother well." Miko's face immediately became red. She looked away. Fujin said, "And no. I gambled before our team disbanded." Hoka asked, "When?" Fujin smiled and said, "During the Chunin exams." Hoka and Miko took a few seconds to realize. Both their eyes widened as they looked at Fujin. They said, "You didn't." Fujin chuckled and didn't reply. Yori asked, "You didn't what?" Hana realized it as well as she said, "You bet on yourself during the Chunin exams?" Fujin replied, "Bingo. I bet most of my money on myself." Miko cursed, "Asshole. We were participating in it too." Even Hoka was displeased. Fujin chuckled and said, "Sorry. But it was kinda good money." Both snorted. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Yori looked at the destruction around him and asked, "Did a hurricane pass through here?" Fujin chuckled and said, I guess you could say so. Anyways, how do you guys wanna fight? One-on-one or something else? Miko said, I'm kicking Yori's ass first. Yori snorted and replied, I can beat all of you together. Fujin chuckled and said, alright. Let's have a battle royale then. All 6 will fight and no one will form teams. Toru said, oh, that sounds fun. When do we start? Hoka shouted, now. Chapter 155, another battle royale. As soon as Hoka said yes, both he and Miko attacked Fujin. However, Fujin flickered before they got close. Toru, Yori and Hana moved behind to create a safe distance. They were surprised to see Miko and Hoka attack their former teammate. A scowl formed on Miko's face. She complained, now he will keep hiding till we are done fighting. Toru asked, what do you mean? Hoka was about to answer when everyone noticed something. Very strong winds were headed towards them. Yori thought, right. Fujin has an affinity to wind nature. Wind is weak against fire. He quickly made hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Miko and Hoka saw the fireball and flickered away. The fireball hit the winds and was amplified and dispersed. Unfortunately, the winds carried these amplified flames back towards the group. Yori was shocked. Hana and Toru escaped underground. Yori also tried escaping, but he was slow. Fujin saw the flaming winds and smirked, as I expected, that Moran blew fire into the winds. The jutsu he used was a powered-down variation of the infinite breakthrough jutsu. It focused more on the wind flow rather than creating sharp winds. So the jutsu was pretty harmless despite its great momentum. At most, it could send someone flying for a few meters. The flaming winds hit Yori. However, his resistance to fire was quite high. He wasn't injured much. Just some of his clothes caught fire.